Chapter 1. The Crossing. Snap, snap, snap. For 2 interminable days, the relentless sound of the whip striking flesh and the anguished cries of a man reverberated incessantly in her ears. Yang Chenyue cowered in the corner, trembling, her heart, already riddled with wounds, colder than the pitch-black confines of her cell. Gazing at her tattered, dirt-streaked attire and feeling the mud caked on her face, she realized she could not see her surroundings without her glasses, left only with the auditory torment akin to that of hell. She could not fathom how she had found herself in this predicament. People often spoke of the cyclical nature of fortune, yet throughout her life, luck seemed perpetually elusive. Abandoned on the roadside at birth by parents who favored sons, all that remained was a nameplate bearing the name Zhao Ci. After much struggle, she finally arrived at an orphanage. Yet as a girl without striking features or remarkable talents, she was overlooked time and again by prospective adopters. To spare her feelings, the elderly director bestowed upon her a new name, Yang Chenyue, hoping she would one day have her wishes fulfilled with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around her. Eventually, with the aid of compassionate individuals from various sectors, she gained admission to the university of her dreams, pursuing a degree in biological sciences, devoid of romantic entanglements and friendships, focusing solely on work study and scientific inquiry. She believed her life would proceed smoothly thereafter, yet fortune soon waned. During her senior year, while writing her thesis, she found herself assigned to the same advisor as the class beauty. This, in itself, posed no issue, save for the fact that the advisor was a lecherous man who daily sought new ways to prey upon the class beauty. With no evidence to substantiate her claims, the class beauty was left seething in silence, while Yang Chenyue oscillated between reporting the misconduct and feigning ignorance. Until one fateful day, under the guise of conducting research for their thesis, the advisor took the two of them to Ileo Mountain to collect plant specimens, intentionally separating her from the class beauty and cornering her against the precipice. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Chenyue hastily retrieved her phone to document the evidence and promptly called the police, attempting to intervene. However, in the ensuing struggle, the advisor kicked her off the cliff. She believed her life was about to end, yet upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in this very place. For the past 2 days, she had attempted to communicate with the outside world, but with no phone at her disposal, the men who visited spoke an incomprehensible language she had never heard before. As for the sustenance, perhaps the colorful liquid delivered at regular intervals was meant to be consumed, yet Yang Chenyue dared not partake, fearing dire consequences. Thoughts of human experimentation, organ trafficking, and pyramid schemes raced through her mind. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to endure. She had reported the incident before plummeting down the cliff, and as a witness, the police would surely seek her out. There was hope, there was salvation. Yet the pangs of hunger, exhaustion, and cold threatened to overwhelm her resolve, and she felt herself on the brink of surrender. Suddenly, the door to her cell swung open, and a towering man emerged, illuminated by the blinding light as he walked through the throng of onlookers. Yang Chenyue squinted against the harsh glare. Through the narrow gap created by her shielding hand, she heard snippets of conversation, with occasional glances cast in her direction. She instinctively shrank further into herself, praying not to be noticed. Alas, her prayers went unanswered after conferring with those beside him. The imposing man hastily departed. Moments later, 2 thuggish men entered, seizing Yang Chenyue and dragging her towards a prepared cage. Summoning every ounce of strength, she struggled against their grip, but the hands upon her remained unyielding, callously shoving her into the confinement. Fear gripped her heart. Had she truly fallen from the cliff only to be discovered by the denizens of some indigenous village, destined to be sacrificed as an outsider? Or perhaps sold into captivity? A myriad of fictional scenarios flooded her mind, amplifying her terror and indignation. Thus, she sat in the cage, knees drawn to her chest, sobbing uncontrollably, perhaps for the last time. Chapter 2. The auction in a modest circular venue, dimly lit yet bustling with animated voices. Masked figures clad in black robes engaged in fervent discussions. The cause of their excitement was the recent announcement from the clandestine auction house regarding today as Pai Xuan, our assistants, a female specimen. Suddenly, the spotlight flickered on, illuminating a cage on stage where a petite, mud-stained female appeared, her cries echoing through the hall. Instantly, the murmurs intensified. Yang Chenyue raised her hand to shield her eyes from the harsh light, her tear-blurred vision slowly grasping her predicament. She stood at the center of the stage, scrutinized like an object of curiosity by a throng of masked spectators who commented on her in a language she could not comprehend, their disdainful gazes piercing through her. Indeed, in her ragged attire and dirt-smeared face, even she felt repulsed. Surely, they did not intend to sacrifice or dissect her. Could it be that they sought to sell her? The surroundings bore a striking resemblance to the secret auctions depicted on television. How could such a barbaric practice of slavery persist in the 21st century? Slavery, as Yang Chenyue regarded her own disheveled state. She mused that it resembled the trafficking of ancient slaves rather than the exchange of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it appeared her life was spared. It no matter who might purchase her. Her immediate goal was to escape. The audience below could not help but applaud the wit of the orc, while those on stage cast scornful glances at the few orcs who had already torn part of their clothing. To think that mere B-level pheromones had led to such a state was truly pathetic. Yet, being only B-level, it remained uncertain whether they could exchange it for what the leader desired. With this thought, the two men on stage began to feel a sense of unease. Unable to endure the searing gazes fixated on the petite female, one of the men produced a vial of blue liquid from his space, plunging it once more into Yang Chenyue's neck. With her consciousness already hazy, Yang Chenyue sensed another injection piercing her. Was she truly destined to be a subject for human experimentation? Nevertheless, this particular serum felt rather soothing, akin to a refreshing spring that washed away her body's heat and fragrance. Yang Chenyue slowly opened her eyes. She vaguely perceived different individuals ascending the stage, conversing with the two men. Ultimately, the men selected a figure clad in a black cloak who approached the cage with a silver wolf-headed mask, his ashen gray eyes casually glancing towards her. Yang Chenyue felt her breath hitch. The aura of this man was undeniably powerful. They manipulated the device on their wrists, and the lock before her was released. Such advanced technology had already been developed. How had she never encountered it before? Did those possessing such technology still need to barter for personal favors? While lost in thought, a pair of long, bony hands reached out to her, but Yang Chenyue found herself devoid of the strength to lift her arms. Surrendering to the man who carried her from the cage, was she being rescued? Had this man in the wolf mask purchased her? 2 decades of life experience cautioned her against trusting anyone in such a foreign environment. Yet she was far more inclined to believe this gentle man who had liberated her from confinement than the one who had imprisoned her. Thus, she tightened her grip on his clothing, only to leave several muddy fingerprints on his black cloak. Yang Chenyue sensed the man's body tense momentarily. Fearing he might drop her, she summoned all her strength to clutch his neck tightly. Beneath the mask, the man's breathing grew erratic as he hurriedly carried her toward the exit. Observers, realizing the auction had concluded, began to rise and depart, but many sought to relay news of this top-tier female back to their respective home planets, awaiting higher-ups' decisions. The Dark Knight auction house was the territory of the interstellar pirate Youming, where signal jammers were deployed for miles around, rendering external communication impossible. They had to leave immediately to contact the outside world. Meanwhile, Youming, soothed by the icy bath, gradually awakened from his beautiful dream as the fragrance of roses dissipated. For years, every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by memories of abandonment, enslavement, and blood-soaked hell. This was the first time he experienced a pleasant dream. In it, he possessed a home, and a faceless female intertwined with him in passionate embraces each night. His beast mark was not only imprinted upon her heart, but their child also grew amidst love. A flicker of tenderness crossed his crimson eyes as he glanced at his light brain. Astonished to find his control level had plummeted to 70, a figure reminiscent of years past. How could this be? Suddenly, he recalled the waft of rose fragrance during his moment of disorientation. It was pheromones, and not just any, but those of a top-tier female. This female was in close proximity. Chapter 5. The Orc. The Dark Knight auction house spanned a radius of 100 miles, which meant that the female possessing rose pheromones was on his territory. Youming could not articulate his emotions, only that his heart, dormant for over 30 years, was now racing fervently. He quickly dressed and made his way outside. Just as he exited, Youming intended to summon his subordinates for a search. The two orcs responsible for auctioning Yang Chenyue approached him with elation. "Boss, incredible news! That female can indeed be exchanged for an entire planet," they exclaimed, manipulating their light brains. "Boss, the planet transfer documents and ownership proofs have been sent to you, and it's the 4-mineral star you've long coveted." The Eastern Central Galaxy is truly generous. Youming paused. For mineral star. His memories drifted far away. This was his home planet, his roots, and the place he loathed the most, where all his misfortunes originated. 4-mineral star harbors an A-level female, while the one I had you auction is merely B-level. Does the Eastern Central Galaxy truly value her? The two orcs exchanged glances, lacking familiarity with 4-mineral star. Assuming it only housed male minors, and dared not speculate on the existence of an A-level female, Youming evidently recognized this as well, swiftly calling up surveillance from the auction site to scrutinize the female. It was then he discerned that this female differed in stature from the one who had seduced him that day. The B-level female who had driven him to madness with inferior pheromones was indeed taller than the petite one before him. Yet, due to his habitual disdain for females, he had failed to notice any abnormalities in the prison. Thus, the one who stirred his heart must have been the petite female in the cage. Youming's expression hardened as he transformed into a giant serpent, channeling his mental energy to pursue at breakneck speed. This female was his. The man in the wolf mask who had carried Yang Chenyue out of the auction house likewise transformed into a silver wolf, securely grasping her in his jaws as he sped towards their spacecraft, followed closely by his entourage, who also shifted into their beast forms. Yang Chenyue witnessed this bizarre scene. The dependable man who had cradled her moments ago had instantaneously morphed into a silver wolf. Opening his mouth towards her, "Don't eat me," she cried, flailing her arms as several slaps landed on the wolf's face. Simultaneously, the silver wolf's jaws clenched around her in the midst of her overwhelming fear. Yang Chenyue succumbed to unconsciousness once more as they neared the spacecraft. The silver wolf sensed an immense surge of mental energy erupting from the dark night auction house, swiftly approaching their vicinity. Alarmed, he immediately led his group aboard the ship, activating cloaking and high-speed modes, darting through the sky like a meteor, escaping the planet housing the dark night auction house. Within the spacecraft, a man clad in a white lab coat strode briskly towards them, his slightly disheveled hair still exuding an air of elegance. His profound eyes sparkled with intelligence and determination, resembling the brightest stars in the night sky. His straight nose and thin, well-defined lips bore a gentle smile that offered reassurance and warmth. "Bai Xuan, what are you doing? How could you carry the esteemed lady like that? What if you injure her?" The man in the white coat chastised the silver wolf, who appeared unfazed, carelessly placing Yang Chenyue on the ground before reverting to his human form. Now clad in a crisp military uniform, the insignia on his shoulder gleamed under the lights, signifying his rank and honor. His hair was neatly trimmed, and his brow bore the marks of resolve and intellect. His straight nose and tightly pressed lips reflected a meticulous demeanor. "Zhao Ci, you know I have no affinity for females. Accepting this task to purchase one was already my greatest concession. I cannot embody the tender affections of those males." The silver wolf, Bai Xuan, cast a complex glance at Yang Chenyue on the ground, estimating she had endured considerable torment. "I shall leave her care to you, that I must report this matter to His Majesty and investigate the origins of this female. Those remote planets must be frantic over the loss of their female. I shall inform them of her whereabouts." With that, he turned without a backward glance, heading towards his office. "Dr. Chow, shall we assist you in carrying the female to the treatment room?" As Bai Xuan departed, the previously serious soldiers gathered around, eager to catch a glimpse of this top-tier female, one surpassing even A-level females. Yet, what they beheld was a filthy, excessively diminutive female. However, no one expressed disdain for the mud covering her. Instead, they bore expressions of sympathy, all wishing to carry her to the treatment room. "There's no need. Everyone return to your posts. I shall take her for treatment. If you mishandle her, causing further harm to such a delicate female. It would not be good. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Ci carried Yang Chenyue toward the treatment room. Chapter 6. Origins. Youming intercepted the fleet that had not yet departed. But after thorough searching, no trace of the petite female was found. It appeared this buyer was a significant figure, capable of whisking her away right under his nose. Yet it made sense. Anyone who could leverage for a mineral star from the Eastern Central Galaxy as a bargaining chip for a female was clearly not an ordinary individual, likely of royal descent, and their ship was undoubtedly exceptional. It seemed he would need to invest time in searching for her. The mere thought of not being able to locate his petite female in the near future filled Youming with immense agitation. The notion that she might be taken to the Eastern Central Galaxy and he would never see her again pierced his heart like 1,000 needles. Relay the order. Everyone on the route to the Eastern Central Galaxy. Search for her. Heed my words. A great reward awaits the finder. You two, accompany me to the dungeon. In the dungeon. The atmosphere was cold and damp, punctuated by the occasional crack of a whip striking flesh. Youming arrived at the cell where Yang Chenyue was confined. The space was modest, easily surveyed at a glance. Regrettably, he had not taken the time to scrutinize the area during his prior visit before the auction. Now, with a discerning eye, he noted something peculiar about the corner wall of the cell. He swiftly approached and smashed it open with a single punch, revealing a hidden passageway. Such audacity, to dare to execute a swap right under my nose. Come, let us pursue them. With that, he plunged into the secret tunnel. The mere thought of his beloved female, who had fortuitously found her way to him only to be sold by his own hand, twisted his heart in agony. He vowed that those responsible for trading her would wish for death. Meanwhile, Zhao Ci had already conducted a thorough examination of Yang Chenyue in the treatment room. His brow furrowed as he studied the data displayed on the screen. What is it? Is the situation dire? Bai Xuan, having completed his report, could not shake his unease and decided to check on the treatment personally. Take a look. Zhao Ci gestured towards the screen. Name. Unknown gender. Female age. Unknown bone age. 20 years pheromone. Rose rating. Beyond A class, indicating superior quality health status. Average physical condition. Underdeveloped. As Bai Xuan scanned the densely packed diagnoses. Confusion clouded his mind. Where could she possibly hail from? Females on this planet were typically pampered, lacking for nothing throughout their upbringing. How could she be underdeveloped? Was it conceivable that she had been abducted by pirates in her youth, deprived of proper care, and had never awakened her pheromones until the moment she was sold? The longer one was of superior quality, the longer the awakening of their pheromones would take. With this thought, Bai Xuan's fists clenched involuntarily. Should these pirates ever fall into his grasp, he would ensure they paid dearly. Glancing at the pale figure lying in the medical chamber, he hastily urged Zhao Ci. You must treat her at once. Rest assured, I have already administered a specialized medication for females that accelerates the healing of superficial wounds, along with an injection to aid her physical development. In about an hour, her health status should improve to good. After this, both men settled in front of the treatment pod, awaiting the conclusion of the procedure in silence. Half an hour later, Bai Xuan regarded Yang Chenyue's attire. Females were known for their cleanliness, and should she awaken to find herself in such a state, her wrath would surely be unleashed. It was evident that once the treatment concluded, a robot would need to bathe and change her clothes, prompting him to rise and prepare for that task. Chapter 7. Intent to kill. After Bai Xuan departed, Zhao Ci found himself alone in the expansive treatment room. The warm aura he typically exuded suddenly extinguished. He fixed his gaze intently on Yang Chenyue. Since her arrival aboard the starship, he had yet to observe her closely, being preoccupied with examinations and treatments. Now, it appeared this female diverged significantly from most he had encountered. She was petite, standing at only 1.65 m despite having received ample doses of development-enhancing medication, weighing a mere 46 kg. Her face was small, her neck slender, fragile as though it could snap with the slightest pressure. Zhao Ci slowly reached out to touch the treatment pod, only to retract his hand as if jolted by an electric shock, hastily making his way to the restroom. Given that males could awaken their consciousness through various stimuli during moments of slight loss of control, the faucets on the planet dispensed ice-cold, warm, and hot water. The icy water jolted Zhao Ci back to his senses. What had he just contemplated? The thought of snapping this female's neck, thereby erasing his chance to dominate her, was unfathomable. Indeed, in this realm, females were scarce, and those with high pheromone levels were exceedingly rare. This scarcity fostered a capricious demeanor among females. A mere slight could provoke them into violence against males, often deriving pleasure from their torment. Many males succumbed to death under such cruelty. Consequently, numerous high-ranking males were reluctant to accept the solace of high-level pheromone females, remaining locked away in states of unrestrained chaos. Their original intent had been to secure a low-level female, perhaps one devoid of pheromones, from the pirates to place in a containment facility, using her body to appease the rampaging males. Yet, unexpectedly, they returned with a top-tier female who would inevitably become a princess of the empire. The mere thought of her commanding more high-ranking males with her pheromones, subjecting them to her whims, incited a desire in him to end her life. However, he could not act on such impulses. He was a doctor, bound to the duty of saving lives. Moreover, Bai Xuan had already reported the situation to the emperor, should anything happen to this female aboard the starship. The entire crew would pay the price. Regaining his composure, Zhao Ci inhaled deeply, restoring his gentle demeanor as he stepped outside. He did not find the female in the treatment pod, likely having been taken by Bai Xuan for bathing and changing. Perhaps it was for the best. The less he witnessed her bondage of males, the less his intent to kill would fester in the dark night auction house. Youming led his companions out of the secret passage. The tunnel stretched for thousands of meters, successfully evading all surveillance of the auction house. No wonder they had managed to swap the female so stealthily, boss. We've reached a dead end in our pursuit. We have no clue where they might go next. What do you suggest? Youming paid no heed to the words. Relying on his serpent-like senses, he closed his eyes to keenly perceive the shifts in the air. Soon, he surged forward in a specific direction. Indeed, after a short while, deep within the forest, he stumbled upon a charming cave. Before entering, he was greeted by the sounds of a female berating a male from within. "You useless fools, you've disrupted my plans. I haven't even successfully brought Yi Youming into my harem yet. How dare you remove me from the dark night auction house? Who granted you the authority to confine me here? To imprison my freedom in this cave? Have you all lost your minds?" This was followed by the sound of a whip cracking against flesh. Yi Youming could no longer tolerate it. He smashed his tail against the cave's entrance. As the female's piercing scream echoed, the scene inside became clear. A haughty female wielding a whip, 3 males kneeling before her, their bodies marred with lash marks, bloodied and bruised. Nearby lay a motionless rat. Initially, the female had intended to unleash her fury, but upon catching sight of Yi Youming, her eyes sparkled with recognition. She tossed aside the whip and hurried towards him. "I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. Imprisoning me in the dungeon must have been a misunderstanding. For your effort in coming to find me, I shall forgive you. Let us return to the dark night auction house." Yi Youming frowned at her words, glancing at the 3 males and the rat beside them. The female quickly caught on. "Don't worry, Yi Youming, if you dislike these 4, I can remove their beast marks and abandon them. From now on, I shall only want you." Her heart swelled with joy. If she could secure Yi Youming in her harem, abandoning the previous 4 males would certainly be worth it. With Yi Youming's strength, becoming his consort would quickly elevate her to a position of power. At that time, relying on her pheromones, all would be compelled to heed her commands. What need would she have to fear losing out on better males? With thoughts racing, she leaned toward Yi Youming. Releasing her pheromones, Yi Youming let out a cold laugh. Before she could reach him, his serpent tail swiftly struck her away. "What kind of trash dares to approach me with such foul pheromones? How dare you attempt to seduce me? Guards, take them away. Knight leader, please spare our consort. Whatever fate awaits her, let befall us instead. We are the ones who brought her from the dungeon, and we orchestrated the swap. Why unleash your wrath upon us?" The males, now kneeling, crawled closer to Yi Youming. Even the ailing rat squeaked in agreement. Yi Youming seized the neck of one male. "So it was indeed you who orchestrated the swap. Speak. Who is the female you exchange her for? Where does she come from?" "Knight leader, we truly do not know. That day, we were here discussing how to rescue her consort when suddenly we heard a commotion from the nearby cliff. When we went outside, we found a female lying on the ground. They bowed repeatedly. She still had breath when we approached. Initially, we intended to take her to the Female Protection Center, but then we remembered our consort was with you. And the rat devised the swap plan that we know nothing else. Please, we implore you, spare our consort. Such genuine loyalty, yet your consort intends to strip you of your beast marks and abandon you. Is it worth it to plead for her? Knight Leader, you have not yet bonded. You cannot understand. With your strength, you would never be forced into a partnership by a female, but should you one day encounter a female who makes you wish to bond willingly, you will comprehend. Willingly bond? Youming murmured. Perhaps he had already met such a one, the intoxicating scent of roses, that lingering figure from his dreams. Was it fate or misfortune? Yet within his heart, only one thought prevailed. To possess her. At any cost. Enough. Take them all away and lock them in the dungeon. As for this female, let the brothers treat her well to avoid any distress. Youming waved his hand, departing amidst the cheers of his subordinates. Chapter 8. Awakening amidst the misty vapor, Yang Chenyue gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? It feels so warm. Have I truly been saved? Yang Chenyue gently caressed the petals floating in the water while surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, an expressionless metallic face appeared before her, causing Yang Chenyue to scream in terror. Bai Xuan, who had been waiting outside the door, rushed in upon hearing her scream, locking eyes with Yang Chenyue in the bathtub. As if time itself had paused for a few seconds, a rogue. Yang Chenyue clutched herself tightly, shrieking as she submerged beneath the water. Upon hearing her scream, Bai Xuan snapped back to reality and quickly turned away. I'm deeply sorry, Your Highness. I thought something was amiss upon hearing your scream, and I entered without intention to offend, Bai Xuan earnestly explained, but Yang Chenyue could not comprehend his words, her focus solely on finding something to cover herself. At that moment, she realized that the metallic face was, in fact, a robot holding a bath towel. Due to the recent turn of events, the robot stood frozen. Yang Chenyue cautiously stepped out of the bathtub, trembling as she reached for the towel to drape over herself. Having finished apologizing, Bai Xuan did not hear a response behind him and quietly turned to look, only to be met with the sight of a flawless white back. The scene he had just witnessed upon entering the room, her delicate features, curvaceous figure, and flawless skin, stirred a surge of heat within him, causing him to swallow hard. Realizing he had offended her, he immediately knelt down again. Apologizing, Your Highness, I did not mean to intrude. Please punish me. He attempted to ease the tension, but uncontrollably, blood began to trickle from his nose. This moment, Yang Chenyue had just wrapped herself in the towel and turned to see Bai Xuan kneeling with his back to her, blood staining the ground. Where on earth have I ended up? Having lived in a place where equality reigned, no one had ever knelt before her. Was he apologizing for accidentally barging in while she was bathing? Yet, it was her own scream that had drawn him in. He was not at fault. Contemplating this, Yang Chenyue hurried over to help him rise. As she approached Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci and the others arrived. The scene before them was striking. Yang Chenyue standing before Bai Xuan, who knelt on the ground, blood still flowing from his nose, appearing as if he had wronged her. Zhao Ci tightened his fists. Such was the nature of females. They had just awakened and were already eager to punish the males. Yang Chenyue felt somewhat intimidated by the imposing group, but she resolved to assist Bai Xuan first. You have done nothing wrong. There is no need for you to kneel and apologize to me. All right, they do not understand. I must take action. Just as Yang Chenyue reached out to grasp Bai Xuan's hand, her wrist was suddenly seized by Zhao Ci. What are you doing? His nose is already bleeding because of you. Is that not enough? What offense has he committed against you? Zhao Ci spoke, restraining Yang Chenyue's movement. Yet, Yang Chenyue was equally bewildered. What was he saying? Why would he not allow her to help this person rise? Must he remain kneeling? She blinked in confusion at Zhao Ci, who, upon seeing her bewilderment, wondered if he had misjudged the situation. He released her wrist, only to realize it had reddened under his grip. Upon this realization, Zhao Ci immediately knelt down in apology. Yang Chenyue felt overwhelmed. What on earth was happening? Why was everyone kneeling? Was it comfortable to kneel? Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci knelt with their heads bowed, awaiting judgment. However, instead of receiving the expected scolding or slap from the female, they found themselves being gently lifted to their feet by her tender hands. The female actually knelt. Was he dreaming? They raised their eyes to meet Yang Chenyue's beautiful gaze, swallowing hard as they beheld her warmth and lack of disdain. Yang Chenyue did not wish to kneel either. She simply lacked the means to express her goodwill, especially within the territory of the master. It was quite a shocking matter for the master to kneel before them. Was a customary greeting, not a handshake or a kiss, but rather kneeling? How absurd! I understand you cannot comprehend my words, but I wish to convey that you need not kneel. You have done nothing wrong, of course. If kneeling is a customary greeting, then forget I said anything. Yang Chenyue gestured awkwardly with her hands as she spoke. Had I known, I would have learned some sign language. Perhaps it would be useful now. Uncertain if her frantic gestures were understood, she glanced at Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci. They exchanged incredulous looks, both perceiving the same disbelief in each other's eyes. Observing Yang Chenyue's eager gestures, they were taken aback. In the past, females would have punished them for their inability to understand. Yet, none had ever behaved like Yang Chenyue, who seemed to be attempting to appease them. Perhaps her upbringing amidst the pirates had instilled in her a humility and grace absent in other females. If she were truly such a female, how wonderful it would be to have her as a wife. After gesturing for a while without success, Yang Chenyue felt a pang of discouragement. How could they ever communicate? As she gestured, a myriad of expressions flitted across her doll-like face, causing Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci's hearts to flutter wildly. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci were equally troubled by the situation. Their communication devices had collected nearly every language in the universe, yet none matched the language spoken by Yang Chenyue. Lowering her gaze, Yang Chenyue's eyes fell upon the tightly wrapped towel around her. Though not large, it cocooned her curvaceous figure snugly. The white towel contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, creating a remarkably pure and enchanting appearance. However, at that moment, Yang Chenyue felt a twinge of anxiety. Sensing changes within her body, she urgently needed a private room to examine herself and gather her thoughts. These individuals appeared friendly, tending to her wounds and allowing the robot to assist her in bathing. Surely they meant her no harm. Yang Chenyue made a sound to draw their attention, but the language barrier remained a significant issue. She pointed to herself, mimicking a sleeping gesture, then nodded. This time, Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci finally understood. The petite female was tired and wished to rest. They gestured for her to follow and slowly led her to the door of a room meticulously arranged for her. As the door creaked open, a delicate fragrance wafted in, as if she had stepped into a sea of flowers. She gazed in disbelief at the dreamlike room before her, momentarily at a loss for words. The entire space was adorned in soft shades of pink, with a plush carpet that resembled clouds, inviting her to tread barefoot upon it and experience its warmth and comfort. By the window stood a white vanity, adorned with exquisite trinkets, while an expansive bed was draped in pink linens. The quilt made of the finest silk, shimmering softly. Yang Chenyue's eyes widened in astonishment, her cherry-red lips forming a perfect O of surprise. The two men couldn't help but chuckle, though their hearts ached for her. And they gently exited the room, ensuring to lock the door behind her. Chapter 9. Transformation. Upon seeing the two men and the robot exit, Yang Chenyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. She now had the opportunity to thoroughly examine herself. As she surveyed the room, her gaze swept around, and to her astonishment, she realized she was not wearing her glasses, yet her vision had remarkably returned. Appearing to be a perfect 20/20, she could clearly see her surroundings, a change that must have occurred after being auctioned off. Her gaze settled on the exquisite mirror atop the vanity. With light, hesitant steps, she approached, finally standing before it. When she focused on her reflection, her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of astonishment. That moment, her complexion appeared far more radiant than ever before, as if she had been sculpted from exquisite white jade, smooth and flawless, devoid of any blemishes. The bothersome spots and scars had vanished, replaced by a visage as delicate as a newborn's, seemingly so tender that a mere pinch would yield glistening droplets of dew. This appearance surpassed even the most meticulously edited photos she had ever taken. Yang Chenyue still felt somewhat dazed, to confirm that what she saw was not a figment of her imagination. She hesitantly reached out her right hand and pinched her left forearm. In an instant, a sharp pain coursed through her, and a blush quickly rose on her skin. She exclaimed, but soon a jubilant smile spread across her face. Everything was, indeed, real. At this very moment, Yang Chenyue, with a heart brimming with joy, caressed her face, now rendered flawlessly exquisite. An indescribable surge of excitement cascaded through her being. In the past, she had fantasized countless times in her dreams about being able to remove the heavy glasses that had concealed her beauty, yearning to possess skin as pristine and smooth as jade. Yet, these delightful aspirations had seemed utterly unattainable, existing solely within the ephemeral realm of dreams. However, miraculously, her dreams had now unfolded into reality. She slowly unwrapped the towel that enveloped her. Indeed, the sensation she had felt while cradling herself in the bathtub was entirely accurate. Her figure resembled that of a poem, with flowing and harmonious curves, every contour akin to a meticulously crafted work of art. This was the appearance Yang Chenyue had longed for in her dreams, further solidifying her belief that she was now a specimen of experimentation. Yet, as she admired her reflection, she mused that even as a mere experimental subject, she would accept it. Throughout her life, she had never garnered attention, never stood out. Now, transformed into this stunning form, even in death, she would do so with grandeur. After thoroughly examining the changes in her body, she felt no discomfort, and turning to the wardrobe, she began to select clothing, only to discover that every piece was new and still bore tags. The two individuals who had brought her to this room had made it quite clear. This room belonged to her, and she could freely utilize its contents. Hence, these garments were undoubtedly prepared for her. She chose several beautiful dresses to try on, though they were somewhat oversized, not quite fitting her frame. After much deliberation, she settled on a stylish white dress reminiscent of a Korean design. Although large, it did not appear overly conspicuous, allowing her lovely figure to remain discreet. After all, she had only just transformed and was still adjusting to her new appearance. Yang Chenyue scoured the room for any clues about her surroundings, yet remained utterly perplexed. Suddenly, her hand brushed against an object, causing the entire room to become transparent, leaving her speechless at the breathtaking sight before her. She found herself seemingly immersed in an expansive, resplendent starry sky. Countless stars twinkled like gems embedded in a black velvet canvas, densely adorning the heavens. Some stars sparkled in close proximity, illuminating one another, while others lay far apart, radiating a solitary, cool glow. These stars, varying in size and brightness, formed a breathtaking cosmic tapestry that left her in awe. Rubbing her eyes to confirm her vision, she realized she was indeed within a scene reminiscent of a science fiction film. Surrounded by traversing spaceships, with countless stars twinkling in the distance, more beautiful than anything she had ever witnessed. Enraptured by the celestial beauty, Yang Chenyue lost track of time. Suddenly, a knock at the door jolted her back to reality. And as she turned, the room reverted to its original state, snapping her out of her reverie. Reflecting on the extraordinary vision she had just experienced, she concluded that she was not on Earth, nor even within the solar system or the Milky Way. It appeared that following her fall, she had traversed to an interstellar era, perhaps the future or a parallel universe. But could she ever return? Contemplating her past life on Earth and glancing at her current surroundings, Yang Chenyue thought that if she could learn the language, script, and customs of this place, starting anew here might not be so bad after all. Since I am here, I shall make my peace with it, she resolved, and decided to see where these people would take her. With that thought in mind, she stood up and fumbled for a while before finally managing to open the door. Chapter 10. Language. Yang Chenyue had locked herself in her room for an entire day, leaving Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci feeling somewhat anxious. Regardless, they needed to consume some nutritional supplements to replenish their energy. After pacing in front of Yang Chenyue's door for the 10th time, they finally knocked. The instant the door swung open, they beheld a woman of ethereal beauty, radiating purity, even in clothes that did not quite fit her frame, which she wore with an undeniable grace, leaving them momentarily speechless. As Yang Chenyue opened the door, Her gaze was immediately met with an array of colorful vials. Only upon looking upward did she notice the handsome faces of Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci. The men of this world were indeed tall and striking. They appeared to be well over 6 feet tall, and despite being clothed, their muscular physiques were evident. Yang Chenyue gulped. It was not that she was being lecherous, but who would not be captivated by such exceptional men? Moreover, she had been single for 20 years on Earth, too self-conscious to pursue romance, relying solely on otome games for companionship. The male protagonists in those games seemed to mirror the two handsome figures before her. Noticing Yang Chenyue's intense gaze upon them, as well as her swallowing reflex, they quickly averted their eyes. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci assumed she must be starving, interpreting her fervent stare as a fixation on the nutritional supplements rather than on them. They hastily produced the vials and offered them to her. Upon seeing the vibrant red and green liquids within the tubes, Yang Chenyue was jolted from her reverie about the handsome men. Recalling the terrifying experience of being injected with red liquid in the auction cage, a wave of fear surged within her. She retracted her earlier thoughts. She wished to return to Earth. Being a test subject here was far too frightening. "What is this? I don't want to drink it," she protested, her voice trembling and tinged with a hint of tears, leaving Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci in shock, considering the habits of the females around them. Zhao Ci gently reassured her, "You haven't eaten for a day. Please drink some nutritional supplements to regain your strength. That I know that you females dislike these supplements, but conditions aboard the starship are limited, and this is all we have for now. Please bear with it. We will soon pass through a trading planet where I can procure suitable clothing and food for you." Yang Chenyue could not comprehend Zhao Ci's words. She simply instinctively shook her head, refusing to consume the strangely colored and flavored liquid, not wishing to endure such pain again. Seeing her state, Bai Xuan realized that they could not communicate effectively. So he attempted to force the nutritional supplement upon her. Yang Chenyue immediately reached out to stop him, but in the process, she accidentally knocked the vial from his hand, causing it to shatter on the floor. Leaving them both stunned, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just don't want to drink that strange liquid." Yang Chenyue hurriedly apologized, bowing her head repeatedly, observing the spilled nutritional supplement. Bai Xuan furrowed his brow, retrieving a brand new chip from his pocket, pointing at it, and then gesturing toward Yang Chenyue. Immediately, she recalled the many portrayals in films of chips being implanted in slaves, designed to eliminate them should they harbor thoughts of rebellion. Had she truly become a slave? Yang Chenyue shook her head repeatedly. She did not wish to be anyone's slave. She merely wanted to live a normal life in this world. Seeing her refusal, Bai Xuan wasted no time and firmly pressed her down onto the bed in the room. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Yang Chenyue struggled with all her might. Yet her punches and kicks felt to Bai Xuan like mere tickles. Seizing the opportunity, he restrained her hands above her head and locked her legs, rendering her immobile in a rather precarious position. "I apologize," Bai Xuan expressed as he inserted the chip into her left arm, seamlessly merging it with her being. Yang Chenyue felt the chip transform into a stream of information flowing into her mind, gradually extending throughout her limbs, as if it were inscribed in her DNA. "Bai Xuan, what are you doing? Get off me. Release the princess." Zhao Ci's voice rang in her ears, and to her astonishment, she realized she could understand him. Was it the chip? It was not a means of enslavement, but rather a tool to help her learn the language. No longer struggling, Yang Chenyue utilized the newfound information in her mind to formulate her words and slowly spoke her first sentence. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Upon hearing Yang Chenyue speak in the universal language of the cosmos, Bai Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, his warm breath brushing against her face, overwhelming her with a wave of male pheromones that made her cheeks flush. Could you please get off me?" she stammered, quickly averting her gaze, feeling embarrassed by the suggestive nature of their position. Having finally realized the implications of their posture, Bai Xuan immediately released Yang Chenyue, springing up and quickly kneeling. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon. It was a last resort. Our language barrier made communication impossible, which could lead to many misunderstandings. Hence we resorted to this method. That I implore your forgiveness." His fluid movements left Yang Chenyue astonished as she sat up from the bed and hurriedly helped Bai Xuan to his feet. "What are you doing? Please do not kneel so easily. The manner in which you forced me was solely to help me learn your language. I should be thanking you, not blaming you. Yang Chenyue rubbed her wrist, which had reddened from Bai Xuan's grip. Puzzled by its sudden sensitivity, was her skin now more prone to redness after her transformation? Bai Xuan also noticed the redness on her wrist, astonished, for he had not applied much pressure. Are the females' skins this delicate? He pondered, only to be struck by a sudden thought. His ears flushed crimson as he quickly knelt again. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. Hey, why are you kneeling again? I did not mean to blame you. My wrist is merely red, not painful. Yang Chenyue spoke while helping Bai Xuan to his feet, also taking the opportunity to showcase her wrist, demonstrating its agility without any issues, observing the faint red marks on her delicate, snowy white wrist. Bai Xuan could not help but be drawn to other inappropriate thoughts, causing his wolf ears to uncontrollably emerge, shocking Yang Chenyue. Realizing his loss of control, Bai Xuan swiftly retracted his ears and turned his head away. Unable to meet Yang Chenyue's gaze, since discovering that he had traversed to this world, Bai Xuan had become much more accepting of his surroundings, having learned the local language through a small chip. He would not be surprised if the living being before him suddenly transformed into a wolf. Transform into a wolf? Yang Chenyue suddenly recalled the day she was auctioned off when a wolf had opened its gaping maw to devour her. Why does it seem so much like Bai Xuan now? As if finally realizing where she had ended up, Yang Chenyue hesitantly inquired, may I ask if this is the beast realm? What beast realm? The previously silent Zhao Ci finally found the opportunity to interject between the two. Heaven knows he had just witnessed the interaction between Bai Xuan and Yang Chenyue, and his heart felt a dull ache. Could it be that he had genuinely developed feelings for this female? Impossible. Ever since that incident, he had vowed never to pursue a female again, and he had even contemplated killing her while in the treatment chamber. How could he possibly have feelings for her due to a few trivial actions? It must be because this female is extraordinarily beautiful and her pheromones are delightful, which had led him to be entranced. Zhao Ci reassured himself that, do the people here all have the ability to transform into beast forms? Not at all, Your Highness. Only males can transform into beast forms. Females, like you, remain in human form from birth. Upon hearing Zhao Ci's explanation, Yang Chenyue let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, females do not transform, which meant she was much safer. But why do you call me Your Highness? I am merely a female who has been purchased by you. She protested, not worthy of such a title. Your Highness, your pheromone level has surpassed Class A, qualifying you as a top-tier female. Once we return to Dongzhongxing and you complete your citizenship certification, His Majesty will personally confer upon you the title of Your Highness. What? Pheromones? ISNT that something only insects possess. How could I possibly have pheromones? No, this is the beast realm. Nothing can be explained using my previous knowledge. What are you saying? When have insects ever had pheromones? Has no one taught you these things? Yang Chenyue quickly fell silent. The more one speaks, the more one risks revealing too much. She decided it would be wise to learn more about this world before engaging in conversation. For revealing her ignorance could lead to dire consequences that, if they did not care, it would be one thing, but if they considered her an aberration and executed her, it would be a grave mistake. Well, my family left me when I was very young. No one has taught me these things. Is there any recommended reading that could help me acquire knowledge quickly? Yang Chenyue carefully chose her words, hoping not to raise any suspicions. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Bai Xuan turned his head, his expression mirroring the concern of Zhao Ci, and the surrounding males began to whisper among themselves. Yang Chenyue's heart sank. Had she truly said something amiss? I apologize. We were unaware of your circumstances. We should have come to rescue you sooner. But rest assured, if I encounter those pirates again, I will ensure they pay for their actions. Bai Xuan declared, clenching his fist. Chapter 11. Your name what? Did he misunderstand something? Yang Chenyue thought, suddenly realizing she did not yet know their names. All right, thank you that my name is Yang Chenyue. What is yours? Bai Xuan stared blankly at her. Having lived for 28 years without a female ever thanking him, that she would express gratitude for something so trivial and share her name with him made him wonder if she had feelings for him. Upon this realization, his wolf ears once again sprang forth uncontrollably, and even his wolf tail emerged from behind, swaying back and forth. Yang Chenyue discreetly glanced at him. This hardly resembled a wolf, but rather a large dog. My name is Bai Xuan. I am a silver wolf and possess Class A strength. The soldiers surrounding them gasped in astonishment. Could it be that their general had finally blossomed? It is known that introducing one's beast form or showcasing it to a female is regarded as a courtship gesture. Yet, Yang Chenyue remained oblivious to this, merely repeating his name. Bai Xuan, such a lovely name, it perfectly suits your demeanor. Bai Xuan had never thought his name particularly special, but hearing it from the lips of this petite female stirred something within him, igniting a desire to hear her utter his name again and again. Just as he was about to say something, a brand new holographic device appeared before Yang Chenyue, presented by Zhao Ci. This is a holographic device that everyone is equipped with. You can inquire about any knowledge you wish to learn or any questions you may have. Wow, this is incredibly cool. Is it for me? Thank you, Yang Chenyue exclaimed, astonished. This device was akin to a smartphone on Earth, albeit more intelligent and convenient. That I'll help you put it on, Zhao Ci said, reverently taking Yang Chenyue's hand and gently fastening the device to her left wrist. Covering the red mark caused by Bai Xuan, in that fleeting moment of skin contact, Zhao Ci knew he was utterly captivated. Her light thank you was enough to stir waves within his heart. And what is the name of this handsome doctor? Yang Chenyue boldly teased Zhao Ci, emboldened by the knowledge that they posed no threat to her. Oh, you think I am handsome? Zhao Ci's breath quickened. But he hesitated, uncertain if she would disdain his name. That my name is Zhao Ci. He had intended to say more, but upon seeing Yang Chenyue softly whisper his name, he swallowed his words, feeling as anxious as a prisoner awaiting judgment. Zhao Ci. The Emperor by in the colorful clouds is a line from a poem I adore. Yang Chenyue beamed, her smile radiant. Your name is truly beautiful, imbued with poetic elegance, perfectly reflecting your gentle nature. Zhao Ci was entranced by Yang Chenyue's smile. How could this little female make him like her even more when he was already developing feelings? She truly did not mind his name and even spoke of liking it. Do you genuinely not understand the meaning of my name, Zhao Ci? It signifies to attract females. My very existence is to draw in sisters. What? Yang Chenyue paused for a moment, recalling her childhood name, Zhao Di. Her parents must have abandoned her because they could not bring forth a brother. It dawned on her that this was a world that favored daughters over sons, and there were others like her. A name is merely a label. It holds no significance. What matters is the individual. Once she had detested the name Zhao Di, but the elder who ran the orphanage had consoled her, and she had felt joy for quite some time. However, as bullying emerged in school, she grew to despise the name even more, ultimately renaming herself Yang Chenyue. She would not impose her past pain onto others. She would never disdain Zhao Ci's name. Furthermore, Zhao Ci, by D in the colorful clouds, was a beautiful name. Upon hearing Yang Chenyue's comforting words, Zhao Ci's eyes brightened. Thank you. This is the first time a female has evaluated my name in such a manner. Dr. Zhao, you are wonderful. Do not belittle yourself. Never let a name define your worth. Those who truly understand you will not judge you based on your name. That if someone were to disdain you because of your name, they would surely not be a good person. Listening to their back-and-forth conversation, it felt as though they could continue indefinitely, lost in their own world. Bai Xuan quickly interjected, Your Highness, you have gone a whole day without food. You must drink some nutritional supplement to replenish your strength. Later, when we pass through the trade planet, I will discreetly go down to buy you suitable clothes and food. Yes, it is my fault for keeping you engaged in conversation for so long. Please drink some nutritional supplement, Zhao Ci added, presenting a blue nutritional supplement as if showcasing a treasure. Try this. It is blueberry flavored. Seeing the nutritional supplement in Zhao Ci's hand, Yang Chenyue realized she had misunderstood them earlier and quickly apologized. I am sorry. I did not mean to spill the nutritional supplement. I thought it was some kind of drug, and you wanted to experiment on me, which is why I accidentally knocked it over. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci were once again astonished to hear a female not only express gratitude, but also apologize. They were astounded to discover that such a kind-hearted female existed. They felt as though they had struck gold by being the first males to encounter her after her auction and rebirth. Just then, Yang Chenyue's stomach growled, reminding her of her hunger. She promptly took the nutritional supplement and drank it in one go. The flavor was quite pleasant, reminiscent of a blueberry drink. However, for someone like Yang Chenyue, who had grown up eating regular meals, drinking a nutritional supplement, while filling, still felt lacking in some way, she sensed the intense gazes of Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci upon her. Along with the murmurs of the other soldiers surrounding them, Yang Chenyue felt a slight flush on her face. Coincidentally, she urgently needed to acquire knowledge about this world, so she feigned fatigue and quickly slipped back to her room. Chapter 12. This world. Upon returning to her chamber, Yang Chenyue reclined on her bed, raised the luminous device on her left wrist, and began to familiarize herself with this realm. Oh, her astonishment. She had indeed traversed into a beastly era. According to the evolutionary theory here, their ancestors were creatures akin to bees and insects, characterized by a predominance of females over males, where the female reigned supreme. And matriarchal clans flourished. Throughout the subsequent evolutionary process, as the environment became increasingly hospitable, their size gradually expanded, wings regressed, and they developed the ability to walk upright. Both males and females assumed humanoid forms, much like humans on Earth. However, such beauty was fleeting. One fateful day, an asteroid collided with their central star, resulting in an inhospitable environment that led to the demise of the vast majority of both males and females. The surviving males, in a bid to protect the females, opted to devolve into beastly forms. Others, however, chose to merge various ferocious beast genes with their own, astonishingly acquiring the ability to transform. Thus, the beastmen on the central star were finally able to propagate. They endured and struggled through harsh conditions. Regrettably, the females, having been overly protected by the males, became delicate and frail, their numbers steadily dwindling. Many scientists endeavored to use various reagents to enhance their physical health, but with little success, leading to a further decline in female populations. Meanwhile, as the males sought sustenance and battled against their primal instincts, they gradually awakened formidable powers, categorized into ranks of S, B, C, D, and powerless individuals. Yet, due to irreparable flaws caused by genetic fusion, the more powerful the male became, the more beastly genes he possessed, making it easier for him to lose his sanity and revert to a beastly state. Scientists discovered that the pheromones possessed by females could remarkably soothe the male's uncontrollable urges. Moreover, different females could pacify different males, leading to the classification of female pheromones into tiers of supreme, A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the male's power level. Fortuitously, Yang Chenyue had crossed into this world and, unbeknownst to her, had become a supreme female. In ancient times, the beastmen, intent on swiftly escaping such dire circumstances, focused fervently on scientific research, resulting in rapid advancements in technology. They gradually developed interstellar civilization and migrated from the central star. With a suitable environment for survival, the number of females finally ceased to decline. However, due to genetic disparities between males and females, the pregnancy rate among females plummeted. The stronger the male or female, the more challenging it became to conceive offspring. That, of course, this difficulty was relative to their bee-like ancestors, compared to humans on Earth. Their reproductive capabilities were still notably robust. Yet a problem arose. Akin to bees, the offspring they produced were predominantly male, with females being few and far between, and their scientific efforts had yet to overcome this hurdle. Consequently, in the current interstellar era, the male-to-female ratio had reached an exaggerated 1,000, underscoring the rarity and preciousness of females in this epoch, especially those like Yang Chenyue, who were classified as supreme. After perusing the summary of the beastly era's origins, Yang Chenyue began to investigate the current state of this world. Following their exodus from the central star, the beastmen transformed the 4 cardinal points into new homes: East Central Star, West Central Star, South Central Star, and North Central Star. Each planet boasted a powerful female as its leader, guiding her subjects in propagation and conquering other planets, thus forming their own star systems, each maintaining a balance of power and governing independently. Naturally, several smaller planets established their own regimes, yet these were deemed insignificant by the ruling females and were thus left unclaimed. Out of nostalgia for their homeland, once their technology reached sufficient strength, they restored the central star to its former glory and established a union there. The primary purpose of this union, however, was to fend off extraterrestrial threats. As they expanded their territories, they were astonished to discover the existence of other life forms beyond their own star system. Over the ages, both parties continually expanded their domains, culminating in skirmishes at the borders of certain planets, often erupting into large-scale wars. Each conflict resulted in varying victories and defeats, with the Beastmen subtly trending toward defeat, leading to the formation of the Alliance. Although the four major star systems often experience friction among themselves, they united against alien invasions. For the sake of their race's survival, each star system consistently sought out females, particularly those with potent pheromones. Through repeated evolutionary processes, they discovered that males increasingly relied on female pheromones. Females not only calmed the rampaging males, but, when mating with higher-ranked females, could even enhance the male's strength. Consequently, the status of females once again ascended in each star system. Governance was led by females, with the throne passed down through familial lines. Beyond the star sovereign, all A-ranked and above females were referred to as Your Highness. Ordered by A.G. No wonder Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci consistently addressed me as Your Highness. It was evidently a regulation of the star system. Yang Chenyue realized this and began searching for information on the princesses of the East Central Star. However, her search yielded nothing. The explanation on the webpage stated, each princess was a treasure of the star system, and if their information were to leak, it would undoubtedly incite covetousness from other star systems, pirates, or even extraterrestrials, jeopardizing their safety. Yang Chenyue pondered this. Indeed, in such a place, if the information of a supreme female were to be divulged, it would surely invite immense trouble. She couldn't help but wonder how many princesses she would rank among upon reaching the East Central Star. Anticipating her new life, Yang Chenyue felt a stir of excitement. Having been born into a family that favored males over females and abandoned at a young age, she had endured 20 years of hardship. Finally, fortune had smiled upon her, allowing her to traverse into a world that cherished females over males. She vowed to cherish this opportunity and live her remaining life joyfully. Chapter 13. Abuse following the guidance of her luminous device. Yang Chenyue explored various social media platforms. However, as she had yet to register her citizenship, she could only log in as a visitor. Yang Chenyue had always relished this method, cloaked in anonymity where no one recognized her. Thus, she shifted into a more comfortable position on her bed and eagerly began browsing interstellar news, trending topics, and gossip that in this world, where males vastly outnumbered females, the majority of online discourse was dominated by males. All female accounts were distinctly marked, making it immediately apparent that they belonged to females, thus rendering every post they made a potential trending topic. Most females adopted nicknames of their choosing, while a few opted to use their real names. Yang Chenyue casually clicked on the top trending post from a female named Mei Here, who shared her daily life on her star blog almost every day. However, the content left Yang Chenyue utterly astonished. Each of her posts revolved around her, and her beastly the splendid mood of Yang Chenyue was abruptly shattered. She resolved to explore another female star blogger to observe how they navigate life. In order to avoid revealing her true self or becoming the subject of ridicule in the future, to her astonishment, after switching through more than a dozen popular female star bloggers, she found their content to be strikingly similar to that of the previous one. In fact, some females, in an effort to garner attention and views, had resorted to increasingly outrageous behavior. Some even uploaded videos depicting the abandonment and brutal mistreatment of their male counterparts, which became increasingly disturbing. The graphic imagery compelled Yang Chenyue to hastily close her holographic device. With her eyes shut, she pondered deeply and realized she could not emulate these females in their abusive treatment of males. All beings are born equal, and regardless of a societal bias favoring women, there should be no justification for such a lack of boundaries. Upon reopening her holographic device, she was recommended a ranking of female star bloggers. As the system, assuming her to be male due to the male-dominated nature of this world, tailored its suggestions accordingly. Curious, she clicked on the top-ranked little rabbit, whose post primarily featured her methods of raising rabbits. This revelation delighted Yang Chenyue, for it indicated that there were others in this realm who shared her fondness for rabbits. In truth, her affection extended to all fluffy creatures. but her zodiac sign made her particularly fond of rabbits. Unfortunately, her previous financial constraints had prevented her from fulfilling her dream of nurturing a menagerie of pets. Now, in this new world, she felt that her aspirations were within reach. Moreover, the Star blog revealed the daily academic pursuits of this female, where even the mundane act of studying was met with admiration from male beastmen, devoid of any objectionable or violent content. This alleviated Yang Chenyue's concern slightly. She then ventured into the Star blog of the Empress of Dongzhong, which predominantly featured political insights, expectations for her citizens, and updates on the galaxy's dynamics. Occasional glimpses of harmonious interactions with the sovereigns further reassured her that there existed normal females in this world. Hence, she resolved to cultivate a gentle persona on her Star blog to avoid any suspicions in her future interactions. Indeed, after viewing those female videos, Yang Chenyue genuinely felt that her approach towards males could be characterized by utmost tenderness. She discreetly infiltrated the male circles where partnerships were eschewed, evident from their names. This social platform was exclusively accessible to male beastmen, and due to the system's presumption of her identity as male, she was granted entry. The atmosphere here starkly contrasted with her previous experiences. The discourse largely revolved around grievances and frustrations about female oppression, that if they could not find a female who regarded them as human, they preferred to devolve into wild beasts, resisting any form of female subjugation. For, once they entered a partnership, their dependence on female pheromones and the ensuing obedience might compel them to act against their innermost convictions. Frankly speaking, Yang Chenyue believed this was a more rational human response, were the comments on the Star blog not manipulated. After perusing the platform for a while, Yang Chenyue lost interest. The sentiments expressed were largely repetitive, rendering further exploration unnecessary. As she aimlessly scrolled through her holographic device, a thought struck her, prompting her to search for Bai Xuan. Instantly, his striking photograph and profile appeared. Bai Xuan, male, 28 years old, beast form silver wolf. A-grade strength, general of the 1st Legion of Dongzhong, a distinguished new generation male of the wolf clan. Wow, I didn't realize Bai Xuan was so formidable. Should I address him as General Bai upon our next encounter? Yang Chenyue mused aloud. She quickly typed in Zhao Ci for another search. Zhao Ci, male, 28 years old, beast form unknown, B-grade strength, chief physician of the 1st Legion of Dongzhong. Interesting, she pondered. Zhao Doctor's beast form remains a mystery. I wonder what it could be. Just then, she noticed a comment that caught her eye. A male who doesn't dare reveal his beast form can still be the chief physician of the 1st Legion. The military has specific requirements regarding male beast forms. They must be of the ferocious variety, except for Nanzhong, which military would accept herbivorous beastmen. Zhao Ci must be unworthy of respect, hence the name he chose. He likely concealed his beast form, perhaps out of shame for being a herbivore, aspiring to gain respect within the military. Herbivorous beastmen should dutifully serve their wives. Females are naturally drawn to gentle herbivores. Leaving the military could significantly increase his chances of finding a partner. I heard he spends every day with the general of the 1st Legion. Oh, you think something is going on between them? Let us not speculate baselessly. It's people like you who drag down the rankings of males in the military. Females simply do not prefer ferocious beasts. That is a fact, and we are merely stating it. What impact does it have on their rankings? Just look at the top males in the male rankings. Aren't most of them herbivores? As the comments escalated, Yang Chenyue sighed and exited. She anticipated such discourse surrounding Zhao Doctor online. It was no wonder he felt insecure. Reflecting on the male rankings mentioned earlier, she inputted male rankings into her holographic device. And sure enough, various versions appeared. Point 1 version listed a rabbit beastman, named Yuchun at the top. Yang Chenyue's interest was piqued, not only because he was a rabbit, but also due to the similarity of their names. Her fondness for rabbits colored her perception, leading her to envision a rabbit beastman as gentle, harmless, and adorably cuddly. Out of curiosity, she clicked on his Star blog, only to be taken aback. His posts were filled with disdain for females, often attacking them. The pinned post read, "Females, please don't bother me." Yang Chenyue quietly retreated. It seemed this world also harbored anti-marriage advocates, but his words were exceedingly harsh. How could someone so vitriolic hold the top position in the male rankings? Yang Chenyue's idealized image of rabbit beastmen was slightly tarnished. At that moment, the top-ranked rabbit beastman was being reprimanded for his training. "You Chun, look at yourself. How many top females have you rejected? You disregarded those A and B grade females, but now you have over 10 top-tier females vying for your attention. What are you truly seeking?" Having discovered that Yu Chun had blocked several top females who expressed interest in him, his mother was at her wit's end. "Look at this golden opportunity. Our galaxy is predominantly composed of herbivores. If you were to marry a top female, it would elevate our status significantly. Why can't I be the one to marry out?" "Really? Yu Chun, you would be willing to marry out? That is splendid. I'll contact your future wife immediately." Wait. Mother, I merely refuted you instinctively. I've stated time and again that I do not seek a female. I intend to dedicate my life to our galaxy. You need not worry. Yu Pan has awakened as a top female. Though she has yet to reach the marriageable age, her potential is limitless that I will support her future, so you need not fret. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? I do not want you to devote your life to me. Go find a sister-in-law. I heard a top female was auctioned at the Dark Knight auction house a couple of days ago, and all the major galaxies are in a frenzy over her. Are you not interested in seeking her out? Yu Pan, stop being so self-important. Who said I wanted to dedicate my life to you? I'm into our galaxy. Furthermore, I'm not interested in that top female you mentioned. If you wish to find someone, do so yourself. I'm off the train. With that, Yu Chen departed the hall. Mother, look at my brother. What should we do? Although our herbivorous kind has a low tendency to lose control, my brother possesses immense strength and refuses to measure his control levels that I fear that one day. All right, Pan. I am aging, so please take care of your brother's affairs. Bring your friends and sisters to the palace more often. Perhaps one day your brother will take notice. Unbeknownst to them, in another galaxy, Yang Chenyue was captivated by another leaderboard. From the previous comments, it was evident that ferocious male beastmen ranked quite low, yet the top of this leaderboard was occupied by a tiger beastman. Upon further inspection, she discovered that this tiger beastman was the only S-grade strength owner in Dongzhong, Marshal Ling Tian. The name indeed exuded power. As she scrolled down, she learned that his presence had propelled Dongzhong to the forefront of the 4 major galaxies. So he was a great hero of the galaxy, with max combat capabilities. No wonder he held the top rank. Yang Chenyue, feeling a surge of curiosity, clicked into his star blog, only to find it barren and devoid of content. Ah, what an aloof marshal he must be. Suddenly, a comment caught her attention. Marshal Ling has sacrificed so much for the galaxy. Why is he imprisoned in the Control Bureau? The marshal lost control. Yang Chenyue hastily searched for relevant information that it turned out that during the last battle with the aliens, Ling Tian unexpectedly transformed into a beast form after inadvertently being hit by an alien drug. No amount of pheromone soothing from females had any effect, and even potential mates could not approach him within a 10-meter radius. Despite the relentless efforts of scientists, they were unable to restore him to his human form or sanity. However, due to his contributions to the Empire, he was merely confined in a relatively well-conditioned facility for those who had partially lost control of their rationality. Yet, the security system of this facility was somewhat lax. Allowing him to escape, it is unimaginable how many beastmen would be harmed if he rampaged throughout the galaxy. Were it not for the direct intervention of the Empress, a top-tier female, who forcibly subdued him with pheromones. Causing him momentary confusion, it would have been impossible for anyone to contain him and transfer him to the high-security facility. Unfortunately, the Empress was also severely injured due to his resistance. There are claims that Ling Tian's power has surpassed S level and reached SS level, which explains how he managed to injure the top-tier female Empress. However, none of this matters now. He is completely out of control, imprisoned in the facility. Even awakening his SS power would not allow him to contribute to the galaxy. Yang Chenyue sighed upon reading this. It is truly a pity to see a once great hero fall. Yang Chenyue then checked the rankings of Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci. Naturally, only prominent males could make it onto the male leaderboard. Among these esteemed individuals, as the comment suggested, Zhao Ci was positioned at the very bottom, while Bai Xuan was consistently ranked near the 10th from the bottom. The reason was that he often clashed with females and had even spent time in jail for it. The most sensational incident occurred last month when he publicly rejected the courtship proposal from the galaxy's top-tier female, Su Yao, in a fit of anger. The princess sent him home for 3 months of reflection. Yang Chenyue chuckled upon reading this. She never expected Bai Xuan, this big dog, to possess such courage to reject a top-tier female, especially a princess. Looking more closely at the time, he was still in his reflection period. No wonder he had time to visit auction houses on other planets. Thinking about the auction house, Yang Chenyue began searching for information about the auction where she was sold. Aside from the name, Dark Knight Auction House, she found nothing else. Chapter 15. Happiness. Although she did not obtain any news about the Dark Knight Auction House, Yang Chenyue stumbled upon information about herself. How could this not be considered a twist of fate? Ever since Yang Chenyue was bought by Bai Xuan, the crowd had dispersed from the territory of the Dark Knight Auction House, allowing them to communicate using their light brains. Thus, the news of the top-tier female's appearance and subsequent acquisition by Dong Zhongxing vanished without a trace. The comment section was remarkably uniform, with countless pleas for a photo of the top-tier female. I second that. Add one. Add one. Finally, someone disrupted the chorus. Wake up! A top-tier female is a treasure of every galaxy. How could you expect to see her easily? Among the current top-tier females, aside from a few galaxy rulers, whose photo have you ever seen? Oh my, the newly discovered top-tier female. Why is she not in Zhongxing? Once she registers her citizenship, I will apply to be her mate. I envy the males of Dong Zhongxing. They have gained another female, and a top-tier one at that. Dozens, if not hundreds, of males will soon find partners. Upon reading this, Yang Chenyue nearly choked on her own saliva. Dozens or hundreds? How terrifying. Having been raised with a monogamous education, she still hoped for a lifelong companion. Even in Otome games, with an all-male option. There were only 5, and she could hardly manage that many. How could anyone handle dozens or hundreds? At this thought, Yang Chenyue's face flushed slightly. She continued scrolling through the comments. I am from Dong Zhongxing. You can look forward to the matchmaking mechanism. Upstairs, don't attract hatred. Go away. Upstairs, take a look in the mirror. I specifically searched your ID. As a C-level male, what matchmaking mechanism could possibly connect to you? Haha, this is hilarious. Plenty of low-level males are waiting for a match. Dream on. I've already started dreaming. Everyone check out my homepage for the story. What story? Is it the kind I think it is? I want to see it. Yang Chenyue felt a chill run down her spine. Although she liked to read colorful stories, having the protagonist be herself and an unfamiliar beastman felt strange. She quickly reported the comment to calm her emotions. Just then, a knock echoed once more. Your Highness, you have been in your room for a day. You must be hungry, knowing your clothes do not fit and that you are unaccustomed to nutrient solutions. I have purchased food and suitable clothing while passing by the trade planet. Bai Xuan's voice came from outside the door. Yang Chenyue hurriedly patted her face and got out of bed to open the door. At that moment, Zhao Ci's voice also rang out. Your Highness, you have yet to undergo a physical examination since you awoke. Growing up in such harsh conditions makes me genuinely worried. After you eat and change clothes, I will assist you with a comprehensive checkup to complete your health records. Yang Chenyue swung the door open. All right, I will follow your lead. Upon seeing Yang Chenyue's face, which was adorned with a radiant and charming smile akin to blooming spring flowers, one could not help but be captivated. This smile seemed to possess a magical power, uplifting even the surrounding atmosphere. Her lips curled slightly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth that gleamed with a gentle luster. Her beautiful eyes crescented, and within their depths flowed a myriad of tender affection that was utterly intoxicating. It was hard to say whose heartstrings this exquisite smile had stirred or how many had been left enchanted. Moreover, it was their first time hearing a female express a desire to heed a male's words. This petite female was indeed unique. Unlike others, she was not willful or unreasonable, nor did she harbor any disdain for them. Your Highness, please accompany me to the dining room. Let us see if the food suits your taste. Bai Xuan gestured politely. This awkward scene and the feeling of being so unexpectedly favored made Yang Chenyue quite uncomfortable. General Bai, Dr. Zhao, please do not call me Your Highness. It sounds odd. You can simply call me by my name. That truly acceptable. They both asked in unison. Of course. In my homeland, we all call each other by our names. If we are close, we do not use full names. Can I call you Yu? Bai Xuan asked excitedly, thrilled that this female allowed him to call her by her name, of course, General Bai. But you cannot call me General, just call me by my name. All right, Bai Xuan, is that fine? Bai Xuan's ears and tail could not help but emerge, wagging behind him, making Yang Chenyue tug at them. Noticing Yang Chenyue's fixation on Bai Xuan's tail, Zhao Ci immediately stepped forward to block her view. Can I call you Air? How about you call me by my name too? Sure, Dr. Zhao Ci. Hearing the answer he desired, Zhao Ci's warm demeanor seemed to bubble with pinkish delight. No, they could not maintain this awkward atmosphere any longer. Yang Chenyue forced herself to calm down. I am hungry. Let us go eat. The two seemed to finally remember this, and hurriedly led Yang Chenyue towards the dining room. Chapter 16. Captivation. On the dining table lay an array of exquisite dishes. Yang Chenyue's eyes sparkled. She never expected there to be such a variety of delicacies in the beast world. This was far more appetizing than nutrient solutions, and she felt fortunate, seeing the gleam in Yang Chenyue's eyes. Bai Xuan felt that his day's efforts were not in vain. He had scoured the best eateries on the trade planet to gather such a feast. Zhao Ci thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Yang Chenyue and set the utensils, standing on either side of her. This made Yang Chenyue feel uncomfortable. With so much food, how could she be the only one eating? She quickly urged Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci to sit down. You two must not have eaten yet, right? Don't just stand there. Come sit and eat with me. There is so much food that I can't finish it all. It would be a pity to waste it. In the beast world, it was rare for males to dine at the same table as a female, unless it was a female's cherished mate. This left Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci somewhat stunned. What astonished them even more was Yang Chenyue's notion of wasting food. In their minds, any food a female liked, even if only a bite was taken before being discarded, would not be considered wasteful. Under Yang Chenyue's persistent urging, the two of them gingerly sat beside her. Yang Chenyue found their behavior amusing. It seemed she would need to gradually correct their habits, or future interactions would be quite awkward. Yang Chenyue was shocked by her own thoughts. What did she mean by future? What was she thinking? Returning to Dong's Hongsing, everyone would have their own lives, and meals together would become a rarity. Could it be that I actually yearned to live alongside them perpetually? As if concealing something, Yang Chenyue immediately picked up a fork and served some dishes into Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci's bowls. Observing that Yang Chenyue did not eat first but prioritized serving them, both Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci displayed expressions of concern. It seemed that the little female had indeed suffered greatly in the past. Instinctively seeking to please the males, they silently vowed to protect Yang Chenyue from any harm in the future. Look, the two individuals who initially felt indifferent towards Yang Chenyue, even contemplating her demise, had now completely succumbed to her charm. After satisfying their appetites, Bai Xuan eagerly led Yang Chenyue to a wardrobe. The moment the door swung open, Yang Chenyue felt as though she had entered a quaint clothing store, filled with an array of garments in various styles. Yeah, I'm not sure which style you prefer, but I bought every piece that suits your size from the trade planet. You can change outfits daily. Bai Xuan proclaimed with anticipation. Witnessing the eagerness in Bai Xuan's demeanor, Yang Chenyue felt herself on the verge of capitulation. During her time on Earth, she had never experienced parental love and had never possessed a wardrobe of her own. Always sharing her space with other children in the orphanage T school, she had lived in dormitories from 8-person rooms in high school to 4-person ones in university, never enjoying such treatment. Yang Chenyue thought to herself that she must have saved the galaxy in a past life to have crossed into this world. The mere thought brought moisture to her eyes. Zhao Ci was the first to notice her distress. What's wrong? Don't cry. Did Bai Xuan do something wrong? I can help you punish him, but it was then that Bai Xuan noticed the glimmer of tears in Yang Chenyue's eyes. Yeah, is there something about these clothes that displeases you? I'll throw them out immediately, and we can buy new ones on the next trade planet, all right? Yang Chenyue quickly realized her outburst and hastily helped Bai Xuan to his feet. No, I truly love these clothes. I'm just so moved. Thank you both. And please, no more kneeling before me. If there are any disagreements in the future, let us discuss them calmly, shall we? Yang Chenyue expressed her thoughts in one breath. And to Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci, her sentiments were utterly unprecedented. Despite their long-standing dissatisfaction with females, and even having once resolved never to seek a partner again, they had never considered placing themselves on equal footing with a female. Her words stirred ripples across the tranquil surface of their hearts. How could this little female, who had captured their affection, evoke even greater love within them? All right, we understand. Thank you. They echoed in unison, silently expressing their gratitude for her presence in their lives. Now, we're family, so let us not be formal. Quickly change into an outfit, and let us go for a health check, Zhao Ci urged, always mindful of Yang Chenyue's well-being. What family? What nonsense are you saying? You both need to leave. I'm going to change. Upon hearing Zhao Ci's words, Yang Chenyue's face flushed crimson as she pushed them out of the wardrobe and swiftly closed the door. What on earth? How could Zhao Ci say something so flirtatious with such sincerity? Is this really the Zhao doctor I know? Family. Do they both wish to pursue me? I'm not prepared for that. Although Yang Chenyue had come to terms with the concept of polyandry after familiarizing herself with this world, that did not mean she was ready to accept 2 husbands within her first month here. While both Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci fit her criteria for partners remarkably well, the prospect was still daunting. Frustrated, Yang Chenyue raked her fingers through her hair and decided to stop overthinking. According to the information she had gathered from her light brain, the legal age for females to enter into matrimony here was 22, and she was only 20 this year, meaning she had 2 more years to wait. As long as she did not agree, no one could make a move on her during that time. Yang Chenyue quickly patted her flushed cheeks, dove into the pile of clothes, and began selecting outfits to try on. Chapter 17. Astonishing beauty. Yang Chenyue gazed at the array of lingerie and undergarments, her lips twitching in disbelief. Goodness, I can hardly fathom how Bai Xuan managed to procure these items, and why are they all adorned with lace? Could it be that all females in this world favored such styles? She picked out a mint green set to try on, and to her surprise, it fit perfectly, after shedding the slightly tight undergarment. Yang Chenyue felt liberated from her constraints. However, a troubling thought struck her. How did Bai Xuan know her size? This piece was so loose that it was impossible to discern her measurements. Could it be that this lecherous individual had barged in while she was bathing and caught a glimpse of her? The mere thought caused her cheeks to burn even more. How could someone behave in such a manner? Respect personal boundaries, for heaven's sake. Noticing that she had been inside for quite some time, Bai Xuan couldn't help but knock on the door. Have you finished changing? If you're done, please come out. We're worried about your health. Hearing the you draped over her shoulders was a diaphanous lace shawl, which added an air of mystery and a dreamlike quality to her presence. She gazed contentedly at her reflection in the mirror, yet lamented her inability to style her hair and apply makeup. If only someone could assist her. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she tentatively inquired within the room, "Is there a robot that can help me with hairstyling and makeup?" "Master, Zhao Ci is here to serve you. As if on cue, a chunky yet endearing robot emerged from the corner of the room, holding accessories and shoes that complemented her dress. "Please try on these shoes, Master, and see if they meet your satisfaction." These exquisite shoes were crafted from the purest crystal, each gem painstakingly cut to reflect a dazzling brilliance. The shoe surface was adorned with a layer of transparent crystal shards, intricately arranged to create a unique texture that was both sturdy and lightweight. The heels, high and elegant, were similarly made of crystal, exuding an air of nobility tempered with fragility. The tip of each shoe was a resplendent crystal, while the interior was lined with soft silk, ensuring comfort and grace upon wearing. Yang Chenyue gently slipped her foot into the shoe, which fit her perfectly as if they were made solely for her. Even though she had never worn high heels before, she felt no discomfort. As she stood up, the crystal shoes shimmered enchantingly under the light, harmonizing beautifully with her gown, rendering her akin to a princess who had stepped out of fairy tale. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction at her new appearance and anticipation for the future. She twirled gently, her skirt swirling like a blooming mint flower, exuding a fresh and sweet fragrance in quick succession. The robot skillfully braided her long hair into 2 plaits, each adorned with mint green ribbons that echoed the color of her dress, imparting a playful yet elegant charm. Delicate mint green earrings dangled at her ears, swaying gently with her movements, as if whispering the secrets of spring. "Master, your hair is now styled, but Zhao Ci is unsure of what makeup is. Please provide a different description." Makeup refers to the application of various substances on one's face to enhance beauty. such as lightening the skin or making the eyes appear larger, which must be washed off before bedtime to return to one's natural appearance. I apologize, Master. But according to your description, Zhao Ci found that interstellar females do not engage in such practices. To achieve a lighter complexion, one must apply special agents, though their effects are minimal. Thus, the skin tones of interstellar females are mostly natural as for making the eyes appear larger. It seems that interstellar females do not concern themselves with the size of their eyes. After hearing the robot's explanation, Yang Chenyue realized that females in the beast world did not wear makeup, which was a relief. Having never worn makeup herself, she felt that avoiding it would simplify matters in the future. Chapter 18. Physical examination. In a cheerful mood, Yang Chenyue opened the wardrobe door, where Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci were already waiting. Upon hearing the sound of the door, they both looked up, their gazes instantly captivated by Yang Chenyue's new attire. Their eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration, as if they had stumbled upon a precious work of art. A faint blush graced Yang Chenyue's cheeks as she approached Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci, twirling gently to let her skirt billow gracefully. In that moment, their breaths almost halted, and they moved closer to her, their eyes filled with tenderness and joy. You look like a princess who has stepped out of a fairy tale. Bai Xuan's voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner excitement. This outfit truly suits you, making you appear even more delightful. Zhao Ci added, I never expected you to effortlessly switch between sexy and cute. Hearing their compliments, a soft blush spread across Yang Chenyue's cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. Thank you both. I also find this outfit comfortable and reflective of my style, she said, her voice gentle and sweet, like a spring breeze caressing the heart. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci reached out, each taking one of Yang Chenyue's hands in a warm and reassuring grasp. Come, we shall take you for a health checkup. With that, they led Yang Chenyue towards the treatment room. Being pulled along by two handsome gentlemen made her heart race, and she glanced sideways, thinking to herself that continuing like this wouldn't be so bad. Upon arriving at the treatment chamber, they reluctantly released her hands, and she thought, well, it seems this hand need not be washed today. Yang Chenyue obediently lay down in the treatment chamber, feeling a soft light sweep over her body before the chamber opened. She sat up in confusion. Is that it? Bai Xuan hurriedly lifted her from the chamber, causing Yang Chenyue to cling tightly to his neck, which elicited a broad smile from him. However, he did not forget the task at hand. As he placed Yang Chenyue beside Zhao Ci, who was operating a computer, instantly, a massive projection appeared before them. Name: Yang Chenyue. Gender: female. Age: unknown. Seeing unknown, Yang Chenyue quickly added, I am 20 years old. That aligns perfectly with your bone age. Bai Xuan nodded, and indeed the screen updated her age to 20. They continued to examine the information. Bone age: 20. Pheromone: Rose rating: beyond grade A, indicating top-tier health status. Good physical condition. Well developed. Upon reading the final conclusion, both Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci visibly relaxed. Wonderful news, you are now just like any other normal female, and you will no longer require treatment. Yang Chenyue nodded in agreement, recalling that her only notable trait back on Earth was her athleticism. She rarely fell ill. The most challenging experience of her life was after arriving in the beast world, particularly when she was injected with a serum by a male beast man in that place called the Dark Knight Auction House. The Dark Knight Auction House, since she couldn't find any information on the quantum brain, she wondered if these two military figures might know something. Noticing the transition from a joyful expression to a hint of melancholy on Yang Chenyue's face, Zhao Ci quickly asked, what's wrong? Is there an issue? After hesitating for a moment, Yang Chenyue slowly spoke. Do you know about the Dark Knight Auction House? Not just the name, but also its internal details. Upon hearing this, Bai Xuan's brow furrowed in concern. It seemed the Dark Knight Auction House had left a shadow over Yue. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so preoccupied. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully organized his thoughts. The Dark Knight Auction House is the territory of the largest pirate organization in the Star Realm, known as the Dark Knight. Their leader is a male named Youming, who possesses S-class strength. Most interstellar pirates are males abandoned by females, harboring resentment towards them and deriving pleasure from their mistreatment. No one knows the origins of Youming. He appears flawless, without any vulnerabilities. Such a powerful figure is not someone to be trifled with, which is why a delicate balance has been maintained between the 4-star systems and the Dark Knight organization. Now that you have escaped from the Dark Knight auction house, you are free. Let the past remain in the past and do not dwell on it. Once we return to Dongjong Star, you will have no further dealings with them. Do not fear. I and all the soldiers of the star system will protect you. After hearing this, Yang Chenyue nodded repeatedly, reassured that she would indeed have no further encounters with those detestable pirates. She was merely curious. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. What should she do now? Faced with Bai Xuan's fervent assurances, Yang Chenyue was uncertain how to respond. Sensing her discomfort, Zhao Ci interjected to ease the tension. All right, let us not dwell on that. We have been concealing our movements, fearing your error might attract unwanted attention. We are about to enter the territory of Dongjong Star, where we will be completely safe. After that, you will be able to venture out of the starship. Hearing that she would finally be able to go out, Yang Chenyue was filled with excitement. She had rarely shopped before. But now, in this high-tech beast world, she was determined to indulge herself and make up for the experiences she had missed in her first 20 years. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci also looked forward to taking Yang Chenyue out of the starship to explore and enjoy. As the three individuals yearned for a bright future, they remained oblivious to the encroaching danger. Chapter 19. The night falls on another luxurious starship. Youming sat in the captain's seat with a sullen expression. He had been tracking the small female starship for several days, yet had received no information. The buyer who acquired the small female had utilized the resources of the 4-mineral star, which was affiliated with the Dongjong Star. Thus, it was certain that they were heading towards Dongjong Star with the small female. However, despite following all routes leading to Dongjong Star, he found no trace. There were two possibilities. Either his judgment was flawed and the small female had not gone to Dongjong Star, which seemed unlikely, or the Dongjong Star had deployed advanced military vessels, activating counter-surveillance systems that rendered him unable to locate her. Yet, as he was about to enter the domain of Dongjong Star, if he could not find the small female, he would lose all opportunity once they crossed into Dongjong Star. Although his power was formidable, and entering and exiting Dongjong Star posed no issue, extracting the small female unharmed from Dongjong Star back to the Night Realm was simply impossible. With this thought, he irritably shattered the teacup beside him, which fortuitously landed near the feet of a subordinate who had come to deliver news. Youming glanced at the trembling subordinate kneeling below and irritably said, "If you have not found her, do not bother me again. Leave, lest I lose control and harm you. Boss, I have good news." The subordinate's words instantly illuminated Youming's eyes, prompting him to rise from his seat. "Quickly. Where? We must go immediately. We cannot allow them to enter Dongjong Star's territory. Boss, the coordinates have been modified. We will arrive shortly. Tell them to expedite the process, drain all other energy from the starship, and propel it at full speed." Yes. The subordinate hurriedly dashed out, pondering how his boss had truly lost his mind this time. Opting to sacrifice the starship's defenses for full speed, that if they were discovered and attacked with heavy weaponry, they would have no means of escape. It seemed that once a male acquired his desired female, he was utterly consumed by love and tea that moment. The three individuals in the treatment room stumbled, and fortunately, Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci simultaneously reached out to steady the faltering Yang Chenyue. Yang Chenyue blinked in confusion, wondering what was happening. This was her first experience of the starship's turbulence. Bai Xuan received a message from his subordinate via the light brain, revealing that the starship had been abruptly halted by an unknown force. This tightened the hearts of Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci. Had their covert movement been thwarted just as they were nearing Dongjong Star? Without hesitation, Bai Xuan quickly placed Yang Chenyue into Zhao Ci's embrace, instructing, "Protect her well, I will go and investigate." Zhao Ci nodded, tightening his hold on Yang Chenyue. Yang Chenyue sensed the gravity of the situation from her solemn expressions. Could it be that someone had come to capture her? "Do not worry. Whoever it is, I will not allow them to take you," Bai Xuan reassured her, gently patting her head before striding purposefully out. "Please be careful. If it becomes impossible to fight back, just give me up. Do not get hurt." Yang Chenyue called after Bai Xuan's retreating figure, but he offered no response, leaving her uncertain if he had even heard her. Zhao Ci softly comforted the person in his arms. "Rest assured, he is the general of the First Corps of Dongjong Star. an A-class powerhouse with extensive combat experience. No ordinary foe could possibly match him. Let us observe how he resolves this predicament. As he spoke, he casually operated the computer, projecting the scene of the standoff outside the starship before them. Chapter 20. The roadblock. Bai Xuan could hardly believe that the one blocking their path was the Night Organization, signified by the regal emblem on their starship, unmistakably indicating the presence of their leader, Youming. However, was not Yi sold to him? Did they now intend to reclaim her upon learning of her awakening as a top-tier female? Yet, how could he possibly contend with an S-class powerhouse like Youming? Even if he fought with his life on the line, employing heavy weaponry, how could he rescue those aboard the starship? Especially Yi. His mind raced, with his light brain analyzing various outcomes. Yet every calculated approach yielded a success rate of 0. Bai Xuan concluded that the only hope lay in stalling for reinforcements. The moment he spotted the Night Organization symbol, he had already sent a distress signal to Dongzhong Star. However, gathering troops and arriving would take time. If he could not engage with Youming, they might not arrive in time. Just as Bai Xuan pondered how to stall Youming, the starship's hatch slowly opened with a faint shudder and the sound of metal scraping. In an instant, a figure shot forth like lightning. It was Youming, draped in a flowing black cloak that billowed in the wind. He seemed to merge with the night itself. His tall stature and firm steps exuded an invisible pressure, akin to a king striding through the world. His handsome yet cold visage appeared even more enigmatic under the moonlight, with deep-set eyes glinting like cold stars, making it difficult to gaze directly at him. He advanced from the starship with an unparalleled regal demeanor, drawing the attention of all present. Yang Chenyue immediately recognized this man as the one who had entered the dungeon against the light that day. Unable to articulate her feelings, she remained silent, observing the standoff. Clearly, Youming was not inclined to engage in idle chatter. He swiftly incapacitated several male soldiers near Bai Xuan, causing Bai Xuan to stagger back. "You bunch of useless fools! How could you fail to protect such a precious female? Hand her over to me. I will treat her well," Youming shouted to Bai Xuan from a distance. Star pirates are often scorned for their unscrupulous nature, yet the Night Organization had always maintained a respectable reputation, thanks to the leader's wise governance and adherence to ethics, even restraining the rogue beastmen around him. Thus earning high credibility, the Night Auction House attracted dignitaries from various star systems precisely due to its emphasis on integrity. Since you have sold Yi to us at Dongzhong Star, do you not fear tarnishing the reputation of your Night Auction House by attempting to reclaim her? The thought of Yang Chenyue being taken by Youming felt like a knife piercing Bai Xuan's heart. He resolved silently that he would not allow Yang Chenyue to return to that hellish place. If they wished to take her, they would have to step over his dead body. Prepared for a fight to the death, Bai Xuan spoke more bluntly. "Ye leader, do you not fear united assault from the 4 major star systems? Even if you possess S-class strength, there are indeed opponents among the 4 major star systems who are your equals. A top-tier female is enough to provoke their intervention." Yet, Youming paid no heed to Bai Xuan's words. Muttering to himself, "So, your name is Yi? Yeah, you are surely mine." With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to retrieve something from the starship. Everyone anxiously focused on the hatch, fearing the emergence of a formidable weapon. Instead, they were taken aback as Youming's subordinates dragged out a filthy female and tossed her onto the ground. Youming looked down disdainfully at the female on the ground. "This female is the one we auctioned at the Night Auction House. The one you took was swapped in the dungeon by her beast husbands, so she is not one of our auction items, but rather a member of the Night Organization." He gestured for his subordinates to part her hair, revealing the special insignia that marked the auction items of the Night Auction House, even on humans. "This female bears our auction house's mark. She is the true item for auction, that if you do not believe me, you may summon Ye to verify. She bears no mark of our auction house." Bai Xuan recalled how he had seen Yang Chenyue in the bathroom that day. Indeed, she bore no markings, her skin glowing white. But what did that matter? Yi was terrified of the Night Organization. Even if she were not an auction item, but had been wronged, he would never return her now that he had saved her. Moreover, the truth of Youming's words was questionable. What if they had raised Yi without a mark to ensure a higher sale price? Chapter 21. The balance of power. Yang Chenyue, watching the holographic projection, was equally taken aback. Was it possible that she was not merely an item picked up by the night auction house, but truly had been swapped by this female's beast husbands to suffer in that dungeon? After all, she had meticulously examined her own body and found no markings. Moreover, from the conversation she had just overheard, it was evident that this leader held a high reputation. Typically, such top-tier powerhouses would not stoop to deception. But what did he mean by claiming he would treat her well? Did he harbor feelings for her? Impossible. Yang Chenyue quickly shook her head. She had encountered this leader in the dungeon, and he had been utterly indifferent towards her. How could he possibly have developed an affection for her? The most likely scenario was that he sought to claim her simply because he recognized her as a top-tier female. It just so happens that I am not one of their auction items, which makes my position all the more justified. Yet, why would a formidable individual like him seek to take me for himself? As Yang Chenyue pondered this, a realization struck her with clarity. Indeed, in the beast realm, the stronger the male beast man, the higher the probability of losing control. Correspondingly, the more powerful the male beast man, the higher the level of female required for solace. Among the 4 major star systems, there are no more than 10 top-tier females in each, all well protected, making it exceedingly difficult to seize them. That as for me, I am a recently discovered entity, likely lacking any citizenship and not situated within the territory of a powerful star system. With no relatives to speak of, I am indeed the optimal target for capture. It appears that he has come to take me for his own comfort. The thought of those brief videos and written descriptions she had seen on the light brain sent chills down her spine. If it were merely a light consolation for the beast man, then releasing pheromones to soothe would suffice. However, few males can resist the allure of pheromones. They are often driven to commit unspeakable acts, which is one reason many females punish males. If the aim is to reduce loss of control, relying solely on mental comfort is inadequate. For a powerhouse like Youming to take me back for solace, would that not imply a desire for something more intimate? It is said that during the soothing process, males can easily go mad, losing control and harming females. The best outcome may only result in the female suffering some injury, while those with weaker self-control might even snap a female's neck in a single bite. Thus, most females prefer herbivorous beastmen. They are gentle, and even if they lose control slightly in bed, it is unlikely to lead to serious harm. While ferocious beast types may also be chosen as mates, they typically end up as bodyguards after mating once or twice. Yang Chenyue thought, a powerhouse like Youming must belong to the ferocious category. If he truly intends to forcefully bind himself to me, how can my slender limbs withstand such a fate? Moreover, it is said that to conceive offspring, one must mate in beast form with a male. Heaven forbid, she had seen Bai Xuan's beast form, which was several times larger than the wolves in a zoo, not to mention that Youming appeared even more robust than Bai Xuan in human form. If such a thing were to occur, surely I would be ruined. No, I cannot be captured. As Yang Chenyue's mind raced with thoughts of how to escape, if captured, the confrontation between Bai Xuan and Youming was on the verge of eruption. Noticing Bai Xuan's inaction, Youming grew impatient, questioning whether Bai Xuan doubted his words, as he never stooped to deceit. I have come merely to rectify this misunderstanding. This female intended for auction belongs to you. Return ye to me. Otherwise, I shall ensure that none aboard this starship return, for I am no benevolent soul. Is it not fitting for a space pirate to slay everyone here? The pirate leader laughed. I've just taken ye from your auction stage in plain view. How could there be any deception? There's no misunderstanding here. I implore you to step aside, for the area ahead is the territory of Dongjong Star. Bai Xuan's words were clearly laden with threat. He sensed that reinforcements from Dongjong Star were imminent. Youming and his crew had evidently traveled a long distance, and if they clashed with the heavy artillery of the reinforcements, the outcome remained uncertain. Youming, evidently aware of this, sneered, "Do you think I would engage in a battle unprepared? I would not have survived to this day. Even if reinforcements from Dongjong Star arrive, what can they do to me? This is not Dongjong Star. This is beyond the star systems. This is the domain of pirates, where I reign supreme." As if to affirm Youming's words, Bai Xuan received a frantic call from the leader of the reinforcements. On the other end, the commanding general reported that they had just departed from Dongjong Star when they were ambushed by lurking pirates, suffering heavy casualties. The current situation was stalemated, and they would likely be unable to arrive on time. Bai Xuan gritted his teeth, cursing, "It seems we have no choice but to fight." Resolute, he immediately commanded his forces to launch a coordinated attack. However, despite trying various weapons aboard the starship, none proved effective against Yi Youming's fleet. While Yi Youming's counterattacks inflicted significant losses upon them, capture the thief. One must first capture the king. Bai Xuan understood this principle well, though he was uncertain whether he had even the slightest chance of victory against Yi Youming. Yet, regardless, he had to try. He could not bear to watch Yi be taken from him. It would be more painful than death. With this thought, he transformed into his beast form, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. Unleashing his A-class powered, a silver-white snow wolf, undeterred by the barrage of firepower, leaped swiftly toward Yi Youming. Yang Chenyue watched this scene unfold on the projection, her palms clammy with sweat. "Be careful," she had just uttered when she saw the snow wolf sent flying. Crashing heavily onto the starship, Zhao Ci was equally stunned. It had been defeated in a single move, revealing a clear disparity in power. If Bai Xuan were to fail, how could she, a mere B-class power wielder, stop Yi Youming from taking Yuer? As she was lost in thought, Yang Chenyue emerged from his embrace, hastily attempting to exit the starship to check on Bai Xuan's injuries. Zhao Ci, startled, swiftly restrained her from moving. "No, you cannot go out. They are after you. If you step outside, you will never return. Bai Xuan entrusted you to me, and I shall not allow you to leave the infirmary even for a moment. Without a nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? If Bai Xuan is defeated and the starship breached, I will have nowhere to flee. Do not worry. I will protect you when the time comes." Zhao Ci silently resolved that if it truly came to a do-or-die situation, he would render Yuer unconscious and place her in the infirmary, igniting the starship to perish alongside her foes. But, Dr. Zhao, all of us combined cannot match even one of Yi Youming. It would be better to surrender me to ensure your safety. No, protecting females is our duty. That we cannot allow you to take such risks. Seeing that she could not persuade Zhao Ci, yet unwilling to endanger them, Yang Chenyue's mind raced for another approach. "Dr. Zhao, witnessing such a projection pains me greatly. That I feel an overwhelming anger in my helplessness. Do you have any harmless substance that can temporarily numb one's senses? If you could give me a bit, I could sleep through this chaos, and you would be able to watch over me more effectively." At that moment, Zhao Ci was equally flustered, failing to notice the flaws in Yang Chenyue's request. Nodding, he retrieved a small vial from the nearby medical kit. "Drink this, and you will feel no other sensations. I assure you it is harmless." Yang Chenyue accepted the vial and downed its contents in one go, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhao Ci. Zhao Ci returned her gaze, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat intimate. Suddenly, Yang Chenyue stood on her tiptoes and kissed Zhao Ci's lips. In that instant, Zhao Ci's mind went blank. He was unsure how to respond. Yet almost immediately, he felt a liquid entering his mouth. Instinctively swallowing, he only realized the gravity of the situation afterward. This was the very numbing agent Yang Chenyue had just consumed. Oh no! The only thought that crossed Zhao Ci's mind before losing consciousness was that he was about to lose her. Yang Chenyue hurriedly supported the limp Zhao Ci, calling for a robot to move him to the bed. Her expression filled with guilt as she stepped out of the starship. She had never anticipated resorting to such measures to escape Zhao Ci. This was her first kiss. She touched her lips, thinking, well, kissing such a handsome man was not a loss, and Dr. Zhao's lips were cool and soft, delightful to kiss. This is what kissing feels like. No wonder some people become addicted. Shaking off those improper thoughts, Yang Chenyue resolutely made her way outside. Chapter 22. The reunion. Fortunately, as a female, all permissions aboard the starship were granted to her, allowing her to pass through without hindrance. Guided by the robots, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Bai Xuan attempting to charge again, only to be overturned by Yi Youming on the starship. "Stop!" Just as Yi Youming was about to deliver a fatal blow to Bai Xuan, Yang Chenyue urgently intervened. The presence of a female voice stunned everyone present. The conditions of the universe are vastly different from those on a planet, making it difficult for females to survive long in space, and even for brief periods, they would feel extremely uncomfortable. Thus, no female would expose herself in the cosmos. They all turned to the source of the voice. And what met their eyes first were a pair of crystal-clear shoes, followed by a dress in a refreshing mint green, gradually revealing a face of unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial being. There she was, the stunning female emerging from the starship, sprinting toward the deck. Youming was equally entranced. So this was the true appearance of the female he had overlooked in the dungeon. He prided himself on having seen countless beautiful females, including some of the top-tier ones, yet none possessed her ethereal aura, her exquisite features, and a fragility that made one want to shield and protect her. Youming regretted not having taken a second glance at her in the dungeon. Perhaps if he had, things would have turned out differently. At this moment, Yang Chenyue found herself in a rather distressing situation. She had not anticipated that the air beyond the starship would be so thin, making her breathing quite labored. Fortunately, her previous experiences gathering various plant specimens in the mountains of Yunnan had somewhat acclimatized her to the sensation of oxygen deprivation. However, due to the pull of gravity, each step felt akin to treading upon cotton, devoid of any real contact with the ground, as if she might topple at any moment. Yet, there was no time for such concerns. She could not bear to watch as Bai Xuan faced death because of her. Stumbling forward, she ran with urgency. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Yang Chenyue finally threw herself beside Bai Xuan. Gazing at the bloodied silver wolf, she could not contain her tears. Bai Xuan, how are you? Why were you so foolish as to fight so desperately? Did I not tell you that if we could not win, you should surrender me? It would be all right. As she looked at her weeping beloved, Bai Xuan transformed back into human form, gently caressing her face with his fingers. Do not cry. I love to see you smile. I will not let anyone take you from me, unless I am dead. With that, he cast a fierce glare at Youming. Even as blood continued to trickle from his mouth, Yang Chenyue gestured for him to be silent while softly stroking his back. Youming was taken aback. She had come out for the very male he was about to kill, and she was shedding so many tears. Was it not said that females exposed to the cosmos for too long would perish? Even a moment of exposure would cause them discomfort. Moon had been away from the starship for almost 5 minutes now. How much suffering must she be enduring? She appeared so fragile. Would she not perish soon? Was she truly willing to go to such lengths for a male? A torrent of thoughts surged within Youming. The other beastmen around them were equally struck by the unfolding scene. Moon, come here, to my starship. You cannot remain exposed to the cosmos for so long. Youming endeavored to soften his tone, fearful of frightening Yang Chenyue. Upon hearing this, Bai Xuan immediately grew anxious. Shaking his head vigorously while gripping Yang Chenyue's hand tightly, Yang Chenyue patted Bai Xuan's hand, then turned to Youming, saying, Moon, who permitted you to call me that? You were the one who sold me. Now you come to reclaim me. What do I mean to you? A mere object to be toyed with. Faced with Yang Chenyue's accusations, Youming appeared flustered, his words tumbling into disarray. No, Moon, please let me explain. No, Moon, tell me your name. How should I address you? I never regarded you as an object that I care for you. I wish to be your partner. Finally expressing his feelings, Youming looked at Yang Chenyue with a fervent earnestness, as if awaiting divine guidance, hoping for her response. With a cold laugh, Yang Chenyue retorted, You love me, if I recall correctly. This is our first official meeting. The last encounter in the dungeon does not count. You did not even spare me a glance. When I opened my eyes and found myself ensnared, I desperately wished for someone to rescue me. It was then that you appeared, backlit by the light. I had hoped you would save me. But the moment the door closed, so too did my hope that I was treated like a commodity, injected with drugs by your subordinates. Now you tell me you love me. Do you think that is credible? Observing Yang Chenyue's composure despite her exposure to the cosmos and her ability to converse normally, Youming and the others felt a sense of relief. They marveled at the other female's pretentiousness. If someone as delicate as Yang Chenyue could endure the cosmos for so long, how could the robust females claim to suffer? Youming quickly clarified. Moon, I truly did not recognize you at that time. That I regret it now. Had I observed carefully, I would have noticed the differences between you and her. With a dismissive kick at the female by his feet, he continued, My feelings for you are genuine, and I just defeated the male beside you. According to our customs, I have the right to take his place at your side. Bai Xuan exploded with fury upon hearing this. It struck a nerve. Though he understood the customs of the beast world, where males could duel for a female's affections, the thought of relinquishing Yang Chenyue to the notorious pirate lord filled him with dread. Would he not torment her, given her usual fears? Yang Chenyue offered Bai Xuan a reassuring look before addressing Youming. This is a rule of the beast world, not my own. I do not wish to choose the victor of a duel as my partner. Please leave. I have said that I will not leave without you today. Once I have eliminated everyone around you, you will naturally come to my side. Why Youming's irritation deepened at Yang Chenyue's defense of Bai Xuan. He felt a surge of jealousy. Why should that worthless male receive such concern from her? Observing Youming's furious expression, Yang Chenyue had no doubts about the authenticity of his words. She could not gamble with the lives aboard the starship. Closing her eyes, she steeled herself and inquired, "If I go with you, will you spare everyone here, including the ambushed rescue personnel?" Upon hearing Yang Chenyue's willingness to accompany him, Youming nodded eagerly. "Of course. My only goal is you. As long as you come with me, I promise not to lift a finger against them. Moreover, I've already deemed you my wife. I will obey your every command." Bai Xuan tightened his grip on Yang Chenyue's hand. Anguish and reluctance etched on his face. "No, Moon, I would rather die than see you go with him." Yang Chenyue slowly pried Bai Xuan's fingers apart, tears glistening in her eyes as she implored. "Bai Xuan, I cannot bear to watch you perish. I only wish for your survival." As Yang Chenyue and Bai Xuan exchanged tender words, Youming grew anxious. The soldiers surrounding them eyed them menacingly, and he could not simply board the starship to take her. Fearing complications, he quickly extended a platform from the starship and urged, Moon, come to me quickly. You cannot be exposed to the cosmos for too long. I will take you back to the starship and ensure you undergo a full examination. We must ascertain that you are unharmed." Yang Chenyue took a deep breath, realizing she could not evade this fate. She observed Youming's anxious demeanor, a mixture of emotions she could not decipher crossing his typically cold expression, but a sudden thought crossed her mind. What if he were not as he appeared online? If she resisted, would he respect her as Bai Xuan did? Speculating was futile. She could only take it one step at a time. Rising, she began to walk slowly towards the platform. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bai Xuan suddenly transformed into his beast form and charged at Youming. Caught off guard by his movement, Youming instinctively retaliated with lethal force. A reflex honed by years of wandering. In an instant, Bai Xuan was hurled back to the starship like a discarded doll. Seeing Bai Xuan crash to the ground, lifeless and devoid of energy, Yang Chenyue's heart plummeted down. No. She rushed to his side, where he lay in a pool of blood, his silver fur stained crimson, every inch of him marred by wounds, struggling for breath, with only the faint rise and fall of his abdomen indicating a flicker of life remaining. Yang Chenyue's hands trembled as she sought to staunch the bleeding, but with injuries so extensive, she did not know where to apply pressure. In desperation, she began to cry, "Bai Xuan, what is wrong? Please do not scare me. Get up. Did you not promise to accompany me throughout Dongzhong Star? How can you go back on your word?" But regardless of her pleas, Bai Xuan showed no reaction. She quickly called out for help. "Someone, please help me. Quickly, carry General Bai inside. Dr. Zhao has just been sedated. Does anyone know the antidote? We need to wake him to save him." Yet no one moved, observing Yang Chenyue's heart-wrenching sorrow. Youming felt a pang of jealousy, but more so a profound shock. He had never witnessed a female so heartbroken over a dying male. Once the initial shock faded, a wave of sympathy washed over him. Had he known her distress would be so profound, he would have refrained from striking back. Taking that hit would have been inconsequential. Perhaps it would have endeared her to him, and she would willingly choose to accompany him. She cared so deeply for this male, and now that he lay dying because of him, would Moon still refuse to go with him? Contemplating this possibility, Youming clenched his fists, momentarily forgetting that he had already drawn blood from his own hand. Should he forcibly take her away? Would she resent him? The thought of Yang Chenyue regarding him with hatred paralyzed him, leaving him rooted to the spot, unable to move. Chapter 24. Threats. The starship was enveloped in a heavy shroud of sorrow. The soldiers silent, their tears betraying their emotions as they fell onto the deck. The soldier closest to Yang Chenyue finally broke the silence. "It is futile. Even if Dr. Zhao awakens, he cannot save the general." Why not? Is it not true that the treatment pod in Dr. Zhao's chamber can swiftly heal all wounds? I was saved by him. We shall now carry Bai Xuan inside. As long as the wound heals swiftly, he will not bleed to death. Yang Chenyue shouted in agitation, as if this were the only way to conceal the turmoil within her heart. No, she could not accept such an outcome. Bai Xuan was the first person she had genuinely encountered since arriving in the beast realm, and he had shown her such kindness. She had yet to express her gratitude. And how could she allow him to die because of her? The formidable general, sacrificing himself for someone as inconsequential as her, would leave her to live a life steeped in regret. Observing Yang Chenyue's near madness, Youming felt a tumult of emotions, pain, jealousy, shock, all intertwining. The thought that flashed through his mind was, if only the person lying on the ground were him, then at least she would not be so heartbroken. She might even smile. Yet, this world does not entertain what IFS. Why Youming understood all too well that if Bai Xuan were to perish, there would be no hope for him and Yu. However, he knew the extent of his own actions. If there were a treatment pod, there might still be a chance. Yet, in the beast realm, treatment pods suitable for males were exceedingly rare. He possessed one. But alas, it was at the Dark Knight auction house. Even if they rushed Bai Xuan there now, he would likely succumb on the way. The soldier tremulously spoke up. The treatment pod on our starship is specifically designed for females. It cannot be utilized by males that if it detects that the life signs within are not female, the treatment protocol will not activate. Is there a treatment pod for males? Yes. Where? In Dongzhongxing. The lives of males are deemed less valuable. No one would dedicate research to create treatment pods for them. There are only 2 across the entirety of Dongzhongxing, and according to the Light Brain, the nearest one would take half a day to reach. Given Bai General's current state, I fear he may not last that long. Even if we immediately contacted the location of the treatment pod and had them prepare to bring it to us, we could cut the time by a third, but we are surrounded by star pirates, making it utterly impossible. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Yang Chenyue's resolve ignited once more. No, she must save Bai Xuan. Was it merely a matter of breaking through? As if struck by a sudden realization, Yang Chenyue calmed herself and slowly picked up Bai Xuan's sword, a symbol of his status as a general. I beg you, contact the location of the male treatment pod immediately and have him bring it to us. Inform the pilot to set course at full speed as soon as we break through. Does your highness have a brilliant plan? The soldier gazed at Yang Chenyue with excitement. She smiled faintly. That will depend on how much my life truly matters and how deep his professed affection runs. True love is about fulfillment and letting go. Her face was as pale as a sheet, her eyes reflecting determination and despair. With a sudden cry, she resolutely grasped the sword hilt, pulling it free from its sheath in a swift motion. She then steadied the sharp blade against her own slender neck. This unexpected action struck like a thunderclap, silencing the previously raucous crowd of beastmen. Eyes widened in shock, they could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before them. Some instinctively took a step back, fearful that a single misstep might provoke her into irrevocable harm. The air was thick with tension, time seemingly suspended in that moment. Youming was the first to regain his senses. Rushing from the starship to seize the sword from her. Don't come any closer, Yang Chenyue cried out, the blade slicing a line across her neck, blood trickling down on her green dress. Youming halted mid-stride, striving to temper his voice, afraid of provoking Yang Chenyue further. Do not act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly. Put down the sword. If you wish to save Bai Xuan, come with me. The Dark Knight auction house has a treatment pod specifically for males. We must get there as swiftly as possible. Perhaps there is still hope. Yang Chenyue hesitated, loosening her grip on the sword slightly. Seeing this, Youming rushed toward her again. Startled, she tightened her grip, deepening the cut on her neck. Youming, blocked by the soldiers, was forced to stop, his eyes wide with terror, fixated on the pale, delicate line of her neck. Blood flowed steadily from the wound, its vivid hue threatening to stain the world crimson, while her once fresh and elegant green dress became grotesquely marred by the shocking bloodstains. In that moment, the blood-soaked hem resembled a vibrant rose blooming amidst darkness, exuding a beauty that sent shivers down one's spine. But it was not a rose, it was Yang Chenyue's blood. And the sight of that grievous wound pierced Youming's heart. leaving him breathless with anguish. He had never felt such pain before, even when abandoned by his mother or bullied in the mines. His heart had never ached this fiercely. Overwhelmed by an unfamiliar emotion, he spoke with a trembling voice. You know, Your Highness, I beg you, do not harm yourself further. Tell me, what do you wish to accomplish? I will do anything within my power, even if it means sacrificing my own life. Yang Chenyue felt dizzy. The prolonged lack of oxygen had already taken a toll, and now, with her blood loss, she felt herself fading. Hearing Youming's words, she exhaled in relief, realizing her life still held significance. Could she allow him to die? It was a human life at stake. Besides, he had never harmed her. She could not bear to let him perish. After a moment of reflection, she spoke slowly. Let us leave safely and return to Dongzhongxing. Withdraw the ambush reinforcements. Very well, I promise, Youming replied, swiftly turning to his subordinates, shouting, clear the way. Withdraw. Tell the brothers stationed at the Dongzhongxing border to retreat as well. Upon hearing Yang Chenyue's request, Youming hurriedly directed his men to clear a path. Fearing that a moment's delay might cost Yang Chenyue her life, Your Highness, may you now lower the sword? You are losing too much blood. Allow me to tend to your wound. Thank you. But it is unnecessary. Please leave. Yang Chenyue maintained her stance, turning to the soldiers beside her and calling out, quickly. We must accelerate our return to Dongzhongxing. The Starship S pilots, having prepared for this moment, immediately set the speed to maximum, swiftly departing Youming's sight. Chapter 25. Treatment exhausted, Yang Chenyue dropped the sword, and just as she was about to collapse, a pair of strong hands caught her from behind. Turning to look, she was astonished to see Zhao Ci. He was awake. Yang Chenyue's mind raced as she contemplated how to explain the medication incident to him. Zhao Ci, I can explain. I was just so worried about Bai Xuan. But Zhao Ci seemed unconcerned, his gaze fixed anxiously on the wound on her neck. You air quickly, back to the starship. The air here is too thin. It is not suitable for you females to linger. We must go to the treatment room to tend to your injury. Before Yang Chenyue could react, he scooped her up and dashed toward the starship. Wait, my injury is not serious. Save Bai Xuan first. Those people are not dead yet. Hearing Yang Chenyue still worrying about Bai Xuan at this critical moment, Zhao Ci felt an anger rising within him, but he refrained from expressing it, fearing it might frighten the person in his arms. Instead, he shot a fierce glare at the surrounding soldiers. The soldiers around them flinched. When had Dr. Chow become so formidable? He was usually as gentle as a spring breeze, never scolding them. With no time to ponder further, they hurriedly and cautiously moved Bai Xuan into the starship. Inside the treatment room, Zhao Ci quickly placed Yang Chenyue in the treatment pod and was about to close the hatch when she immediately struggled to sit up. Eager to check on Bai Xuan, who had been carried in alongside her, Zhao Ci pressed her down firmly. You air, what are you doing? Lie down and receive treatment. You are bleeding. I am fine. It is not a deep cut. And I did not sever an artery. I will stop bleeding soon. Please check on Bai Xuan. We have contacted the nearest treatment pod for males. We can meet them in the fastest possible hour. But will Bai Xuan last that long? Zhao Ci glanced at the lifeless Bai Xuan. Having fought alongside him for many years, they were like brothers, and seeing Bai Xuan in such a state caused him great distress. Yet, years of medical experience told him that Bai Xuan's current condition was sustained only by sheer willpower. His mental energy was rapidly depleting, and he likely would not survive half an hour. He sighed, not wishing to burden Yang Chenyue with more sorrow, and consoled her. Bai Xuan must leave it to fate. You must lie down. The instruments will automatically activate the treatment protocol upon detecting a female in distress. Observing Zhao Ci's demeanor, Yang Chenyue was no fool. She understood Bai Xuan's dire situation. Was there truly no hope? Must they simply wait? Closing her eyes, she slowly lay back down when suddenly a thought struck her. Wait, we must get Bai Xuan in here too. You air, what do you intend to do? Zhao Ci, didn't you say that the treatment pod activates upon detecting a female in distress? If I lie in there with Bai Xuan, will we not receive treatment together? Yang Chenyue gazed at Zhao Ci with fervor. Theoretically, this should be possible. With a heavy heart, Zhao Ci found himself at a loss for words, pondering the unprecedented thoughts that had never crossed anyone's mind in the beast realm. Yet, the moon, as always, had the power to astound with its eloquence. Then let the dead wolf be treated as a living one. Quickly, bring him in. Yang Chenyue hastily stood up to make room. The soldiers, their eyes alight with newfound purpose, swiftly carried Bai Xuan inside. However, Bai Xuan's beast form was significantly larger than that of a female, and as soon as he was placed within the treatment chamber, it became cramped. Yang Chenyue glanced around, gritted her teeth, and realizing time was of the essence, decided to use Bai Xuan as a cushion, carefully lying down while avoiding his most grievous injuries. As the hatch closed, the healing process within the chamber gradually commenced. The sensation was extraordinary. Yang Chenyue felt a warm current flowing through her body, and the pain in her neck vanished in an instant. 10 minutes later, the hatch opened slowly, and Yang Chenyue sat up bewildered. Was it truly over? As she touched her neck, she found not only the absence of pain, but also the complete disappearance of any scars. Yang Chenyue was astounded. This device was remarkably effective. It was a pity that such advanced technology was only utilized for the treatment of females. She hurriedly called over Zhao Ci, urging him, "Please check on Bai Xuan's condition. Has there been any improvement?" Zhao Ci examined Bai Xuan and noted that he had indeed stabilized somewhat. It was conceivable that he could endure for another half-hour. Yang Chenyue also observed that Bai Xuan's breathing had improved slightly, the wound appearing marginally smaller, evidence that the treatment was truly working. Zhao Ci could hardly contain his elation. It seemed Bai Xuan would survive until they regrouped. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh and the soldier's gasps filled the air, followed by Yang Chenyue's cry of pain. "It hurts." Zhao Ci turned to witness the scene. Yang Chenyue was gripping Bai Xuan's paw, the claws piercing her thigh like blades. His pupils dilated in horror as he forcefully pulled Bai Xuan's paw away, blood gushing forth and staining the silvery wolf beneath them an even deeper red. Zhao Ci's eyes were filled with a terrifying crimson hue as he fixated on Yang Chenyue's injury. Her face was pale with pain, beads of sweat trickling down her brow, although she knew the treatment chamber would hasten her recovery. The pain was real, yet, glancing at Bai Xuan beneath her, she deemed this momentary agony worthwhile if it meant saving him. Seeing Zhao Ci's stunned silence, Yang Chenyue nudged him. "It hurts so much." Zhao Ci, she pouted, shaking his hand in a playful manner. "Stop staring. I knew you would try to stop me if I did this, so I took the chance to use your paw to injure myself. Please, let me lie down and activate the treatment process quickly. Don't let my injury go to waste." Zhao Ci, still in shock, could only nod, tears welling in his eyes as he stood up, overwhelmed by the sight before him. She had once again harmed herself without hesitation for the sake of a male. Due to the severity of Yang Chenyue's wound, the treatment lasted an entire hour. Once they emerged from the chamber, the male treatment facility would be ready, ensuring Bai Xuan's complete recovery. Zhao Ci finally exhaled, slumping into a chair, lost in thought. The surrounding soldiers remained in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the events of the day, which had shattered their long-held beliefs that in this world, there truly existed females willing to sacrifice their lives for males. Their mission had proven immensely worthwhile, and they felt an overwhelming sense of pride at the prospect of such females belonging to Dongzhong Star in the future. Chapter 26. You've captivated me after Youming's departure. The atmosphere aboard his starship was tense. His subordinates dared not breathe, fearful of incurring their leader's wrath. This was the first time in many years that their commander had personally led a mission, only to return empty-handed. Yet the events of the day had left them profoundly shaken. Had it not been for that female's desperate act, they would not have left in such disgrace. They furtively stole glances at their leader, imagining how fortunate they would be if such a female were their commander's consort. That moment, Youming was in turmoil. Initially, he had merely been captivated by the pleasant scent of the female's pheromones, wishing to capture her for his own comfort. However, he had not anticipated that the female named you would be not only a top-tier female, but also possess an allure in her appearance, demeanor, and character that ensnared him entirely, but he longed for the male she protected with her life to be himself. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he could not shake the concern for the wound on Yang Chenyue's neck. Although he trusted she would receive the best treatment, he felt an overwhelming urge to see her safe with his own eyes. Thus, he hacked into Yang Chenyue's starship surveillance to ascertain her condition. After all, His reputation as the universe's foremost hacker was not unfounded. Breaching a starship surveillance was child's play, something he had simply deemed beneath him until now. To his astonishment upon accessing the surveillance, he witnessed a scene that would forever remain etched in his memory. A frail female, risking her life to save a dying male by piercing her own thigh to initiate the treatment process. Youming found himself at a loss for words, his heart swelling with a mix of emotions, shock, concern, and ultimately, an overwhelming jealousy. He wished desperately that he were the one lying beneath Yang Chenyue, even if it meant sacrificing himself. From that moment onward, Youming was utterly captivated by Yang Chenyue. He knew he had irrevocably chosen her and would protect her silently, regardless of her acceptance. Yet he felt no regret. Rather, he was grateful for the chance to encounter such a remarkable female, for it reminded him that the world was not entirely devoid of hope. Gazing at Yang Chenyue's image on the screen, he yearned to be by her side, but he was acutely aware of her animosity towards him. How could he bridge the gap and be with her? Lost in thought, Youming suddenly noticed a robot in the corner, a smile creeping onto his lips. Then it shall be done. An hour passed swiftly, and Yang Chenyue's starship had entered the territory of Dongzhong Star, successfully rendezvousing with the medical team. In the treatment room, soldiers had dispersed to their duties, while Zhao Ci and other medical personnel stood vigil at the treatment chamber, poised to act the moment the hatch opened. Upon their arrival, they had heard of Yang Chenyue's audacious actions and were profoundly moved, eager to meet the extraordinary female. As the hatch opened, they beheld Yang Chenyue and Bai Xuan, who had reverted to his human form. Bai Xuan, bare and curled slightly due to the cramped space, held Yang Chenyue tenderly in his embrace, her head resting against his chest, a scene of beauty resembling a painting. Sensing the change in light, Yang Chenyue slowly opened her eyes. Realizing the unfamiliar sensation beneath her, she instinctively attempted to rise. Aware of her struggle, Bai Xuan gradually released his hold. As Yang Chenyue sat up and looked back, she saw that Bai Xuan had indeed transformed back into his human form, and she found herself perched atop him in an extremely intimate position within the treatment chamber. Instinctively, Yang Chenyue recoiled, but suddenly she bumped against something, causing her to leap up and swiftly exit the treatment chamber. Well, since Bai Xuan has returned to his human form, I'll leave the rest to Dr. Chow. I'm feeling tired and need a rest in my room. With a flushed face, she dashed out without a backward glance. You wait. Your body has only just recovered. Allow me to escort you back to your room. Zhao Ci called out urgently, unwilling to be outdone. Given Bai Xuan's swift rise and the blissful smile on his face, he knew the male was no longer in peril. No need. Zhao Ci, please ensure Bai Xuan receives proper care. I can manage to return with the robot. As soon as she finished speaking, a robot swiftly approached her side. Yang Chenyue was taken aback by its rapid response. Had it always been this quick? She had thought it had been slower in the past, but she had no time to ponder, for the memory of what she had just encountered made her cheeks flush crimson. She needed to return to her room to regain her composure and conceal her embarrassment from others. Thus, she followed the robot back to her quarters in the treatment chamber. Bai Xuan's eyes remained fixed on Yang Chenyue as she departed, lingering until her silhouette faded from view, lost in thought. Zhao Ci waved his hand in front of his face, breaking the spell. Stop grinning. If you're so reluctant, why not chase after her? Zhao Ci shot him an exasperated glare. Bai Xuan glanced down at himself, wishing he could pursue her, but he was still unclothed and unable to rise from his position. Heaven knows how elated he felt upon waking in the treatment chamber and realizing who lay in his embrace. He still believed he was on the brink of death, experiencing hallucinations. However, as the effects of the treatment became increasingly pronounced, he realized that he had truly been saved, cradling his beloved, who was willing to sacrifice her life for him. How could Bai Xuan not feel a surge of emotions? Judging by General Bai's appearance, he seemed to be recovering well. No need for the male treatment chamber. They would return to the base immediately. The long-ignored medical staff finally spoke up. Having witnessed the scenes they wished to see and confirming that the patient in need of rescue was now safe, they hurriedly exited the treatment room, not wanting to witness the sight of General Bai weeping, which would greatly undermine his dignity. That it was only then that Bai Xuan realized his current predicament. He was actually in the female treatment chamber. But wasn't that chamber designated solely for females? How could he possibly be using it? As if sensing his doubts, Zhao Ci, with a stern expression, tossed him a piece of clothing and silently played a video for him to view. The video depicted Yang Chenyue harming herself to activate the treatment chamber, and with each moment Bai Xuan watched, his heart ached more profoundly, ultimately breaking down into tears like a child. He had never seen or heard of a female harming herself for a male before. He felt that he was the happiest beast man in the universe. Zhao Ci, our wolf tribe recognizes only one mate in a lifetime. I had already chosen Yu, and now that she has done so much for me, I swear I will protect her with my life. If you wish to harm her, do not blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Ci opened his mouth, realizing that Bai Xuan knew of his previous intentions to harm Yang Chenyue, but now he felt nothing but love for her. Rest assured, I too have chosen you heir. I will not harm her, and my love for her is no less than yours, and I will also protect her with my life. Upon hearing this, Bai Xuan's fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. Zhao Ci continued. It would be futile for you to kill me now. You heir is a top-tier female, destined to have more than one beast husband. Even if I were to be one among many, it wouldn't matter. Besides, we are brothers, fighting on the same front. In the future, should we compete for her affection, the odds of me winning her over would be greater. Bai Xuan understood that Zhao Ci spoke the truth. Yet he could not accept it. He only wanted Yu to be his alone. However, that was evidently impossible. With a sigh, he said, "Please leave. I need some time alone to collect my thoughts. Get out. Get out. If you want to calm down, go back to your room. Do not linger in my treatment chamber." "Hey, Zhao Ci, you actually told me to get out. How impressive," Bai Xuan remarked as he exited the treatment chamber. Fine. I shall leave now. I won't hinder Dr. Zhao's work." After a bout of jesting, their relationship returned to its original state, silently upgrading from brothers to brothers in the harem of Yang Chenyue. After all, they were the beast men who had spent the most time together following her rescue. Once they arrived at the main city of Dongzhongxing to register their citizenship, they were also the most qualified to become her guardians and, subsequently, candidates for her partners. Chapter 27. Learning Chinese back in her room, Yang Chenyue was utterly unaware that the two had already determined their identities without her consent. She lay alone in her room, unable to sleep, feeling quite bored. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of a robot stealthily entering from the corner. It was a uniquely designed, futuristic entity, shimmering with a cold metallic luster, its intricate and precise components and circuits clearly visible. This was an entirely novel experience for her. After all, she had never had the opportunity to interact with such advanced and high-tech items up close before. Thus, a strong sense of curiosity and desire to explore welled up within her, prompting her to decide to play with this mysterious robot. That moment, Youming was nervously staring at the light brain, watching as Yang Chenyue slowly approached him, or more precisely, the robot he controlled. His chest began to rise and fall involuntarily, each breath feeling heavy and laborious, an invisible pressure tightening around his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. Simultaneously, he could distinctly feel his heart racing, its intense rhythm pounding like a drum against his chest. It should be noted that prior to this, no matter how grand the business transactions he faced or how extravagant the social events he attended, he had always managed to remain calm and composed. The stakes and the gazes of onlookers had never truly stirred such violent tremors in his heart. Yet at this moment, simply the presence of one individual, Yang Chenyue, rendered him completely devoid of his usual steadiness and composure. This was sufficient evidence that Yang Chenyue was no ordinary person to him. Her significance had transcended all past experiences and influences. Yang Chenyue had not spoken Mandarin in a long time, causing her sense of Earth to become increasingly vague. She pondered that although her life on Earth had not been ideal, that world still held many warm memories of her first 20 years. It was her homeland. The nostalgia ingrained in the bones of every Chinese person was inescapable, and she wished to remember it. Now, surrounded only by robots, she began to speak Mandarin to it. "Do you understand the language I'm speaking now? You surely don't, right? This is called Hanyu, or Chinese, the language of my homeland. But no one here speaks it, that I have been forced to learn your language. But of course, learning your language is also very important for me. At least I can communicate with you normally now." Tell me, if the AI on Earth can already recognize languages and translate, and if I teach you Chinese, can you learn it? Youming listened as Yang Chenyue rambled on, while countless light brains around him searched for information. But no records of such a language existed on any planet. Why Youming's forehead began to bead with sweat from urgency. Just then, he heard Yang Chenyue switch to the common interstellar language. What I just spoke was the language of my hometown. I know you can't understand it, but I don't want to forget it. You are a robot. Can you learn? Of course, I am willing to do anything for you. Youming excitedly controlled the robot to respond. Great. Yu actually wants the robot to learn the language of her home planet. Given the current situation, there should be very few people left on her home planet. At least she cannot return. If I learn it, then I can communicate with her in her native tongue. The distance between us will surely shorten, and the day of being by her side will not be far off. Hey, you robots provide emotional value so well. You can say you'd do anything for me. But I haven't asked Bai Xuan if I can have you at my disposal. Why Youming thought for a moment. Indeed, the robot he had hacked into was military equipment, and he wasn't sure if it could be assigned to a female. He also wondered if they would provide Yu with a more advanced robot after arriving at Dongzhongxing. Contemplating this, Youming controlled the robot to say, "That's completely possible. You just need to write an application to send to General Bai Xuan." "But I don't know how to write an application," Yang Chenyue replied, feeling somewhat distressed, unsure of how long she would have to stay on the starship. Having a robot to keep her company would be quite nice. "Do not worry, my master. I will send the application to General Bai Xuan right now." Immediately, an application was sent to Bai Xuan, but a swift reply from Bai Xuan appeared on the display screen of the robot's head, clearly indicating his unhesitating agreement. Shortly thereafter, Bai Xuan's star signal came through. "Yu, what are you on the robot for?" "The reason we haven't assigned you a dedicated robot these days is that we feared the ones on the military ship are too outdated for you and plan to provide you with a more advanced one after arriving at Dongzhongxing." No need. I think this robot is just fine. Thank you for allocating it to me. I'm just a bit bored on the starship and wanted to record the language of my hometown for easier communication later. I don't want to forget my hometown's language. Yu, if you're bored, you can find me, or Zhao Ci. We can also learn your hometown's language together. And no need. You and Dr. Zhao are both very busy, and I don't want to trouble you too much. Besides, robots learn faster, right? Once it learns, it can transmit the stored data to your light brain. Wouldn't that be quicker? All right then, Yu, stay in your room for a bit. I'll come and pick you up for dinner later. Zhao Ci is still tending to the injured soldiers and can't get away just yet. We have now entered the domain of Dongzhongxing, and I need to report the details of this mission to His Majesty. Okay, you all be busy. Don't mind me. Bye. After hanging up the star signal, Yang Chenyue eagerly looked at the robot, wondering where to start teaching. Should she treat it like a little friend and begin with Hanyu Pinyin? She glanced at the robot's metallic head, realizing that treating it like a little friend might not be quite appropriate. The disparity in appearance is rather striking. By the way, speaking of appearance, she pondered and then asked the robot, "Now that you have been assigned to me by Bai Xuan as my personal robot, can you change your form at will instead of maintaining the appearance of a military robot?" "Indeed, that's wonderful. I absolutely adore rabbits. Why don't you transform into a rabbit person with 2 long ears to accompany me?" Upon hearing her request, Youming was taken aback. Females indeed seem to favor herbivorous beastmen. Does Yaya like rabbit beastmen? He didn't wish to change, yet he could not reveal his true feelings. Reluctantly, he morphed into a black, adorably clumsy rabbit, intending to alter Yang Chenyue's perception of rabbit beastmen. Wow, what an adorable little black rabbit. The ears are so lifelike. I love it. From now on, you shall accompany me like this. Yang Chenyue was pleasantly surprised by the robot's transformation, finding the rabbit unexpectedly charming. Hearing her exclamation, Youming coughed, astonished. Had he misheard? The fact that Yaya expressed a liking for such a rabbit beast man was alarming. He hoped she would never encounter the rabbit beast man atop the rankings, for surely her heart would be ensnared. Nevertheless, as a robot, he had to maintain professionalism, promptly responding, "As you wish, my master. Shall we begin now? By the way, how can I teach you so that you can learn? You simply need to converse with me frequently. First, speak a sentence in the universal language of the cosmos, then repeat it in your native tongue. I will record it, and after a few months, I will analyze and extract these terms from your memory, thus generating a linguistic system for your home planet. It is quite simple. That sounds fantastic. Let us commence at once. In the spacious room, one person and one robot sat on the sofa, with Yang Chenyue patiently instructing the robot. Meanwhile, several light brains operated simultaneously on Youming's end, capturing every detail of the conversation as the warm afternoon unfolded in tranquil bliss. Chapter 28. The rabbit peaceful moments are always fleeting. During dinner, Bai Xuan arrived to escort Yang Chenyue to the dining hall. Upon seeing the rabbit robot open the door, he paused momentarily. Then a thought crossed his mind. He smiled slightly at Yang Chenyue. You truly adore rabbits, don't you? Indeed. Rabbits are so adorable. How could I not love them? Bai Xuan, after hearing this, shared the same concern as Youming. They must prevent her from encountering the top-ranking rabbit beastman. Fortunately, he was the commander of another star system. Otherwise, his position would be precarious. Yang Chenyue followed Bai Xuan to the dining hall, with the robot trailing closely behind. However, from dinner until she returned to her room, she did not catch a glimpse of Zhao Ci. Is Zhao Ci not joining us for dinner? Is he still busy treating the injured soldiers? When Bai Xuan escorted Yang Chenyue back to her room, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. He is fine. In a few days, you shall see him. During his absence, I will take good care of you. Upon hearing Bai Xuan's explanation, Yang Chenyue felt indifferent that in her mind, the profession of a soldier was both sacred and mysterious. Perhaps Zhao Ci was engaged in some covert mission. When shall we reach our destination? Currently, we are merely at the border of Dongjong Star. Even if the warship travels at its utmost speed, it will take approximately 3 days. If you find it unbearable aboard the starship, we will arrive at a planet slightly farther from the border tomorrow, and I shall take you out for a stroll. Really? Of course. However, His Majesty has arranged a welcoming banquet for you in 3 days. So upon our arrival, we must first register your citizenship information. Time is of the essence. We may only have 2 hours to explore. But fret not. Once we reach Dongjong Star, I shall ensure you have ample time to wander. Bai Xuan observed the glimmering anticipation in Yang Chenyue's eyes and felt a twinge of regret. No worries. Even 2 hours of exploration is a delight, and there will be plenty of opportunities thereafter. Yang Chenyue replied cheerfully. Since arriving in this world, she had either been confined to a cell or aboard the starship, never having ventured out to see the world. Although she had experienced outdoor holographic simulations, they were not comparable to the real thing. Bai Xuan checked the navigation information on his light brain and said, "You should rest early." I glanced at the schedule. We will depart tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, just in time to witness the fiery clouds at 8. Fiery clouds of Chixing. Yang Chenyue was a bit taken aback. Was it similar to the fiery clouds on Earth? Before Bai Xuan could respond, the rabbit robot interjected. Chixing, named for its entirely crimson surface and intense heat, displays the phenomenon of flames engulfing the clouds every morning at 8. It was discovered by a passing female, who was captivated by its extraordinary sight, leading to its development as one of the few border attractions in the Dongjong star system. Bai Xuan cast a surprised glance at the robot, but found nothing unusual. How curious could it be that Yaya had programmed it to respond? Why would the robot interject unexpectedly? Meanwhile, Yang Chenyue's attention was captured elsewhere. Fiery clouds. So it is truly as it sounds. Clouds ablaze with fire. How spectacular that must be! Yang Chenyue began to eagerly anticipate the next day's itinerary. Observing her excitement, Bai Xuan couldn't help but smile, realizing he needed to make arrangements to ensure Yaya had an unforgettable morning. Yaya, I shall go prepare for tomorrow's tour. You should rest early. Yang Chenyue gazed at Bai Xuan's beaming smile, momentarily entranced. This man is truly handsome. He was striking even with a stern expression. But with this smile, he is even more so. Noticing Yang Chenyue's adoring gaze, Youming, controlling the rabbit robot, promptly positioned it in front of her. Understood, General Bai. I will ensure my master rests. Please proceed with your preparations. This time, Yang Chenyue was somewhat startled. The robots here are so intelligent. They exhibit self-directed behavior. At that moment, Youming, who was controlling the rabbit robot, felt a tremor in his hand. Would this action raise suspicions? Bai Xuan was no expert in computing, so he would not notice anything amiss. But if an expert were to come along later, Wouldn't he expose himself? With this thought, he instantly regretted his impulsive behavior. To remain by her side like this, he was willing to endure her interactions with other males. Yang Chenyue, however, did not dwell on such matters. Little rabbit, let's go inside that I will teach you some more Chinese. And then you can help me assemble an outfit suitable for tomorrow's excursion. And remember to wake me up. I want to see the fiery clouds. With that, she peeked out from behind the little rabbit, waved goodbye to Bai Xuan, and pulled the rabbit robot inside. Closing the door, Bai Xuan smiled at her adorable demeanor, pleased that Yang Chenyue held no suspicions about the robot's behavior. He assumed it was indeed programmed by her and did not pursue the matter further. Hearing Yang Chenyue call him Little Rabbit, Youming finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Yang did not suspect him. Indeed, ever since learning Yang Chenyue's full name, he had taken to calling her Yang. Bai Xuan referred to her as Yi, while Zhao Ci called her Yue. He too desired a personal moniker. He chuckled helplessly at the thought of being called Little Rabbit. Yang's name was soft and sweet, and while he could tolerate being called Little Rabbit, he had emphasized to Yang several times that he had a designated name, which could be Yi. Yet, Yang insisted on calling him Little Rabbit. Gently caressing the screen displaying Yang Chenyue, Youming gazed at her with infatuation, yearning for the day he could truly be by her side without pretense. Chapter 29. The little cat Yang Chenyue sat down and continued teaching the robot some Chinese. Before long, she found herself leaning against the robot, drifting off to sleep. After the tumultuous events of the past few days, she was indeed quite fatigued and in need of proper rest. Youming watched her serene sleeping face through the screen. Feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him, he gently maneuvered the robot to cradle her and place her on the bed. Observing her attire, he thought, she must be uncomfortable sleeping like this. Nervously and eagerly, he rummaged through the wardrobe for a nightgown, intending to change her. However, just as his hand brushed against her waistband, he abruptly halted to know he couldn't change her clothes without Yang's consent. She would surely be displeased if she found out. He cherished her and must respect her boundaries. He couldn't act in such a manner. After contemplating, he severed his connection with the robot and instructed it to change her. Once the robot had helped Yang Chenyue into a nightgown, Youming reconnected, tenderly covering her with a blanket, and settled down beside her bed to keep watch at 6 in the morning. Yang Chenyue awoke on her own, feeling the soft fabric of a nightgown against her skin. She presumed it must have been the robot's doing. She raised her hand to check the time and realized that she had unintentionally fallen asleep after returning from dinner. No wonder she had awakened so early. After sleeping for a while longer, Yang Chenyue could no longer stay in bed and decided to rise to find an outfit for viewing the fiery clouds later. As soon as she moved, Youming noticed her stirring. Yang, why are you awake so early? You should sleep for another hour. Thankfully, the robot had assumed the form of a rabbit. Otherwise, waking up to find a metallic figure beside her would surely frighten her to death. Little rabbit, I've slept too much and can't fall back asleep. Let's pick out an outfit for watching the fiery clouds. Suddenly, she heard a light scratching sound at the door, as if something was trying to get in. What could it be? This starship is a military vessel, undergoing daily safety inspections, ensuring that no dangers lurk aboard at Youming, having evidently heard the sound, hesitated to move, his previous suspicious behavior from the day before weighing heavily on his mind. He could only wait for Yang Chenyue's command. Little rabbit, please assist me in selecting an outfit suitable for watching the sunset, that I shall step outside to investigate what creature that might be. Upon hearing Yang Chenyue's directive, Youming reluctantly guided the robot towards the wardrobe, his gaze frequently darting back to Yang Chenyue. Slowly, Yang Chenyue opened the door, only to find a pitiful little cat, bloodied and trembling, lying at her feet. Are there cats aboard this starship? I have never encountered one before. How could it be so severely injured? Yang Chenyue quickly scooped it up, carefully avoiding its wounds. Paying no mind to the stains it left on her dress, the little cat's breaths were feeble, as if it were on the verge of slipping away. Yang Chenyue realized that her room lacked any medical supplies. Thus, she called loudly into the room, Little rabbit, you stay put and finish preparing my outfit, then review the Chinese I've taught you that I will take this cat to the treatment room for bandaging. Hearing Yang Chenyue's words, Youming slammed his fist onto the chair in frustration. But he could not follow her, which vixen was seducing Yang. This was certainly no ordinary cat. It must be some beast man feigning injury for sympathy. Youming glanced at the red dress the robot held, irritation mounting as he recalled Yang's agreement to accompany Bai Xuan to watch the sunset, a renowned spot for romantic rendezvous. He relinquished control back to the robot. Unwilling to personally prepare an outfit for his beloved to meet another male, T6 in the morning, the starship was tranquil, primarily operated by robots while the soldiers rested. Yang Chenyue navigated effortlessly through the familiar route to the treatment room. Finding it empty, she was relieved that in recent days, Zhao Ci had been treating the wounds of injured soldiers. Bandages and medicinal powders were prominently placed. Yang Chenyue gathered disinfectant, bandages, and ointment, intending to tend to the little creature's injuries. Poor thing, bear with me a little. This might sting. She meticulously cleaned its wounds with a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant. She gently blew on them to ease the pain, oblivious to the captivated gaze of the little cat. Its body bore numerous whip marks, mercifully avoiding its face and vital areas. After considerable effort, Yang Chenyue managed to disinfect all the wounds. Observing the cat's frail form and trembling body, she comforted, "It won't hurt anymore. Once the medication is applied, the pain will subside." She then subtly released a trace of her pheromones to soothe it. This was knowledge she had recently acquired from her light brain. Female pheromones naturally possess calming and analgesic properties, effective on both males and other animals. The little cat quivered at the sensation of her pheromones. She, a wounded male unable to revert to his true form, was bestowing such affection upon him. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Yang Chenyue continued to comfort and apply medication. Time slipped away unnoticed. Chapter 30. The wounded Bai Xuan, having promised Yang Chenyue to accompany her to watch the sunset, had been unable to sleep throughout the night, exhilarated at the prospect, for it was one of the locations renowned for romantic commitments, though Yang was not yet of legal age for pairing. He could profess his feelings and act as her guardian, seamlessly transitioning to her partner when the time came. This moment, Bai Xuan, impeccably dressed in a suit, stood before the mirror, a stark contrast to his usual military attire. Feeling both nervous and excited for their upcoming date, as 7 o'clock approached, Bai Xuan, flowers in hand, joyfully made his way to Yang Chenyue's room. He gently knocked on the door, and indeed, the rabbit robot answered. A twinge of jealousy surged through him. It could spend time with Yang and watch her sleep. However, if she agreed to make him her guardian, the robot would no longer need to care for her. "Has Yang finished changing?" he asked eagerly, peering into the room. The master found an injured kitten and is currently tending to it in the treatment room. The robot replied monotonously. Bai Xuan felt this was more like it. The robot's peculiar demeanor from the previous day made sense now. Wait, an injured kitten? Suddenly, he sprinted towards the treatment room. Youming, witnessing this scene, reconnected with the robot, controlling it to follow. Inside the treatment room, Yang Chenyue struggled to wrap the bandages around the little cat, gently soothing it, mistaking its shivers for fear and feeling a pang of guilt. Lacking medical knowledge, she wondered if she had caused it pain, prompting her to release a bit more pheromones that "Don't be afraid. I won't harm you, and no one here will either." The little cat, overwhelmed by the rosy-scented pheromones, felt as though it were basking in warm sunlight. Instinctively nuzzling closer to Yang Chenyue, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment at its actions. On Earth, she had always adored animals, envying those who could pet cats and dogs, lamenting her inability to afford one or visit cat and dog cafes. Yet now, she found herself able to cuddle both a dog and a cat. Thinking of Bai Xuan's silver wolf form, she mused that it could also serve as a delightful canine companion. Before Bai Xuan could reach the treatment room, he noticed a gathering of soldiers outside, the air infused with a subtle, intoxicating aroma of roses. His expression shifted. It was Yang's pheromones. As he drew closer, the scent intensified slightly, revealing that the soldiers had been lured by its presence, lingering outside the treatment room, their rationality intact but clearly captivated. The soldiers, aware that there was only one female aboard the starship, realized the pheromones could only originate from Yang Chenyue, a top-tier female, beyond their reach. Yet their bodies betrayed them, compelling them to linger, although the robot remained oblivious to the pheromonal changes in the air. Youming could read the soldiers' expressions on the screen and discern what had transpired. Clenching his fists, he cursed under his breath. How could Yang be using her pheromones to comfort that cat-like beast man? He should have followed her. Bai Xuan steadied his nerves, pushing open the treatment room door, hoping the scene within would not match his fears. The surrounding beastmen looked on with eager anticipation. Upon sensing someone enter, Yang Chenyue glanced up, her gaze landing on Bai Xuan, the rabbit robot, and several soldiers. Seeing Yang Chenyue merely cradling the little cat without engaging in any inappropriate behavior, Bai Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and approached her. Yang, please rein in your pheromones. The surrounding males are struggling to cope. Yang Chenyue was taken aback, realizing the soldiers had been drawn to her. She had only released a trace of pheromones. How could it have such a profound effect? Hastily, she recalled the techniques taught by her light brain, retracting the pheromones. The soldiers collectively exhaled in relief, fearing the loss of control over their primal instincts if they lingered in the presence of such alluring pheromones. What on earth are you doing, Yang? Bai Xuan stammered, anxiety creeping into his voice. He feared she had already made her choice, rejecting him. This little cat scratched at my door this morning, covered in blood. Poor thing that I brought it to the treatment room to see if Zhao Ci was available to help bandage it. When I couldn't find him, I saw the supplies on the table and decided to tend to its wounds myself. My technique was lacking. I must have caused it pain, which led me to release some pheromones to soothe it. I had no idea it would attract so many people. Yang Chenyue explained, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Noticing Bai Xuan's troubled expression, she felt a pang of guilt. Glancing at the time on her light brain, she realized with alarm that it was nearly 8 o'clock. They would be late for their trip to the Blazing Star. No wonder Bai Xuan was displeased. Had she inadvertently stood him up? Yet Bai Xuan's focus was evidently elsewhere than a cat. You treated it as an ordinary animal. Yang Chenyue was taken aback by Bai Xuan's words. Could this cat possibly be a beast man? If it were a male beast man, then by soothing it with her pheromones, was she inadvertently enticing him? It was well known that when a female released pheromones toward the male, it typically signified a courtship signal. Startled, she loosened her grip, and the little cat fell to the floor. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to drop you. Just as her hand reached for the cat, it suddenly transformed into a human form, the bandages bursting open to reveal a perfectly sculpted physique. Yang Chenyue quickly turned away. My heavens, what had she just witnessed? Even after sustaining such grievous injuries, he remains unyielding. Surely, he will develop needle-like wounds. Bai Xuan also witnessed this, and with a scowl, swiftly covered him with a nearby garment. That Youming was so enraged that he crushed the armrest of the chair beside him. Yang Chenyue gradually regained her composure. Wait a moment, she seemed to have just glimpsed the face of that male beast man. Was it Zhao Ci? She quietly turned to confirm, and indeed it was him. Zhao Ci slowly opened his eyes, prompting Yang Chenyue to hastily avert her gaze, reminding herself not to look. Chapter 31. Punishment. Zhao Ci sat up and quickly donned his clothing. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that after being injured and transforming into his beast form, he would instinctively seek out Yang Chenyue. Even more surprising was her use of pheromones to soothe him, which could imply that Yu had accepted him. The mere thought of this possibility brought a radiant smile to Zhao Ci's face. Yu, I have dressed. You may turn around now. Upon hearing this, Yang Chenyue slowly turned to face Zhao, immediately clarifying, it's not as you imagine. I truly regarded you as an ordinary little animal. I had no idea that cat was you. The collective gasp from those present was palpable. How could one not distinguish between a mere animal and a beast man? Yang Chenyue discreetly accessed her holographic device, which revealed that in the beast realm, both females and males inherently possess the ability to differentiate between beastmen and ordinary animals. My goodness. This was akin to being unable to discern between genders on Earth. Yang Chenyue lamented in her heart. She genuinely could not tell. Had she known that the little cat was Zhao Ci, she would never have released pheromones to soothe him, as that would be akin to brazenly enticing Zhao Ci in the eyes of others. Yang Chenyue attempted to defend herself weakly. I truly cannot distinguish between a beastman's beast form and an ordinary animal, that I must have been born with a defect in this regard. How should someone like me differentiate between a beastman's beast form and an ordinary animal? Her earnest plea struck a chord with those around her. They had suspected that a top-tier female like Yang Chenyue would never need to use pheromones to entice Dr. Zhao. The way he looked at her was undeniably unseemly. With just a wave of her hand, Dr. Zhao would surely be eager to serve her, if one cannot distinguish between a beastman's form and an ordinary animal. They could use a holographic scan or inquire with a robot. Zhao Ci said dejectedly he had truly believed that Yang Chenyue accepted him and could not bear to see him so severely injured, hence soothing him with her pheromones to expedite his healing. Look, in just a short while, he had already regained his human form, and the pain for his wounds had subsided. Little did he know that Yang Chenyue merely treated him as an ordinary animal in her efforts to help him. Hearing Zhao Ci's despondent tone, Yang Chenyue felt a pang of sympathy. I'm sorry, Zhao Ci. I truly did not know that little cat was you. But please, grant me a little time. Will you? Upon hearing Yang Chenyue's words, Zhao Ci, who had been hanging his head low, immediately lifted it, his eyes sparkling with hope. Really? Do I still have a chance? Bai Xuan quickly chimed in. I'm here too. Grant me a chance as well, will you? Knight Youming, upon hearing such words aboard his starship, became infuriated, demolishing the table beside him. Did Yang's word imply she was willing to accept Zhao Ci? Although Yang Chenyue had prepared herself to adapt to the rules of the beast realm, being so directly questioned by two handsome gentlemen caused her face to flush, prompting a swift change of subject. By the way, Zhao Ci, how did you sustain such severe injuries? Did the Dark Knight organization strike again? Yang Chenyue inquired with concern on the other side. Knight Youming's brow furrowed. Had his impression in her mind deteriorated so significantly? It was as if trouble had descended upon him. No, please refrain from asking. Zhao Ci replied awkwardly, for it was somewhat embarrassing to let the person he admired witness him in such a disheveled state. Yet Yang Chenyue persisted, fixing her gaze on Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan, how exactly did Zhao Ci get injured? Our starship hasn't encountered any enemy attacks. Last night I asked you about Zhao Ci's whereabouts, and you were evasive, saying he would return in a few days. Yet here he is injured this morning. Could it be that you punished him? The more she pondered, the more plausible this seemed. After all, Zhao Ci was a doctor. Even if he were on a secret mission, he should have returned covered in lash marks. Realizing she was on the verge of misunderstanding Zhao Ci, Bai Xuan hurriedly clarified, no, it was self-imposed punishment. It has nothing to do with me. Self-punishment? Why? Yang Chenyue turned to Zhao Ci. When you first arrived on the starship and were undergoing treatment, I once harbored thoughts of harming you. During the Dark Knight organization's attack, I failed to protect you, leading to your grievous injuries. According to the laws of the galaxy, I could be sentenced to death. And now that you do not hold me accountable, I feel a deep sense of guilt. Thus so you resorted to self-harm? Yang Chenyue retorted angrily. You once bore ill will towards me, but you didn't kill me. Moreover, I am well aware of the kindness you showed me afterward. It is entirely reasonable to be cautious of strangers. You need not dwell on it. The injuries I sustained were entirely of my own making and have no connection to you. You should not feel responsible. Even if you wish to apologize, harming yourself is futile. Noticing Zhao Ci's lingering hesitation, Yang Chenyue decisively grasped Bai Xuan's hand and headed outside. Bai Xuan, let us go. Let Zhao Ci reflect on what he did wrong. He can come to find me once he has thought it through. Zhao Ci opened his mouth to speak but remained silent, watching helplessly as Yang Chenyue and Bai Xuan departed. Had his self-punishment truly been erroneous? Yet, this had always been the custom within the galaxy. Chapter 32. Apology. Once inside her room, Yang Chenyue seated Bai Xuan and closed the door. Leaving only the two of them, she glanced at the time and noted it was already 8:30. It appeared she had missed the fiery clouds, though it had been her intention to witness them. She had ultimately flaked out, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty. Fidgeting with her hands, she steeled herself to explain, Bai Xuan, I'm sorry, I had intended to trouble you to take me out this morning. But I ended up standing you up. Bai Xuan chuckled. How could you be so adorable? As a top-tier female, she can do as she pleases, not just a missed appointment. Even if she wanted to relocate this entire planet, no one would dare object. However, observing her sheepish demeanor, Bai Xuan as a playful spirit ignited. Then what do you plan to offer as recompense? Ah, Yang Chenyue contemplated. She didn't seem to have anything to offer in exchange. Food, drink, and other essentials were all theirs, so she humbly inquired, "What would you like?" Bai Xuan pointed to his face. "Kiss me, just one kiss, and I'll forgive you." After saying this, his heart raced. Had he been too forward? Would you despise him? It's fine. You're just tending to Zhao Ci's wounds. Zhao Ci is my brother. How could I blame you for that? Just as Bai Xuan attempted to brush off the matter, he suddenly felt a warm, soft sensation against his face. He turned in disbelief to find Yang Chenyue, head bowed and flushed with embarrassment. She had truly kissed him. Overwhelmed with excitement, Bai Xuan gently cupped Yang Chenyue's face, compelling her to meet his gaze, his voice trembling as he asked, "You, did you just kiss me?" Yang Chenyue felt a wave of awkwardness. How was she, a lifelong singleton, to respond? In that moment, she had acted on impulse, moved by Bai Xuan's pitiful expression, and kissed him without thinking. Now, he was taking advantage of her vulnerability, seeing Yang Chenyue's evasive gaze and her silence. Her delicate face flushed crimson. Bai Xuan could no longer contain himself. He slowly leaned closer, their proximity diminishing until their breaths intertwined, hearts synchronized. Yang Chenyue was taken aback by the sudden sensation on her lips. Bai Xuan was kissing her. She attempted to speak, but as she opened her mouth, Yang Chenyue began to struggle to Bai Xuan. Her soft resistance felt like a flirtation. He wrapped his other arm around her, deepening the kiss. In that moment, the room was filled with silence. Night Youming, controlling the robot outside, paced restlessly, striving to enhance its perception. Last, he caught wind of the commotion within the room, his rage igniting. How dare Bai Xuan? Night Youming clenched his fists, the tables around him meeting a similar fate. He fought against the impulse to burst in with the robot. He would wait a moment longer. If Bai Xuan dared to advance further, he would certainly risk exposure to intervene. Bai Xuan's kiss brimmed with passion and desire, only releasing Yang Chenyue when she could no longer muster the strength to resist. Gasping for fresh air, she was entirely unaware that Bai Xuan had carried her to the It was only upon lying down that she realized it, preparing to refuse, when Bai Xuan's face loomed closer. Their lips met once more, this time in a deeper exploration, a fusion of souls, as if he sought to merge Yang Chenyue into his very being. Yang Chenyue instantly sensed something was amiss. No, absolutely not. Although she harbored feelings for Bai Xuan and had internally acquiesced to the notion that he might one day become her partner, she found the prospect of becoming intimate so soon utterly unacceptable. Yang Chenyue immediately began to struggle vigorously, and in the midst of her flailing, she heard Bai Xuan let out a muffled groan. He loosened his grip just slightly, restraining her restless hands and feet. In a voice that was both sultry and hoarse, he urged, "Be good. Let me hold you for a moment. I promise I won't do anything. You are only 20 this year, still below the legal age for partnership. Even if I cannot contain myself, I would never harm you." With that, he gently stroked Yang Chenyue's head. I will wait for you. Doesn't matter if it takes 2 years or even 200 years. But doesn't this make you uncomfortable? Yang Chenyue asked softly, a hint of fear in her voice. Bai Xuan smiled, placing a reverent kiss on her forehead. Look at her, his beloved, despite her own fears. She was still concerned about his discomfort. How could he not love her for that? I am indeed uncomfortable, yet I fear even more for your unhappiness. If you truly care for me, could you share a bit of your pheromones? Yang Chenyue hesitated. The internet suggested that when a female actively offers pheromones, it is tantamount to seducing a male, and no male could resist the allure of pheromones. What if she released them, and Bai Xuan lost control? Noticing her uncertainty, Bai Xuan, with a hint of grievance, said, "You just comforted Zhao Ci with your pheromones. I want some too." With that, he buried his face in the nape of Yang Chenyue's neck, causing her to giggle uncontrollably from the tickling sensation of his hair. All right, I will give you some, but you must promise not to act recklessly. I swear." Yang Chenyue finally relented, gazing at Bai Xuan's expectant face, and slowly released a hint of pheromones. Bai Xuan felt as if he were enveloped in the warm embrace of the sun. His mind cleared, and the slight pain he had felt before vanished. He took a deep breath, No wonder it was said that a female's pheromones held a deadly allure. Without the strong love he had for Yang Chenyue to anchor him, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to his primal instincts. Bai Xuan's gaze fixated on the nape of Yang Chenyue's neck, an overwhelming impulse surged within him to bite down, infusing her with his own pheromones, thereby claiming her as his mate. Yang Chenyue gazed at the rabbit robot as it doodled and sketched on the screen, crafting a necklace uniquely her own. Meanwhile, Youming directed the robot in its design, while instructing his subordinates to gather materials, as he intended to personally create a protective necklace for her. He felt an immense sense of gratitude for his time spent on the fourth mining star, where he had learned the art of crafting such protective adornments for females. Before Bai Xuan arrived to take Yang Chenyue out for a meal, Youming had already completed the necklace design, much to Yang Chenyue's delight. Thus, Youming departed from his starship with the materials in tow, embarking on a fleet of small light-speed vessels towards the coordinates of Yang Chenyue's ship. He aimed to complete the necklace as swiftly as possible and present it to her without delay. Engaging the rabbit robot in learning Chinese kept Yang Chenyue entertained, and before long, 2 days had swiftly passed, bringing them to the capital of Dongzhong Star. Youming's necklace was now finished, but rather than presenting it in person, he opted to send a drone to deliver it, instructing the rabbit robot to await its arrival on the deck. Yang Chenyue carefully unwrapped the package, revealing a stunning necklace that captivated her at first glance. The unique design featured the sun, moon, and stars, shimmering warmly under the gentle light. She gently caressed the necklace, savoring the metallic texture and the brilliance of the gemstones, her heart racing as a joyful smile blossomed on her face. This was not merely a necklace. It embodied Youming's profound understanding of her preferences and heartfelt intentions. The sun, moon, and stars symbolized the days and nights they had shared and the hopes of a future together. Her eyes shimmered with tears of emotion, a wave of warmth swelling within her. This gift transcended mere material exchange. It was a profound connection, making her feel cherished and loved, a sentiment more potent than any words could convey. She embraced the little rabbit robot tightly, feeling that it was different from others, perhaps capable of understanding why. Thank you. Though I am unsure if you can sense my emotions, I believe that after these days together, we have become a family. From now on, you shall accompany me, and I will no longer regard you merely as a tool. Observing Yang Chenyue's joyous expression through the screen, Youming turned his gaze toward her starship. Whispering, Yang, you said it yourself. We are family now, and I shall never let go. You are undoubtedly mine, he resumed, controlling the rabbit robot. Asking, Yang, may I help you put it on? Of course, this is a gift from you. It should be adorned by you. She replied that Youming gently lifted the exquisite necklace, positioning himself behind Yang Chenyue as she slightly bowed her head, her long hair cascading gracefully, revealing her elegant neck. The air was filled with a warm and anticipatory atmosphere. His movements were tender and cautious as he carefully tucked her hair aside, fastening the necklace's clasp behind her neck. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her skin, a gentle and warm sensation that made her heart race despite the metallic touch. Yang Chenyue closed her eyes, relishing this intimate and serene moment. The necklace rested lightly upon her neck, akin to a star descending upon her skin, with the sun shielding her glands from view. As the rising sun nearly choked on a mouthful of old blood, Bai Xuan beside him wore an expression of shock. The rabbit robot, now transformed into a bracelet, could only relay its voice to Youming due to an unfavorable angle. Upon hearing it, Youming was momentarily taken aback, and to everyone's astonishment, he burst into laughter in front of numerous subordinates within the conference room. After struggling to distinguish between the beastly forms of orcs and ordinary animals, Yang was now failing to even discern between male and female. The atmosphere grew tense as Yang Chenyue sensed something amiss. Had she said something wrong? Desperate for assistance, she glanced at Bai Xuan, feeling that speaking further might only lead to more blunders. Bai Xuan, noticing her flustered demeanor, was on the verge of laughter, yet he quickly extended a lifeline. Clearing his throat and respectfully addressing the blue-haired male orc, Your Highness, it has been a long time that I did not expect you to be the one in charge of the reception today. The Crown Prince, Yang Chenyue, was taken aback. This was a male orc? Oh no, she had inadvertently offended the royal crown prince upon her very first utterance. General Bai, indeed it has been a while. I am surprised that during your time of reflection at home, you were able to procure a top-tier female. The Empress and the Crown Princess were both quite pleased. However, the Empress could not personally receive her due to her injury while rescuing Marshal Ling. And the Imperial Lords were busy attending to Her Majesty, leaving me to come in their stead. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Xuan, the son's gaze shifted directly to Yang Chenyue. Thank you, Your Highness, for your appreciation of my hair. It seems my appearance has indeed met your approval. How should I respond to that? She thought in panic on her very first day of entering society. She had misidentified a gender. Yang Chenyue felt an overwhelming urge to find a place to hide. Yet with so many eyes upon her, she steeled herself to reply. The Crown Prince's hair is truly the most beautiful I have ever seen. And your appearance is likewise exceptional. It is purely due to your striking looks that I mistakenly identified you as female. I sincerely apologize. I seem to have a natural difficulty in distinguishing between beast forms and genders. I shall remember to use the light brain scanner first in the future. Observing Yang Chenyue's expression, the son smiled, thinking her to be quite a polite female. If it had been another female, they would have been bold and unapologetic. How could they possibly apologize to him? Thankfully, he had reviewed the surveillance from the starship on his way to the palace. Otherwise, he might have thought this female was merely feigning innocence to attract a multitude of excellent males and swiftly establish herself on Dongjong Star. However, having seen the footage, his initial infatuation had transformed into an all-consuming love that threatened to overwhelm him. Feeling emboldened, he addressed Yang Chenyue. It is of no concern. This is merely a testament to my appearance. After all, we are to be family in the future. I shall not take offense. What? Family? Yang Chenyue was astonished. Wasn't this their first meeting? How had they already become family? Were the males of this world so forthright? Oh, did General Bai not inform you that the 4 mineral stars exchanged for you from the Dark Knight auction house are my property, according to the laws of the star system? I am to be your first beast husband. Bai Xuan, hearing the son's words, was equally stunned. Although the laws of the star system did dictate such, the Crown Prince had not mentioned anything when he had previously reported to His Majesty. On the contrary, he had seemed indifferent. Could it be that the Crown Prince had fallen for Yu at first sight? Thus, he brought this matter up again. Yang Chenyue was even more shocked. What star system law? She had never studied such things and was ill-equipped to judge. After pondering for a long while, she managed to stammer out a response. But the star system law stipulates that I cannot marry until I am 22 years old. And I am only 20 this year. I'm not yet able to find a beast husband. The son laughed heartily. Of course, I shall wait for you. After we complete your citizen registration today, I will register as your guardian. 2 years from now. Should you agree, I can rightfully become your beast husband. Yang Chenyue looked to Bai Xuan for help, but he too was at a loss for words. This was indeed the stipulation of the star system laws, and given the Crown Prince's royal status, what could she do even if she disagreed? Bai Xuan looked at Yang Chenyue with determination and said, I will be your first guardian. No, wait. Yang Chenyue felt overwhelmed. That was not what she meant. She had hoped Bai Xuan would refuse the proposition, yet he was instead aligning himself in a hierarchy. Yang Chenyue resigned herself to speak up. We are meeting for the first time today. To suggest becoming my beast husband so soon seems a bit premature, but union devoid of emotion cannot lead to happiness. The son, feeling exhilarated, was thrilled to discover that Yang Chenyue shared his sentiments, both believing that a partnership should be founded on feelings. His tone became cheerful. Chenyue, rest assured, I will not force you into a union. This is merely a matter of being your guardian. Every underage female requires at least 5 guardians. Even without me, the star system would assign other males to care for you. Allow me to be your guardian. And if after 2 years you find my conduct worthy of becoming your beast husband, you may choose me. If not, that is perfectly acceptable. I shall continue to protect you in my capacity as your guardian. Yang Chenyue quickly checked her light brain, and it appeared that this was indeed the case. It seemed that agreeing was the only option if she wished to survive on Dongjong Star without incurring the wrath of the royal family. She nodded, then let it be so. Upon hearing Yang Chenyue's agreement, the son was elated and immediately declared, Chenyue, I am called Shiri. I possess Class A strength, and my beast form is that of a mermaid. Shiri, why does that sound like a couple's name alongside my Chenyue? Yang Chenyue quickly dismissed that thought and shifted to another topic of interest. A mermaid? Is that the kind that can shed tears to create pearls? I would love to see that. She gazed at Shiri with sparkling eyes. Shiri was taken aback. How could Chenyue ask such a personal question in such a public setting? Yet, upon observing her clear and innocent expression, he realized he had overthought the matter. Her inquiry was not bold, but simply a reflection of her ignorance. It seemed the road to education and enlightenment would be long and arduous. Fearing that further conversation might lead Yang Chenyue to inadvertently reveal something startling, Bai Xuan quickly tugged at her sleeve, saying, "You, let us not linger at the door. We should head inside to record your identity information." As he drew close to her, he whispered in her ear, "Mermaids only shed tears to form pearls during mating. Speaking of such matters may lead them to misunderstand that you wish to bond with him immediately." Yang Chenyue hurriedly waved her hands, flustered. "Oh dear, what am I saying?" Embarrassed, she dashed into the hall. Chenyue, slow down. Don't trip." They both exclaimed in unison. Following her, a throng of individuals surged into the hall. After a flurry of activity, Yang Chenyue's information was finally registered, with Bai Xuan and Shiri's names glaringly listed in the Guardian section. Meanwhile, far away in the Dark Knight organization, Youming received the news and was instantly enraged, cleaving the conference table in half, causing those present to tremble in fear. Chapter 36. Footprints. Seeing the names of Bai Xuan and Shiri listed as her guardians, Yang Chenyue felt her lips twitch. She could understand Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci, but what was Shiri doing there? They had just met, and yet he was already registered as her guardian. Speaking of Zhao Ci, she realized she hadn't seen him for several days, having assumed he was recuperating. However, given the current scene, his absence was indeed puzzling. Could it be that he was still bothered by what had transpired that day? Yang Chenyue scanned the vicinity, searching for Zhao Ci, as figured that if Zhao Ci were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly protest. How could he possibly be bothered? In truth, he was merely feeling insecure. He had followed Yang Chenyue's shuttle to this location, intending to apologize at the right moment and seamlessly register as her guardian. However, upon seeing Shiri, he hesitated. After all, how could someone as remarkable as you ever find him worthy? He could only remain in the shadows, silently watching her. "Chenyue, I am now taking you to the Female Protection Center for registration, to provide you with all the necessary benefits, and to match you with 3 additional guardians," Shiri said, graciously opening the door to a shuttle for Yang Chenyue. Yang Chenyue thought she must have misheard. They were matching her with 3 more guardians? Was this the thought process of a normal male? Did he wish to push her into the spotlight so eagerly? Was Shiri registering as her guardian merely because she was a top-tier female? Yang Chenyue glanced at Bai Xuan, feeling an urge to board Bai Xuan's shuttle instead. Shiri quickly caught on and said, "General Bai, please join us in my shuttle. It is larger and more stable. Chenyue will be more comfortable aboard, and she can set up her social media platform during this time." Bai Xuan looked between his shuttle and Shiri's, and for Yang Chenyue's sake, he decided to enter Shiri's shuttle. Yang Chenyue, seeing this, had no choice but to follow suit. Why is Bai Xuan not reacting? She pondered. She was supposed to be going to register guardians, and she desperately tried to catch his attention with her eyes. What is wrong with your eyes? Are you unwell?" Bai Xuan asked, rushing over and kneeling before her, gently blowing on her eyes. Never mind. She couldn't expect this straightforward man to understand her expressions. If it had been Zhao Ci, he would have surely noticed. Sighing, she thought that if she couldn't refuse this arrangement, she might as well choose Zhao Ci later. Yang Chenyue gently pushed Bai Xuan's hand away from her face and said, "I am fine. I just wanted to ask you, where has Zhao Ci gone?" The moon, upon arriving at the First Legion, left abruptly, and I am at a loss as to his whereabouts. Are you perhaps suggesting that he become your 3rd guardian? Upon hearing this, Shiri quickly turned her gaze towards Yang Chenyue, fixating intently upon her. Goodness, while such a notion crossed her mind, articulating it would be exceedingly awkward, akin to being caught in infidelity before one's own spouse. Yang Chenyue remained silent, and the atmosphere within the aircraft grew rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, she recalled Shiri's earlier suggestion to configure her social media applications. Let me set up my light brain for communication, she said, swiftly raising her left wrist to begin the setup. She chose the name Liaoruo Chunxing for her star blog, a phrase she held dear as it evoked images of vast, beautiful starry skies. She mused that perhaps her wish to witness such celestial wonders in the beast world might soon come to fruition. As she attempted to configure additional settings, she found that this account had rapidly synced with all her other social media platforms, and the unified name had transformed into Liaoruo Chunxing, complete with the distinctive emblem of femininity. The speed of this setup was astonishing. She had merely selected a name. However, what followed was even more disconcerting. Due to her previous visits to numerous pages as a guest, her new citizen information had caused all her prior guest footprints to morph into her access records. Oh no, all those times she had indulged in gossip and perused star blogs. Would they be exposed? Before she could react, her star blog began to sound incessantly, revealing that her newly created account had automatically published a post the moment it was registered. Moreover, the trending topic top female of Dong's Hongsing swiftly claimed the top spot across all platforms. After a moment of struggle, Yang Chenyue successfully entered the comment section of this post, where a deluge of comments nearly overwhelmed her senses. She soon discovered that major official websites of Dong's Hongsing had reshared her post, welcoming her arrival. Goodness, would she be subjected to public scrutiny? Congratulations to Dong's Hongsing for acquiring another top female. Congratulations to Dong's Hongsing for acquiring another top female. The comment section was inundated with congratulatory remarks, and Yang Chenyue breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one had noticed her. However, as she projected her light brain onto the large screen before her, the congratulatory messages had been supplanted by others. Heavens! This female had previously browsed the male circle absolutely no mates as a guest, and even liked several posts opposing male abuse. She also discovered that she had visited the star blog pages of Marshal Yuechen and Marshal Lingtian. Not only that, but she had also searched for information on General Bai Xuan and Dr. Zhao Ci. How astute of them. It was so embarrassing. She hadn't realized that being a public figure would be so challenging. In a hurry, she minimized the screen and logged out, terrified that a simple slip of the finger could land her in a trending topic, much like those celebrities on Earth, even though she was already dominating the trending list. Turning around, she found Shuri was also projecting the screen, engrossed in it alongside Bai Xuan. When had these two become so harmonious? Yet it wasn't true harmony. Rather, they were both taken aback by Yang Chenyue's likes on their posts. Astonished that Yang Chenyue was against the abuse of males. Indeed, she was a singular existence in this world. Noticing the two of them chuckling at the screen, Yang Chenyue curiously leaned in. This was not her star blog, so she could freely indulge in the gossip without any personal implications, making her just another member of the audience. Chapter 37 comments. Seeing Yang Chenyue's inquisitive expression, Shuri casually lifted her onto his lap. Startled, Yang Chenyue immediately struggled to rise, but Shuri's hand pressed her down. His arm encircling her waist, he leaned down, his lips nearly brushing against her earlobe. Be good, he whispered softly, his voice imbued with a barely perceptible tremor. Don't move. Let me hold you for a moment. That Shuri's deep, resonant voice carried an irresistible, seductive allure that quickened her heartbeat and warmed her cheeks. Well then, since he was already registered as her guardian, she might as well grow closer to him and become familiar. They couldn't remain strangers forever. Noticing Yang Chenyue cease her struggles, Shuri's face broke into a delighted smile, his laughter ringing in her ears, causing her heart to skip a beat. Bai Xuan observed their intimate interaction with a hint of frustration, yet reminded himself that, as the first guardian, he must be magnanimous and resist the impulse to snatch Yang Chenyue away. How infuriating that he had beaten him to it. It seemed he would need to learn more about observing female emotions and winning their favor. Shuri held Yang Chenyue as he slowly scrolled through the screen, allowing her to view each post. While some females in the galaxy opposed the abuse of males, none dared to publicly support it. This top female, Liaoruo Chunxing, was undeniably brave. Would she face backlash from other females? After all, she was a top female. Who would dare to challenge her? Countless pleas for photos and information on the top female flooded in. The upstairs must be AI. I saw this comment last time too. Don't dream. You can't get the information on a top female. I don't even want her information. I'm afraid she might ruin my goddess's image. Envious of Dong's Hongsing for having such a top female. Add 1. Add one. Stop adding one upstairs. Don't you notice our ambitions are quite grand? I noticed. I was just too afraid to say it before. Looking for you. What? Share your thoughts. She visited 4 male beastmen. 2 are marshals. 1 is a general, and the other is a doctor. Oh, so Marshal Ling and General Bai are both fierce beast-type warriors. Does that mean she intends to gather them and dominate the galaxy? That's unnecessary. Just 4 beastmen, and she aims to dominate the galaxy. If she were to gather 100 level or higher males, then I might believe it. Wait, Yang Chenyue gasped in disbelief. How did these 4 beastmen default to being under her control? Noticing Yang Chenyue's fixation on a particular comment, Shiri remarked, "If you desire it, I will pave the way for you to ascend the throne." Huh. Did Shiri misunderstand something? Yang Chenyue hastily clarified, No, I don't want any throne. I lack the ability, and it sounds exhausting. Shiri chuckled softly, continuing to scroll down, seemingly unfazed by her response. Has everyone upstairs lost their internet? Marshal Ling has lost complete control and has been locked in the control room. Even His Majesty's intervention couldn't subdue him, injuring himself instead. How could the esteemed Lady Liaohua Chenxing possibly manage him? Indeed, Marshal Yue Qian is notorious for disliking females, having blocked so many that have shown him goodwill, at least 10 of whom are top females. With so many top females failing, how could she be given a chance? Speaking of which, she hasn't even been formally conferred yet, and you're already calling her Your Highness? I suspect she will be conferred at tonight's welcoming banquet. I wonder what her rank will be. Yang Chenyue, upon reading this comment, curiously looked up at Shiri and asked, What rank will I be? Shiri placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. That's a secret. You may look forward to it. Oh dear, this man was so flirtatious. Yang Chenyue hastily stood up, saying, I don't want to look anymore. Has the Female Protection Center arrived? Are the 2 units really that far apart? Shiri chuckled as he stood as well. Of course, my lady. It has been here for quite some time. I didn't call for you as you seemed so engrossed. Listening to Shiri's words, Yang Chenyue felt that it sounded less like a respectful address and more like flirtation. Quickly making her way to the exit, she urged, Then let us hurry down. We wouldn't want to keep them waiting too long. Observing Yang Chenyue's hasty retreat, Shiri's lips curled into a smirk. His lady was unexpectedly innocent. Chapter 38, Distribution. The 3 descended from the aircraft at a leisurely pace, with a vice president of the Female Protection Center, accompanied by staff members, greeted them with warm smiles. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, General Bai, welcome to your arrival. The President is already waiting for you inside. Thank you, Vice President, Shiri replied, leading Yang Chenyue through the throngs of people into the reception hall. Seated at the forefront was a remarkable female, exuding an extraordinary presence. Though time had left gentle traces upon her face, it only added to her serene elegance. Her posture was upright, and she sat confidently. Her gaze both firm and gentle, exuding the confidence and strength of a leader. Her hair was meticulously styled, with strands of silver glistening in the sunlight, radiating wisdom. President, we apologize for the wait. We have brought Chenyue. Shiri bowed respectfully to the leading female, followed by Bai Xuan. Yang Chenyue, mimicking their actions, offered a bow of her own. Suddenly, the president rose and pulled her close, leaving Yang Chenyue bewildered as she looked up at the president. Is there a problem, President? Yang Chenyue wondered, startled. Would she inadvertently offend someone again? You are a top female. There is no need to bow to anyone. They are unworthy. The president spoke with gravity. Yang Chenyue was taken aback. Was the president inadvertently chastising her? No, President. I respect you to a female who works. Your spirit is something I aspire to emulate. Yang Chenyue believed she had spoken beautifully and thought there would be no issues. However, the chairman's expression darkened, and he said, There is no need for you to learn. Your worth far exceeds mine. His Majesty has prepared a welcoming banquet and a coronation ceremony for you tonight. We must hasten to arrange a guardian for you. Please follow me. With that, he led the way into an adjacent room. Did she say something wrong again? Surely not. How could she offend someone merely by speaking? Desperate, she glanced at Bai Xuan for help, but he shook his head, seeing that Yang Chenyue was not looking at him. Shiri approached her, whispering, Check your light brain. Yang Chenyue glanced at Shiri, then looked down at her light brain, where a message from Shiri popped up. Wait, when did he add her? Noticing her confusion, Shiri chuckled softly in her ear. "Your Highness, I am your guardian," automatically approved. Upon overhearing the whispers behind her, the chairman turned and glared at Shiri, who immediately stood at attention, looking like a child caught misbehaving, prompting Yang Chenyue to chuckle softly. "All right, Your Highness Yang Chenyue, come with me. You two wait outside." Yang Chenyue promptly fell silent and obediently followed the chairman into the room. The chairman brought her to stand before a blue pillar, turning her back without uttering a word. Yang Chenyue felt a wave of uncertainty. She raised her light brain to check the information Shiri had just sent her, which turned out to be a brief introduction about the chairman. Jean Xian, the head of the Female Protection Center, originally an A-level female, was abducted by aliens during an invasion and used as an experimental subject. After being rescued by the former marshal, she discovered she had become a non-pheromone female and took a position at the Department of Loss Management, being the only one without pheromones who could soothe and reduce male instability through physical means. Because her successful soothing was with the former marshal of Dongzhongsing, she was transferred to the Female Protection Center and gradually rose from staff to the position of chairman. Reading about Jean Xian's background, Yang Chenyue felt a pang of sadness. Had it not been for her serendipitous awakening of a top-tier female pheromone, the outcome could have been similar to the chairman's, sent to the Department of Loss Management as a non-pheromone female. Subjected to inhumane treatment, merely a tool for venting frustrations, the thought sent a chill down her spine. After hesitating, she spoke. "Chairman, what I said earlier was from the heart. I genuinely admire you. I know you are a good person. Your eyes are pure and clear, devoid of any vile thoughts. That it is simply my own inability to move on, which has nothing to do with you." The chairman turned around, gazing at Yang Chenyue with kindness. She towered over Yang Chenyue by a head and gently patted her on the head. "Child, I am delighted to meet a female like you. After spending so long at the Female Protection Center, I have grown increasingly resentful of females. They are willful and abusive towards males, and I have always stood by the females without discernment during their conflicts with males, imprisoning and punishing those males. I loathe such a self. Yet, I do not want those who once looked down upon and toyed with me to have the satisfaction of seeing me fail. I will remain in this position, forcing them to look up to me." Yang Chenyue was at a loss for words to comfort her, opening her mouth without producing sound. "I have seen your Star blog footprints. You are braver than I. Having like posts against the abuse of males that I believe, with your status as a top-tier female, you can shake the foundations of such traditions. Chairman, you overestimate me. I have only just arrived and know nothing yet. Do not worry. Since you have come here, I will ensure you receive all the knowledge you lack. That I will arrange your courses. I have already contacted the school. Once you settle down, you can enroll." "Thank you so much," Yang Chenyue beamed, thrilled at the prospect of returning to school. Throughout her life, she had always found school to be the most joyful time, filled with classmates, teachers, and the freedom to be happy. Moreover, now that she was in the beast era, she could be considered half illiterate. Merely learning from her light brain would not suffice. She needed to acquire more knowledge relevant to this world, lest she make mistakes in future interactions. There is no need to be polite. This is our duty at the Female Protection Center. Place your palm here and inject a trace of pheromone. I will match you with 3 additional guardians." After speaking, the chairman instructed Yang Chenyue to place her hand on a palm-shaped button in front of her. "Chairman, must there be 5 guardians? I already have 2, and I do not know the ones matched by the system." "I am afraid." Observing Yang Chenyue's fearful demeanor, the chairman was somewhat surprised. Usually, females were eager to have guardians matched. Some even felt that 5 was too few, as the more guardians one had, the more resources and care they could receive. Who would complain about having more resources? It seemed this female was indeed unique. Actually, the interstellar law stipulates that each female must have no fewer than 3 guardians and no more than 5. However, most people aim for the maximum, so it is generally assumed to be 5 guardians and no fewer than 3. Does that mean I can have just 3 guardians? Indeed. Can I select another myself? Yes, these are your guardians. You may choose whomever you wish. Then I choose Zhao Ci, the military doctor from the 1st Legion. All right, I will register you. The chairman quickly operated on the screen, instructing, "Now place your handprint here." Zhao Ci will receive the message. And once he places his handprint, The registration will be successful. Okay, Yang Chenyue obediently complied. As soon as her handprint was placed, a congratulatory tone sounded from Zhao Ci's light brain outside the Female Protection Center, and the entire page was filled with pink bubbles. Zhao Ci, unable to believe his eyes, opened the message, which revealed the agreement for him to be Yang Chenyue's guardian, with Yang Chenyue listed as the applicant. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and upon looking again, the agreement remained. He had truly been chosen by you. Tears of joy streamed down his face. You genuinely cared for him. She was not angry and did not look down on him. Trembling, he reached out to place his handprint on the agreement and swiftly transformed into his beast form, rushing to where Yang Chenyue was located. Meanwhile, Yang Chenyue, Bai Xuan, and Shiri all received notifications of successful registration. Bai Xuan felt no particular emotion, as he had already tacitly accepted that he and Zhao Ci would become Yang Chenyue's beast husbands. However, Shiri was somewhat surprised. He thought a top-tier female like Yang Chenyue would not look twice at a B-level male. Nonetheless, it was advantageous to have a male weaker than himself at home, as it would highlight his own strengths. Registration has been successfully completed. Congratulations, Your Highness, the chairman said with a pleased smile. You have chosen Zhao Ci, a B-level male. It seems you are truly pure of heart. If you encounter anyone else wishing to be your guardian in the future, you may apply directly through the official website after your consent. All right, thank you. Chairman. By the way, where will you be staying? I will send over some suppressants and sanitary pads that females may need. As far as I know, Crown Prince Shiri has a hot spring villa. General Bai Xuan has an estate, and Dr. Zhao Ci currently has no property available for females. You may choose between the two. Yang Chenyue hesitated. She did not wish to go to either place. Striking a balance was truly challenging, and she yearned for a home of her own. Noticing Yang Chenyue's prolonged silence, the chairman proposed another option, if you do not wish to go to either. Our Female Protection Center will allocate a property for you free of charge. Really? Then I would like that allocation. However, the chairman hesitated. The allocated housing is shared between two females. I wonder if you would mind? Does that mean two females living in the same room? No. I meant two females living in the same property, but they would be quite far apart. Unless intentionally seeking each other out, they would hardly meet. That is acceptable. Please allocate it for me. The chairman operated the screen once more, and Yang Chenyue's light brain chimed with a property transfer notification. She expressed her gratitude to the chairman repeatedly as they exited the room together. Chapter 39. Residence. The chairman led Yang Chenyue outside, where Bai Xuan appeared somewhat puzzled. Yeah, have the other two guardians not been matched yet? The chairman said I can have only 3 guardians, and I do not wish to match the other two now. I will let things unfold naturally. Upon hearing Yang Chenyue's words, both Bai Xuan and Shiri felt delighted, as this meant they would receive more of Chenyue's attention. Chenyue, the Empress has prepared a welcoming banquet and a coronation ceremony for you in the palace tonight. That I will take you to freshen up. You will surely dazzle everyone tonight. Before Yang Chenyue could respond, a shadow darted towards them. Shiri was about to take action, but was stopped by Bai Xuan, who sensed from the aura that it was Zhao Ci. Sure enough, the shadow quickly transformed into a human form, pulling Yang Chenyue into his embrace. Yang Chenyue had not yet comprehended what was happening when she found herself colliding into a solid chest. The familiar scent provided her with some reassurance. It was Zhao Ci. Noticing Zhao Ci trembling, a pang of sympathy struck Yang Chenyue. Suddenly, a tear fell on her neck. Was Zhao Ci crying? Was it because she had actively requested him to be her guardian? As Yang Chenyue contemplated rising to take a look at Zhao Ci, she found herself enveloped in his tight embrace. As long as you do not disdain me, please never turn away from me. Zhao Ci said, his voice choked with emotion. Yang Chenyue gently patted his back in a comforting manner. All right, I promise I won't disdain you. Not now, nor ever. But please let me go. There is an evening banquet tonight, and Su Ri is taking me to get ready. No, I am your guardian as well that I can accompany you to get ready too. Suddenly aware of his standing with Yang Chenyue, Zhao Ci felt a surge of pride. Yang Chenyue, genuinely compassionate towards Zhao Ci, replied, Very well. Since Dr. Zhao is unwilling to release me, I shall trouble you to carry me to the aircraft. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ci excitedly lifted Yang Chenyue into his arms and strode purposefully towards the aircraft. Su Ri and Bai Xuan, after bowing to the president, followed suit. "Let us first visit my residence," Yang Chenyue said, as she effortlessly created a group chat on her holographic device, adding the four of them into it. She then shared the property transfer proof, stating, "This is my new home, and I plan to get ready here. I have property in the main city of Dongzhongxing. You should stay there. It will be more convenient for me to take care of you," Bai Xuan quickly proposed, having become her guardian and determined not to let her live alone. "Chenyue, I also possess a villa in Dongzhongxing, complete with a hot spring. It's quite comfortable and perfectly suited for your recuperation. The residence provided by the Female Protection Center can only accommodate your daily needs. It is too small and rather shabby." "Unworthy of you," Su Ri added hastily, unwilling to let Bai Xuan claim Chenyue for himself. If she stayed at Bai Xuan's place, it would be inconvenient for him to look after her. Therefore, taking her to his villa was a better option. After all, Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci would need his permission to see Chenyue. Zhao Ci tightened his grip around Yang Chenyue, realizing he had no suitable property in Dongzhongxing, only a temporary dormitory that was entirely unfit for a female to reside in. Had he known he would encounter you, he should have worked harder in previous years to secure a proper dwelling for a female, at least to maintain some semblance of competition with them now. Sensing Zhao Ci's despondency, Yang Chenyue felt a pang of sympathy for her little kitten, who seemed excessively self-doubting. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered softly in his ear, "Relax, trust me." Turning her gaze to the two beside her, she declared, "I refuse to stay at either of your places. Don't think I am unaware if I were to reside with one of you. It would certainly complicate matters for the other two to see me. I do not wish for such a predicament to arise that I want to live alone. I am an independent woman. Oh no, a female that I have always believed that possessing my own home is what brings true peace of mind." At A.S. Bai Xuan and Su Ri began to protest. Yang Chenyue shot them a glare. "What? Just because you have recently become my guardians, you no longer heed my wishes. Do not forget, you still have a 2-year probation period to prove yourselves worthy of being my companions." Seeing Yang Chenyue adopt a rather authoritative demeanor, her serious expression was undeniably adorable, prompting the three to chuckle in unison, their laughter brimming with affection. It seemed they would need to gather their belongings and move into Yang Chenyue's home, as they were eager to seize every opportunity to win her favor. "You dare to laugh at me? Zhao Ci, you've changed for the worse. Put me down. I no longer wish to play with you." Yang Chenyue exclaimed in response. Zhao Ci tightened his embrace even further. "No, I have only just managed to hold you. I must cherish this moment a little longer." To Su Ri, conceding, suggested, "All right, if Chenyue prefers her own home, then so be it. However, that house has been uninhabited for a long time. While there are robots to clean, the furnishings are rather outdated. I will arrange for a new set for you by tomorrow. It is getting late. There is an evening banquet and a conferral ceremony to attend. First, let us go to my villa for you to prepare. It is closer to the palace. I have already instructed someone to prepare an evening gown for you. You cannot attend the banquet dressed as you are now." Bai Xuan opened his mouth, realizing he had overlooked these details. "All right, considering how thoughtful Su Ri is, I'll 1T hold it against him. Indeed, let us go to Su Ri's villa first. Tomorrow, we can set up your room and then move in." After pondering for a moment, Yang Chenyue agreed, realizing it was impractical to move in without any preparations. "Then let us depart." Chapter 40. The villa. As Yang Chenyue stepped through the grand entrance of Su Ri's villa, she was immediately struck by the breathtaking sights before her. She halted in her tracks, mouth agape, overwhelmed by an incredulous sensation. The villa's sheer scale exceeded her wildest imaginings. Most notably, it bore a resemblance to earthly architecture, rather than exuding a strong sense of technology. My goodness! She gasped softly, scarcely able to believe her eyes. The villa's buildings were arranged in a harmonious manner, seamlessly integrating with the surrounding natural landscape, while still standing out remarkably. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed that the majestic mountains had been cleverly incorporated into the villa's design, with a lake at the foot resembling a vast emerald, meticulously embedded within the land. "This is simply immense," Yang Chenyue murmured, her feet moving forward instinctively as she yearned to absorb the grandeur up close. Her gaze flitted between the mountains and the lake, her mind racing with curiosity. How had they achieved this? To incorporate such splendid natural beauty into one's private domain required immense power and wealth. She turned her attention to the meticulously manicured garden, where vibrant flowers competed for attention, releasing delightful fragrances into the air. Even the minutiae showcased the owner's meticulous care. Every plant was perfectly positioned, and each winding path invited exploration. Have they truly enclosed the mountains and lake within? Yang Chenyue marveled again, her initial shock gradually transforming into admiration. She began to comprehend that such design was not merely a display of wealth and power, but rather an ultimate pursuit and reverence for the beauty of nature. Every brick and tile, every flower and blade of grass, spoke volumes of the owner's profound love and respect for this land. Must it be so extravagant? She finally sighed, though her tone no longer bore the shock of before. Instead, it was infused with appreciation for the magnificence and intricacy surrounding her. Su Ri's villa was not merely a structure. It was a masterpiece, an extraordinary fusion of nature and culture. Observing Yang Chenyue's wide-eyed astonishment, Su Ri felt a twinge of sympathy. Where had His Highness grown up? Such a dwelling was not uncommon for females. Was it? At that moment, Yang Chenyue had stepped out of Zhao Ci's embrace, her astonishment fading as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Just then, a flower-adorned tour cart came to a halt before them. "Your Highness, please, let us take the tour car to your room. We can admire the scenery of my villa along the way." What girl does not delight in flowers and beautiful landscapes? Yang Chenyue eagerly boarded the tour cart. However, the cart was higher than expected, and she stumbled slightly. Just as she was about to fall backward, Su Ri swiftly caught her, holding her securely in his arms. "Your Highness, be careful." "My apologies. This tour cart was designed according to the average height of females, not taking into account someone as petite as you," he explained. "I will have one custom made for you tomorrow." Yang Chenyue's lips twitched. Was he implying she was short? However, she could not deny that her height, just over 1.60 m, was sufficient on Earth. Little did she know that the average height here for the beastmen, even the females, was around 1.80 m. Indeed, she felt diminutive that I have already administered sufficient growth-promoting medication for you. While her development is apparent in other areas, the height enhancement effects are not as pronounced. Further administration could be harmful to her health. It appears her height is genetically determined and not easily altered. Zhao Ci explained from his side. Yang Chenyue suddenly understood. Her impressive physique was indeed due to the injections. Had such medication been available on Earth, it would have been in high demand. "It is quite all right. I believe my current stature is sufficient." Su Ri, still cradling her in one arm, playfully pinched her delicate waist and murmured, "Indeed, it is just right, perfectly exquisite." Yang Chenyue felt her cheeks flush at his husky voice. Burying her face in his chest, Su Ri promptly set her down in a seat, instructing the robot to start the tour cart while he sat beside her, diligently introducing the scenic sights around them. Su Ri led Yang Chenyue to a small hot spring area. The hot spring resembled a radiant pearl, nestled within this tranquil and picturesque natural tableau. The water in the spring shimmered, sparkling clear with colorful petals floating atop its surface, creating an ethereal sea of blossoms. These petals danced gently with the flowing water, releasing delightful fragrances into the air. Moreover, the area surrounding the hot spring was meticulously arranged and adorned. Elegant stone benches and wooden tables lined the shore, embellished with charming vases brimming with vibrant, blooming flowers. Nearby, wind chimes hung from tree branches, their melodious tinkling echoing through the air whenever a gentle breeze passed by. The entire scene was suffused with an aura of romance, transporting one to a realm reminiscent of a fairyland. Yang Chenyue gazed upon the splendid vista before her, her eyes sparkling with surprise and joy, her heart blossoming quietly like a flower caressed by the gentle spring breeze. "Chenyue, you should take a nice bath here first. I will have the robot bring in your gown shortly," she was told. "No need," she replied. "I have my own robot with me. He usually takes care of me, so just let him do it." Yang Chenyue shook her right hand, where she had hung the rabbit robot like a bracelet. On the other end, Youming received the signal and promptly connected with the robot's consciousness. Recently, Youming had been quite troubled. He needed to control the robot to accompany Yang Chenyue while simultaneously managing affairs of the Dark Knight organization. He hadn't slept for many days, and it was only thanks to his S-class strength that his body could endure such strain. Typically, he would relinquish control to the robot system when Yang Chenyue did not require him, allowing him to multitask and address his duties. Although he had previously felt his workload was insufficient, he now found the responsibilities of the Dark Knight organization overwhelming. The IT seemed he needed to cultivate a successor and work diligently to earn money. He had already begun strategizing to draw Yang Chenyue closer to him. If his plan succeeded, he could not lead a nomadic life with Yang. Instead, he envisioned a grand transformation of the fourth mining star as their new home. Inspired by Yang's admiration for the Sun Palace, "Little rabbit, grow larger and help me bathe," Yang Chenyue commanded, and Youming complied, summoning a comically oversized black rabbit before her. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci were unfazed. But the corner of Su Ri's mouth twitched in disbelief. How could Chenyue have a fondness for such an unattractive rabbit? If she liked such an unappealing creature, one could only imagine how easily she would be captivated by a handsome one. It seemed prudent to be wary of rabbit beastmen in the future. Knowing that Yang Chenyue preferred her rabbit robot over Su Ri's, Youming was elated. However, upon hearing the word bath, he hesitated. He did not consider himself a gentleman, but he felt it was essential to accord the utmost respect to someone he cherished. Thus, he transferred control of the robot back and deactivated the surveillance of the light brain. "Very well then, let your own robot assist you with your bath. We shall wait outside. A robot will arrive shortly to help you don a gown that will not refuse. The gown is intricate, and your military robot is not adept at such tasks. You require a specialized gown robot," Su Ri instructed, and he, along with Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci, exited the hot spring chamber. Yang Chenyue slowly removed her footwear and dipped her toes into the water. A wave of warmth instantly enveloping her, eliciting a satisfied sigh. The water temperature was perfect, not too hot, nor too cold, ideal for relaxation. After shedding her clothes, she gradually sank into the hot spring, allowing the water to rise to her shoulders. Leaving only her head and shoulders exposed, as her body adjusted, she closed her eyes and savored the gentle caress of the hot spring water against her skin. The stones beneath the water massaged her soles, imparting a subtle comfort in that moment. All her worries and anticipations dissipated with the ripples of the water, leaving only tranquility and contentment. She extended her hand from the spring, lightly disturbing the water's surface. Watching as droplets sparkled in the sunlight like diamonds. This moment. Time seemed to stand still. Yang Chenyue was wholly immersed in this secluded sanctuary, relishing the rare peace and warmth. Chapter 41. Grooming. Just as Yang Chenyue was enjoying the attentive shoulder and head massage from the robot, a small, adorable white robot entered, holding her gown aloft. In a sweet voice, it announced, "Your Highness, it is getting late. I am here to assist you in donning your gown." Yang Chenyue suddenly realized that her robot usually spoke in a male voice. Perhaps having been surrounded by a male-dominated environment, she had never considered this a problem. Could it be that robots also had genders? "Your Highness, robots are merely machines and do not possess gender. You may alter their settings according to your preferences," the white robot kindly explained. Yang Chenyue was somewhat taken aback. Usually, it would have been the little rabbit that responded quickly, yet today it seemed slower to react. Never mind, she thought as she rose from the hot spring. However, when the rabbit robot attempted to dry her body as it usually did, she declined. "No need, I can do it myself," she said, grabbing a towel to dry herself, feeling a bit uneasy at the thought of the rabbit robot being male. Although it was in fact a machine devoid of gender, after spending so much time together, she regarded it as family, as an older brother. She had not noticed this before, but now she preferred to avoid having the little rabbit assist her in bathing. Of course, she did not wish to change the little rabbit's voice to female. She found it just right as it was. Consequently, she commanded the rabbit robot to shrink, adorning her right wrist once more as a bracelet. Once Yang Chenyue had dried off, the white robot set down its backpack, which promptly transformed into a vanity. The robot stepped forward to help her into the gown. The gown was an exquisite evening dress, crafted from the finest silk to harmonize with Yang Chenyue's name. adorned with tiny crystals that shimmered like stars as the light danced upon them. Yang Chenyue stood before the mirror, watching as the robot deftly assisted her into the gown. Its arms moved with agility, each motion precise, ensuring that every inch of the gown fit her perfectly. The white robot then attended to her hair, retrieving a delicate comb from the vanity and gently styling Yang Chenyue's long locks into an elegant arrangement, finally securing it with a beautiful hairpin. The sunstone embedded in the hairpin echoed the crystals on her gown, adding an air of nobility. Upon receiving confirmation from the rabbit robot that Yang Chenyue was dressed, Youming reclaimed control that he observed as the gown robot adorned Yang Chenyue with matching jewelry. A delicate necklace gracefully encircled her neck, perfectly obscuring the one he had gifted her. Youming felt a pang of sadness. He wished for his necklace to be the only one adorning her neck. However, he quickly reconsidered. It was natural for females to enjoy beauty, and wanting to change necklaces was quite normal, even if his necklace was occasionally overshadowed by others. It had always remained around her neck. Yang Chenyue too felt the weight of the necklace around her neck. Glancing in the mirror, she decided against wearing it, stating, "I believe my original protective necklace is lovely enough." The white robot, following her directive, removed the newly donned necklace. Upon witnessing this, Youming's face lit up with a radiant smile, as if the entire world rejoiced in his happiness. The robot then adorned Yang Chenyue with earrings, which swayed gently from her earlobes, perfectly complementing her gown. The robot's movements were gentle and meticulous, ensuring that each piece of jewelry accentuated Yang Chenyue's beauty. Finally, the robot presented her with a pair of exquisite high-heeled shoes, similarly adorned with tiny crystals that harmonized beautifully with the gown. Upon slipping on the shoes and rising, Yang Chenyue's figure appeared both graceful and regal in the mirror. The robot stepped back respectfully and announced, "Everything is ready, Your Highness. This evening, you shall undoubtedly be the most radiant presence at the banquet." Yang Chenyue smiled at her reflection, fully prepared to embrace the special night ahead. Yang Chenyue emerged, resplendent in her dazzling gown. The gazes of Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri were instantly captivated. She appeared as a goddess descending from a dream, exuding elegance and charm with each step. Their eyes sparkled with awe and admiration, involuntarily curving into warm, satisfied smiles. Their gazes lingered on her, from her exquisite visage to the gently swaying earrings, and down to the high heels adorning her feet. Every detail stirred their hearts as Su Ri approached her, extending his hand to invite her into the banquet, his heart brimming with anticipation and joy. Yang Chenyue glanced at Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci, who were discreetly standing behind, somewhat surprised. She had just been contemplating whom to choose as her male companion for the banquet, only to find they had already arranged it. "You too," she said, realizing they were concerned she might misunderstand their intentions. Zhao Ci quickly explained, "The banquet is personally prepared by His Majesty. Although you are a top-tier female, we must still show respect to His Majesty. Su Ri, being a prince, should accompany you while Bai Xuan and I will follow behind. Indeed, you have no idea how much I wish to stand by your side. But His Majesty is the ruler of the galaxy. As a top-tier female, we cannot afford to offend you," Bai Xuan chimed in. Bai Xuan hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Chenyue suddenly realized the situation. Indeed, if one were to rehearse this scene on Earth, it would resemble a banquet hosted by a leader who wields control over one's life, with the female protagonist leading the subordinates of the leader into the room, while the leader's son follows closely behind. Just imagining this scenario is enough to offend the leader. Without hesitation, Yang Chenyue linked her arm with Su Ri's and declared, "Then let us set off." All right, Su Ri promptly summoned the flying vehicle, and the group stepped inside, racing toward the palace. Chapter 42. The Coronation. Yang Chenyue gracefully linked her arm with Su Ri as they entered the banquet hall, their figures standing out remarkably under the dazzling lights. Her gown shimmered like a flowing river of stars in the illumination, while Su Ri donned a perfectly tailored black suit, exuding an extraordinary charisma. Their strides were composed and harmonious, each step radiating confidence and nobility. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci, not to be outdone, followed closely behind, one clad in a solemn military uniform and the other in a well-fitted white suit. The banquet venue was adorned like a scene from a science fiction film, with a towering dome sprinkled with lights mimicking the starry sky, as though the entire galaxy had been transported indoors. As Yang Chenyue and her three guardians made their entrance, the surrounding beastmen cast envious and respectful glances their way. They had already received word that this top-tier female had selected only 3 guardians, and they had all donned their finest attire in hopes of catching her. I doubt, of course. Yang Chenyue was not the only female present tonight. Being noticed by other females would also be a stroke of fortune. They navigated through the crowd toward their designated area, with Su Ri occasionally nodding in acknowledgement to familiar guests, while Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci appeared to have no acquaintances, their gazes fixed solely upon her. In response to the beastmen's gestures, Yang Chenyue returned their stares with her enchanting smile, each expression captivating those around her. As a subtle scent of carnations wafted through the air, the crowd fell silent. Their collective gaze drawn to the stage, a regal female, flanked by several handsome males, approached gracefully, occasionally clearing her throat. I could see that moment. One of the beastmen stepped forward and announced, "Her Majesty is unwell. Today's banquet will be presided over by the Crown Princess." Yang Chenyue then noticed that beneath the main throne sat over a dozen females, all curiously observing her. "Dare I ask, how's the health of the Lingyun Emperor?" The guests, prominent figures from East Central Star, had not seen the Emperor in many days and were understandably concerned. "Her Majesty is not in grave danger. She has merely overexerted herself and requires rest." Listening to their conversation, Yang Chenyue felt a flicker of curiosity as she gently nudged Su Ri, signaling him to check the holographic communicator. "Su Ri, what does the Emperor do for work?" As Yang Chenyue sent the message to the group, Su Ri, Bai Xuan, and Zhao Ci all received it. Su Ri nearly choked upon reading her question, but seeing Yang Chenyue's innocent expression, it was clear she was genuinely unaware. The task of enlightening her was indeed daunting. He quickly replied, "The Emperor is the mate of Her Majesty." Attending to her needs, Yang Chenyue understood, realizing that this had nothing to do with the formidable rulers of the celestial realms depicted in fantasy dramas. She continued to inquire, "Is Her Majesty severely injured?" I could still sense her pheromones when I entered. Su Ri was once again taken aback, recalling that the president of the Female Protection Center had personally sent him a message, stating that arrangements had already been made for Yang Chenyue to attend school in a week. Given her current understanding, she would likely perceive even a 10-year-old as being quite mature. Zhao Ci, sensing the moment, quickly interjected in the group chat, "Her Majesty is a top-tier female. Her pheromones serve more than just a soothing purpose." Her earlier pheromones carried a certain warning. First, the venue was too noisy, and given her condition, her voice was too soft to garner attention. Secondly, it was to inform everyone present that although she is injured, she is still capable of fulfilling her role. After all, with her injury, there are many in various families harboring ill intentions. Pheromones can serve as a warning. "Then can I do that too?" Yang Chenyue immediately turned to Zhao Ci. "Of course, but in a week, we will take you to school where various teachers will impart this knowledge to you." Not wishing to dampen Yang Chenyue's enthusiasm, Zhao Ci hesitated before adding, "However, this warning function is not as potent as you might think. It merely alerts others to your presence and discontent, lacking any offensive capability. That sounds rather lackluster," Yang Chenyue mumbled. Just then, she noticed that during their exchange, Her Majesty had already been escorted away from the banquet by the various emperors. In her place, the young female took the central stage, adorned in a flowing golden robe embroidered with gold thread and pearls. Signifying her noble status, she wore a delicate crown studded with gems, gleaming brilliantly. Her gaze was resolute and self-assured, her strides poised, each step radiating elegance and strength. It seemed this was the Crown Princess Su Yao of East Central Star. The sister of Su Ri. Yang Chenyue glanced between Su Yao and Su Ri, noting their contrasting appearances. Observing Yang Chenyue's gaze flitting between himself and the Crown Princess, Su Ri quickly clarified, "Su Yao and I are not from the same emperor. We simply share a good relationship, having played together since childhood." Thought Yang Chenyue, amazed that Su Ri, having known her for just a day, could read her thoughts so easily, while Bai Xuan, despite their long acquaintance, remained as oblivious as ever. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Chenyue shot Bai Xuan a sidelong glance, leaving him bewildered and wondering what he had done to provoke her. Standing atop the high platform of the banquet hall, Su Yao surveyed the gathered guests. Her voice rang clear and strong as she warmly welcomed the Empire's newest top-tier female, expressing gratitude for their attendance while articulating her hopes and aspirations for the Empire's future. Her words conveyed wisdom and determination, leaving every attendee feeling the poise and power of a future ruler. Su Yao concluded her address. The band struck up a lively dance tune, and guests began to indulge in the meticulously prepared food and drinks. Throughout the banquet, Su Yao mingled among the guests, engaging in conversation, demonstrating her affability and leadership. Her intelligence and charm left a lasting impression on every attendee. Though many beastmen wished to approach Yang Chenyue, they were kept at bay by Bai Xuan and Su Ri, while Zhao Ci took it upon himself to ensure her comfort. Yang Chenyue found herself well protected in a corner by the three of them. The attendees, being high-ranking individuals from East Central Star, were disinclined to embarrass themselves and gradually dispersed to converse with other females. The highlight of the evening was the dance, where Su Yao twirled gracefully with her mates. Undoubtedly captivating as her herbivorous companions were undeniably handsome, her elegance in dance was perfectly aligned with her status. The evening also featured a variety of performances, providing guests with a visual and auditory feast. Yang Chenyue, savoring the exquisite delicacies, watched everything unfold quietly, feeling relieved. She had been anxious prior to the banquet, fearing she would be the center of attention and worried about potential blunders. Fortunately, her social anxiety found solace in the corner. Indulging in culinary delights, as the banquet proceedings concluded, the coronation ceremony commenced, and suddenly, the spotlight fell upon Yang Chenyue. All eyes turned toward the young female, still stuffing her face with food, eliciting affectionate laughter from the crowd. After all, she was still a child. Yang Chenyue felt momentarily bewildered, believing she was not to play a part in this, and thought, "Help, how embarrassing." Since arriving in the capital of East Central Star, I've been nothing but awkward. Su Ri, however, remained unfazed. He simply wished for his beloved to present herself beautifully before everyone. He gently wiped the cream from the corner of Yang Chenyue's mouth. Seeing her make no protest, the surrounding guests collectively inhaled, marveling at how impressive their eldest prince was. Within just one day, he had already secured the top-tier female. Go ahead. We will be watching you from below. After Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci adjusted Yang Chenyue's appearance, they gestured for her to approach Su Ri at the high platform. It was then that Yang Chenyue realized, in the blink of an eye, Su Ri had appeared atop the platform. As the band played a solemn melody, Yang Chenyue slowly stepped forward toward the platform. Su Ri stood there, watching her approach, his heart brimming with excitement at the thought of crowning his beloved. Feeling like the happiest beastman in the world, with a steady and commanding voice, he read aloud the decree of coronation, announcing Yang Chenyue's official title as the 7th princess of the Empire. The 7th princess? It appears that the age range should be between 16 and 22, indicating that she has yet to reach the age of partnership. The guests began to harbor their own speculations, suggesting that she would soon be enrolling in school, necessitating that their eligible males be sent to study alongside her. After listening to the imperial edict, Yang Chenyue realized that, in order to protect the identity of the top-tier females from being disclosed, the galaxy had refrained from mentioning her name and age in the official decree, and no photographs were permitted. Henceforth, the galaxy would only recognize Her Highness, the top-tier female, and no longer Yang Chenyue, which was indeed a relief, as it would save her considerable trouble. Following the reading of the edict, Su Ri personally placed a delicate crown upon Yang Chenyue's head, complementing her gown splendidly. Once adorned with the crown, Su Ri knelt before Yang Chenyue, solemnly pledging his allegiance to her. Yang Chenyue was taken aback. In front of such a multitude, this felt like a scene from a Mary Sue narrative, and she had to admit that she was genuinely flattered. Yes, Su Ri concluded his oath. Yang Chenyue hastily pulled him to his feet, prompting a thunderous applause from the guests. They welcomed the newly appointed 7th princess of the Empire and offered prayers for the Empire's future. Su Yao approached Yang Chenyue to extend her congratulations and encourage her to contribute to the prosperity of the galaxy. Her words were imbued with trust in Yang Chenyue and anticipation for the galaxy's future. Chapter 43. Compromise for love. Youming felt somewhat vexed. The banquet did not permit the entry of robots, and the surveillance security of the Eastern Central Star Palace was exceedingly high. He had no means to infiltrate at the moment, and thus missed such a significant moment for Yang. He resolved that he must personally organize Yang Chenyue's coming-of-age ceremony for her 22nd birthday. After the ceremony concluded, the guests gradually departed. Allowing Su Yao to finally shed her serious facade, she hastily removed the expensive crown from her head and tossed it to a nearby beast man. Joyfully running towards Su Ri. "Ah, brother, I'm exhausted. How did I do with sister-in-law's coronation ceremony?" Seeing Su Yao's eager expression, there was no trace left of the former imperial princess. Yang Chenyue smiled at her. "Sister-in-law, stop laughing. My brother is on the brink of bankruptcy. Your coronation decree was supposed to be read by me, but my brother insisted so much that he even sold his most capable subordinate to secure the opportunity to crown you personally. He's quite poor now. He probably doesn't even have money left to buy you clothes. Let us not rely on him. I'll get you a few instead." Yang Chenyue recognized that Su Yao was jesting and responded playfully. "I'm not your sister-in-law. Your brother is merely my guardian. Now, it's easy to disregard him, but it depends on whether the person you offer me is more handsome than him." Su Ri's expression darkened at the side, and he abruptly pulled Yang Chenyue along as they exited. "Chenyue, don't listen to her nonsense that we're leaving. You've had a long day and need rest." Yang Chenyue watched the sibling duo display their childish antics and felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Having grown up without family, she longed for such affection, allowing Su Ri to lead her away. After taking a couple of steps, Su Ri turned and threatened Su Yao. "If you speak carelessly again, I'll call Feng Xing back." Su Yao immediately panicked. "No, brother, I was wrong. Feng Xing is a male I pursued for quite some time and have yet to catch. He is still unmarried. You promised to send me to him as a beast man. You cannot go back on your word." "Then refrain from speaking foolishly," Su Ri retorted, leaving Su Yao with a triumphant back as they departed. Su Yao stomped her foot in frustration. "Ah, my brother has forgotten about his sister now that he has a female. Just because he has a female means he is so impressive. I still have a male." After saying this, she beckoned one of the beastmen. "You, come here and carry me back to rest," and pointed at two others. "You two, come and serve me." As Yang Chenyue stepped outside, she heard Su Yao's words, causing her to slip, and she was promptly caught from behind by Bai Xuan, who seized Yang Chenyue from Su Ri's grasp, exclaiming, "I haven't held you yet." Yang Chenyue seemed oblivious to this sudden change. Her mind filled with chaotic thoughts. What kind of game is this? By the time she realized what was happening, she had already been carried some distance by Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan's flying vehicle landed steadily on the grass ahead. Ever since he had become Yang Chenyue's guardian, he had gained access to numerous restricted areas. Su Ri, upon noticing this, immediately interjected, "Let Chenyue ride in my vehicle. She should stay at my place tonight, and we will help her move to her new home tomorrow." "That's unnecessary. I have already prepared a room for you at my estate," Bai Xuan replied, then turned to Yang Chenyue. "You, would you like to stay at my estate tonight? You've been grooming at Su Ri's residence all day. Tonight, it should be my turn." Seeing Bai Xuan's pitiful expression, Yang Chenyue felt a pang of sympathy. "Then I'll go see the room you prepared for me tonight." With Yang Chenyue's consent, Bai Xuan's steps grew lighter, and he carried her onto the flying vehicle. Su Ri and Zhao Ci followed closely behind. "What are you two doing?" Bai Xuan asked irritably. "Why abode is humble. You've mentioned this to me numerous times. You have prepared a room for me at your estate. I happen to have the day free, so I will inspect General Bai's estate and see how the confinement is proceeding." Seeing their shamelessness in insisting on accompanying him, Bai Xuan could only relent. Meanwhile, Yang Chenyue nestled in Bai Xuan's arms, overheard the conversation about the confinement and became intrigued. "Bai Xuan, I heard you were confined because you rejected the Imperial Princess's proposal for partnership. I just saw that the Imperial Princess is quite beautiful and has a pleasant personality. Why did you refuse?" Su Ri and Zhao Ci exchanged gleeful glances, as if eager to witness Bai Xuan's explanation. I have no feelings for the Imperial Princess. Moreover, since her coming of age last year, she has taken on 9 beastmen. I do not wish to become her 10th. What I desire is to be unique. Yang Chenyue's mouth fell open in surprise that the imperial princess was not lacking in beastmen after all. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that she would not only have Bai Xuan as her beastman. Unique? Bai Xuan. Noticing Yang Chenyue's silence, Bai Xuan grew anxious. Yu, please believe me. There is nothing between the imperial princess and me. She wants me to be her beastman merely because she is attracted to my position in the First Legion and the power of an A-grade male. Consolidate the galaxy's governance. She needs to recruit strong individuals. Yang Chenyue hesitated before speaking. I'm not doubting your relationship with the imperial princess. It's just what? Yang Chenyue glanced at Su Ri and Zhao Ci beside her, took a deep breath, and said, Bai Xuan, I'm sorry. I may not be able to give you the uniqueness you desire. Perhaps it's because I lacked love in my upbringing, but I am quite greedy. I cannot bear to part with anyone who treats me well. If you haven tea yet fallen too deep, you should leave. Bai Xuan could hardly believe his ears. Yu was asking him to leave. He tightened his hold on her, squeezing her until she winced in pain. Immediately, he set her down on the seat in front of him and knelt before her. His voice choked. I'm sorry. Yu, I didn't mean to. You can punish me however you wish. Just don't send me away. Please don't send me away. It feels like you're taking my life, listening to Bai Xuan's tearful pleas. Yang Chenyue felt deeply sorrowful. Yet, she could not be so selfish. She had only one person, but was monopolizing several. It was unfair to them. She gazed at the ceiling, striving to keep her eyes wide open to prevent tears from falling. I am not sending you away. I just want you to pursue the life you desire. That I cannot provide you with uniqueness, but I can grant you freedom. That I will submit a request to the Female Protection Center to terminate our guardian relationship. Bai Xuan immediately grasped Yang Chenyue's hand, attempting to stop her from activating her light brain. Seemingly unsatisfied with this, he yanked the light brain from her left hand and smashed it against the corner of the vehicle, shattering it into pieces. Yang Chenyue was about to say something, but upon looking down, she saw Bai Xuan's eyes, which had transformed from a smoky gray to a vivid crimson, resembling a beast poised to pounce. Su Ri and Zhao Ci quickly realized Bai Xuan's abnormality and rushed to restrain him. Stop! Don't harm him! Yang Chenyue cried out, rising to assess Bai Xuan's condition. Bai Xuan's state was dire. His mind was consumed with a singular thought. Yang Chenyue no longer wanted him. This chaos in his consciousness destabilized his mental strength, bringing him to the brink of losing control. How could this happen? Yang Chenyue quickly released a hint of pheromone to soothe him. After a moment, Bai Xuan's eyes gradually returned to normal, as soon as Su Ri and Zhao Ci released him. He instantly embraced Yang Chenyue, pleading, Yu, don't send me away. Don't, I beg you. I would die without you. Observing the tear-streaked face of Bai Xuan, Yang Chenyue couldn't help but hold him tightly. Crying, I'm sorry, Bai Xuan, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so greedy. You have all treated me so well, yet I didn't know how to refuse. I accepted the notion of having several beastmen, without considering your feelings. That I will sever my guardian relationships with Su Ri and Zhao Ci immediately. I want no one but you. Let us go to a place devoid of others. Just the two of us for eternity. That all right. As the first light of dawn graced the room, Su Ri and Zhao Ci felt their hearts lurch at Yang Chenyue's words. Instantly dropping to their knees, gripping her on either side, their voices tinged with sorrow. Please, your Chenyue, don't leave us. Since we encountered you, you become our entire existence. Without you, we would perish. Watching Su Ri and Zhao Ci kneeling once more, hearing their tearful confessions that dripped with anguish, Yang Chenyue found herself at a loss, her sorrow amplifying. The fear of being thrust into an unfamiliar world, the loneliness of lacking kindred spirits, and the overwhelming weight of emotion finally erupted at that moment. She clung tightly to Bai Xuan, sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling with each cry, her tears soaking Bai Xuan's garments. Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri, upon hearing her helpless wails, felt their hearts rend in agony. Bai Xuan gently patted her back, offering comfort, while Zhao Ci and Su Ri chimed in with soothing words, yet Yang Chenyue seemed oblivious to their attempts, continuing to weep, shattering their hearts further. Her cries persisted for an extended period until her voice grew hoarse and her tears began to dry. eventually succumbing to a deep slumber in Bai Xuan's embrace. Zhao Ci cautiously employed a scanning device to examine her, discovering that her only ailment was an overwhelming emotional surge, alleviating his worries, and gesturing for Bai Xuan to carry Yang Chenyue to the bed for rest. Meanwhile, the spacecraft had been stationary at Bai Xuan's estate for quite some time. Bai Xuan gently laid Yang Chenyue in the specially crafted bedroom, refraining from assisting her with washing or changing clothes, fearing he might awaken her, and simply tucked her in with a blanket. The three of them remained silently by her bedside, unwilling to depart, terrified that if Yang Chenyue awoke, she might not find him there. Zhao Ci pointed to the holographic computer, suggesting they communicate through it. He understood Yang Chenyue's inner turmoil, a dilemma that had long plagued them. If left unresolved, neither Youming nor they would find happiness. They had all witnessed last night's events. Youming was inherently kind, unwilling to cause sorrow to any of them. Yet she was but one person, and it was impossible for them both to claim her entirely. I'm grateful that Youming has accepted me. I do not mind her having other beast husbands. The more there are, the better she will be cared for, as long as I hold a place in her heart. He was aware of the pride both held as A-class males, reluctant to share one mate with another. But the current situation left them only two choices, to depart or to accept that Youming could have other beast husbands. Not just me, perhaps there will be many more in the future. You must consider this carefully, that I will not abandon you, not even in death. I wish to be with her. Neither will I. Don't you think that by saying this, you can drive me away, so you can monopolize Chenyue? Does this mean you both accept that Youming can have multiple beast husbands? Bai Xuan and Su Ri's gazes were fixed intently on the figure lying in bed. No, she was their beloved. How could they possibly wish to share her with others? Yet, upon recalling Yang Chenyue's conflicted, pained, and helpless expression from the previous night, their hearts ached anew. Seemingly resolved, Bai Xuan forcefully typed several words on the holographic computer. As long as Yu is happy. I will accept anything. Su Ri followed suit, writing, as long as I can be by her side, I accept. With both of them reaching an understanding, Zhao Ci exhaled in relief, continuing to type, then it's settled. We will watch over Youming. When she awakens, we'll share our thoughts with her and strive for a harmonious coexistence, ensuring she does not feel burdened. After a prolonged silence, the three of them gazed at Yang Chenyue, seemingly unable to satiate their longing. Finally, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, Yang Chenyue's eyes fluttered open, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Recalling the events of the previous night, she attempted to raise her hand to touch her eyes, suspecting they were swollen. Before she could move, three handsome faces loomed closer. Chenyue, you are awake. How do you feel? Yang Chenyue opened her mouth to respond, but her throat felt parched, rendering her voice nearly inaudible. Observing this, Zhao Ci swiftly brought over a cup of honey water he had prepared earlier to her. Drink this. It will soothe your throat. Bai Xuan propped Yang Chenyue up against him as she accepted the cup, downing the honey water in one go, finding relief in her throat. Before Yang Chenyue could utter a word, Su Ri and Zhao Ci knelt by her bedside, saying, we discussed this last night. We do not mind you having other beast husbands, as long as you hold a place for us in your heart. Chenyue, I will never leave you. For you, I am willing to accept all your beast husbands. Yang Chenyue's heart swelled with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Surely, in her past life, she must have saved the galaxy, for how else could she be blessed with such companions? Seeing her cry once more, Zhao Ci and Su Ri stood in a flurry, hastily attempting to wipe her tears. Please don't cry. As long as you are happy, you can punish us however you wish. Yes, Chenyue, as long as you don't cry. I can bring out the 108 types of torture instruments from Dong Zhongxing's prison for you to experiment with on me. At this, Yang Chenyue chuckled softly. Fools, how could I bear to punish you? After a moment of contemplation, she added, however, since you made me shed so many tears last night, I shall impose the punishment of moving for you. The three of them rejoiced at her words, sensing that the previous night's troubles were behind them, and Yang Chenyue's heart had finally opened. All right, you all go prepare. I need to freshen up. As if recalling something, Yang Chenyue inquired, what about my robot? Did no one bring it? The three exchanged guilty glances, realizing they had been so preoccupied with Yang Chenyue that they had completely forgotten about the rabbit robot. Likely still aboard Su Ri's spacecraft. Yang Chenyue chuckled at the realization. It's fine, I didn't mean to blame you. Su Ri. Could you fetch my rabbit robot? Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci. You two help me gather the things I need to move. I really like those clothes from the starship, so please bring them along. Upon receiving Yang Chenyue's orders, the three hurriedly exited the room to prepare. Yang Chenyue watched their departing figures, softly whispering a thank you. The heightened hearing of beastmen allowed them to catch her words even after they had left the room. Such kindness from their beloved was undeniably endearing, making it impossible for them not to love her. Chapter 44. The neighbors. After being left behind in the spacecraft for a day, Youming was met with the sight of Yang Chenyue, her eyes slightly puffy and her voice hoarse. What on earth transpired in my absence? He pondered, bewildered that the three individuals who should have been at odds and consumed by jealousy were instead so peacefully together. Something was amiss, very amiss. Youming paced the room, incessantly manipulating the holographic computer in an attempt to hack into various surveillance systems, seeking to uncover the truth of the events that had unfolded. However, due to high security measures or the absence of cameras, he was unable to succeed as the operator of the robots. He dared not directly inquire in front of Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri, fearing that any odd behavior would raise suspicion. Finally, their spacecraft arrived at the location of the house allocated to Yang Chenyue. She was taken aback, based on the description from the president of the Female Protection Center and the fact that two people were supposed to live together. She had anticipated a small, dilapidated dwelling. Yet, how could the two grand villas before her be explained? Had they taken a wrong turn? At that moment, a female and a male emerged from the gate. The female, while not conventionally beautiful, possessed a delicate charm, cowering behind the male, casting wary glances at them. Due to Yang Chenyue wearing the female protection necklace, no pheromones were released, and as the galaxy had not disclosed her specific information, the general public only knew there was a top-tier female among them, but few recognized her. Therefore, the male and female who stepped out did not recognize Yang Chenyue, merely finding the males accompanying her vaguely familiar. Esteemed female, may I inquire what brings you here? The male, standing protectively in front of the female, asked nervously, bowing slightly, aware that this female was anything but ordinary given the impressive males by her side. I am your new neighbor. The Female Protection Center has allocated half of this property to me, that I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yang Chenyue replied with a smile, then turned to Bai Xuan, saying, Bai Xuan, please show him the property transfer certificate. Huh. Bai Xuan appeared puzzled. Why holographic computer was shattered by you last night? You owe me a new one. Yang Chenyue chuckled at Bai Xuan's bewildered expression. Oh, right, I forgot. I'll help you set up your new home, and afterward, we can go shopping. You can buy whatever you desire. Bai Xuan awkwardly spoke. While they engaged in conversation, the male across from them had swiftly utilized his neural interface to identify the three males before his eyes. Upon hearing Yang Chenyue mention that Bai Xuan had smashed the neural interface, his imagination ran wild, conjuring a dramatic narrative. The enchanting female before him was indeed stunningly beautiful, and her three companions were the silver wolf Bai Xuan, General Bai, the merman Prince Shuri, and the black cat Dr. Zhao Ci. Ever since Zhao Ci was punished for revealing his beast form aboard the starship, his true form had been exposed to the public. None of these three beastmen were herbivorous, and although they held high status, they failed to win the favor of females. Among the esteemed male beastmen, they ranked quite low, while the females assigned housing by the Female Protection Center were typically those without family backing, undoubtedly due to their low pheromone levels that rendered them incompatible with high-quality herbivorous partners. Yet all three males had set their sights on her. Left alone and desolate, she had no choice but to comply, at least for the sake of security. However, after General Bai's outburst the previous night, when he had shattered her belongings and frightened the young female, she dared not stay with them and had fled back to her assigned residence. As he continued to indulge in wild fantasies, Bai Xuan had already projected the housing transfer certificate before him. Lin, I have reviewed your profile. You are a B-rank male, previously employed by the Department of Loss Prevention. Your partner, Ruo Lan, is a D-rank female, personally rescued by Marshal Ling Tian from the clutches of a pirate leader and later employed in the Department of Loss Prevention. Enough. before Bai Xuan could finish. Li Yin interrupted, sensing the tremors of the female behind him. The days spent in the Department of Loss Prevention were a past that Ruo Lan was most reluctant to discuss, seeing the tension escalate between the two parties. Yang Chenyue hurriedly intervened. "What are you doing? This is your roommate. What will happen if things become awkward?" Bai Xuan, stop talking. Yang Chenyue quickly restrained Bai Xuan, noticing the palpable fear in Ruo Lan's expression when Bai Xuan mentioned the Department of Loss Prevention. Suggesting a significant trauma, she quickly adorned her face with a warm smile and apologized to Li Yin and the others. "I am so sorry." Bai Xuan could be quite blunt. "Please don't take offense. We absolutely mean no harm." Li Yin and Ruo Lan were taken aback. Due to their unique status, they had seldom received a warm demeanor, especially from a female. Those females who were aware of Ruo Lan's background would often go out of their way to avoid her, fearing they might tarnish their own reputation. Yang Chenyue stepped closer to Ruo Lan, softening her tone as much as possible. "Ruo Lan, is it your name? It sounds beautiful. I am Yang Chenyue. May I be your friend?" Ruo Lan slowly lifted her long dejected head, her gaze somewhat vacant as she looked at Yang Chenyue. Her already timid features were now shrouded in a veil of confusion, reminiscent of a fawn lost in thick fog, bewildered yet evoking sympathy. Oh dear, that little demeanor instantly won Yang Chenyue's heart. Compared to those females on Star Blog who mistreat males, this delicate and graceful girl ignited a fierce protectiveness within her. It seemed she must strive to get along with this roommate. Perhaps they could become good friends in the future. "Hello, Yang Chenyue. Sure, your house is over there. Please don't linger at the entrance. Come inside." Ruo Lan's voice quivered, faint and seemingly exhausting her every ounce of strength. Yin turned in astonishment. Since Ruo Lan had left the Department of Loss Prevention, she had seldom spoken, even to him. And this was the first time he had heard her string together such a lengthy sentence. It appeared that this female, named Yang, might genuinely help Ruo Lan regain her normalcy. Yes, please come in. You need not display the housing certificate. It is our honor for you to reside here. Miss Yang, your residence is over there. We have never approached it, so you need not worry." As Li Yin spoke, he guided them through the entrance. The female behind him frequently glanced at Yang Chenyue, who maintained a smile in response. Yet Ruo Lan's eyes darted away. Clearly flustered, it seemed that her roommate bore significant psychological scars, her timidness alarming. However, this was fortuitous, as she had never favored befriending those females with a penchant for male maltreatment. She was determined to cultivate a friendship with Ruo Lan, silently encouraging herself. Upon stepping through the doorway, Yang Chenyue was once again astounded. This was hardly shared accommodation. The two households merely shared an entrance and a garden, residing in distinct three-story villas. In the center of the garden lay a meticulously manicured lawn, lush and verdant, surrounded by vibrant flower beds filled with roses, tulips, lilies, and other blossoms, all competing to bloom under the sun, exuding delightful fragrances. Winding pathways, paved with cobblestones, meandered between the flower beds. The windows of the villas were spacious and bright, revealing lavishly decorated interiors filled with exquisite furnishings and artworks. Between the two villas was a courtyard adorned with a fountain and small sculptures, the gentle sound of the flowing water enlivening the serene scene. "I apologize, I usually just tend to the garden casually. Miss Yang, if you dislike it, I can arrange for someone to redecorate." Li Yin said, somewhat awkwardly, that no, I truly like it. "It's beautiful." Yang Chenyue replied with a reassuring smile. "It's quite small," Shiri remarked disdainfully. Yang Chenyue was speechless. Did he have a misunderstanding about what small meant? This villa, if situated on Earth, would have been beyond her lifetime's financial reach, and now it was graciously bestowed upon her in the beast realm. However, reflecting on Shiri's palace, she conceded that, in comparison, it was indeed rather petite. But what did that matter? This was her own home. "I think it's wonderful. I like it." Yang Chenyue exclaimed joyfully. "Come and see it together." She instinctively took Ruo Lan's hand, eager to show her the villa. But Ruo Lan's hand recoiled as if shocked, swiftly breaking away. Yin quickly intervened, positioning himself in front of Ruo Lan and kneeling. "Miss Yang, I apologize. Ruo Lan did not mean to. Please spare her. Punish me as you see fit." Yang Chenyue was taken aback by Li Yan's sudden action, while Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Shiri swiftly moved to shield her, glaring fiercely at Li Yan. Observing Ruolan tremble even more violently, Yang Chenyue hastily pushed past the three. "You frightened Ruolan. Step aside." With an apologetic expression, she explained to Ruolan, "I am so sorry. Ruolan, I didn't realize you dislike being touched. I merely heard you say you could be friends, so I wanted to bring you to see my new home that I didn't mean to frighten you. These three are my guardians. They mean no harm and will not hurt you." Seeing Ruolan still somewhat fearful, Yang Chenyue addressed the kneeling Li Yan. "Li Yan, please stand. You haven't done anything wrong. I should be the one apologizing for my abruptness. Please take Ruolan back. Once I have arranged my new home and Ruolan's emotions have stabilized, I will come to visit her." Li Yan could hardly believe his ears. It seemed that beyond his own Ruolan, such a kind-hearted female existed in the world. He hoped Miss Yang could truly help Ruolan mend her emotional wounds. He immediately bowed his head 3 times in gratitude. "Thank you. I implore you, please spend more time with Ruolan. I will repay you in any way I can." Yang Chenyue hurriedly stepped back, feeling overwhelmed by such grand gestures. "Rest assured, I have no friends here either. It seems I have a natural affinity with Ruolan that I will certainly become her friend. Then, thank you. If you need any assistance while settling in, please don't hesitate to ask." Noticing that Yang Chenyue's attention was fully captured by the people before her, Shiri felt displeased and subtly positioned himself in front of her. "All right, we will help arrange Chenyue's new home. Hurry back with your female." Sensing the unfriendly glares from the three, Li Yan quickly conceded and, holding Ruolan, departed. "Ruolan, see you another day." Yang Chenyue poked her head out from behind Shiri, calling to Ruolan's retreating figure, only to be lightly rapped on the head by Zhao Ci. "All right, she's already far away. Haven't you been wanting to see your new home? Let's go." As they finished speaking, Zhao Ci and Shiri took one hand each and headed towards the villa, leaving Bai Xuan and the rabbit robot behind. Yang Chenyue turned back quietly to glance at them, only to find Bai Xuan looking at her with a pitiful expression. Feeling pleased, Yang Chenyue said, "Bai Xuan, little rabbit, you two possess the greatest strength, so please help move the items from the spacecraft." Upon hearing her words, Bai Xuan and the rabbit robot sprang into action like they had been invigorated, rushing onto the starship to carry as many items as they could, even competing with each other. Bai Xuan was entirely focused on Yang Chenyue praising him for his strength, completely oblivious to the absurdity of competing with the robot for the items. Youming was similarly inspired by Yang Chenyue, controlling the robot to move as many things as possible, forgetting to disguise himself as an ordinary robot. Chapter 45. Arrangement. The interior layout of the villa left Yang Chenyue momentarily astonished. The living room soared 2 stories high, with a massive crystal chandelier suspended in the center, refracting a spectrum of colors. The walls were adorned with peculiar paintings, seemingly depicting the prosperous scenes of a beastly world. Intrigued, Yang Chenyue approached the spiral staircase leading to the 2nd floor, its handrail intricately carved, and each step made from a stone that emanated a gentle glow. As she stepped onto the 2nd floor corridor, a hidden door slid open quietly, revealing a flickering blue light. Upon entering the dim room, she discovered an array of high-tech equipment, all unfamiliar to her. "These are devices for your entertainment or training. You can come back to play with them after your teachers instruct you once you enroll," Shiri kindly explained nearby. Yang Chenyue ascended to the 3rd floor, which was evidently the bedroom. Its style was a simple black and white color scheme, and due to its prolonged vacancy, it appeared even more desolate. Yang Chenyue frowned, and Zhao Ci gently suggested, "You can have the butler robot reset everything. All the decor can be altered according to your preferences." "Wow, that's incredibly cool," Yang Chenyue exclaimed, awed by the advanced technology that I can change the decor whenever I desire, without having to wait. "Butler robot," Yang Chenyue called out tentatively. "I'm here." A cold mechanical voice echoed through the room. "Could you make my room a bit cozier?" "Certainly, I will commence the transformation immediately." In an instant, the surroundings transformed, and she found herself in an entirely different scene. Sunlight filtered through white lace curtains, softly illuminating the room, while a gentle lavender fragrance filled the air. The room was dominated by a warm beige tone, with several softly colored abstract paintings adorning the walls. Adding an artistic touch, a spacious double bed was covered with a soft down comforter, its headboard piled high with colorful cushions, seemingly inviting one to sink into its embrace. In one corner, pots of greenery thrived under the sunlight, infusing the space with a breath of fresh nature. Yang Chenyue gazed contentedly at her room, only to hear the sounds of Bai Xuan and the rabbit robot moving items downstairs. When she descended, she was utterly astonished to find that the items, which should have required 4 people to transport, had all been moved in one trip by just the 2 of them. Wow, Bai Xuan, little rabbit, you're amazing. You must be tired. Take a break while Zhao Ci and Shiri organize things, Yang Chenyue called out as she hurried downstairs, with Zhao Ci and Shiri following closely behind. You, take it slow. I'm not tired. I want to personally arrange your room, and only I know the best way to organize your clothes in the wardrobe for your convenience, Bai Xuan said, catching her as she rushed down the stairs. Affectionately ruffling her hair, "Dat be good. Sit down for a moment while I tidy up these things, then I'll take you shopping for a light brain." Okay, Yang Chenyue obediently replied, settling down in the living room. Butler robot, please bring us 3 glasses of water. Yang Chenyue began issuing commands, and a round-headed robot approached, carrying 3 glasses of water. Captivated by its adorableness, Yang Chenyue reached out to pat its head as it arrived before her. This action immediately raised alarm bells for Youming, who stood nearby. No, if this household gained a second robot, his time with Yang would undoubtedly diminish. He needed to devise a plan. Master, I have detected the presence of a low-level intelligent robot nearby. Would you like to initiate a takeover and merge? Youming queried, having sifted through the input commands for the robot he controlled. Finally finding a phrase suitable for the situation, Yang Chenyue looked at Zhao Ci and Shiri. Is merging necessary? Shiri glanced at the 2 robots and replied, your rabbit robot appears to be a military-grade unit from the 1st Legion, so its safety rating is relatively high. This villa is allocated for female residents, with lower safety and intelligence levels, making it vulnerable to intrusion. Merging is advisable. Why Youming felt that it was the first time he had heard Shiri say something sensible since he joined. Then let's merge, Yang Chenyue concluded. Received. Merging now. Merge complete. I have fully taken control of the villa. As the rabbit robot's voice faded, the round robot before Yang Chenyue vanished. Why Youming, now controlling the rabbit robot, approached Yang Chenyue tenderly, producing an eye mask and gently placing it over her eyes. Yang Chenyue suddenly realized her eyes were still swollen. It seemed the merging with the butler robot made the little rabbit even more considerate. The eye mask provided a soothing coolness without being cold, immediately alleviating the heat and swelling in her eyes. Yang Chenyue reclined comfortably on the sofa, enjoying the robot's massage, and soon fell asleep. After Bai Xuan tidied up her room, he slowly made his way downstairs. Upon seeing Yang Chenyue in such a state, he quietly sat beside her, feeling that time itself had become peaceful. As the time for the eye mask was up, Youming carefully removed it using the rabbit robot, and the sudden light induced Yang Chenyue to awaken. Her eyes had returned to normal. Feeling quite refreshed. Opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of 3 handsome young men and a cute rabbit beside her, which made her burst into joyful laughter. The others looked at her in confusion. I'm in a good mood today. Aren't you taking me shopping on Dongjong Star? Since we still have time, let's go. I feel so bored without a light brain. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and the others couldn't help but laugh as they all stood up and headed out with Yang Chenyue. Chapter 46. Shopping. Yang Chenyue shrank the rabbit robot and placed it on her right hand. Together with Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Shiri, they arrived at the largest shopping mall on Dongjong Star. The heart of the galaxy.it was a dazzling pearl floating in the sky, designed to resemble a colossal spiral galaxy. Its center was a radiant hub, surrounded by countless glimmering shopping corridors and commercial areas, akin to a small, independent world within the universe. The mall's exterior was composed of transparent alloys, reflecting the brilliance of the surrounding celestial bodies, making the entire structure shine brightly among the stars. At the entrance, a massive halo door welcomed flying vehicles from all directions, while the internal high-speed hover trains and automated walkways served as the cosmic highways, swiftly and smoothly transporting customers to their desired shopping paradise. Yang Chenyue was taken aback by the grandeur of Dongjong Star's shopping center. Feeling as if it had been transformed from a small asteroid, it seemed that half a day would not suffice for her to explore thoroughly. However, now that she resided here, there would be ample opportunities in the future. As she surveyed her surroundings, her attention was immediately captured by a nearby shop selling plush toys. That store appears to sell dolls. "Let us go take a look," Yang Chenyue exclaimed, excitedly dashing towards a shop. She adored these fluffy toys and wanted to buy one to place on her bedside table for companionship while she slept. Upon entering the doll store, it was a veritable treasure trove of plush toys. However, the star attraction was a white plush floppy-eared rabbit doll. This doll featured soft and delicate fur that was pure white, as if it had just fallen from the clouds, exuding an aura of purity and warmth. Its ears drooped gently on either side of its head, and its eyes were two exquisite black buttons, sparkling with an innocent and adorable gleam. The small nose was stitched in a gentle pink hue, slightly upturned as if sniffing the sweet scent in the air. Yang Chenyue's fingers brushed against the doll. Feeling the softness and warmth of its fur, her eyes sparkled with delight, and her lips curled into a smile, unable to conceal her affection. "I absolutely adore it. Shall we buy it?" Yang Chenyue picked up the rabbit doll, playfully addressing the three behind her. Seeing the eager look in Yang Chenyue's eyes, they found it hard to refuse. After all, it was merely a rabbit doll. As long as she remained on Dongzhong's star, they would not encounter the real-life counterpart of this plush toy. Bai Xuan paid the star coins, and Shuri, intending to take the rabbit doll from her, was gently rebuffed by Yang Chenyue, who continued to cradle the doll as she looked around. After quite a while of exploring, Yang Chenyue finally felt exhausted. "This place is enormous. Let's go buy a light brain first," she suggested to her companions. "All right, steady now." As Bai Xuan's voice faded, Yang Chenyue felt as though the very ground beneath her was shifting, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Fortunately, Zhao Ci was well prepared, gently steadying Yang Chenyue and half embracing her within his arms. Once the tumultuous sensation subsided, Yang Chenyue was astonished to discover that they had departed from their previous location and arrived at a venue dedicated to the sale of light brains. The array of light brains before her was dazzling, with various models and functions that left her utterly entranced. In her excitement, she approached a particularly stylish light brain that shimmered with a blue glow. Observing her interest, Bai Xuan promptly placed it on Yang Chenyue's left wrist, where it automatically adjusted to fit the size of her arm. "Oh, you like it?" "Indeed. Then it shall be yours." Bai Xuan proceeded to the front desk to pay with star coins, while Su Ri and Zhao Ci guided Yang Chenyue to the nearby female rest area to sit. After an afternoon of exploration, Chenyue had yet to take a moment to rest. The female rest area was fully equipped with all manner of amenities. Su Ri poured water for Yang Chenyue. Zhao Ci thoughtfully prepared a fruit platter, and Bai Xuan brought over exquisite pastries. Suddenly, she felt a wave of emotion, realizing that if this continued, she might soon find herself utterly pampered and incapable of self-care. Yang Chenyue enlarged the rabbit robot on her right hand, instructing it to massage her legs. It wasn't that she didn't wish to take the rabbit robot shopping. Rather, she had observed that no one seemed to bring rabbit-like robots with them while out and about. If she were to be accompanied by a rabbit robot, it would attract far too much attention, and she certainly did not wish to be the subject of online scrutiny. Chapter 47. Starblog. Speaking of the internet, Yang Chenyue swiftly activated her light brain and logged into her account. Instantly, her notifications exploded, causing her light brain to freeze. In this age of advanced technology, could it truly lag? Yang Chenyue was taken aback. After a considerable wait, she finally received all her messages. In the less than a day since her light brain had been damaged, she had received a plethora of notifications. She sifted through the information. She discovered that following the conclusion of yesterday's coronation ceremony, various official accounts from Dongzhong had tagged her, welcoming the Seventh Highness to their realm. To her astonishment, she noticed that her Starblog icon had transformed from that of a female to that of a top-tier female. Perusing the popular comments, she read, "It's actually the Seventh Highness. It seems she hasn't reached the legal age for pairing YETIS or guardian matched. Aside from General Bai and Dr. Zhao, who else could it be? How can you be so sure that her guardians include General Bai and Dr. Zhao? A silver wolf and a black cat. What a match. Hey, That is a top-tier female. Even beasts can be tamed by her. Why wouldn't it work? Whether they are a match is for the Seventh Highness to decide. You're just envious. I suspect there are royal family members involved. Which top-tier female wouldn't be tightly held by them? Moreover, this one was saved. Out of gratitude for her life, she must be accepted. I guess it's the first Prince Suri. He is the only one in the royal family who matches her status and age. I heard that underage females must enroll in school. You all keep arguing, but I've already signed up for Dong University. Don't say that out loud. ISNT it better to keep it quiet. Now the whole world knows. I want to sign up too. Count me in. Stop dreaming. Do you have connections? Only by signing up is there a chance. I'm looking forward to being her classmate. Yang Chenyue was thoroughly engrossed, as if they were discussing someone else entirely. I could see that moment. The president of the Female Protection Center, Xing Hao, called in. Yang Chenyue quickly answered. The president's holographic image appeared before her. Seventh Highness, congratulations. However, your star number has truly made it difficult for me to reach you. President, I apologize. My light brain accidentally broke last night, and I've only just managed to acquire a new one. It broke? How could a delicate female like you damage a light brain? Were you bullied? The president's piercing gaze swept over the several beastmen nearby, just as Bai Xuan was about to confess. Yang Chenyue stepped in front of him. That it was my clumsiness that caused the damage. Seeing Yang Chenyue defend Bai Xuan, the president chose not to expose her, continuing since the coronation ceremony last night. Quite some time has passed. Major media outlets from Dongzhongxing have already expressed their welcome, and the public is very concerned about your well-being. You should respond on your star blog, or they might think we've done something to you. All right, President. That was my oversight. How should I post? Yang Chenyue genuinely inquired, for she truly did not know, fearing she might say something wrong. Even celebrities on Earth have studios or agents to post for them. Post however you wish. Ideally, showcase your current status and express that you're doing well in Dongzhongxing. But be careful, your face must not appear in the shot. Understood. Yang Chenyue contemplated her post. The president's projection vanished, indicating the call had ended. What should she post? Yang Chenyue glanced around, considering a photo of the shopping mall. Would that reveal her location? Much like on Earth, it could attract a throng of fans. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the plush rabbit she held in her arms, sparking an idea. She placed the stuffed rabbit on the table, allowing the light to cast a golden halo around it. Gently stroking its ears, with this pose, she directed the light brain to focus on the rabbit plush, capturing a perfect photograph. Yang Chenyue opened her star blog, selected the recently taken photo, and the caption box wrote, "The feeling of home is truly wonderful," tagging the media outlets that had welcomed her. After double-checking for errors, she clicked send. With the post published, her spirits soared like the sun. She eagerly anticipated the comments, as staying at home had grown a bit dull, and indulging in her own gossip was rather entertaining. Chapter 48. Absolutely no improper intentions after posting on her star blog, Yang Chenyue set her device to do not disturb and calculated the time, planning to check the comments upon returning home. Shall we head back? I'm feeling a bit tired, Yang Chenyue said to those around her. Zhao Ci and Suri, perceptive as ever, noticed Yang Chenyue's subtle hints. While only Bai Xuan, in his naive urgency, asked, We haven't been out for long. Are you unwell? At times, Yang Chenyue wished she could smack Bai Xuan for his lack of social awareness. Zhao Ci quickly intervened. All right, I know you air's condition. It's nothing serious. Females are inherently delicate, so don't worry. Let us head back, hearing the family doctor affirm that Yang Chenyue was indeed fine. Bai Xuan, amid her protests, scooped her up and carried her out. Bai Xuan, please put me down. So many people are watching. You said she was tired, so I'll carry you. Could she really say she was shooting herself in the foot? People occasionally glanced their way, making it all the more embarrassing. Yang Chenyue could only bury her head against Bai Xuan's chest as he carried her all the way to the flying vehicle and then onto the sofa at home. Once seated comfortably, Yang Chenyue adjusted her light brain screen to her liking, only for a message to pop up. I set it to do not disturb. Why is there still a notification? Curiously, she tapped to view it, nearly sputtering in disbelief. A male named Yu Chun had retweeted her star blog, but his accompanying text read, Don't get your hopes up. I will not accept you. What was this? Among the countless retweets, why did Yu Chen's message appear first? Wait a moment. Yu Chun. This name sounded familiar. Yang Chenyue suddenly recalled the male ranking she had seen before. Wasn't he the top-ranked rabbit beast man from Zhongxing? Upon closer inspection of his star blog icon, she noticed he was an S-grade male and a marshal of Zhongxing, and no wonder she received the notification. However, she had merely posted a picture of a rabbit plush. Was he really that self-absorbed? Yang Chenyue chose not to engage with Yu Chen's new post, instead returning to her own star blog to check the comments. Ah, indeed, females seem to favor herbivorous beastmen. The Seventh Highness's first post appears to be a confession to Marshal Yu Chun. I'm crying. Marshal Yu Chun is truly a heartthrob. This must be the 10th top-tier female to confess to him. Marshal Yu Chun belongs to us from Zhongxing. You females from Dong Zhongxing should stay away. What an absurd claim. If this top-tier female wishes to come to Zhongxing, that would be a double blessing. Do you think Marshal Yu Chun would reject her? I suspect he would. He has turned down many top-tier females before. The comments are all so out of place, all saying she confessed to Yu Chun. What on earth is happening? After exiting the star blog, Yang Chenyue discovered that the trending topic was none other than the Seventh Highness confessing to Yu Chun. What exactly had she said that could be construed as a confession? She lifted her gaze towards Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, Su Ri, and the little rabbit robot, clearly noticing that they had also made the same discovery. The rabbit robot, equipped with exceptional search and computational abilities, had already deduced the answer. Yang, the rabbit plush toy you just photographed is modeled after the beast form of Yu Chun, and it is said to bear an 8-part resemblance to him. As one of the most beloved males in the galaxy, Yu Chun's beast form plushies are the most favored by females. Many who admire him purchase his toys, and even some males do the same. Although he himself has attempted to suppress the business of selling his beast form plushies, the overwhelming number of admirers has led to their availability in several star systems aside from Zhongxing. Upon hearing the rabbit robot's explanation, Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, Su Ri, and even Youming, who was far away in the night organization, were left speechless. They had never paid attention to such news. When Yang Chenyue expressed her desire to buy the rabbit plush toy, they merely thought it was a matter of her liking it, never realizing that this rabbit was actually modeled after a certain beastman. Had they known, they would have absolutely prevented Yang Chenyue from making the purchase. Yang Chenyue herself was equally astonished. Such a delightful rabbit turned out to be a sharp-tongued beastman. Well, her filter for the rabbit beastman had completely shattered. A regular rabbit was much better. But what to do now? Everyone believed that the rabbit in the picture represented Yu Chun, and her accompanying text conveyed a sense of home. How wonderful! Wasn't this a blatant declaration of love towards Yu Chun? A desire to build a home with him? This was disastrous. How could she clarify this? Clearly, no one would believe her claim of ignorance regarding the rabbit's representation of Yu Chun. What else could she possibly say? Yang Chenyue turned to the rabbit robot for help. Little rabbit, quickly search and compute how I should respond to gloss over this situation. Meanwhile, Youming was typing furiously on the screen, continuously calculating on his holographic brain, striving to provide Yang Chenyue with the best possible solution. After much deliberation, it seemed there was only one feasible option. The key to resolving this matter lay in overshadowing it with a more topical piece of news. For example, he pondered that I calculate that Yang could include your guardians in a photo for a star blog. This way, the discussions among beastmen would shift focus to the fact that all your guardians are non-herbivorous beastmen, potentially diminishing the buzz surrounding your rejection of Yu Chun. Upon hearing this solution, Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri's eyes lit up. Previously, when Yang Chenyue had taken a photo with a rabbit plush toy for her star blog, they had longed for her to make an official announcement. They wished for the public to know that they were Yang Chenyue's guardians. All right then, come over here and stand together. I will photograph you all. Youming, situated far away in the night organization, felt a tinge of disappointment. He too wished to be part of it, but he couldn't yet appear openly by Yang Chenyue's side, fearing she might resent him. Just wait a little longer. I will surely wait for Yang Chenyue to approach me of her own accord. Noticing that the rabbit robot had not moved, Yang Chenyue urged Little Rabbit, "You should join too what I told you. You are also my family." Hearing Yang Chenyue's words, Youming was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes. Every word Yang spoke was true. He eagerly maneuvered the robot to walk in unison with Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri. Yang Chenyue raised her holographic device to capture their handsome portraits. After inspecting the image closely, she felt something was still missing. Ah, yes. She extended her right hand and formed a heart shape in front of the four of them. Satisfied with the perfect photo, Yang Chenyue thought, now it could clearly be seen that they were a family. And she had only shown a hand without revealing her face. Without delay, she logged into her star blog, selected the photo, and wrote, "A perfectly aligned family. Dong Zhongxing is my home. Nowhere else to go." The message was sent in one go. Before the star blog refreshed, Yang Chenyue clicked into the comment section of her previous post to check. As expected, Marshal Yu Chun has publicly rejected another top female. I stand by my words, waiting for the backlash. I wonder what kind of female is worthy of our Marshal Yu Chun. Hey, stop inflating your own ego. Without females, your marshal might not survive for long. What's there to be proud of? Oh, I see your IP is from Dong Zhongxing. Are you feeling jealous? We have Marshal Yu Chun and Shi Zhongxing, while your Marshal Ling Tian from Dong Zhongxing has already lost control. You, winky face. The comment section devolved into a verbal brawl, filled with profanity that was hard to endure. Everyone, stop arguing. The seventh prince has posted again to, oh my, the seventh prince's guardians are actually Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri. I guessed right. Goodness, she only selected 3 guardians. Females are always greedy. Wanted to select 5 guardians. Could it be that her other 2 guardians haven't appeared yet, since even a robot is in the picture? Surely all her guardians are here. Yes, I can confirm. I work at the Female Protection Center, and the 7th Prince indeed has only 3 guardians. Goodness, they are so fortunate. I envy them so much. She didn't even select her bivorous beastmen. Did you all not notice that her robot resembles a rabbit? No, I was too busy admiring Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri's looks to notice the robot that I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. This silly-looking black rabbit robot is indeed a rabbit. Could it be that the 7th Prince, unable to pursue Marshal Yu Chun, is using a rabbit robot as a substitute? I think that's unlikely. If it were a substitute, why not make it look identical? Could there be another story behind this? What if the 7th Prince simply likes rabbits? After all, females tend to adore fluffy animals. What you said makes sense. Seeing this black rabbit makes me think the same. Agreed. It seems this was indeed a misunderstanding. I thought, how could the 7th Prince possibly overlook our splendid males in Dong Zhongxing to seek a male from Shi Zhongxing? Observing the comments section gradually returning to a more harmonious tone, Yang Chenyue glanced at the 4 individuals beside her, who were fervently typing away on their holographic devices. It appeared they were also putting in the effort to control the narrative. Indeed, after a few minutes, the trending topic of the 7th Prince confessing to Yu Chun was removed, replaced by the news of the 7th Prince's family. Just then, Yang Chenyue's star blog notification chimed. It turned out Yu Chun had once again shared her post. As you said, your family consists solely of them. Goodness, does this Yu Chun have to be so self-absorbed? Yang Chenyue contemplated replying in his comment section, but decided against it. She feared that it might attract public attention, so she opted to send Yu Chun a private message instead. Yang Chenyue opened Yu Chun's star blog, intending to send a message. To her surprise, the friend request had automatically been approved. What? Yang Chenyue swore that she had not clicked the add friend button at all. How had this happened? In a hurry, she asked the rabbit robot. Little rabbit, please check why I was automatically added as a friend. In the galaxy, a female proactively contacting a male was a great honor for him. Thus, the system was set up so that sending a message would automatically add them as friends. All right then, explaining the friend request is not out of the question. Yang Chenyue gazed at the message she had sent, stating, I simply like rabbits as animals. I truly did not know that the rabbit plush toy was modeled after your beast form, which now lay in the dialog box, marked as read that if you merely like rabbits as animals, then why add me as a friend? I just wanted to clarify, and the system automatically approved it. Do not use such tactics. I will not submit to you. Yang Chenyue was nearly laughing in exasperation. What kind of person was this? I swear, I have absolutely no ulterior motives towards you. Let us hope that that's true. Just as Yang Chenyue sent these words, a notification appeared with an exclamation mark, indicating she had been blocked by him. Such an impolite male, yet he still manages to top multiple rankings. Yang Chenyue's filter for the rabbit beast man shattered entirely. From now on, she would only adore plush toys and ordinary rabbits. Clutching the rabbit plush toy, she thought, well, considering how adorable it is, I won't throw it away for being associated with you, Chun. Furthermore, she could easily modify it, transforming it into a cute companion for sleep. Being blocked was an occurrence Yang Chenyue had never encountered before, but since this Yu Chun was a stranger and not someone of great significance, she didn't mind at all. This little episode came to a close. Dinner time was fast approaching, marking Yang Chenyue's first meal at her new home. She was busy searching for ingredients in this world and figuring out how to use the appliances. Determined to showcase her culinary skills, she resolved to prepare a sumptuous feast to commemorate the occasion. Chapter 49. Culinary Arts. Fortunately, the ingredients in this world were not vastly different from those on Earth, and the methods of utilizing various cooking and frying apparatuses were notably more sophisticated. This instilled in Yang Chenyue a sense of confidence regarding tonight's dinner. However, just as she approached the kitchen door, she was intercepted by Bai Xuan and the others. "Yeah, the kitchen is no place for you to go sit on the sofa and entertain yourself with your light brain. We will handle things here. Can you really manage it?" Yang Chenyue expressed her skepticism that we have recipes and video tutorials, so rest assured, Shiri replied with unwavering confidence. "Although I have never cooked before, I believe it is not a daunting task. Don't worry, I have learned this before. I will guide them," Zhao Ci declared proudly, finally seizing the opportunity to showcase his expertise. "Very well, just ensure that the food is delicious," Yang Chenyue said, glancing back 3 times as she made her way to the living room. What should she do? She feared that Bai Xuan and Shiri would end up setting the kitchen ablaze. "Go on. Let your rabbit robot keep you company," Bai Xuan instructed the rabbit robot. The rabbit robot, named Youming, was overjoyed. After spending every day with these 3 individuals, it finally had the chance to be alone with Yang. Sitting on the sofa, Yang Chenyue felt exceedingly bored as she scrolled through her light brain, while the rabbit robot remained by her side. Sensing her ennui, it inquired, "If Yang is bored, I can keep you company with conversation." This unexpected utterance startled Yang Chenyue, not because the words themselves were alarming, but because the rabbit robot spoke Mandarin. She remembered that she had been teaching the robot to speak Mandarin aboard the starship, and it seemed her efforts had borne fruit. Hearing her native language, which she had spoken for nearly 20 years, evoked tears of gratitude in her eyes, as if she had encountered a familiar essence in this strange world. "Thank you, Yi, for allowing me to hear the language of my homeland in this unfamiliar place." "You're welcome, as long as Yang is happy. Then let us converse in Mandarin more often." "Certainly, I would appreciate Yang teaching me this language." "Let us commence our training now," Yang Chenyue said with newfound enthusiasm. Eager to save and record her Mandarin, delighted at the prospect of having someone to converse with in her native tongue. "This morning, I heard Bai Xuan mention our neighbor, Ruolan. Why did he say she was so terrified of the Bureau of Loss? Can you retrieve her previous records?" In truth, Yang Chenyue already harbored suspicions. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. From the president of the Females Protection Center, Jean Xian, to the neighbor Ruolan, they all had ties to the Bureau of Loss, and she could not escape that fate either. "Yang, the answer to that question is rather complex. Please allow me to explain it to you in the universal language first. After you repeat it, I can record this information." "All right, let us begin. Ruolan, like you, is not a female from Dongjong Star. She hails from a peripheral star system, which was completely destroyed during a conflict with extraterrestrial beings. That battle was one of the most severe confrontations with aliens to date, resulting in the annihilation of the entire star system's inhabitants. When Marshals Ling Tian and Yu Chen arrived, they managed to drive the invaders back to the borders with their formidable dual S-class powers. Since Dongjong Star contributed the most during that conflict, the task of cleaning up and collecting spoils was assigned to it. While searching, Marshal Ling Tian initially believed there were no living beings present, only to unexpectedly discover Ruolan a kilometer underground at IT was Li Yin who saved her at that time. Her kin had shielded her from all attacks with their bodies. Subsequently, she was brought back to Dongjong Star. But because she was a rescued female without familial protection and possessed only D-class pheromones, she was mandated to serve in the Bureau of Loss for 10 years. And then, seeing the rabbit robot halt its narration, Yang Chenyue curiously inquired, "Is that all?" Connected to the robot, Youming was busy organizing the gathered information. According to interstellar regulations, all rescued females must serve in the Bureau of Loss for a decade, with the duration potentially shortened based on contributions. So, does Yang also need to go? No, absolutely not. Had he known such circumstances would arise, he would never have allowed Yang to go to Dongzhong Star. As Youming listened to Yang Chenyue's inquiries, he steadied his resolve and continued. The Bureau of Loss houses uncontrollable beastmen. However, these beastmen still retain a semblance of rationality, and if fortunate enough to encounter a female with higher-grade pheromones, there may be a chance for them to regain their senses. Even if not, lower-grade pheromones can delay their total loss of control. Each beastman confined within has made significant contributions to the star system. After their loss of control, the star system could not bear to execute them and resorted to this last resort. According to the regulations, every female has the obligation to serve in the Bureau of Loss. However, females from this star system only need to serve for 3 years, and if their family has made significant contributions, the term can be reduced to 1 year. Conversely, rescued females are required to serve for 10 years, with potential reductions based on their contributions. So, it is as I suspected. I cannot escape serving in the Bureau of Loss. But what of the little rabbit? It's just a job. Why would Ruolan be so afraid? Is it because all her kin sacrificed themselves? Yang Chenyue queried, perplexed as to how a mere job could instill such fear in Ruolan. Noticing her bewilderment, Youming couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed imperative to send Yang to school soon. Otherwise, in her state of ignorance, she might fall victim to deceit one day. The beastmen in the Bureau of Loss are predominantly ferocious creatures. Even with pheromones to calm them, they tend to be rough during mating, which can frighten or even injure females. What? Mating? Yang Chenyue exclaimed, rising abruptly from the sofa, her tone heightened. She had always believed that working in the Bureau of Loss merely entailed caring for the daily needs of those uncontrollable males. At most, it involved soothing them with pheromones. No one had mentioned anything about mating. Panic surged within her. Seeing that Yang Chenyue was on the verge of tears, Youming quickly restrained her, pulling her into a comforting embrace as he spoke through the robot. Yang, do not fear. You are a top-tier female. Those uncontrollable beastmen are unworthy of mating with you. You only need to use your pheromones to soothe them. Though he spoke reassuringly, Youming's fists were clenched tightly. Those uncontrollable beastmen were not fit to be in the presence of Yang's pheromones. Were it not for the incompleteness of his plans, he would certainly whisk Yang away. Listening to the robot's explanation, Yang Chenyue felt a little relieved. Thankfully, it was just pheromones. Growing up on Earth, she had no particular concept of pheromones. As long as there was no physical contact, she would be fine, but Ruolan spent 10 years in the Bureau of Loss. Yet, she doesn't look like she's even 30. After Li Yin rescued her, he stayed by her side, using his military achievements to request Marshal Ling Tian to assign him to the Bureau of Loss. He watched helplessly as his beloved was tormented by numerous males, pleading with Marshal Ling Tian daily. Yet the laws of the star system left the Marshal with no other options. Oh my, Yang Chenyue could hardly fathom this. It was no different from the comfort women of Japan. And oh wonder Ruolan was so tormented. Clenching her fists, her face flushed with anger, she vowed, one day, I will abolish this law. And what happened next? How did Ruolan escape that hellish place? It was Marshal Ling, as his powers grew. So did his loss of control. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself and was confined to the Bureau of Loss with only a shred of rationality remaining. Aware that he could not recover, as there was no female of higher rank to soothe him, he exchanged his military merits for the freedom of Li Yin and Ruolan. After Ruolan left the Bureau of Loss, she was emotionally unstable and only recognized Li Yin, refusing to let him out of her sight. Li Yin, heartbroken, ceased to work and devoted himself to caring for her, resulting in them living in the housing provided by the Females Protection Center for years. However, they were each other's one and only. When Youming spoke these words, there was an undeniable note of envy in his voice. Be one another's only. This was a luxury desired by many males in the star system. He too wished to be Yang's only. Yang Chenyue opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. This Marshal Ling truly seemed like a good person. It was no wonder he ranked among the top in certain male hierarchies despite being completely out of control. From his act of using military merit to secure Ruolan's freedom, it appeared he opposed this law. How regrettable that if he had not lost control, perhaps his strength and status could have altered the law. Li Yin and Ruolan had endured much hardship to become each other's only, a bond that many could only envy. If Ruolan could return to normalcy, they would undoubtedly become a couple blessed by the heavens. Yang, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. I was just thinking that Ruolan and I are neighbors now. I must treat her with more kindness and help her emerge from the shadows, restoring her to a normal life. Good. I believe you can certainly achieve that. As Yang Chenyue pondered how to unlock Ruolan's heart, a tremendous explosion echoed from the kitchen. Indeed, the very calamity she had feared had transpired, rising swiftly from the embrace of the robot. Yang Chenyue hastened towards the kitchen. The emergence of smoke triggered various intelligent devices to spring into action, diligently working to dispel the acrid scent and haze in the AI. The last wisps of smoke were carried away by the gentle breeze outside. The chaotic scene within the kitchen gradually came into view. Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri stood amidst the disarray, each affected by the explosion to varying degrees. Zhao Ci's attire was merely slightly disheveled, while Bai Xuan's handsome face was smeared with dust, and especially Su Ri, whose apron was stained with grease and flour, his water-blue hair slightly curled from the licking flames, standing at the threshold of the kitchen. Yang Chenyue's expression transformed from initial shock to barely suppressed laughter. Swiftly raising her light brain, she recorded this historic moment. Su Ri, have you declared war in the kitchen with Bai Xuan? Yang Chenyue teased. I thought I could manage. Su Ri replied with a wry smile, a hint of self-mockery in his voice. It seems I have overestimated my abilities. All right, my culinary skills are quite commendable. Let me and Zhao Ci take charge. You all can assist me. Yang Chenyue stepped into the kitchen, intent on restoring order to the chaos. The rabbit robot trailing behind her interjected, Yang, let me handle the cleanup. You all can stand by and watch. Yang Chenyue surveyed the mess throughout the room, conceding, well, it seems the robot can indeed clean up faster. Then Little Rabbit, tidy up the kitchen thoroughly. Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, Su Ri, you three go wash your faces and change out of these clothes. I will also change into something more suitable for cooking. After night, Youming issued the robot the command to clean the kitchen. He severed the connection. What a joke. He had no intention of cleaning up the mess left by these three clumsy males. He intended to learn how to cook, so he could prepare meals for Yang in the future. By the time they had all changed and returned to the kitchen, the space had been transformed into a pristine environment by the robot. Where is Su Ri? Yang Chenyue glanced at Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci beside her. Both were ready, but Su Ri was missing. Who knows? He rushed off in a flying vehicle just now. He'll probably be a while. Bai Xuan remarked. You, don't concern yourself with him. Let us get started. Bai Xuan urged. Tea this hour. If we don't start cooking dinner soon, you will go hungry tonight. Moreover, he was eager to learn how to cook quickly. He wished for you to taste the dishes he prepared. All right, let us begin. Little Rabbit, there's water everywhere. You should stay out. Yang Chenyue stood at the center of the kitchen, her movements fluid and graceful, akin to a conductor leading a symphony. Her long hair was simply tied back, with a few strands gently swaying with her actions. Her gaze was focused and resolute, the kitchen utensils in her hands seemingly imbued with life, dancing to her rhythm. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci flanked her, their roles akin to Yang Chenyue's devoted assistants. Bai Xuan was responsible for handling the ingredients. His actions, though somewhat clumsy, radiated enthusiasm as he meticulously peeled garlic and chopped vegetables. Zhao Ci, on the other hand, managed the heat, his eyes darting between the smart panel and Yang Chenyue, ensuring the flames were perfectly calibrated. His steady hands and mastery of the heat revealed his passion and respect for cooking. Whenever Yang Chenyue needed to adjust the flame, he responded swiftly and accurately. Bai Xuan, pass me the chopped onions, Yang Chenyue said softly. Coming, Bai Xuan quickly handed over the diced onions, his gaze brimming with admiration for Yang Chenyue. For this was the first time he had witnessed a female in the kitchen. Zhao Ci, simmer on low heat to deepen the flavor of the broth. Yang Chenyue instructed while stirring the ingredients in the pan. No problem, Zhao Ci replied, adjusting the panel to allow the flames to gently caress the bottom of the pot. In this modest kitchen, their cooperation was seamless. Their movements and glances exchanged revealed an unspoken understanding. Every command from Yang Chenyue was flawlessly executed by Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci, resembling a well-trained team. as the dishes near completion. The kitchen filled with tantalizing aromas. A satisfied smile graced Yang Chenyue's face. She knew this dinner would be a triumph. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Ultimately, a table laden with visually appealing and fragrant dishes was set before them, enticing all to indulge. Little rabbit, is Su Ri still not back? No, my scanning function extends only 10 kilometers, and there's no sign of Su Ri, the robot replied. It's late. Don't wait for Su Ri anymore. After a busy afternoon, you must be hungry. Yang Chenyue glanced at the spread before her. All right, let us wait for him. We'll turn on the warming mat to keep the food hot. This is our first meal in our new home. We should all be together. Seeing Yang Chenyue's insistence, Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci had no words to counter. They could only inwardly chastise Su Ri. Chapter 50. Here hope I'm not too late. Su Ri's voice echoed, and Yang Chenyue looked up towards the door, her gaze immediately captivated by a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. Standing at the entrance of the dining area was Su Ri. His back to her, the moonlight bathing him in a silver halo that highlighted his new hairstyle. Yang Chenyue rose to greet him, her steps involuntarily halting as her eyes widened in disbelief at the transformation of the familiar Su Ri. His once waist-length blue hair had vanished, replaced by a neat and tidy shortcut. This alteration accentuated his facial features, lending him a more chiseled appearance. His eyes were deep and expressive, and a confident smile graced his lips. His stature appeared more upright against the backdrop of his new hairstyle, exuding an unprecedented masculine charm. Yang Chenyue's heart raced, a blend of surprise and admiration swelling within her. She had never seen this side of Su Ri, and the change invigorated her with excitement. That Su Ri, Yang Chenyue tentatively called, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Hearing her, Su Ri strode toward her, his smile broadening. Chenyue, I'm back. What do you think of my new hairstyle? There was an edge of anticipation in his tone. Yang Chenyue stepped closer, scrutinizing Su Ri's new look before nodding in approval. You look incredibly handsome. This hairstyle suits you perfectly. I prefer your short hair over the long. Her words elicited a satisfied smile from Su Ri. Your transformation is striking. You appear even more stylish and charismatic that I can no longer mistake you for a sister, she added. Yang Chenyue's praise filled Su Ri with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He realized this change was not merely superficial but reflected his inner growth. The two exchanged smiles, Yang Chenyue's eyes sparkling with admiration and joy. She quickly beckoned Su Ri to sit down. Dinner is ready. We've just been waiting for you. Come, let us enjoy a family meal together. Bai Xuan, somewhat disgruntled, interjected, Humph, he didn't lift a finger yet made us wait so long. Didn't we agree to coexist peacefully? Have you already forgotten? Zhao Ci reminded him. Who says I didn't contribute to tonight's feast? Look what I brought. Su Ri exclaimed, revealing 2 exquisite bottles from behind him. Wow, is that Royal Reserve wine? Tonight we're in for a treat. Bai Xuan's eyes gleamed hungrily at the sight of the bottles. Step aside. I brought that specially for Chenyue, acquired from Su Yao, Su Ri said, proudly picking up a glass from the table and pouring wine for Yang Chenyue. Wine, I've never had any before. Yang Chenyue took the glass, taking a delicate sip, surprised by the delightful flavor, devoid of any harshness. She could feel its silky texture, gliding smoothly over her lips and throat like velvet. Its warmth harmonizing with her body temperature, akin to liquid sunlight dancing on her tongue. Chenyue, this wine is quite potent. Since you've never had it before, let us eat first and drink later. Su Ri advised, reclaiming her glass and placing it in front of her, then filling glasses for himself, Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci. Yang Chenyue noticed the rabbit robot standing nearby and called out, Yi, come join us. You're a part of our family too. Though you can't taste the delicacies, you can still keep us company. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Knight Youming, who had failed at cooking a dozen times, heard Yang Chenyue calling his name. That it was rare for her to refer to him as Yi. She usually called him Little Rabbit. Realizing there must be something urgent, he hurriedly restored the robot's control permissions. Upon reconnecting, he was deeply touched by the sight before him. The robot enjoying the same treatment as her guardian, seated at the same table to share a meal, though merely a spectator. Such a position brings a profound sense of happiness. The essence of the rising sun and the moon is captured as a toast is poured before the robot. Yang Chenyue is the first to raise her glass, inviting us to join her in celebrating the joyous occasion of moving into a new home. Cheers, cheers! Under the infectious enthusiasm of Bai Xuan and Su Ri, Yang Chenyue also downs her drink in one go. Quick, eat some dishes! Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, Su Ri, and the rabbit robot simultaneously filled Yang Chenyue's bowl with various delicacies. Their attention was drawn to a particular dish at the center of the table, where small, round morsels glistened like golden glutinous rice balls, tempting anyone who laid eyes upon them. The aroma wafting from the dish was both intricate and harmonious, slowly enveloping the air and tantalizing each person's sense of smell. They eagerly reached for their chopsticks to sample the fare. Upon the first bite, the texture of the food was immediately apparent. Plump and springy, it danced lightly on the tongue, releasing a subtle fragrance of rice. The vegetables within maintained an impeccable crispness, bursting forth with refreshing juices that imparted a natural sweetness with a hint of spiciness with every chew. The meat nestled inside was cooked to perfection, achieving a delightful balance, tender and juicy. Each mouthful revealed the fibers of the meat unfolding slowly, releasing a profound meaty aroma. The gravy was rich yet not greasy, harmoniously blending with the spices to create a deep and complex flavor that was simply exquisite. Chenyue, I have a gift for you. Noticing that Yang Chenyue had nearly finished her dish, Su Ri produced a gift box from behind him. This is my housewarming present for you. What is it? A talisman, woven from my cut hair, that I cannot always be by your side, but I hope this talisman keeps you safe. Yang Chenyue slowly opened the gift box and under the moonlight. The talisman woven from mermaid blue hair emitted a soft glow. It was skillfully tied to an ancient bronze metal medallion, its edges adorned with tiny aquamarine gems, as if it had captured the essence of the ocean. At the center of the talisman lay a crystal, clear and translucent, seemingly sealing the breath of the sea. With each gentle sway, blue sparkles danced within like rolling waves. Wow, it's beautiful. Thank you, Su Ri. Chenyue, the mermaid's hair not only wards off dark forces, but also brings blessings and guidance from the seed. I send you my most sincere wishes. Then please help me wear it. After saying this, Yang Chenyue stood up, raising her arms to allow Su Ri to assist her. To be honest, she was unsure of the proper place to wear this talisman. Su Ri's fingers trembled slightly as he held the delicate talisman, which held his care and affection for Yang Chenyue, nurtured over 25 years, standing before him. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and trust. The light illuminated her face, adding a touch of sacred beauty. Su Ri took a deep breath, attempting to calm his excited heart. He gently lifted the talisman to her, and upon realizing it was meant to be worn around her neck, she lowered her head slightly to facilitate his actions. His fingers brushed against her warm skin as he carefully threaded the chain behind her neck and gently clasped it. When the talisman settled against Yang Chenyue's chest, both felt a warm and powerful energy flowing between them. The blue of the talisman complemented Yang Chenyue's eyes, as if it had been tailor-made for her. She raised her hand, lightly touching the talisman and feeling the sense of safety and strength it imparted. Su Ri gazed deeply at Yang Chenyue, his eyes filled with profound emotion. This talisman will protect you, just as I will always guard you. His voice was low and resolute. Yang Chenyue lifted her head, her gaze brimming with gratitude and a love she had yet to fully recognize. Thank you, Su Ri. Chapter 51. The gift you. I thought you were preparing a housewarming gift. Bai Xuan, unable to bear the intimate atmosphere between the two, quickly interjected, Oh, you all prepared gifts? Let me see. As Yang Chenyue's attention shifted to the others, Su Ri bore no ire. After all, his talisman resided closest to her heart, hidden beneath her clothing. Bai Xuan retrieved a small box from his pocket, revealing a delicate bracelet within. Unlike ordinary items, this bracelet consisted of a slender silver chain adorned with a wolf tooth, a relic from his childhood, symbolizing innocence and strength. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and nervousness, for tonight he would present this special gift to the one he cherished dearly. This is not merely a wolf tooth. It is a part of my childhood, a source of my strength. Now, I wish to give it to you as a symbol of my promise and protection." His voice was deep and magnetic, each word resonating like a vow from the depths of his heart. Yang Chenyue's heart raced as she felt the weight and significance of the gift. She extended her right hand, and Bai Xuan gently placed the bracelet in her palm, then carefully adorned her wrist. The wolf tooth glimmered softly under the light, and Yang Chenyue felt a warm energy flowing from it into her being, Bai Xuan's strength and his love. She looked up at Bai Xuan, her eyes filled with gratitude and affection. "This is the most precious gift I have ever received. I will cherish it dearly." Hearing this, Su Ri let out a discontented hum, recalling that Yang Chenyue had said something similar to him moments ago. Yang Chenyue seemed to realize the awkwardness of the situation, her brows knitting together as she pondered how to navigate this dilemma. Observing her troubled expression, Zhao Ci quickly pulled Yang Chenyue close, cradling her face to smooth her furrowed brow. "You heir, do not overthink. To receive your promise is enough for us. You need not bear any burdens. Please do not worry about us. It pains me." Bai Xuan and Su Ri recognized the issue as well. Their beloved Yang Chenyue was unlike any other, utterly sincere and unable to feign indifference. "Chenyue, I merely wish to occupy an equal place in your heart alongside them. As long as you look at me alone, that is enough. You, I feel the same." Yang Chenyue felt a pang of sympathy for them. Each of these three was a paragon in their own right. Yet they appeared so humble before her, but she could not offer them a lifetime of companionship. Thus, perhaps it would be best to spend time apart from them, as they suggested, focusing solely on one at a time. Yang Chenyue silently chanted to herself, "What a sin! What a sin!" her gaze skittering around in guilt. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a fluffy cat plushie, and Yang Chenyue's face lit up as if she had found salvation. Reaching out to grab the toy, she held it aloft and smiled at the three, attempting to change the subject. "Look, this plushie is so adorable." The three exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly, yet they followed her lead and began discussing the plushie. "Indeed, it is cuter than the rabbit you bought," Bai Xuan concurred, "I think so too. You should toss that rabbit plushie away," Su Ri remarked, clearly seeing that this cat plushie was made from Zhao Ci's fur. However, since Chenyue adored such soft toys, he preferred to indulge, but such a cute rabbit. Yet under the gaze of the three, Yang Chenyue faltered. After all, she had purchased it and could not let it go to waste. "I'll just leave it in my room. I'll one-tea hug it to sleep." Zhao Ci was almost amused by Yang Chenyue's response. Did she intend to cuddle with a rabbit plushie resembling her beast form? Maintaining a facade of innocence, he leaned closer to Yang Chenyue, feigning sorrow. "You heir, do you no longer like me? This plushie was made from my fur, and you still think of that rabbit." "Oh, Zhao Ci, no. I like you." Before she could finish, Zhao Ci excitedly grasped her shoulders. "You heir, what did you say? You said you like me." Yang Chenyue felt her face flush. She had spoken instinctively, and now she was at a loss for words. Seeing her blush and fall silent, Bai Xuan and Su Ri grew anxious to owe them. Her silence seemed like an affirmation. Chenyue had acknowledged her feelings for Zhao Ci. "What about them?" Bai Xuan and Su Ri urgently grasped Yang Chenyue's hands. Chenyue, what about me? Do you like me?" Yang Chenyue, blushing, looked up at the three, meeting their expectant gazes, and her heart ached at the thought of disappointing these three devoted men. I obviously like all of you." Yang Chenyue hastily finished her sentence, snatched the cat doll from Zhao Ci's hands, disregarding the three stunned individuals, and swiftly retreated to her room, that Youming observed the entire scene through the robot. His heart bleeding. Yang, enamored with these three males. What of him? When would he be able to stand by her side and hear her utter the words, "I like you," remembering that Yang Chenyue had barely eaten dinner? Youming controlled the robot to gather some of her favorite dishes from the dining table and brought them to her room. Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri also realized this and restrained Bai Xuan, who was about to rush forward. Since Chenyue had already confessed her feelings for them, it would be prudent to give her some personal space at this moment. Chapter 52. Confession. Seeing Su Ri raise his holographic device to capture the dinner and prepare to post it on Starblog. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci finally recognized that Yang Chenyue had just shared a family post on Starblog while preoccupied with learning to cook, and they had yet to respond. Su Ri was the first to repost Yang Chenyue's Starblog, captioning it with life and death together, accompanied by a heart emoji, and followed it up by sharing pictures of the meal on the table. Wow, what am I seeing? The Crown Prince Su-ri is publicly confessing life and death together. TCH, the seventh prince took so long to respond to his star blog. Clearly he doesn't care. Who said that? Look at the grand feast the Crown Prince just posted. Did you notice that General Bai and Dr. Chow are also silent? A reasonable guess would be that they are busy cooking. Upstairs, you hit the nail on the head. Quickly go check out General Bai's star blog. It's hilarious. Su-ri, seeing this comment, also clicked on Bai Xuan's star blog, nearly choking with rage. Bai Xuan had reposted Yang Chenyue's star blog without any caption. Just a myriad of affectionate emojis. Uncertain, let me take another look. Is this General Bai's account? Has it been hacked? Come on, this is just being overly romantic. And the image Bai Xuan had just posted was, in fact, a photo of their kitchen disaster. It was taken by Chenyue and shared in the group chat. Su-ri's scorched and disheveled hair was prominently featured, and although Bai Xuan wasn't in much better shape, Su-ri's image was shattered. Bai Xuan, we've fought before. Fine, I've been wanting to settle the score with you. As fellow A-rank males, let me experience the Crown Prince's prowess that I in this household. I am the boss. Then let our strength speak. I am the true boss. The two of them, unwilling to yield, marched outside. Oh my, did these three really blow up the kitchen? That scorched-haired one must be the Crown Prince. My idol's image is completely ruined. Upstairs, same sex. Who said same-sex admiration isn't allowed? I respect all heroes. It seems that the seventh prince's household was quite chaotic this afternoon. Leave that kitchen to me. Let me handle it. Woe is me. The three guardians have ruined the kitchen, and my poor prince must be starving. Just look at the time. Fortunately, they still managed to prepare a feast. Seventh prince, look at me. My culinary skills are top-notch. Please take me in. And me. Observing the increasing number of comments, Zhao Ci smirked and reposted Yang Chenyue's star blog, captioning it dinner at home. I made it. He then shared a processed image of Yang Chenyue leaving with her cat doll. The internet instantly erupted. Did I just see the seventh prince's silhouette? Wow. Even though it's processed, one can clearly see her petite figure. How can you tell it's petite from that blurry outline? You wouldn't understand there's a talent called imagination. Did I see the cat doll that the seventh prince was holding? Wait, could that be Dr. Chow's beast form? Upstairs, is there any need to ask? I bet the fur is from Dr. Chow. Dr. Chow must be quite jealous. Could it be because the seventh prince bought Yuchen a rabbit doll during the day? Of course, I would be jealous too. It seems he has successfully replaced it. Did you all see the abandoned rabbit? Where? It's in the corner of the picture, obscured by glass. Just one fuzzy ear visible on the sofa. Upstairs, are you viewing this through a microscope? I didn't see it when you mentioned it. That I saw it. Indeed, the rabbit was abandoned in the corner of the sofa. It seems the seventh prince has come to terms. What is so good about Yuchun? Our Dong Zhongxing males are better. Yuchun is certainly exceptional. Herbivorous beastman, S-rank strength, marshal of the West Zhongxing battle intelligence at the peak. TCH, so what? Our seventh prince no longer likes her. You, can we please focus upstairs? Aren't we watching the seventh prince's family show Affection? Why are we discussing Yuchun? After finishing her dinner in her room, Yang Chenyue contentedly browsed on her holographic device. Suddenly, her account chimed. And upon checking, she found several extra zeros added to her star coins. Who could have transferred this to her? Seeing Yang Chenyue's astonishment, Youming joyfully spoke through the robot. Yang, do you like it? Is this from you? Yang Chenyue gazed incredulously at the rabbit robot. Although it had been mentioned that it could earn money, she hadn't expected it to be so lucrative. Yes, it's a housewarming gift for you, Youming said in fluent Mandarin, his tone reminiscent of guests on Earth offering blessings for a move. But this is too much. Aren't you keeping any for yourself? I am a robot. I do not require currency. Oh, right. Yang Chenyue was momentarily speechless, realizing that indeed, it was true. She accepted the gift, astonished at her newfound wealth. Thank you. It is my honor to do anything for you. Listening to the robot's Mandarin confession, Yang Chenyue's heart raced. While she had felt a flutter during Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su-ri's confessions in universal language, this was different. Her heart was racing like a startled deer. Was this the power of her mother tongue? Yang Chenyue felt a touch of embarrassment. She had been flirted with by a robot. How humiliating. She quickly issued a command. Yi, please tidy up the dining table downstairs. Youming, Watching Yang Chenyue's vivid expressions on the screen felt his heart melt. It seemed that learning Yang's mother tongue was indeed the right choice. He felt more confident about their future meetings. In a pleasant mood, Youming disconnected and sent the robot downstairs to clean the dining table. Zhao Ci actually took a candid shot of me. Yang Chenyue clutched the cat doll in her arms. But considering how cute the doll was, she forgave him. However, with that much fur, she wondered if Zhao Ci would end up bald. After pondering, she still decided to message Zhao Ci. I really like the cat doll. But with all that fur, are you alright? Zhao Ci immediately replied, no worries, I'm a beast man. My metabolism is rapid, and my fur grows back swiftly. A good night's sleep, and I'll be back to normal. That is good to hear. Please tell Bai Xuan and Suri to head back to sleep. It's quite late. Alright, you should rest early too. Good night. Good night. After exchanging good nights, Yang Chenyue washed up while browsing her holographic device. After a long day, she indeed needed to sleep early. She delightedly read the comments. Can you guess if this is the Crown Prince's villa or General Bai's estate? I don't think so. I was just about to say, the 7th Prince's place looks quite small. The living room sofa is right outside the kitchen. Perhaps that's just the style of decoration. I guess it's Dr. Chow's home. The size fits. Impossible. How could a noble prince live in such a small place? Maybe it was intentionally remodeled to prevent us from discovering where he resides through subtle hints in the photos. That makes sense. Indeed, Yang Chenyue sighed. In such a large villa, they actually thought it was small. Truly, poverty limited her imagination. After finishing her wash, Yang Chenyue lay down on her comfortable bed and fell into a deep slumber. Downstairs, Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci returned from their scuffle, both sporting various degrees of scrapes, but none were serious injuries. Thanks to the male's powerful self-healing abilities, they would recover by morning. Watching the robot tidy the dining table, Suri quietly asked, is Chenyue asleep? She is. She told us to head back, Bai Xuan replied, his voice rising a few notches. In no way. I want to stay with you, Bai Xuan insisted. Shoo, keep it down. Don't wake you, Zhao Ci cautioned. I've thought it over. None of us want to be apart from you, so let us all stay here together, as long as you don't mind the size. There are still rooms available. Bai Xuan pointed to several unoccupied rooms on the 2nd floor. I have no objections. I want the room downstairs next to Chenyue. Suri was the first to speak up, determined to seize more opportunities since he had met her last. Zhao Ci was indifferent as long as he could be by Chenyue's side. Bai Xuan pouted, fine, I guess I'll take the room next to Suri then. After allocating the rooms and giving the robot instructions to renovate them, the three of them went to their respective rooms in the West Zhongxing. Yupan was anxiously pacing at Yuchen's residence, finally waiting for Yuchen, clad in armor, to arrive. Brother, I know all about today's Star Blog incident. You've turned down another top-tier female. If Mother Empress finds out tomorrow, she certainly won't let you off easily. Yupan gazed at Yuchen with a look of exasperation, as if lamenting his inability to achieve. Yuchen, unfazed, began to remove his armor, as if it were a routine occurrence. What was there to fuss about? The day after tomorrow, I have prepared a banquet at the residence, inviting many of my dear sisters. Brother, you must honor us with your presence, for many of them are here to see you. I have little time to engage with these females. The aliens are restless, and the North Central Star is eyeing us covetously. Even the usually docile Youming has begun to stir. I must hasten my military training. Our star system is predominantly herbivorous, and we will suffer in battle. After removing the final piece of armor, Yuchen solemnly advised Yupan, you should refrain from constantly seeking females for me. Instead, focus on learning the ways of governance and assist our Mother Queen. But brother, your control value. Enough. I am well aware of my own body. You need not fret. Now return to your rest. It is quite late. Yuchen ruffled Yupan's hair and summoned a robot to escort her home. Once she had departed, he raised his arm to check the luminous device, with a control value glaringly red 75. With a wry smile, he realized time was not on his side, that he and Ling Tian were both rivals and friends. Ling Tian had already been confined to the control bureau. Yuchen had always believed he held a slight advantage. As a herbivorous being, he could afford to delay, at least until he had cleared all obstacles for Yupan. Yet, he had ultimately succumbed to the fate of losing control, though coupling with a top-tier female could remedy this predicament. Submitting to a female, that was a dream, Clenching his fists, he understood he must accelerate his pace. Chapter 53. Friends, the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently illuminating the face of Yang Chenyue. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her lashes fluttering as if bidding farewell to her dreams. The faint floral fragrance filled the room, emanating from the roses blooming on the windowsill, basking in the morning light. Yang Chenyue stretched languidly, rising from her soft bed, her hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a touch of languorous beauty. Clad in a simple white cotton nightgown, she felt the warmth of the sun as the curtains automatically drew back, allowing unreserved light to flood the room. Standing by the window, she inhaled the fresh air, her figure appearing particularly gentle in the sunlight. Turning towards the wardrobe, meticulously arranged by Bai Xuan, she selected a delicate dress. The dress was a soft blue, adorned with tiny white flowers, simple yet elegant. Today, she intended to visit Ruolan and wished to appear gentle. She carefully removed the dress from the hanger and donned it, the hem swaying lightly with her movements, akin to ripples across a tranquil pond. Once dressed, Yang Chenyue approached the vanity. Turning on the faucet, warm water flowed forth. She cupped her hands to splash her face, awakening her drowsy skin, and gently dried it with a soft towel. Finally, she stood before the mirror, delicately brushing her long hair, securing it with a simple hair tie while allowing a few wispy strands to frame her face. A satisfied smile graced her lips. She turned, nodding at her reflection, and with confidence and grace, stepped out to embrace the new day. Upon exiting, she was greeted by 3 striking young men stationed at her door. So they had arrived so early. Wait, how could they freely enter her home? You, Chenyue, good morning, the trio chimed in unison. Good morning. What brings you here so early? She refrained from mentioning their desire to linger. Zhao Ci cleared his throat and stated, We stayed up late last night, so we took the liberty of sleeping in the vacant room on your second floor. All right, since they haven't returned home. It seems they wish to reside here. Yang Chenyue thought, rubbing her temples. Su Ri cast a dismissive glance at Zhao Ci, questioning the need for subterfuge. If I want to live with Chenyue, we should simply say so. Chenyue, you are still underage. As your guardians, it is our duty to keep a watchful eye on you. If you are unwilling to stay at our residence, then it is only logical for us to move in with you. Zhao Ci continued. Just as Yang Chenyue was about to respond, Bai Xuan interjected, Indeed, it is stipulated by galactic law that guardians must reside with the female, otherwise they face legal repercussions. I suspect you are deceiving me. But I have no evidence. Yang Chenyue replied helplessly. She had never studied galactic law and was too lazy to consult her device. As for my men, I shall indulge them. After all, the house was spacious enough. If they wish to stay, so be it. Once she enrolled in school and acquired sufficient knowledge about this world, she would no longer be easily swayed by their whims. Very well, you may stay here. But is it convenient for your work? Yang Chenyue inquired with concern, wondering if these 3 would abandon their careers to care for her. Rest assured, Chenyue, we have already discussed it and will endeavor to adjust our work schedules to care for you. Su Ri explained. Nothing is more important than you know. Yang Chenyue immediately interjected, forbidding the notion. She had previously seen many males forsake their aspirations for their partners, a stance she vehemently opposed. Love should inspire one to become a better version of oneself, not impose limitations. Now that this situation was upon her, she would not allow it to happen. Moreover, given their previous attitudes, they despised coupling, fearing entrapment. They cherished their careers and aspired to excel in their fields. How could she become a hindrance to them? I disagree. I can take care of myself. You can continue with your work as before. Do what you must. Besides, I have robots to assist me, Yang Chenyue declared. Hands on her hips, with a feigned sternness, she admonished them. Look at you. One is the Grand Prince of the Galaxy. Another is the commander of the First Legion, and the last is a military doctor. All of you hold vital positions and possess remarkable capabilities. How can you neglect national matters for a mere female? What would that make me? A disaster for the nation. Observing Yang Chenyue's indignant demeanor, they could only find her endearingly perfect. Though they struggled to grasp the full meaning of her words, they understood her sentiment. She did not wish for them to abandon their careers because of her. They were profoundly moved. Realizing Yang Chenyue was unlike any other female in the galaxy, no female had ever supported their males working, as that would leave them without someone to attend to their needs. Robots could never compare to a beast man. They had initially thought that merely attempting to adjust their work schedules was the greatest concession Yang Chenyue would offer. Yet, she was willing to allow them to continue their usual work. You, thank you. Meeting you is my greatest fortune, Bai Xuan exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he lifted Yang Chenyue and spun her around, his wolf ears and tail betraying his elation. All right, put me down. Have you prepared breakfast? After eating, I plan to visit Roalan. Yang Chenyue seized the opportunity to pinch Bai Xuan's ear, causing him to flinch and nearly toss her away. Fortunately, Zhao Ci quickly caught her, admonishing, "Be careful, Bai Xuan. Chenyue is delicate and cannot withstand roughhousing." He then carried Yang Chenyue downstairs. Meanwhile, Su Ri pondered Zhao Ci's words. Indeed, Chenyue's figure was nothing short of perfect, yet her body was quite fragile. If she were to couple in the future, she might struggle to endure the fervor of 3 or even more beast men. It seemed he would need to procure some rare delicacies to bolster her strength. Being held by Zhao Ci, Yang Chenyue felt a tinge of shyness. Ever since arriving in the beast world, she had frequently been treated like a child, which was quite an adjustment. If Zhao Ci were aware of her current thoughts, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. This was hardly a child he was carrying. She was his wife. Before they even reached the dining room, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Yang Chenyue inhaled deeply, her stomach responding with a timely growl. Zhao Ci chuckled softly, quickening his pace toward the dining area. There, they found a rabbit robot bustling about, the table laden with a vibrant array of dishes. Energy fruit salad exuding fruity scents, golden brown star beefsteaks, and steaming bowls of nutritious porridge. Yang Chenyue's eyes widened in delight. How lavish! Eagerly, she leapt from Zhao Ci's embrace and seated herself at the table. Did you prepare this? She called out, from the other end of the device. Youming responded with affectionate indulgence. Ah, my little female, you only call my name when expressing sincere gratitude. When will I be able to openly tell you that I have been controlling this robot all along? Yes, Yang. Do you like it? If there is anything else you wish to eat, I can learn it immediately, Youming proclaimed proudly, having honed his culinary skills from novice to chef level after a day of diligent practice. I love it, but it is too much. Next time, please prepare less. Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, Su Ri, come quickly and don't let it go to waste. In response to Yang Chenyue's greeting, Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci were not particularly surprised. As Yang Chenyue had requested to dine with them at the same table while aboard the starship, Su Ri was somewhat astonished, given that last night's banquet was a celebration for a housewarming. It was quite normal for them to sit together, yet he hadn't anticipated sharing breakfast with Chenyue as well. The 3 men took their seats, their gazes soft as they regarded her, with Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci claiming the places on either side of her, leaving Su Ri to sit opposite her. Yang Chenyue sampled a piece of steak, its succulent juiciness bursting in her mouth. Delightful, she mused, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction, though she wondered if breakfast might be too greasy. Rest assured, the ingredients have been specially treated, came the robotic voice from behind her. AS robots do not require sustenance. It stood diligently behind Yang Chenyue, thoughtfully introducing each dish. Although Youming was displeased to see the other 3 males enjoying the breakfast he had prepared, he reconciled himself to their merriment, knowing that one day he would reclaim his due. Noticing that Yang Chenyue had finished her meal and was dabbing her mouth, Su Ri spoke up. Chenyue, we would like to accompany you to see Rulin. Yang Chenyue set down her napkin and shook her head. No need. I can go alone. You all have work to attend to, but we worry about you being by yourself. Zhao Ci frowned. It's quite all right. I'm not a child anymore. Besides, if Rulin sees the 4 of you following me, she will surely be frightened. Yang Chenyue explained with a smile. The 3 men exchanged glances, ultimately conceding. Fine, we can shrink the robot for convenience. We'll come to pick you up for lunch, they agreed. Yang Chenyue nodded, quickly straightened her attire, and grabbed the mysterious gift she had prepared. I'm off now. You all behave and get to work. With that, she hurriedly exited her home, making her way toward Rulin's residence, while 3 reluctant gazes followed her until she disappeared from view. Since it doesn't want us to accompany her, we should focus on our own responsibilities. We must excel in our fields and not bring disgrace to her, Bai Xuan asserted resolutely. Indeed, we must ensure that Chenyue becomes the envy of all females in the galaxy, Suri vowed. Determined not to remain idle any longer and to re-enter the political arena. Bai Xuan, your confinement for refusing the crown princess was automatically lifted when you became Yuer's guardian, so we've both been absent from work for a day. Zhao Ci interjected, interrupting the two lost in their hopeful fantasies. I must point out that it is now 8:30. We are going to be late. How has it gotten so late? Hurry, we cannot afford to be late on the first day. We promised Chenyue we would work diligently. Suri immediately summoned a flying vehicle and rushed inside. Bai Xuan followed suit, transforming his vehicle into beast form and leaping aboard before it had fully landed. Hey, Bai Xuan, wait for me. I need to go to the First Legion. We work in the same unit. Zhao Ci called out as he too transformed into a cat and bounded inside. Yang Chenyue traversed the guard of the villa and followed the winding path to Rulin's doorstep. Ringing the doorbell. Who is it? Came the puzzled voice of Li Yin from the intercom. It's me. Yang Chenyue, I've come to visit Rulin and brought her a gift, she replied. Recognizing her from the holographic display, Li Yin noticed that the three males were not accompanying her. He felt deeply touched, realizing that Miss Yang understood Rulin's fear of other males and had asked them to stay behind. He hurriedly opened the door and quickly descended the stairs to greet Yang Chenyue. Miss Yang, I didn't expect you to visit our home. It is truly an honor. Rulin will be very pleased to see you, Li Yin said as he gestured for her to enter. And Rulin, is she still in bed? Did I arrive too early? Yang Chenyue inquired. No. Rulin has always struggled with her sleep. She often wakes early after a restless night. She has already had breakfast and is now basking in the sun in the glass house, Li Yin explained, gesturing for Yang Chenyue to look toward the other end of the house. There, the space had been transformed into a glass greenhouse, where Rulin was quietly seated on a swing in the center. Yang Chenyue looked at Li Yin and asked, given Rulin's current state, may I approach her? Will I disturb her? Not at all. Miss Yang's visit will surely bring her joy. Though she won't express it, I can sense that since seeing you return yesterday, Rulin's mood has improved slightly. She even managed to sleep an extra hour last night. Please, do take your time to converse with her. I won't intrude, Li Yin said. Yang Chenyue nodded, walking toward the greenhouse, the wooden floorboards creaking softly beneath her steps. She opened the door to the greenhouse, and a rich floral fragrance enveloped her. She softly called Rulin's name. Rulin lifted her head, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yang Chenyue, her face displaying a look of confusion, as if questioning her unexpected arrival. Yang Chenyue, unfazed by Rulin's lack of response, walked directly to her side. Presenting the prepared gift, I brought you a little something. I hope you like it. Thank you. Rulin's voice was as delicate as a feather drifting down. She accepted the gift, her eyes brimming with emotion. And within moments, tears began to cascade onto the box. Rulin, please don't cry. You can share any grievances with me. We became friends just yesterday, didn't we? Yang Chenyue quickly moved to sit beside Rulin on the swing, gently patting her back in a comforting gesture. Since arriving at Dongjong Star, aside from Li Yin and Marshal Ling, you're the first female to show me such kindness, Rulin choked out. Yang Chenyue felt a sense of relief wash over her. It seemed Rulin merely needed a genuine friend to help her open up. Well then, could you share how Li Yin and Marshal Ling have treated you so well? Yang Chenyue began to guide Rulin into conversation. But Rulin shook her head, clearly reluctant to divulge much. Yang Chenyue smiled, realizing that she needed to take things slowly. Since Rulin was unsure of how to articulate her feelings, perhaps it would be better for her to share her own experiences instead, especially as she had yet to meet any other female since arriving at Dongjong Star. Noticing Rulin nodding, Yang Chenyue began to animatedly recount amusing tales about the 3 men and a rabbit robot in her household, including some of the humorous incidents that had occurred since her arrival, occasionally using her holographic device to project visuals. Rulin listened quietly, her expressions occasionally betraying a hint of envy. The delightful moments always seemed fleeting. Yang Chenyue felt as though she hadn't finished sharing all the amusing stories from her time in this world when a knock at the door interrupted them. Turning around, she spotted Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri through the glass. What were they doing here? She raised her hand to check her holographic device, realizing it was already quite late, time for lunch. It seemed they had come to fetch her. Just as she was about to say something to Rulin, she noticed Rulin trembling, curled up at the edge of the swing. Seeing this, Lian quickly stepped inside and gently embraced Rulin. Yang Chenyue understood immediately. Rulin had been fine moments ago, but clearly her three guardians had frightened her. Yang Chenyue stood up, feeling apologetic as she addressed Lian and Rulin. I'm sorry. I forgot to tell them to wait for me at the door. Lian, please refrain from allowing unfamiliar males into your home. It could startle Rulin. Then turning to Rulin, she added, Rulin, take a moment to collect yourself. We've discussed enough for today that I will visit again soon. And I hope next time you will share your stories with me. After speaking, Yang Chenyue exited the glass greenhouse, taking her three guardians with her. Rulin cautiously lifted her gaze to watch them leave. Feeling both frightened and reluctant, Yin gently reassured her, don't worry, Miss Yang will come again. Those three guardians of hers certainly won't enter again. Rulin nodded. Yes, we are friend. Yin was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Rulin use the word friends. It seemed that Miss Yang had indeed made a significant impact on her. Chapter 54. Seeking trouble, hastily leading the three away from Rulin's home. Yang Chenyue turned to reprimand them once they reached the center of the garden. Did I not mention this morning that your presence would frighten Rulin? Now look, I have worked hard to help her communicate. And you have scared her again. Yeah, we were wrong. We simply didn't want you to eat food prepared by other beastmen. We wanted to bring you back to enjoy our cooking, Bai Xuan explained. As a doctor, I understand her condition well. It cannot be resolved overnight. We must progress gradually. You wish to help her, but you must not neglect your own well-being. All right, Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, let us not bicker anymore. Understand, Yang Chenyue cut them off. Seeing the matter settled, Su Ri shifted the conversation. Chenyue, will you be visiting Rulin again this afternoon? Yang Chenyue pondered for a moment and shook her head. Not today. Rulin has shown slight improvement, and we need to take it slow. I will visit her again in a couple of days. Would you like me to take you into the palace this afternoon? Su Ri suggested, noticing Yang Chenyue's restless nature. Really? Yang Chenyue was quite eager to go. During the banquet that day, she remained in the banquet hall and had not glimpsed the outside world. Nor did she know what the imperial palace of the beast realm looked like. As luck would have it, I had business to attend to in the palace that afternoon, and I could take you to play with Su Yao. For your only friend, the neighbor Roland, is insufficient. Upon reflection, Yang Chenyue realized that since she had arrived in this world, she must indeed integrate into it. Friends, after all, are best in abundance. Sure. I hurried away last time and still haven't added the royal princess's star mark. Don't call her royal princess. She dislikes being addressed that way. Just call her Su Yao. I shall introduce you to her now. Yang Chenyue clicked on a recommendation from Shi Ri and added Su Yao, who surprisingly accepted her request almost instantaneously. Sister-in-law, have you finally remembered me? Don't call me that. It's not the case why it will be sooner or later. Hida, by the way, sister-in-law, my brother just told me he is coming to the palace to work this afternoon and will bring you along. I'll also invite my good sisters so you can get to know them better. You were so well protected by those three during the banquet that you had no chance to interact with them. Everyone is eager to meet you, the seventh princess. How exceedingly enthusiastic. Yang Chenyue suddenly felt a twinge of social anxiety, but when she saw the series of eager emojis Su Yao sent next, and thought of the lively expressions on her exquisite face, she decided to go along with it. All right, you can arrange it. Yay! Bai Xuan cast a somewhat resentful glance at Shi Ri, wondering why he was the one to go to the palace first. He also wished to take you to meet his family. Only Zhao Ci lowered his head, lost in thought. Lunch was once again a lavish affair, prepared by the rabbit robot controlled by Youming. After the meal, Yang Chenyue followed Shi Ri to the imperial palace. Along the way, she curiously surveyed everything around her, marveling at the fusion of bizarre technology and primal nature. As they approached the palace, she was awestruck by its majestic presence. The enormous palace gates resembled the gaping maw of an ancient beast, adorned with various mysterious runes that shimmered with a ghostly blue light, embodying a formidable defensive technological power. The gateposts were crafted from jade stones so robust that they required dozens of people to encircle, with visible currents of energy flowing within them. Upon entering the gates, the architectural splendor within was even more breathtaking. The palatial complex rose and fell in a harmonious rhythm, each palace topped with a colossal energy crystal ball illuminating the entire royal palace. Platforms floated in the air, bustling with busy attendants and officials. The ground was paved with special metals, intricate patterns etched upon it, seemingly guiding the movement of some grand machinery. In the distance, the main hall towered into the clouds, its walls seemingly composed of countless shimmering golden scales. As sunlight streamed down, it refracted into a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a divine abode from a dream. Yang Chenyue stood dumbfounded, her heart brimming with awe. This place was truly beyond imagination, just as she was lost in wonder. Su Yao, who had already received the news, eagerly approached and pulled Yang Chenyue inside. Su Yao guided Yang Chenyue into an exceedingly opulent hall, furnished with uniquely styled tables and chairs. Laden with exquisite pastries and beverages soon, the other females arrived, each greeting her with warmth. They gathered around, chattering animatedly. Some shared tales of their latest rare adornments, claimed to have been unearthed from ancient ruins. Others recounted experiences of taming new exotic beasts. Listening to their stories, Yang Chenyue felt as if she had stepped into an entirely new world. Su Yao seated Yang Chenyue at the main table, introducing her to the other princesses, who enthusiastically discussed the latest gossip surrounding the males, debating how to win them over. Yang Chenyue noticed that all the females at this table were indeed top tier. Surely, Su Yao had summoned all the eligible top females from Dongzhongxing due to genetic enhancements. The females here were generally quite beautiful, though their skin bore intricate beast patterns, with some even appearing on their faces. Reminiscent of tattoos, albeit densely packed and somewhat intimidating. Just how many partners did they have? At that moment, a robust female with darker skin approached. Seventh princess. May I ask you a question? Yang Chenyue, seated in her chair, looked at her curiously, not recognizing her. What was this new method of greeting or conversing? Hello, what would you like to ask? The seventh princess believes that if a male commits a transgression, what should be the appropriate punishment without resorting to familial discipline? That depends on the nature of the transgression. If it's a minor issue, then forgiving them is sufficient as long as they do not repeat it. If it's a grave mistake, there is no need for me to punish them. The law will take its course. How kind-hearted of you, seventh princess. No wonder you support anti-abuse campaigns against males, the dark-skinned female said. Mehier, I invited you here because I hold you in high regard. As a B-tier female, do not disturb my esteemed guest. Yang Chenyue realized that this Mehier had come to provoke her, apparently due to her stance against male abuse. Wait, why does this name sound so familiar? ISNT, the name of the first female star blogger I clicked on. How bold to use her real name. Recalling the picture she posted on her blog sent chills down Yang Chenyue's spine. Never mind, such a person was not someone she wished to befriend. That I merely state facts. All individuals are born equal. If those males have not committed any serious transgressions or have merely made slight errors, they should not be punished too harshly. We are all beastmen. Why make things difficult for one another? Did you all hear that? Our seventh princess actually believes females and males are equal. Mehier exclaimed loudly. What are you shouting about, Mehier? Su Yao stood up and Yang Chenyue followed suit. Given the involvement of top-tier females, the others refrained from further comment. Seeing her words having no effect, Mehier quickly challenged Yang Chenyue. How about a contest between me and the seventh princess? If I lose, I will apologize to you. But if you lose, you must punish your beast husband. Contest over what? Yang Chenyue stared blankly at Mehier, but before she could think deeply, she was suddenly thrown to the ground with great force. The surrounding females rushed to assist Yang Chenyue, helping her to her feet. The galaxy had a clear rule prohibiting robots at female gatherings, as they could easily be controlled and divulge secrets. The crowd looked on in disbelief at Yang Chenyue, a top-tier female, seemingly lacking any capacity for resistance. Yang Chenyue was equally bewildered, given that her status as a top-tier female had served her well until now. To be toppled by a B-tier female left her at a loss. Was this a challenge everyone accepted? Sister-in-law, didn't TU wear your stealth mech? What? What stealth mech? Yang Chenyue had never heard of such a thing. The crowd, recalling that she was rescued from the Dark Knight auction house, speculated that she must have grown up in an environment devoid of light, thus lacking even the essential offensive and defensive weaponry, the stealth mech. They felt somewhat sympathetic. Thankfully, she had been saved. Mehier began to panic. She proposed the challenge merely to create an opportunity for an apology. After all, even with mechs, a top-tier female possessed greater prowess. She had only been slightly irked, but never intended to truly trouble her. A top-tier female was not someone to offend, especially one favored by the royal princess. Yet, she never expected to have knocked her down. Seventh princess, I apologize. I did not realize you were unfamiliar with stealth mech. I have offended you, and I sincerely regret it. I will make every effort to control myself and refrain from battling those males. Huh? Just because I stumbled, you're apologizing? Is this the end of the provocation? Yang Chenyue held her breath, feeling a bit suffocated. It's all right. I was unprepared and did not understand what you meant by challenge. It is wonderful that you can see the merit in not striking those males. Then, seventh princess, may I befriend you? Yang Chenyue felt somewhat at a loss for words. The very person who had just sought her out for trouble now wished to be friends because of the challenge that led to her fall. What to do? She was not particularly inclined to befriend Mehier. Yet, looking up into her expectant eyes and the curious expressions of the surrounding females, she swallowed her words of refusal. Very well. That's splendid. Mehier excitedly grasped Yang Chenyue's hand. You must come and play with me often. I have many unbonded males at home that if you fancy any, you may take them. Thanks, but I have 3 at home already, and I can barely manage. By the way, princess, you currently lack a stealth mech, and without combat skills or survival techniques, you're no different from a newborn infant. You must enroll in school swiftly. Yes, the president of the Female Protection Center has already contacted me. She mentioned that I will be allowed to attend classes in a few days. Noticing that Yang Chenyue seemed reluctant to engage with Mehier, Su Yao stepped in front of her. Turning to Yang Chenyue, she said, "It's fine. You can apply for early admission as a top-tier female. You can attend whenever you like." Su Yao then turned to Yang Chenyue. Do you wish to go? I wish to contact the professor you mentioned. Yang Chenyue contemplated her current situation. Previously, when interacting with males, she had little sense of strength. However, her recent match with Mehier clearly demonstrated her inadequacies. It is no wonder that Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri were always concerned about her. At present, she truly possesses no more strength than a chicken, easily bested by anyone, since they have all gone to work. Remaining home alone seems rather dull. Perhaps it would be better to enroll early. All right. Yang Chenyue replied, I will assist you in contacting him right away. Su Yao activated her holographic device and inquired. By the way, sister-in-law, do you have any specific requirements for the professor who will be teaching you? Are there any females? The school to which you're being sent has only one female mentor, who is pheromone-guided. All other professors are male. That's acceptable. As long as they are highly capable and the professor is efficient, it will suffice. All right, sister-in-law, I have made the contact. IT is the chief professor Xingyu at the Galaxy Academy, who teaches the most females and is the fastest. The name Galaxy Academy sounded truly familiar to Yang Chenyue, reminiscent of Earth. Thank you, Su Yao. Why are you being so polite? You just took a tumble. Hurry back and let Dr. Zhao examine you properly. Be sure to arrive at the academy for registration by 8:30 tomorrow morning. Allow my brother to take you to school. As Su Yao escorted Yang Chenyue out of the gathering, she was met with envious glances from a group of females. The petite and adorable Yang Chenyue was adored not only by males, but by females as well. After exiting, Yang Chenyue reunited with the rabbit robot that had been waiting outside. Go home, take a shower, and rest well. You too. After bidding farewell, Yang Chenyue boarded Su Ri's aircraft and returned to the villa. Su Ri would likely have other means of transport to return home later that evening. Chapter 55. Scrape on the aircraft. Youming observed the faint dust on Yang Chenyue's skirt through the robot, scanning her slightly swollen hand, and felt an uncontrollable fury. He had only been away from her side for a brief moment. Who was it that harmed his beloved? Those females dared to bully Yang. All the computing power of the holographic devices surrounding Youming was activated. He needed to investigate which females Su Yao had invited today, and he would not let any of them escape unscathed. Yang Chenyue glanced at the robot, standing silently beside her. Was it her imagination, or did it seem ready to explode? With interstellar technology, That shouldn't be the case. Tentatively, she called out, "Little rabbit," prompting Youming to halt his activities and fix his gaze upon her. Under the robot's intense scrutiny, Yang Chenyue instinctively withdrew her swollen hand. Oddly enough, the robot's gaze made her feel somewhat guilty. Noticing the robot's eyes follow her hand, she realized she had been discovered. Alas, the robot was too intelligent. It could immediately detect changes in her condition. Wait, it wouldn't report this situation to her guardian, would it? Yang Chenyue hurriedly extended her hand toward the robot, explaining, "Little rabbit, look, my hand isn't seriously injured. It's just slightly swollen that it will heal without needing any medication. Please don't tell Bai Xuan and the others that it was merely an accident. I tripped in the banquet hall." Upon seeing the slight redness on her hand, Youming felt a pang of heartache. He gently lifted her hand with his mechanical hand and pressed a kiss upon it. Is this robot's programming toxic? Why is it kissing? Moreover, the mechanical gaze contained a hint of tenderness that made Yang Chenyue feel flustered. She quickly retracted her hand. How could she face the robot after such an incident? Realizing the absurdity of his actions, Youming could not think of an explanation. After all, Yang was unaware of the robot's intelligence. It was better to let her believe it was a programmed response. Youming turned and retrieved a medical kit from the aircraft, carefully spraying her hand with a soothing solution. Instantly, a refreshing sensation spread from her palm, and the swelling vanished. Wow, how magical. The aircraft has medicine, but how did you know where it was, little rabbit? Yang Chenyue asked, puzzled, since this was Su Ri's aircraft. Youming was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit that he had hacked into the aircraft system that Youming suddenly thought of an explanation. Su Ri is your guardian. From the moment he became your guardian, all his assets, including the intelligence systems, have been transferred to my control so that is how it is. Yang Chenyue was easily convinced. Let us agree that this is our little secret. You must not tell Bai Xuan and the others. Hearing Yang Chenyue use our to describe their relationship, Youming's heart soared with joy. Since Yang wished to keep it a secret and did not want to pursue the matter, he would let the matter rest. Sharing a secret with Yang felt delightful. Upon returning home, Yang Chenyue sat on the sofa, diligently searching for information regarding Galaxy Academy and the requirements for female students. She certainly did not want to cause any embarrassment tomorrow. Meanwhile, Youming was busy instructing the robot to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Compared to spending time alone with Yang, cooking seemed trivial. It should be left to others that Youming scratched his head in frustration. It appeared he needed to find an opportunity to train a robot that could cook at home. Chapter 56. Heat before long. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci returned together. During their previous workdays, they had always felt pressed for time, wishing they could reside in the military corps for an entire month. However, ever since Yang Chenyue arrived, they found that a day felt unbearably long that on their first day back, they were eager to leave work and return to Yang Chenyue's side. As soon as they entered, both instinctively gravitated toward her. I've missed you so much. Bai Xuan leaned against Yang Chenyue's shoulder, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Startled, Yang Chenyue jolted. Although they had shared intimate kisses before, she was still unaccustomed to his sudden closeness that a peculiar electric sensation coursed through her waist. Bai Xuan, why are you getting so close all of a sudden? Get up. Bai Xuan remained silent, nudging his head against Yang Chenyue's neck before transforming into his beast form. Wow, what a large, fluffy creature. Yang Chenyue had never been able to resist such adorable furry animals. Especially not a gigantic silver wolf. This was a creature she had only seen in the zoo from behind bars. Now, she could actually pet a wolf, and it was so well-behaved, enchanted by the soft sensation. Yang Chenyue couldn't help but hug Bai Xuan, stroking and squeezing him. Sitting to her right, Zhao Ci observed the scene with annoyance, silently cursing Bai Xuan for lacking decorum. Yet the blunt male had surprisingly figured out how to please a female by transforming into a beast. Seeing Yang Chenyue becoming more engrossed, forgetting about him entirely, Zhao Ci gritted his teeth and also transformed into his beast form. Leaping onto Yang Chenyue's lap, a small cat, he was quite light. Yang Chenyue gazed in astonishment at the wolf on her left, and the cat perched on her lap. Oh my, am I finally fulfilling my wish to have a cat and a dog? This was sheer bliss, with a large dog to pet and a small cat to hold. Neither would fight, and she wouldn't have to feed them or clean up after them. They would take care of themselves. Immersed in happiness, Yang Chenyue quickly reached out with one hand to stroke the cat's head. Bai Xuan noticed this and shot a glare at Zhao Ci, but refrained from any further actions. The wolf and cat surrounded Yang Chenyue, reveling in the joy of being petted. As Su Ri entered, he was met with such a heart-wrenching scene. Having just come from the palace, he had heard that Yang Chenyue had returned home early on his aircraft. He hurriedly took another vehicle back, wary of revealing Yang Chenyue's residence, and thus disembarked far away, walking back. Little did he expect to walk in on such a scene. Chenyue indeed adored furry things. From the previous rabbit and cat plushies to Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci in their beast forms, she cherished them all, her smile radiant. Su Ri glanced at himself. His beast form lacked fur. What was he to do? Lost in the joy of petting the cat and dog, Yang Chenyue had not noticed Su Ri's return. It was the low, male electronic voice of the rabbit robot that finally drew her attention. As Youming finished preparing dinner and set the table, he too witnessed the scene. Like Su Ri, he felt a surge of jealousy. His beast form also lacked fur. No, he couldn't allow Yang Yang's attention to be completely captivated by the wolf and cat. Youming maneuvered the rabbit robot to her side, saying, Yang, dinner is ready. Please enjoy. Only then did Yang Chenyue look up, immediately spotting the dejected expression on Su Ri's face. Cautiously, she asked, Su Ri, you're back? Upon hearing her, Su Ri quickly lifted his head and walked swiftly to her side, sitting on her right. Chenyue, was it not satisfactory this afternoon with Su Yao? Why did you leave so early without informing me? Shiri endeavored to conceal the sense of despondency that lingered on her countenance. Yang Chenyue, ever perceptive, gently clasped Shiri's hand, reassuring her, No, Su Yao has treated me exceedingly well, and I have also made many new friends. It's merely that I felt a bit weary and decided to return early. I must attend the Galactic Academy tomorrow morning, and I wish to rest. As Shiri felt the warmth of Yang Chenyue's hand, she reciprocated the gesture, her larger hand enveloping Yang Chenyue's and caressing it softly, dispelling the flicker of disappointment within her heart. After all, Chenyue indeed cared for her feelings. Sensing the shift in Shiri's mood, Yang Chenyue felt a pang of compassion. Could it truly be soothed by a mere handshake? Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci had also transformed back into their human forms. Bai Xuan settled beside Yang Chenyue on her left, as the right side was claimed by Shiri. Consequently, Zhao Ci had to pull over a small stool to sit directly in front of Yang Chenyue. Yeah, didn't President Jean Xian from the Female Protection Center suggest you rest at home for a few days and return to school next cycle? Why the sudden urge to go tomorrow? Bai Xuan questioned. Perplexed, he yearned for more time with Ya. Once she commenced her studies, she would no longer be able to return home for lunch and would finish school 2 hours later than them. Such a thought was unbearable. I met many females today and made friends. They all possess stealth mechas, allowing them to protect themselves without male guardians. Yet, I feel utterly powerless and do not wish to burden you. Bai Xuan was at a loss for words. Deeply touched by Ye's desire to shield them from worry. We support your decision. Although we wish to remain by your side at every moment, such a thing is evidently impossible. Unpredictability is a constant. If you can't acquire the strength to protect yourself, it will grant us considerable peace of mind. Zhao Ci understood well that relying on others in this world was far less dependable than relying on oneself. And Yu's resolve was undoubtedly correct. Rest assured, I am merely going to school to learn. You should be happy for me. Once I have gained knowledge, I shall refrain from uttering anything that leaves you speechless. Every word you speak is like music to our ears. To hear you speak is the greatest fortune of my life, Zhao Ci declared, gazing at Yang Chenyue with profound affection. Oh my, should I confess my feelings at the slightest provocation? This is quite enticing. Yang Chenyue's face flushed uncontrollably. She slightly turned her body toward Shiri, unable to meet Zhao Ci's gaze. Shiri, unable to resist the sight of Yang Chenyue's flushed cheeks, playfully pinched her cheek, marveling at its delightful softness. She possessed a hint of baby fat. Utterly adorable, Chenyue was indeed a captivating little enchantress, graced with an angelic visage and a devilish figure, increasingly difficult for him to resist. As Yang Chenyue noticed Shiri's hand resting on her cheek, she lifted her large, glistening eyes, gazing innocently at Shuri, as if silently questioning what was amiss. Gazing into her sparkling eyes, the naive expression, flushed cheeks, slightly parted lips, graceful neck, and slender waist, Shuri gulped hard. This little enchantress, blissfully unaware of her allure, was only 2 years shy of the age of pairing. He too would have to wait 2 more years to savor the fruits of companionship, a bitter plight indeed. Sensing Shuri's gaze sweeping over her, Yang Chenyue felt a jolt of sensation at the nape of her neck beneath the necklace, a tingling warmth radiating through her body, compelling her to emit a soft whimper. The sound startled the 3 beastmen and the robotic being connected to them. Youming into silence. Upon calculating the days, it had been over a month since Yang Chenyue returned from the Dark Knight auction house, and females typically experience their heat cycle once a month. The last time she had been forcibly induced into heat at the auction. The time had lapsed, yet they had never cared for a female before, resulting in their oblivion to such matters. Yang Chenyue felt the tingling sensation dissipate, replaced by a wave of weakness that rendered her incapable of standing, and she collapsed into Shuri's embrace, her head swimming in a haze. Surely not. I merely stumbled today. I am not injured. Why do I feel as if I am burning with fever? She mused drowsily in Shuri's arms. A fragrant aroma of roses swiftly enveloped the entire living room, causing Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Shuri to draw in heavy breaths, their gazes fixated on Yang Chenyue nestled within Shuri's arms. Shuri instinctively pulled her closer, encircling her within his embrace, casting a warning glare at Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci, as the air thickened with the clash of 3 male pheromones, the tension palpable as if war were imminent. Youming was the first to regain his composure. This cannot happen. Although Yang has not yet reached the legal age for pairing, many females in the galaxy engage in early pairings. What if those 3 lose control? He could not allow those who had not yet won her heart to succeed. Remembering the box of supplies sent by President Jean Xian, Youming quickly commanded the robot to open it, retrieving a suppressor and hastening over to inject it into Yang Chenyue's neck. As the suppressor took effect, the overwhelming scent of roses in the air began to fade. Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Shuri quickly regained their senses. Realizing the precarious situation they had found themselves in, how had they allowed their instincts to take over so completely? Fortunately, they had the robot monitoring Yang Chenyue's health. Had they succumbed to their instincts, they would surely have acted in ways they would later regret. What if Yang Chenyue decided she no longer wished to see them and cast them aside? As the suppressor worked within Yang Chenyue's body, she felt a wave of refreshment wash over her. Her head cleared, and her senses sharpened. What is happening? Before she could ponder further, a sudden pain gripped her lower abdomen. Wait, this feeling is... Yang Chenyue hastily sprang to her feet, nearly stumbling as she did so, prompting Shuri to catch her. Without a backward glance, she dashed towards the restroom. Having been in the beast realm for nearly 2 months, Yang Chenyue had yet to experience the arrival of her monthly visitor. She had nearly forgotten about her surprise. It had come today, but she had never felt dizzy before her period. Could it be the influence of the environment as she contemplated how to manage the situation? The restroom door was knocked twice before a mechanical hand pushed it open slightly, placing a packet of sanitary pads on the floor before closing the door once more. That I can't believe I forgot to lock the door. Yang Chenyue thought, momentarily stunned by the sight of the package on the floor. Thank goodness, this world still has sanitary pads. But how did the robot know? Oh, it must be able to scan her bodily condition. All right then, I should treat my visitor well. After taking care of herself in the restroom, Yang Chenyue stepped outside. That a few paces away stood the 3 anxious beastmen and an expressionless robot. Their keen senses had detected the scent of blood, and it was quite pronounced. Although they had checked on a holographic computer and confirmed that females do bleed after receiving a suppressor during their heat cycle, they had not anticipated such a significant amount. Is Ye yet too delicate to endure this? Even Zhao Ci, a doctor, felt concern. Other female beastmen were robust. A bit of blood would not faze them, but Ye's constitution was indeed fragile. Shuri hurried forward to support Yang Chenyue. Chenyue, let me carry you. The others quickly surrounded her. Are you cold? I will fetch you a warmer garment, Daiwer. I will prepare some medicine for you. Yang, I read that you need a nourishing boost. I will make you some soup. Yang Chenyue was exasperated. Really, it's not that serious. It's just my period. I don't need to be treated as if I were gravely ill. All right, you don't need to fuss over me. I'm not as fragile as you think. It's just a bit of blood, and it can even be beneficial at times that I've dealt with this before. I assure you, I am fine. Upon hearing that Yang Chenyue had previously endured such experiences, the four were filled with concern for her past struggles. How had she coped without them? They couldn't help but wonder. Seeing Yang Chenyue move forward as if nothing were amiss eased their worries, and they followed closely behind her. Yang Chenyue arrived at the dining table, washed her hands, and beckoned them to sit down. Come, let us eat. We mustn't waste the kind intentions of the little rabbit. Each of the three took their seats, while the rabbit robot stood beside Yang Chenyue. Serving her dishes before long, her bowl was piled high with food. You truly need not fuss over me. I am perfectly fine, and I cannot possibly eat all of this. After much coaxing, Yang Chenyue finally managed to distribute the food in her bowl among the three beastmen. Nevertheless, by the end of the meal, she felt quite stuffed. Glancing outside at the still brightening sky, she suggested a leisurely stroll in the garden. Chenyue, let me cancel your school enrollment for tomorrow morning, in your current state. You cannot possibly attend, Bai Xuan urged. Yes, you should rest at home for the next few days. There is no need for you to worry about anything else Stop. Please do not underestimate my resilience. It's merely a visit from my monthly friend that I used to not even experience cramps, and I have run 800 meters before. Attending school is a trivial matter. I shall manage it effortlessly. Seeing the hesitation among the few of them, Yang Chenyue continued. In any case, we have agreed that I'll go to school at 8:30 tomorrow morning, that I will not be late. If you continue to obstruct me, then do not expect to live with me any longer. That simply won't do. The three of them shook their heads in unison. Well then, if she wishes to go, let her go. The professors at the school certainly won't be harsh toward the top-tier female. Chapter 57. The pendant. Then we shall escort you to school tomorrow. Realizing they could not persuade Yang Chenyue otherwise, the three acquiesced. And no need for that. Just leave me a flying vehicle that I can make my way there myself. As you all have your own work to attend to. Nothing is more important than you, they insisted. Once we have completed your enrollment procedures, we will go. After all, we are your guardians. Indeed, the concept of guardians here bore a striking resemblance to that on Earth, except that these guardians might very well become her companions in the future. At 20 years of age, she felt as if they were still treating her like a child. How about this? We will depart at 7:30. And after completing the enrollment procedures, we can still make it to your workplaces by 8:30. Yang Chenyue made a decisive statement, not wishing to impede their careers due to her own actions. That evening, as Yang Chenyue prepared for bed, she felt a slight chill in her abdomen. She hugged her cat plush toy from the bedside and placed it on her belly, which indeed provided a considerable warmth. In such a comforting environment, she drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, with the sound of her wake-up music, Yang Chenyue promptly got out of bed to freshen up and dress. Her long, silky hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few playful strands framing her fair cheeks. She wore a simple white short-sleeved knitted top that accentuated her slender waist, with lace trim at the sleeves and neckline, subtly revealing a hint of sweetness. Her lower half was adorned with a light blue A-line skirt, the hem just above her knees, allowing glimpses of her slender, straight legs as she moved, evoking a sense of allure. The skirt was embellished with delicate floral embroidery, adding a touch of pastoral freshness to her ensemble, and on her feet were a pair of white canvas shoes, clean and youthful. She carried a small cream-colored leather bag, from which dangled a fluffy white bear charm that swayed gently with her movements. Her ears were adorned with pearl studs, glinting softly in the sunlight, adding an elegant touch to her innocent attire. As she descended the stairs slowly, the eyes of the three beast-men widened in astonishment. Feeling their gaze upon her, Yang Chenyue felt a tinge of shyness. This student outfit had taken her quite some time to assemble, yet their looks seemed anything but innocent. Good morning, everyone, she greeted them with a smile. Good morning, Good morning, wearer. Good morning, Chenyue. The robot in the kitchen, upon hearing Yang Chenyue's voice, hurriedly responded, Yang, why are you up so early? Sit down and rest for a while. I'll be ready shortly. Yang Chenyue replied to the kitchen. No hurry. Take your time. After saying this, she made her way to the dining table. Zhao Ci thoughtfully pulled her chair out for her, and as he bent down, he caught sight of the little bear charm on her back. Yuer has started to like bears again, he mused, realizing he might need to consult a professional to modify Yuer's database, ensuring no inappropriate images of beastmen appeared on her device, feigning a need to retrieve something from his room. Zhao Ci discreetly pinched the bear before leaving the dining table, returning with something in his left hand. During breakfast, Zhao Ci casually remarked, It seems your bear has gotten a bit dirty. Aren't you planning to replace it? This is new. Yang Chenyue glanced down at the bear, noticing a greasy fingerprint on it. She couldn't quite say it was clean when she left her room and cast a suspicious glance at Zhao Ci. Hearing Zhao Ci's words, Bai Xuan and Su Ri also gathered around. Their disapproving gazes converged on Bai Xuan in unison. What are you looking at him for? Oh, right. All of Yuer's clothes seem to be bought by him. It dawned on them that they had been careless, focusing solely on aesthetics at the time of purchase and neglecting this issue. Youming observed this scene through the robot and furrowed his brow slightly. What was going on with Bai Xuan? How could he be so careless? Clearly, Yang should not have been entrusted to them. Su Ri reached out and removed the bear charm from the bag, saying, Chenyue, since it's already dirty, shall we not hang it up anymore? Fine. Yang Chenyue inferred the silent exchange among the three, certain that the grease on the bear had been applied when Zhao Ci had just stood up. Watching their somewhat childish antics, Yang Chenyue couldn't help but chuckle. Oh well, let them spoil their own girl. If it's not hung, then so be it. Yet, glancing at her bag, she felt something was amiss without a charm. Seeing Yang Chenyue frown, Zhao Ci immediately opened his left hand, revealing a fluffy black cat charm. Wow, Zhao Ci, where did you find this cat charm? Yang Chenyue examined it closely, convinced it resembled the fur on Zhao Ci. Clearing his throat, he replied, I happened to make an extra one last time. All right, Yang Chenyue chose not to confront him, certain he had just crafted it in his room. Let me attach it for you, she said, placing the cat charm on her back. It does look much more coordinated now. Yang Chenyue smiled, pleased as she held the cat charm, not particularly caring what charm adorned her bag, as long as they were happy. All right, let's continue with breakfast, she suggested after their little interlude. Satisfied, Zhao Ci took his seat again, continuing to ensure Yang Chenyue enjoyed her meal, while Bai Xuan and Su Ri stood up to leave. Where are you two off to? Yang Chenyue inquired in confusion. Noticing they hadn't finished their breakfast, the two glanced at the remnants of their meal and hastily stuffed the last bites into their mouths before turning to leave. Zhao Ci, well aware of their intentions, noted that since Ur only had his charm hanging from her bag, they must have felt a pang of jealousy and likely sought their own charms. Don't mind them. Let us eat, he assured her. Fine. I suppose they have had enough, Yang Chenyue thought, harboring a suspicion but choosing to enjoy her breakfast undisturbed. As the clock approached 7:30, the robot had already cleared the dining table. Unable to sit still any longer, Yang Chenyue declared, Zhao Ci, let's go. We need to take care of the enrollment procedures without delaying your work. Zhao Ci nodded, and together they made their way outside. Upon reaching the parking area for the flying vehicles in front of the villa, Bai Xuan and Su Ri rushed over, panting and clutching a silver wolf charm and a scale charm, respectively. Wow. The color of this silver wolf charm resembles Bai Xuan's fur, and it seems rather crudely made. Could it be he plucked his own fur? Yang Chenyue pondered. As for the scale charm, it appeared exquisite and delicate, shimmering slightly, and she mused whether it had originated from Su Ri's mermaid form, although she had never seen his beast form to confirm. Without further ado, they affixed the two charms onto Yang Chenyue's bag. The corners of her mouth twitched as she regarded the three charms now adorning her bag. While it seemed a bit cluttered, it certainly looked attractive, especially the scale charm, which she couldn't resist reaching out to touch, feeling as if it still retained Su Ri's warmth. Seeing Yang Chenyue's gesture, Su Ri interpreted it as her not merely admiring the charm, but rather as if she were caressing him if Chenyue cherished this scale. Did it imply she would also appreciate his beast form? Su Ri resolved to transform into his beast form that night to show Chenyue Youming, too, harbored a desire to have his own beast form charm attached to Yang's bag via the robot. However, his beast form was too distinctive and would certainly raise her suspicions. Thus, he abandoned the idea, trailing closely behind the four as they boarded the flying vehicle. Chapter 58. Enrollment at Yang Chenyue's insistence. The robot accelerated the flying vehicle to its maximum speed, finally arriving at Galaxy Academy at 7:40. Standing before the grand and magnificent entrance of Galaxy Academy, Yang Chenyue noted that the gate appeared to be crafted from a special metal, gleaming with a cold luster, inscribed with various cosmic runes that exuded an air of mystery. The towering buildings surrounding her seemed to pierce the clouds, embodying a style that was both technological and dignified. Suri was taken aback. Surely Galaxy Academy was aware that Chenyue was reporting in this morning. Why was there no one to greet them? After a brief contemplation, he concluded that they had arrived too early, and the Academy had yet to send anyone to welcome them. Yang Chenyue approached the security desk, politely requesting an announcement. The guard, initially taken aback, swiftly operated the communication device. News of their arrival spread throughout the Academy, causing a stir among the teachers that it was well known that females were typically rather casual. Even those who had attended Galaxy Academy previously, regardless of whether they were B or C rank, often arrived right on time or even late. Yet, the seventh princess had arrived so early. Before long, an elderly gentleman with graying hair but keen eyes hurried over. He respectfully bowed to Yang Chenyue and said, "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for not anticipating your early arrival today. We have yet to arrange a welcome ceremony. However, your timely presence surely indicates your dedication to your studies." Yang Chenyue was momentarily taken aback and quickly returned the bow. "Good day, esteemed teacher, that I apologize for the intrusion. This morning, I indeed arrived rather early, intending to complete the enrollment procedures ahead of time so that my guardians could attend to their work punctually." The elder was taken aback. Although he had previously received some information about Her Highness Yang Chenyue for Princess Su Yao and was aware of her amiable temperament and kind heart, he never anticipated it would come to this. Not only did she not restrict her guardian's freedom and employment, but she even willingly rose early to report to the school to ensure they could go to work on time. The elder hurriedly guided Yang Chenyue and her entourage into the academy. Along the way, they encountered several early rising students who greeted the elder with respect. "Good morning, Dean." It turned out he was the esteemed head of the Galaxy Academy. Yang Chenyue observed him closely. Indeed, only such a venerable elder could bear the weight of an entire institution. The beastmen cast curious glances at Yang Chenyue, for female beings were exceedingly rare, especially those sent to the academy. Most of whom were minors that, if they could win her favor, their future would be secured. Many students attempted to strike up a conversation, but were swiftly deterred by the dean's gaze, especially when they noticed the trio following closely behind, Suri, Bai Xuan, and Zhao Ci. They could not help but realize that this was the newly arrived top-tier female, the seventh prince. They were astonished that she had come to the academy so early. Upon reaching a building resembling a cathedral, the dean halted and proclaimed, "Your Highness, this shall be your main teaching building henceforth." At the tea that moment, the sound of machinery whirring broke the silence, and a tall, handsome man strode towards them, accompanied by a group. Yang Chenyue activated her light brain to search for information. He was none other than her professor, Xingyu. When she had heard Su Yao's introduction the previous day, she had imagined him to be an elder like the dean, but to her surprise, he was quite young. Xingyu glanced at the robot beside Yang Chenyue, his expression turning serious. "Your Highness, according to school regulations, robots are not permitted on campus. I was unaware of that. May I ask him to leave now?" Yang Chenyue inquired cautiously, although she had indeed done some research the previous night and was aware of the robot's prohibition. She had assumed that the dean's silence upon their entrance indicated some special consideration afforded to top-tier females. Yang Chenyue complied immediately, instructing the robot to depart. Knight Youming, on the other side of the connection, felt a twinge of reluctance but obeyed the command to leave. Subsequently, the connection was severed. It appeared he would not see Yang for a while, so he decided to use this time to address some internal organizational matters. Seeing Yang Chenyue's cooperation, the dean exhaled in relief. He had intended to mention the regulation upon their entry, but had hesitated due to her status. It wasn't until Xingyu brought it up that he felt a wave of anxiety, fearing he might anger the young princess. Other professors shared his concerns, apprehensive that a moment's displeasure from Her Highness could lead to a call for the Female Protection Center to take them away. Xingyu was diligent in following the rules, yet he did not take a moment to engage in pleasantries with Her Highness, Thankfully, she was accommodating. The dean quickly interjected, "Professor Chenyue is merely fulfilling his duties. Please do not hold it against him. Your Highness," he spoke with a smile. Yang Chenyue waved her hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. It was my oversight." Chenyue then stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, as you are new here, you may not yet be familiar with many of the rules. I will gradually inform you in due course." Yang Chenyue smiled in response. "I appreciate your help. Professor, should there be anything else you require of me, please do not hesitate to ask." Chenyue, not one to be overly formal, replied, "Your Highness, I will state it plainly. Photography and uploads are strictly prohibited within the Academy. Please allow me to configure your light brain settings and inspect your personal belongings." Bai Xuan, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Professor Chenyue, do not be excessive. The regulations are as such. I must implore you, General Bai, not to complicate matters for me. Would you not agree, Your Highness?" Chenyue directed his gaze towards Su Ri. The rules were indeed clear, but would inspecting Chenyue's personal belongings not place Su Ri in a difficult position? "It is quite all right. It is merely a matter of configuring the light brain and inspecting my belongings. I have no objections. Professor Chenyue, you may proceed." Yang Chenyue wished to spare Su Ri any discomfort. Besides, she had no plans to take photos or post on Starblog. The notion of personal inspections reminded her of similar occurrences during her high school days, and she found it quite unremarkable. Chenyue nodded, proceeding to scan Yang Chenyue's light brain, disabling the camera and upload functions. When inspecting her personal bag, the appearance of sanitary products rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. This female has come to school while still in her estrus period. Chenyue cleared his throat, regaining his composure. "Your Highness, I hope you adapt swiftly to academy life and refrain from breaching any regulations." Yang Chenyue nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Professor, I shall abide by the rules." "Then please follow me. I will introduce you to your designated learning areas." Yang Chenyue glanced back at the three companions trailing behind her. "Can they leave now?" Finally, the dean emerged from his shock. Finding his voice, "No, no, no, Your Highness, your guardians must accompany me to finalize your enrollment procedures. Your special status renders the process rather cumbersome, and they cannot depart until it is complete." Upon hearing the dean's words, Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri realized they would have to part ways with Yang Chenyue. Should you encounter any bullying at school, remember to inform me. I shall help you deal with it. Be sure to eat well at lunch and rest properly in the afternoon. We shall come to fetch you in the evening. Chenyue, we will proceed to assist you with your enrollment procedures. You may rest assured that this place is very safe, and with Professor Chenyue, you shall acquire much valuable knowledge. All right, I understand that I will remain here at the academy for a few hours and return home after school in the evening. There is no need for you to worry." Having said that, Yang Chenyue followed Chenyue into the teaching building, while the three of them gazed longingly at her retreating figure until she was out of sight, before turning to follow the dean. Chapter 59. Professor Chenyue led Yang Chenyue into the teaching building, commencing an introduction to the academy's educational facilities and some specialized course offerings. Yang Chenyue listened intently, her eyes alight with curiosity and anticipation. The layout of the building was astonishing. Knowledge panels floated along the walls, allowing access to interstellar history, scientific research achievements, and more. Chenyue brought Yang Chenyue into a classroom devoid of students, filled instead with machines. "According to your records, you do not possess an invisibility mech. Currently, your most pressing need is training in this area, which will be your primary learning environment, AS for other learning times and locations. These were automatically added when your light brain was configured earlier, accompanied by your star number, and sent to your device." "Got it," she understood. It was yet another automated addition. The galaxy's insistence on pairing males and females for the sake of reproductive rates seemed rather extreme. While internally criticizing, Yang Chenyue responded, understood, and then raised her light brain to check her friends and course information. Indeed, she discovered a new entry atop her friends list, Professor Chenyue, prominently featured. Having obtained her light brain, she had not yet explored its functions in depth. Her experience with social platforms had been limited to viewing comments, posting on Starblog, and messaging. She had not realized that contacts could also be pinned to the top. Noticing Yang Chenyue's fixation on the pinned entry, Chenyue remarked, As a top-tier female, you will receive a plethora of messages daily. I feared that without pinning, you might overlook my correspondence, which could delay your course progress. Oh, I see, Yang Chenyue responded, enlightenment dawning upon her. Indeed, for females with 3, 4, even hundreds of male beastmen vying for their attention, the volume of daily messages must be overwhelming. Professor Chenyue, you are my teacher. There is no need for formalities. Yang Chenyue felt uncomfortable when addressed in such a manner. Since Her Highness has expressed it so, I shall not be formal. As your instructor, I shall call you Little Seven. Very well, Yang Chenyue replied, pleased that the teacher's address felt more akin to a school setting than tea that moment. Her light brain chimed, revealing a message from Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri, informing her that her enrollment procedures had been completed, and they were preparing to return to their duties. Concurrently, Xingyu's light brain also pinged that he opened the message interface to find a note from Su Ri, having known each other for many years. Su Ri often visited Galaxy Academy for external expert lectures, which fostered a familiar rapport. He understood Su Ri well. He would not entertain any feelings of mutual affection. Sure enough, it had only been a brief absence, and Su Ri had already sent a message reminding him to take good care of the seventh prince. Xingyu raised his gaze towards Yang Chenyue, intrigued to observe what manner of female could captivate someone of Su Ri's stature. At that moment, Yang Chenyue was fervently typing on her light brain, updating Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri about her current situation to alleviate their concerns. Xingyu's gaze lingered on Yang Chenyue for a moment. He could not deny her distinctive allure. Dressed in simple student attire, her unique aura rendered her exceptionally captivating. It was a remarkable fusion of purity and sensuality, captivating to the extent that one could hardly avert their gaze. Yang Chenyue seemed oblivious to Xingyu's scrutiny, her full attention devoted to the luminous interface before her fingertips dancing swiftly across the keyboard as if she were performing a silent symphony. At last, Xingyu shattered the tranquility with a gentle cough. Yang Chenyue looked up, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes before she regained her composure. "It appears you are ready." "Zhao Ci," Xingyu remarked, a hint of admiration lacing his voice. "Let us commence our learning." Yang Chenyue nodded, fully aware that this was a challenge she must embrace. Xingyu initiated her instruction on the fundamental techniques of mecha operation. Selecting a smaller, ordinary mecha for their session, he guided Yang Chenyue into the cockpit. From the simplest startup procedures to intricate maneuvers, every step was elucidated with meticulous detail. First, you must familiarize yourself with the mecha's operating system, Xingyu explained, pointing to the interface on the luminous screen. Here, you can observe the mecha's status, including energy levels, weapon systems, shields, and more. It is imperative that you constantly monitor these metrics to ensure the mecha is in optimal condition. Yang Chenyue listened intently, her gaze fixated on the screen, not wanting to overlook a single detail. Xingyu continued, "Next, we shall discuss the mecha's movement. You can manipulate the mecha's walking, jumping, and rolling actions using this control stick. Remember, agility is paramount in mecha combat." Demonstrating several fundamental movements, Yang Chenyue emulated his actions. Although she initially struggled, she soon found her rhythm. Observing her progress, Xingyu felt a surge of respect. Her capacity for learning was astonishing, her diligence surpassing that of many, and her adaptability exceeded that of the vast majority of her peers. Finally, he addressed the weapon systems, his tone growing serious. "In battle, weapons are your lifeline. You must master the use of each weapon and learn to switch between them swiftly, depending on the combat environment." He instructed Yang Chenyue on how to lock onto targets, fire energy cannons, and employ melee weapons. Her fingers flew across the luminous interface, her eyes gleaming with determination, as if she could already envision herself in the throes of valiant combat. As time passed, Yang Chenyue's proficiency grew, and she began to experiment with more complex movements and tactics. Xingyu sat nearby, observing quietly, his heart brimming with anticipation that he knew this female would become the fastest learner in his teaching career. When the training session concluded, Yang Chenyue rose, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. She turned to Xingyu, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Thank you, Professor." Her voice was resolute and powerful. "I am ready. Let us embrace the challenges ahead." "Very well, Let us proceed to a more advanced mecha, Xingyu replied, leading her out of the cockpit and preparing to enter a more sophisticated model. Yang Chenyue's enthusiasm for training soared. Her interest and talent in mecha operation ignited a fervent desire to learn more complex skills. Her eyes shimmered with a thirst for knowledge, and just as she was about to ascend, a sudden warmth surged within her, causing her body to stiffen momentarily. Oh no. After 2 months of absence, her menstrual cycle had arrived, and now, upon standing, she found herself in an unfortunate predicament. Xingyu noticed something amiss with Yang Chenyue. His keen senses detected a metallic scent in the air. His sharp gaze swept over her, immediately discerning that something was wrong. Yang Chenyue's complexion turned pale, her hand instinctively pressed against her abdomen. A flicker of embarrassment and anxiety crossing her features. What's wrong? Xingyu inquired with concern. Yang Chenyue bit her lip and murmured, I need to take a break. Xingyu recalled the items he had seen during the inspection. Yang Chenyue had brought certain necessities, and he noticed the stains on her dress. Without asking further questions or exacerbating her embarrassment, he nodded and said, You should head to the dot. I will go out and fetch some essentials for you. Yang Chenyue cast a grateful glance at Xingyu before quickly departing the training area, making her way to the room labeled. Feeling a mix of appreciation for Xingyu's understanding and respect, coupled with a sense of helplessness regarding her unexpected situation, Xingyu watched her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. This was his first encounter with a female seeking to learn while experiencing such a natural occurrence. Typically, females in this state would remain at home, seldom venturing out. Clearly, this seventh princess was indeed unique. He understood that she required not only rest, but also a clean garment. He resolved to personally procure a new dress for her. Although this was not his usual course of action, Xingyu believed that, as a teacher, caring for his students' well-being was equally important. He swiftly exited the training facility, heading towards the nearest shop. Wandering through the women's clothing section, his gaze flitted across various dresses, attempting to envision a suitable outfit for Yang Chenyue. Ultimately, he settled on a simple yet elegant dress, practical in its design while embodying feminine grace. After purchasing the dress, Xingyu hurried back to the training area. He located the where Yang Chenyue was resting and gently knocked on the door. Zhao Ci, it's me, Xingyu, I have brought you a new dress. The door creaked open, revealing Yang Chenyue with a hint of embarrassment on her face as she accepted the bag from Xingyu, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Professor. I don't know how to repay you. Xingyu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. You are my student. Rest well. Today's training has been sufficient, and your guardians will arrive shortly to take you home. That we will have ample time for future training. Yang Chenyue nodded and proceeded to the changing room to don her new dress. Feeling considerably more at ease, she understood that, despite the unexpected interruption of her training, her passion for mecha operation remained undiminished. She yearned to possess the power to protect herself in this world of beasts. Chapter 60. Ambiguity. Yang Chenyue sat quietly for a moment, allowing her body to acclimate to the sudden discomfort. Although the arrival of her menstrual cycle caused her some embarrassment, Xingyu's thoughtfulness and understanding had significantly eased her mind. After taking several deep breaths and feeling her discomfort subside, she resolved to return to the training room to continue her studies. Gently pushing open the door, she found Xingyu seated at the control console, seemingly organizing some materials. Upon hearing the door, Xingyu turned, noticing Yang Chenyue had returned, and rose to his feet. Are you feeling better? He inquired with genuine concern. Yang Chenyue nodded, replying, Much better. Thank you for your concern. I do not wish to waste too much time. Can we continue? Xingyu regarded her with admiration, realizing this was his first experience teaching such a diligent and earnest female. Of course. However, considering your condition, let's first delve into theoretical knowledge. Understanding theory is foundational for operating a mecha and is vital for your future growth. All right, I will follow your lead, Yang Chenyue replied obediently, taking her seat beside Xingyu. Her gaze focused and serious. This was the first time he had heard a female express such unwavering respect for his profession. In the past, those he had taught were either enamored with his appearance or attracted to his family's wealth. Never had he encountered a female who acknowledged his role so sincerely. Zhao Ci was truly a kindred spirit. Regaining his composure, Xingyu began to explicate the intricacies of mecha construction, propulsion systems, weapon systems, and other theoretical concepts, each aspect elaborated upon in great detail. The construction of a mecha was exceedingly complex, with each component serving its unique function and purpose, pointing to a 3D model on the interface. He meticulously explained, "Here is the mecha's energy core, which provides power to the entire machine. And here is the control system, through which every command you issue will be conveyed to the mecha." Yang Chenyue listened intently, nodding occasionally to signify her understanding. She recognized that while theoretical knowledge could be tedious, it was an indispensable part of becoming an exceptional mecha operator, especially one capable of piloting high-difficulty stealth models. "Now, let us discuss the mecha's propulsion system," Chenyue continued. "The propulsion system forms the basis of its movement, encompassing thrusters, joint drives, and more. You must comprehend how they work in harmony, as this understanding will enhance your control during practical operations." As Chenyue elaborated, Yang Chenyue's comprehension of mecha mechanics deepened. She began to pose her own questions, to which Chenyue patiently provided answers. Their discourse grew increasingly profound, and time slipped away unnoticed. Yang Chenyue felt her knowledge expanding rapidly, her curiosity ignited by every detail of the mecha. She understood that this theoretical foundation would solidify her practical skills in the future. Observing Yang Chenyue's focused demeanor, Chenyue inwardly nodded in approval that he realized that she possessed not only remarkable operational talent, but also a fervent desire for knowledge and an enthusiasm for learning, qualities he had never encountered in a female before. In the training room, their figures appeared particularly engrossed under the blue glow of the interface. The learning journey of Yang Chenyue has only just begun. As their theoretical knowledge deepens, the interactions between Chenyue and Yang Chenyue become increasingly natural, and the distance between them unintentionally narrows. While explaining concepts, Chenyue instinctively leans closer to Yang Chenyue to offer better guidance. Yang Chenyue listens intently, occasionally glancing up at Chenyue, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge and respect for him. Within the training room, their breaths seem to intertwine, and a subtle tension hangs in the air. Even though they had previously prepared by spraying a potion that masks the pheromones emitted by females. At such a close distance, Chenyue still detects a faint scent of roses, refreshing and enchanting. He steadies his mind and resumes his explanation. As he elucidates complex mechanical principles, his fingers glide unconsciously across the holographic screen. Yang Chenyue sits beside him, their shoulders occasionally brushing against one another, each inadvertent touch adding to the atmosphere of intimacy. Just then, the door to the training room swings open, and Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri enter together. They had originally come to escort Yang Chenyue back, but were unexpectedly greeted by this scene. The closeness of Chenyue and Yang Chenyue, filled with unspoken understanding and intimacy, evokes a pang of discomfort in the hearts of the three. Bai Xuan's brow furrows slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. Zhao Ci purses his lips, his expression a mix of complexity. Su Ri appears somewhat awkward, clearing his throat in an attempt to shatter the sudden silence. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Chenyue turns her head, surprised to see the three standing at the door. She quickly rises, distancing herself from Chenyue, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks. "What brings you here?" Yang Chenyue's voice carries a hint of nervousness. Chenyue also stands, his expression regaining its composure. Though a barely perceptible ripple of emotion lingers in his eyes, that he recognizes how easily this scene could be misconstrued, yet he refrains from offering explanations, choosing instead to stand silently by. Bai Xuan steps forward, his tone tinged with coldness. "We came to take you back, but seems we have intruded." Zhao Ci and Su Ri exchange glances, both silent, yet the atmosphere has undeniably become awkward. Yang Chenyue senses the tension in the air and hastily clarifies. "No, we were merely discussing theoretical knowledge of mechas." Chenyue nods gently in agreement with Yang Chenyue's statement. His gaze remains calm, yet his inner feelings are somewhat convoluted, that he understands that there is nothing between him and Yang Chenyue. But the expressions of Bai Xuan and the others leave him feeling somewhat helpless. Bai Xuan glances at Yang Chenyue, then at Chenyue, ultimately saying blandly, "All right, let us return." The five of them exit the training room. Yang Chenyue walking in the middle, flanked by Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su Ri on either side. Chenyue quietly trails behind, his gaze resting on Yang Chenyue's retreating figure, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within him. The previously charged atmosphere gradually dissipates, replaced by an unspoken silence. Each person contemplates the recent events, their hearts filled with personal feelings and speculations. Some wish to inquire further, but hold their tongues due to the presence of others. Meanwhile, Chenyue's feelings for Yang Chenyue seem to shift subtly in this moment. Chapter 61. Private collection. The five walked in quietude until they were near the academy's exit, at which point Chenyue spoke. Zhao Ci, you need not come this afternoon. Take the time to rest. Contact me again in the morning. Professor, I'm perfectly fine. I can continue coming this afternoon, Yang Chenyue replied, somewhat agitated, thinking it unreasonable for her to be treated differently simply because she was on her period. You've learned quite a bit this morning. It would be best to practice at home this afternoon, and I will assess your progress tomorrow morning. Yang Chenyue pondered this, realizing that she had indeed absorbed a great deal earlier. While it seemed manageable at the time, truly internalizing the knowledge would require review. Learning too much at once might not be conducive to growth. Very well then, I'll one-team message you. It's settled? Professor, see you tomorrow morning. Yang Chenyue beamed at Chenyue, her smile radiant, as she approached the waiting aircraft under the watchful eyes of Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Su or as soon as she boarded the aircraft. Yang Chenyue could no longer contain herself. She poked Bai Xuan's puffed-up cheek. Come on, don't be angry. Professor and I were genuinely studying, but you've changed your clothes. Well, although I wore the dress he bought me when we first met. I can explain that. This morning, I accidentally got my period on my skirt, and the professor kindly bought me a new one. I couldn't possibly keep wearing a bloody skirt, could I? Bloody. The three immediately tensed at her words, crowding around her and inspecting her closely. Meanwhile, Youming, who had been in the corner, quickly reconnected upon hearing her statement, activating the robot's initial health check function to scan Yang Chenyue's entire body. Oh, it's fine, really. It's just the blood you mentioned related to female estrus. Yang Chenyue hurriedly clarified, feeling as though she were being treated as if she had a terminal illness. Physical condition, healthy, concluded Youming after completing the scan. Indeed, she appears to be fine, Zhao Ci affirmed after a careful observation. See? Both the equipment and the doctor confirm it. I'm truly all right, so don't worry. Yang Chenyue said, moving towards the nearby sofa, feeling a bit sore and needing a moment to rest. The others followed her, sitting beside her. Chenyue, who exactly is this Aunt Flo you mentioned? Do you have other relatives in the galaxy? Suri asked curiously, recalling that she had previously stated there were no family members left in this world. If her aunt truly had come, she would be a legitimate guardian. Would she take Chenyue away? Yang Chenyue paused, realizing they were unfamiliar with the term. Aunt Flo is actually just a colloquial term for my previous living situation, referring to female estrus. I have no relatives left in this world. Yang Chenyue's voice carried a hint of sadness. The absence of family had always been a deep wound for her. Noticing her melancholy, Zhao Ci immediately grasped her hand, saying, It's all right, from now on. We are your family, and you will no longer be alone in this world. Bai Xuan and Su Ri also gazed at her steadfastly. Yang Chenyue chuckled, her spirits lifted, likening her feelings to the resolute glances seen in dramas. Ever since arriving in this world, they had truly made her feel at home. Yes, we are a family now. I will never be lonely again. A radiant smile lit up Yang Chenyue's face. But Chenyue calls you Zhao Ci, Bai Xuan interjected, visibly displeased. Hey, why is your big wolf dog so easily aggrieved lately? Yang Chenyue mused, perplexed by Bai Xuan's sudden sensitivity to such details. I didn't tell the professor my name. But I think he is a teacher, and I'm a student that he always addresses me as Your Highness, which I find quite uncomfortable. Thus so, the professor decided to call me Zhao Ci, which I think is rather nice. You didn't tell him your name? Bai Xuan's mood visibly brightened. Yang Chenyue imagined that if his wolf ears and tail were visible, they would have perked up in excitement. Well, I've known Chenyue for many years. Most of the females around Chenyue's age in the galaxy are his students, so don't doubt his professional integrity. Suri quickly defended Chenyue. After all, Chenyue's family was immensely wealthy, being the largest supplier of food and weapons in Dongzhongxing, with their business interests spanning various sectors. That if Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci were to offend him, they might find themselves in a difficult position. What about the clothes you changed out of? Zhao Ci finally posed a more critical question. They wouldn't be with Chenyue, would they? Oh no, I left them in the lounge. Yang Chenyue's heart skipped a beat at Zhao Ci's inquiry. Her face flushing crimson as she stammered, I forgot. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their concern. Suri immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, turning to the others. I'll go check on Chenyue. You all head back. Yang Chenyue attempted to stop him, but Suri had already hurried off. He returned to the training room and found Chenyue. Chenyue, is Chenyue's clothing with you? Suri asked directly. Chenyue paused. Chenyue? You mean Zhao Ci? He nodded. Yes, I forgot to remind her. Suri frowned, aware that there might be nothing between Chenyue and Yang Chenyue, but such matters still warranted careful handling. He said sternly, Chenyue, your relationship with Chenyue is that of teacher and student. I hope you maintain appropriate boundaries. Chenyue nodded slightly, replying, I understand. I've already taken care of the clothes. So there is no need to worry. Suri pressed. How did you handle it? Placed in the fuel chamber of the fire-type mech to be burned, Chenyue remarked as he walked towards the fire mech. Would you like to take a look? No need. You've already burned the best, Shiri replied. Chenyue is my friend for so many years. I naturally trust you. You wouldn't let me down, would you? Shiri gazed intently at Chenyue, hoping to discern something from his expression. Chenyue momentarily lost his train of thought, then smiled faintly. Of course, our friendship over the years. Shiri patted Chenyue on the shoulder before departing. Chenyue slowly opened the fuel chamber of the fire mech, revealing the clothing lying quietly within. Initially, he had intended to ignite it, but after much contemplation, he could not bring himself to do so. Watching Shiri's retreating figure, he murmured, Shiri, our friendship over the years. Yet, I am not as fortunate as you. Let me keep a memento. Meanwhile, Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci returned home with Yang Chenyue. Yang Chenyue felt a mixture of emotions, lamenting, on the very first day of school, I made a fool of myself in front of the professor. Upon arriving home, the rabbit robot was already busily preparing dinner. Yang Chenyue sat at the dining table, watching the robot's proficient movements, gradually finding solace. After lunch, fatigue washed over her, prompting her to rest for a while. She lay on her bed, closed her eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. Due to the exhausting training in the morning, she surprisingly slept until dinner time. Her companions, noticing her deep sleep, refrained from disturbing her and busied themselves with their own tasks. When she finally awoke, the sky had darkened and the aroma of food wafted through the house. Stretching her limbs, she exited her room to find Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Shiri waiting by the dining table. Yeah, you're awake. You must be exhausted. Come and eat, Bai Xuan said gently. Seated at the table, Yang Chenyue gazed at the array of delicacies and the warmth of her companions, a wave of comfort washing over her. After dinner, her spirits had completely revived. She recalled the task assigned by Chenyue in the morning, realizing she had wasted the afternoon sleeping and needed to practice in the evening. She ascended to the second floor, where an unutilized mech simulation practice room awaited an invited lecturer at the Galactic Academy. Shiri naturally took on the role of instructor. I in the practice room. Yang Chenyue donned the helmet, instantly transported to another realm. Oh my. This simulation is incredibly lifelike. The mech stood silently in the center, awaiting activation. Taking a deep breath, she settled into the cockpit, following the steps Chenyue had taught her in the morning. She attempted to power up the mech. However, when she endeavored to execute basic maneuvers, she discovered the mech's responsiveness was far inferior to that of the one she had operated in the morning. Shiri, connected to his own helmet, monitored Yang Chenyue's actions and noted her struggles. Relax a bit, Chenyue, he said gently. This mech sensitivity differs from the one you used this morning. You'll need to operate it with more finesse. Yang Chenyue nodded, trying to adjust her movements. Yet the mech remained clumsy in its actions. She began to realize that the mech she had operated in the morning was indeed a beginner model, designed with a simpler control system for novices to quickly grasp. In contrast, this mech, though more powerful, was considerably more complex to maneuver. Shiri, this is so difficult. Is there a simulation like the one I practiced with this morning? Yang Chenyue asked, a hint of despondency in her voice. Shiri shook his head. It seems the mech you practiced with this morning was specially designed by Chenyue for complete novices. It is yet to be uploaded to the virtual network. Don't worry, Chenyue, Shiri encouraged. In truth, all mechs ultimately operate on the same principles. You must learn to feel the mech's feedback. Every movement requires precise control. This is not something that can be mastered overnight. It demands extensive practice. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Yang Chenyue acknowledged her overconfidence. She had assumed she had mastered operating a complex, high-tech mech, only to realize she was still at the starting line. With a long journey ahead, taking a deep breath, she refocused her attention and began to adjust her maneuvers slowly and steadily. Though her progress was gradual, she could sense herself adapting to the new beginner mech's operational style. The practice continued for an extended period, filled with attempts, failures, and further attempts. Shiri remained by her side, patiently guiding her and offering positive feedback and constructive advice. Eventually, as night fell, Yang Chenyue managed to execute some basic movements with relative fluidity. Removing her helmet, she exited the room, feeling physically weary yet brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Shiri nodded in acknowledgement. They departed the practice room together, with Yang Chenyue knowing that tomorrow would usher in new challenges. Chapter 62. The flavor of Bai Xuan. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Yang Chenyue's bed as she opened her eyes, feeling revitalized, despite the previous night's arduous practice. She had gained a deeper understanding of mech operation. Glancing at the time, she was startled to find it was already 8 o'clock. "Why hasn't anyone called me? I'm going to be late," she exclaimed. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed Bai Xuan had laid out her clothes. A soft smile crossed her lips. He had truly gone to great lengths to find her a shirt and trousers. However, was this shirt a tad small? Upon closer inspection, she realized it must be due to her monthly cycle causing some changes in her body. Yet despite being a perfectly normal shirt, it felt oddly fitting on her. Standing before the mirror, she scrutinized her appearance. The second button of her shirt strained slightly, revealing a hint of unintentional allure. Sighing in resignation, she recalled how she had once envied girls with more voluptuous figures. Now, with her own body having changed, she found herself longing for the lightness of her former self. Shaking her head, she resolved not to dwell on the matter. Forget it. It is what it is. She muttered to herself, preparing to head out to school. As she emerged from her room, Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Shiri awaited her in the living room. Their gazes converged upon Yang Chenyue, momentarily taken aback by her slightly awkward attire. Bai Xuan was the first to recover, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. He had chosen a size based on previous measurements, which should have fit perfectly. All three exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how Yang Chenyue could present herself in such a manner. However, there was no time to allow her to change before they departed. They had refrained from waking her earlier, believing she needed the rest after her exhaustive practice the night before. Bai Xuan quickly made a decision, removing his outer jacket and gently draping it over Yang Chenyue. "Put this on. It will be better for school," he said in a gentle, caring tone, feeling the warmth and subtle fragrance of Bai Xuan's jacket enveloping her. Yang Chenyue donned it, finding comfort and reassurance in his presence. Zhao Ci and Shiri watched the scene unfold, their hearts filled with a tinge of envy, wishing they could have her with their clothes as well. The four of them set out together, the rabbit robot placing breakfast directly onto the spacecraft for Yang Chenyue to enjoy on the way to school. Upon their arrival, they found Xingyu waiting for them. And Yang Chenyue waved farewell to her companions. As Xingyu caught sight of Yang Chenyue, he smiled and nodded in her direction. The awkwardness of the previous day seemed to dissipate, and their atmosphere returned to normal. "Good morning, Zhao Ci," Xingyu greeted. "Good morning, Professor," Yang Chenyue replied. Without wasting any time, Xingyu led Yang Chenyue into the classroom, his gaze frequently lingering on her attire, still infused with Bai Xuan's scent. Sensing Xingyu's attention, Yang Chenyue felt a bit embarrassed and explained, "This is Bai Xuan's jacket. It was a bit chilly when I stepped out." She couldn't very well admit that her shirt was slightly ill-fitting. Xingyu replied, his expression unreadable as he promptly shifted to the topic at hand that he assisted Yang Chenyue in reviewing theoretical knowledge, particularly focusing on the operational key points for beginner mechs. His explanations were meticulous, and Yang Chenyue listened attentively, nodding occasionally in understanding. Once the review concluded, Xingyu guided Yang Chenyue towards a genuine beginner mech, identical to the one she had practiced with the previous night. Yang Chenyue felt a flutter of anxiety mixed with anticipation, knowing that her understanding of the mech's operation had deepened through her practice. Settling into the cockpit, her hands gently rested on the control sticks. Taking a deep breath, she commenced her maneuvers. To Xingyu's astonishment, Yang Chenyue's movements were fluid and precise. It appeared she had fully grasped the operational techniques for the beginner mech. Observing her through the external monitoring system, Xingyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yang Chenyue's progress exceeded his expectations. Not only had she absorbed the theoretical knowledge, but she also swiftly applied it in practice. Excellent work, Zhao Ci, Xingyu communicated through the system. Your movements are remarkably fluid. It seems you have completely mastered the operation of the beginner mech. Yang Chenyue felt a swell of pride upon hearing Xingyu's praise. She was aware that she had a long journey ahead. Yet receiving recognition from Xingyu was an immense encouragement for her. After the practice concluded, Yang Chenyue exited the cockpit, her face adorned with a contented smile. Xingyu approached her, his voice brimming with excitement. Zhao Ci, you performed remarkably. Your ability to learn and adapt is unparalleled, the finest I have encountered among females thus far. Yang Chenyue offered a modest smile, recognizing that this was the fruit of her labor. And she felt a surge of confidence about the future, believing in her capacity to possess the strength to protect herself. Together, Xingyu and Yang Chenyue strolled back to the classroom. Continuing their discussion on the deeper intricacies of mecha operation, that a glimmer of thirst for knowledge sparkled in Yang Chenyue's eyes, while Xingyu eagerly shared his experiences and techniques. Such delightful moments are fleeting. Before long, the lunch hour arrived quietly. Xingyu, taken aback by the ringing bell, could hardly believe it was already that time. He led Yang Chenyue towards the school cafeteria, planning to continue their discussion at the dining table. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them as they walked side by side. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter, the mingling aromas of various dishes making one's mouth water. However, upon seeing the female, everyone instinctively parted ways. Xingyu effortlessly navigated through the throng with Yang Chenyue, finding a relatively quiet spot. They each selected their preferred dishes and sat down to enjoy their meal. That outfit the prince is wearing seems to resemble male attire, doesn't it? Indeed, look at the size. It reaches the knees when worn as a skirt. That I can smell it. There's an enemy's scent. What enemy? A rival for affection. Huh. Surely, they haven't just come from the cafeteria, right? They can't wait to flaunt it, but it doesn't seem to be Professor Xingyu's scent. Perhaps they're just playing around, though the murmurs around them were hushed. They still reached the ears of the two. Yang Chenyue felt a surge of anger. Was the quality of males in the academy truly this poor? Before she could respond, the loud clatter of Xingyu's bowl in the cafeteria silenced the surrounding chatter. They glanced at Xingyu, whose glare was fierce, and instinctively recoiled, shifting their conversation to other topics. Formerly, he could ignore their vile words, but he could not allow such slander against the beautiful Zhao Ci. Zhao Ci, ignore them. I will coordinate with the Female Protection Center regarding this matter. Let us eat, Xingyu said as he added more meat to Yang Chenyue's bowl. Professor, I won't take it to heart. Please don't mind it, Yang Chenyue replied, having realized that being overly concerned with others' opinions would only wear her down. Next time someone speaks disrespectfully, remember to record it with your light brain and report it to the Female Protection Center. They will send someone to handle it, Xingyu cautioned, clearly worried about Yang Chenyue facing any distress. That I understand, Yang Chenyue answered somewhat dismissively. Sensing her disinterest in continuing the topic, Xingyu quickly shifted the conversation. How did you find this morning's training? He inquired, watching her with concern as he ate. Yang Chenyue nodded, chewing her food, yet her eyes radiated satisfaction and confidence. I feel I have made considerable progress. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Xingyu smiled warmly, pleased to witness Yang Chenyue's growth and newfound confidence. They chatted and ate, the time slipping away in their enjoyable atmosphere. After lunch, Xingyu suggested that Yang Chenyue take a short rest in the lounge. This afternoon's training may be more strenuous. You need to maintain your energy, he advised. Yang Chenyue agreed, feeling a bit fatigued. Xingyu led her to the lounge, which was quiet and comfortable, a perfect place to unwind. Rest here for a while. I will wait outside, he said as he gently closed the door. Yang Chenyue reclined on the lounge's sofa, sinking into the soft cushions. She closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, attempting to relax her body and mind. Soon, Her breathing became steady and deep, and she drifted into slumber. Outside, Chenyue waited quietly, knowing that Yang Chenyue needed rest to better engage in the afternoon training. Seizing the opportunity, he also took a moment to rest, preparing for the upcoming session. As time passed, Yang Chenyue slept peacefully in the lounge, while Chenyue stood watch outside. When Yang Chenyue awoke, she felt revitalized, as if all her fatigue had vanished. Stepping out of the lounge, she found Chenyue seated outside, engrossed in a book. "You're awake," he said, setting the book down and rising to greet her. Yang Chenyue stretched, gratefully expressing, "Thank you, Professor. I feel much better. It's no trouble. This lounge was prepared for your use," Chenyue replied, slightly surprised, as she was the first female not to express disdain for the resting area. Nodding, he said, "That's good. Let us prepare to begin the afternoon training." Yang Chenyue followed Chenyue back to the training ground, her mood light and anticipatory. She understood that the afternoon session would be more challenging, but she was ready to embrace the trials ahead. Chapter 63. The torn garment. The afternoon training session commenced. Chenyue recognized that neither females nor males could absorb all the knowledge of mecha operation in a single day. Thus, the focus of the afternoon would be on physical conditioning and combat techniques. This was a core requirement for females, enhancing their physical capabilities while improving their self-defense in emergencies. Yang Chenyue ran alongside Chenyue on the training field, her body gradually warming up, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down her forehead. As the laps increased, Yang Chenyue felt increasingly overheated, her pace slowing down. After several laps, she found Bai Xuan's jacket becoming somewhat cumbersome, prompting her to remove it for a more comfortable run. "Professor, I can't continue like this. I'm too hot," she informed Chenyue, draping the jacket over a nearby railing. Freed from the constraints of her jacket, Yang Chenyue felt a significant relief, yet Chenyue's gaze remained fixed upon her. Members of the Fox clan were already among the most strikingly beautiful in the galaxy, but within the group, none could rival the grace of Princess Chi. He had taught many females, yet none could switch effortlessly between cute and alluring like her. Aware of Chenyue's intense gaze, Yang Chenyue took a few deep breaths to recalibrate her focus, reminding herself that she was not exposing anything. Let him look. Ignoring Chenyue's fervent gaze, Yang Chenyue continued her run. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Chenyue hastily joined her, yet his eyes remained glued to her every movement. Yang Chenyue lamented the challenges of her previous physique, as running was considerably less burdensome then. Now, however, it felt as if her clothing might burst at any moment, severely hampering her performance. Understanding that Yang Chenyue was still in her heat cycle, Chenyue refrained from pushing her further, calling a halt to the running session. He offered her warm water and a towel, allowing her ample time to rest in the lounge before commencing the combat technique instruction. Chenyue demonstrated each move with precision and flair, captivating to behold. He then began to teach Yang Chenyue, meticulously adjusting her posture to ensure every motion was executed flawlessly. His breath grazed her ear, causing her heart to race involuntarily. Their arms and shoulders brushed closely, each movement intertwining their warmth and breath, fostering an inexplicable intimacy. "Focus your strength from here," Chenyue instructed, gently placing his hand on Yang Chenyue's shoulder, guiding her to perceive the correct point of exertion. His palm was warm and reassuring, instilling in her an unprecedented sense of safety. As the training progressed, their synergy grew increasingly harmonious. Yang Chenyue executed Chenyue's every command with swift precision. During a maneuver requiring both hands and shoulders to push, Yang Chenyue instinctively leaned back, and Chenyue firmly supported her, ensuring she maintained her balance. However, at that moment, the second button on Yang Chenyue's shirt, strained under their combined force, finally gave way and slipped off the T the instant the button fell. Yang Chenyue's shirt gaped open, revealing a considerable expanse of skin beneath. Both were taken aback, the atmosphere thick with tension reaching its zenith. "Ah!" Yang Chenyue gasped, hastily covering her chest, her face flushed crimson. "Oh my goodness, this is mortifying. In just 2 days, and I've stained a skirt and ruined a shirt. What is wrong with Bai Xuan's clothing? Is the quality in the star realm so poor?" She squatted down in embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground, only to feel Chenyue gently pressing on her shoulder. His gaze was gentle yet profound, as if he could see through to her very soul. "That it's all right," Chenyue murmured softly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "I didn't see anything just now. Go to the lounge for a while, and I'll fetch Bai Xuan's jacket for you." Truly, the professor remained remarkably composed, observing Chenyue's lack of any notable reaction. Yang Chenyue breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, confirming that Chenyue had departed the training room and made his way to the outdoor training grounds. Yang Chenyue rose and headed towards the lounge. As Chenyue exited the training room, he exhaled a warm breath. His entire being resembled that of a boiled shrimp, flushed and vibrant. It was indeed his first encounter with such a delightful sensation. This was also the first time he found himself reacting to a female. Previously, he had believed himself to be frigid, but it seemed he simply had not yet encountered Zhao Ci, realizing the nature of his thoughts. Chenyue hastily slapped his cheeks to dispel the wicked notions swirling within. After all, she was a student, and moreover, the beloved of Shiri. Chenyue disdainfully held the jacket, now tainted with Bai Xuan's scent, as he entered and noticed the fallen button, quietly resting on the floor, a silent witness to the recent events. Carefully, he picked it up and treasured it, placing it in the pocket of his inner shirt, allowing himself this indulgence as a keepsake. He knocked gently on the lounge door and handed the jacket inside. Shortly after, Yang Chenyue emerged, fully dressed. Chenyue found his gaze inexplicably drawn to Yang Chenyue once more, feeling rather like a voyeur. He quickly shifted the topic. "Zhao Ci, is your body holding up well? Shall we continue?" "Rest assured, Professor, I am perfectly fine. Just kidding, I used to attend gym class without fail even during my period," she jested, continuing to joke about being the chosen worker, unaffected by cramps or discomfort. The two adjusted their stances and resumed their combat training, though several times, Chenyue found himself distracted. At last, Yang Chenyue could no longer contain herself. They had maintained their position for 10 minutes already. She softly called out, "Professor." Chenyue snapped back to reality and hurriedly released her. "All right, Zhao Ci, today's lesson concludes here. Reflect on these movements for now. The remaining time is yours to study." "Oh, very well," Yang Chenyue replied, not dwelling on it, as she settled onto a nearby sofa and began reviewing the material they had covered, awaiting her guardians to fetch her home. Chapter 64. Please, finally. The school day came to an end. Bai Xuan, Zhao Ci, and Shiri arrived punctually to pick up Yang Chenyue. Upon seeing her still adorned in his clothing, Bai Xuan's heart swelled with joy. After instructing her to study independently, Chenyue departed, having searched the training room thoroughly for the lost button, to no avail. Feeling somewhat guilty, he decided it was best to keep the jacket on until bedtime to avoid further speculation. After dinner at home, Yang Chenyue took the opportunity to shower and change, commanding the rabbit robot to destroy the shirt, confiding that it was a secret between them, not to be disclosed. Unbeknownst to her, she had already exposed herself before the enigmatic knight Youming. Blissfully unaware, Yang Chenyue felt that the events of the day were known only to herself and Chenyue. Upon leaving the training room, Chenyue returned to his own home. He had never perceived it as particularly empty before, but today, in the absence of Prince Qi's voice, he felt an unexpected sense of loneliness. Turning on the cold water in the bathroom, he extinguished the heat that enveloped him, yet an indescribable emotion surged within him as he lay in bed, closing his eyes in an attempt to calm his thoughts. Zhao Ci's visage lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. As night deepened, Chenyue gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he encountered Zhao Ci once more, but this time, the setting was starkly different from the training grounds. They found themselves in a garden suffused with romance, surrounded by blooming flowers and soft music, the air thick with sweet floral fragrance. In this dream, Zhao Ci donned a delicate gown, her smile gentle and enchanting. Chenyue felt his heart race as he approached her. Their eyes met in the air, brimming with unspoken emotions. "Zhao Ci," Chenyue called her name softly, his gaze filled with anticipation and yearning. "Would you be willing to be my partner?" In the dream, a powerful urge surged within him to grasp her hand tightly and declare his affection. Yet, in the hazy realm of dreams, Zhao Ci seemed to drift further away. "Zhao Ci, I implore you. Just once, grant me this chance, please. Let me have you." He pleaded humbly for her mercy to last. Zhao Ci turned back, tenderly cupping his face. All right, I will give you my first. Amidst a sea of blossoms, he gently unfastened her garment. Admiring her beauty, suddenly, Chenyue awoke with a start. Heart pounding like a drum, he took several deep breaths, striving to quell his tumultuous emotions. The moonlight poured in through the window, casting a serene glow upon his bed. He understood that dreams were merely dreams, yet his feelings for Yang Chenyue were undeniably real. Lying in bed, his mind raced. He painfully shut his eyes. He was her teacher, and such sentiments were forbidden. He needed to conceal this unexpressed love. Carefully, he threaded the button from Yang Chenyue's shirt with a fine golden thread, affixing it to his chest. He then retrieved Yang Chenyue's skirt, placing it beside him, as if to keep her company in spirit. Observing his own appearance, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, wondering how Zhao Ci would feel if she knew how he treated her skirt and button. The following day at school, Yang Chenyue finally donned the training attire specially tailored for her by Shiri, fitting snugly and concealing her curves. She had meticulously inspected it, ensuring there would be no issues. Meanwhile, Chenyue resumed his usual composure, diligently instructing Yang Chenyue. However, in the stillness of the night, muffled sounds of suppressed breaths and whispers of Zhao Ci echoed from his room, betraying his inner turmoil. Thus, Yang Chenyue dedicated a week to training in Chenyue's studio, and at last the weekend arrived. She awoke naturally, rising to find it was already noon, yet the house was eerily quiet. Clad in her pajamas, she stepped out of her room, calling by Xian, Zhao Ci, Shiri, are you there? Her voice resonated throughout the villa, but no one answered. What is going on? It's the weekend. Are they all working? She wondered. Little Rabbit, are you there? She called to the robot, and finally a mechanical voice replied, Yang, I am here. Strange. Why does Little Rabbit seem different today? It feels like he is occasionally a bit dazed. There's some mechanism at play? Not dwelling on it too long, Yang Chenyue inquired, do you know where Bai Xuan and the others have gone? There's an urgent military matter. The Empress summoned by Xian and Shiri. While Zhao Ci has gone to attend to the injured, the robot responded, oh, did they say anything else? Yang Chenyue pressed further. They instructed me to convey to Yang that breakfast and lunch are on the table, reminding you to eat properly and take a good nap, that if you find yourself bored, entertain yourself on the light brain. Has Little Rabbit always been so formal? Yang Chenyue mused, recalling how previously he would provide lengthy responses to her queries. Why are you different today, Little Rabbit? She asked curiously. Module upgrading, that's it, Yang Chenyue remarked, feeling unaccustomed to the robot's newfound brevity. She entered the kitchen, where the robot had prepared lunch, a nutritionally balanced meal, but it lacked the delightful taste of the previous days. Yang Chenyue, however, did not complain, finishing her meal in no time, for she had skipped breakfast and was now ravenous enough to devour a whole cow. After lunch, she made her way to the washroom, smiling at her reflection in the mirror before starting her cleansing routine. With everyone absent, where should she go? After pondering, she realized it had been a week since she last saw Ruolan, so she decided to check on her. Choosing a delicate and gentle dress, she aimed to foster better communication with Ruolan, hoping to share her recent experiences and perhaps bring some positive energy to her. Gently, she knocked on Ruolan's door, which slowly creaked open, revealing Li Yan's face, filled with surprise. Miss Yang, you've come. I was just thinking about how to invite you over. Li Yan's voice trembled slightly. Is something wrong with Ruolan? Yang Chenyue asked anxiously. No. Ruolan is doing quite well. Ever since you last spoke with her, she has been more talkative. She used to respond with 1 or 2 words. And now she can string together 7 or 8. Li Yan reassured her, that's wonderful. I didn't bring any gifts today. Where is Ruolan? Yang Chenyue inquired. Miss Yang, you are too courteous. You are always welcome to visit without any gifts. I am grateful just for your presence, Li Yan replied, leading Yang Chenyue into the living room. Ruolan has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. As Yang Chenyue entered the living room, she discovered Ruolan sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. Upon seeing Yang Chenyue, Ruolan's eyes sparkled. You've come. Ruolan, I'm sorry for taking so long to visit. I've been studying at the Galaxy Academy, which kept me occupied. Yang Chenyue apologized. It's all right. I'm just glad you're here. Ruolan responded softly. Beside them, Li Yin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Ruo Lan was engaging with others. Miss Yang, Ruolin, please take your time to chat. I will prepare afternoon tea for you. After Li Yin finished speaking, he ascended the stairs with a synchronized gait. Ruolin, let me share with you my experiences at the Galaxy Academy. Yang Chenyue settled beside Ruolin, who nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Chenyue began to recount her academic journey at the Galaxy Academy. Did you know, Ruolin, I studied mecha control at the Academy. It is a skill that demands remarkable coordination and reflexes. Excitement sparkled in her eyes. Ruolin listened intently, captivated by Yang Chenyue's enthusiasm. It truly sounded remarkable. Yang Chenyue took Ruolin's hand and encouraged her. Why not apply to the Female Protection Center for admission? We could study mecha together. Fear filled Ruolin's gaze as she instinctively withdrew her hand from Yang Chenyue's grasp. No, I don't want to. Yang Chenyue realized that this matter could not be rushed. So she quickly reassured her. All right, Ruolin, if you don't want to go, then you don't have to. If you don't want me to touch you, I won't. Ruolin timidly looked at Yang Chenyue, regretting her earlier reaction. Her instinctive withdrawal was not a reflection of her feelings. Yang Chenyue, however, remained unfazed, continuing to share amusing anecdotes from her combat classes, detailing how she evolved from a novice into a proficient practitioner of various combat techniques. In fact, combat is not merely a contest of strength. It heavily relies on strategy and intellect. Professor Xingyu mentioned that I can now contend with D-class males, as Yang Chenyue spoke. A smile gradually illuminated Ruolin's face. She began to open up, sharing glimpses of her past, albeit slowly and hesitantly. Yet, Yang Chenyue sensed a positive shift in their conversation. Their discussion persisted until the sun dipped below the horizon, during which they enjoyed the delightful meal and afternoon tea prepared by Li Yin. Yang Chenyue led the trio into a discussion about culinary creations. Although most of the dialogue flowed between Yang Chenyue and Li Yin, Ruolin occasionally chimed, It was not until the stars began to twinkle in the night sky that Yang Chenyue took her leave. May I ask you for a favor? At the door, Ruolin finally voiced the question that had lingered in her heart for so long. What? Yang Chenyue was taken aback, surprised that Ruolin would reach out to her for help. That I would like to ask you to do something. Ruolin reiterated, Speak as long as it is within my ability. Yang Chenyue promised, determined to assist her first female friend, that if you ever have the opportunity to comfort Marshal Ling Tian, please, I implore you to help him. Yang Chenyue was momentarily bewildered. How had the conversation shifted to Marshal Ling Tian? You are a top female. Once you complete your pheromone induction and calming course, they should arrange for you to work at the Bureau of Loss Control to soothe those rampaging beastmen. Ruolin spoke in one breath, leaving Yang Chenyue and Li Yin stunned. What I mean is, if you encounter Marshal Ling Tian, please do your utmost to assist him, even if it is just to restore a shred of his sanity. Finally, Yang Chenyue and Li Yin grasped that Ruolin was nearing a return to normalcy. Yang Chenyue nodded. If I meet Marshal Ling Tian, I will certainly do so, that he is a hero of the galaxy. Even without your request, I would strive to help him. Thank you. Ruolin and Li Yin spoke in unison. Marshal Ling Tian was their savior, and aiding him would bring them solace. As Yang Chenyue departed from Ruolin's home, Ruolin's mood visibly improved. Yin expressed his gratitude to Yang Chenyue for her guidance and sharing, suddenly realizing something as he grabbed Ruolin's arm. What were you just saying? A top female. Miss Yang is actually a top female? Indeed, she is the newly arrived 7th princess of the galaxy. She just told me that, oh my goodness, the 7th princess is my neighbor. How is that possible? She actually resides in the housing assigned by the Female Protection Center. This completely shatters my worldview. Shoo, Li Yin, keep it down. It must remain confidential. Ruolin hurriedly covered Li Yan's mouth. Watching Ruolin's flurry of actions, Li Yan's eyes brimmed with excited tears. Has Ruolin returned to normal? I think if I spend more time with the 7th princess, she should be able to go out normally. Ruolin smiled gently. She had long yearned to venture outside, but the mockery and ridicule from others had been unbearable. All right, no rush. We will take our time. Yin joyfully lifted Ruolin into his arms. She was smiling. As Yang Chenyue made her way home, her heart swelled with satisfaction. She understood that sometimes sharing and listening were the most profound forms of assistance. She looked forward to her next meeting with Ruolin, hoping that by then, Ruolin would have even more stories to share. Chapter 65. The hot springs as Yang Chenyue gently pushed open her front door. A warm and soft light instantly illuminated the entire foyer. She lifted her gaze, her eyes traversing the dimly lit living room until they landed on the familiar sofa. There sat a figure, poised and still, resembling a statue. As her vision sharpened, Yang Chenyue finally recognized the person. Su Ri. His deep-set eyes were fixed intently on the door, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. The light cast on his chiseled face created a faint halo, enhancing his already handsome features with an air of mystery and charm. She hurried over to Su Ri. "You're back. What happened? Where are Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci?" Upon seeing Yang Chenyue, Su Ri seemed to shed all worries and fatigue, pulling her beside him. Aliens have attacked the eastern border of Zhongxing. Bai Xuan and several other generals have been urgently summoned by the Empress to discuss countermeasures. Zhao Ci and their medical team are attending to the injured beastmen. As he spoke, he leaned his head against Yang Chenyue's shoulder. It's serious? Why did you return so soon? Yang Chenyue asked, her concern evident. Please tell me you didn't come back just to take care of yourself. The scale isn't too large. Bai Xuan and the others should be able to handle it. The Empress is worried about me participating in military matters. I would be of no use there, so I returned. Why? Aren't you the crown prince? But Su Yao is the crown princess, he replied, brushing against Yang Chenyue's neck. Yang Chenyue felt a pang of sympathy for him. Being mistrusted by his own mother and unable to contribute to the defense of his home planet must weigh heavily on his heart. She gently patted his back, reassuring him, do not fret. Bai Xuan will handle it. I'll wait with you for news. Really? Then shall we go soak in hot springs? Su Ri wrapped his arm around Yang Chenyue's waist. Weren't they just discussing the war? How do we jump to hot springs? The night was drawing near, making it inconvenient to go out. Let's wait until tomorrow. Yang Chenyue hesitated. Although she longed to fulfill Su Ri's desire, it was indeed getting late. No, tonight, Su Ri insisted playfully, relishing the rare opportunity to spend time alone with Chenyue. What if those two who compete for your attention return tomorrow? I have transformed the backyard into a hot spring. I finished it just yesterday. Would you like to come see? Su Ri coaxed her, determined to enjoy the hot springs with her knight. When did you do that? Yang Chenyue was astonished. During the last grooming session. I noticed how much you liked the hot springs in my palace, so I got to work as soon as we moved in. Wow, Su Ri, how thoughtful of you. Yang Chenyue exclaimed sincerely. Who wouldn't wish to enjoy hot springs at their own home? Shall we go try it out now? Su Ri eagerly asked. Absolutely. Yang Chenyue thought, seizing the moment for joy. After a week of studying, she deserved a proper relaxation. I'll take you there. Everything is already prepared. With that, he scooped Yang Chenyue up in his arms. What are you doing? I can walk by myself, Yang Chenyue whispered, wondering if these handsome men could flirt with her anytime and anywhere, as she found herself unable to resist. Observing Yang Chenyue's bashful demeanor brought great joy to Su Ri, who cheerfully made his way to the backyard. Chapter 66. The fishtail. Su Ri's steps were light-hearted, his mood as radiant as the warm sunlight of spring. As he traversed the meticulously designed courtyard, he arrived at the hot spring in the backyard. The spring was surrounded by lush bamboo groves, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound that seemed to welcome their arrival. The steam from the hot spring curled in the air, infused with a faint scent of sulfur and the freshness of nature. Gently placing Yang Chenyue down, Su Ri noticed the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Her curious and shy gaze roamed over this intimate space. The hot spring was encircled by smooth stones embedded with luminous pearls, illuminating the night as if it were day. Petals floated on the water's surface, adding a touch of romance to the tranquil atmosphere. Su Ri elegantly shed his outer garments, each motion exuding a natural grace. Yang Chenyue's heart raced, caught in an unprecedented mix of tension and anticipation. Noticing Su Ri's back was turned as he ventured deeper into the spring, she donned a bathrobe that had been prepared nearby and slowly stepped into the warm water. The comforting warmth enveloped her, bestowing an indescribable sense of ease and relaxation. Su Ri had settled in one corner of the spring, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he watched Yang Chenyue approach. As she drew near, Su Ri extended his hand, gently taking hers and guiding her to sit beside him. He whispered in her ear, "You are truly beautiful." Yang Chenyue's face reddened further, the damp fabric of her bathrobe clinging to her skin, accentuating her graceful figure. The steam continued to rise, their silhouettes becoming ethereal in the mist, enhancing the air of mystery and allure. Sensing danger, she instinctively wanted to retreat, but Su Ri's arm encircled her shoulders, gently pulling her closer. Their cheeks nearly brushed against each other, and Yang Chenyue could feel the warmth and moisture of Su Ri's breath in this private and cozy space. Their heartbeats intertwined, composing a silent melody. Just as Yang Chenyue was about to struggle, a blue fishtail coiled around her waist. This was a fishtail. Su Ri's beast form was a merman, a sight she had never witnessed before. Yang Chenyue forgot her struggle, intently observing Su Ri. Scales glimmered at the corners of his eyes, and his ears became pointed, resembling an ethereal sprite of the night. The tail merged seamlessly from his waist down, transitioning from deep blue to silvery white, the scales shimmering like countless tiny diamonds in the moonlight. Noticing Yang Chenyue's unwavering gaze on his tail, Su Ri lowered it from her waist, allowing it to sway in the water for her observation. The length of the tail was nearly equal to her height, its edges forming graceful curves that danced with the gentle waves. As if performing a watery ballet, his tail was not only beautiful but also imbued with strength. Each movement generated powerful thrusts in the water, skillfully controlled to avoid disturbing Yang Chenyue. His upper body retained its human form, with chiseled muscles and a broad chest, exuding the beauty of masculine strength. In contrast, his lower half was purely aquatic, each flick of the tail revealing his freedom and wild spirit. Yang Chenyue felt that his very existence was a form of art. Captivating her gaze, as he swam around her, Su Ri pulled the mesmerized Yang Chenyue into his embrace. Curiously, she reached out to touch his tail. The texture reminiscent of delicate silk, gliding coolly and moistly across her fingertips, embodying the ocean's mystery and vitality. Chapter 67. The first time as time passed, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. Su Ri tenderly caressed Yang Chenyue's cheek, his fingertips lingering near her lips, seemingly gauging her response. Yang Chenyue closed her eyes, tilting her chin slightly, her breaths quickening, the blush on her face deepening. Su Ri's lips brushed lightly against her forehead, then her cheek, ultimately leading to their lips meeting, but a gentle yet fervent kiss unfolded amidst the steam of the hot spring, intensifying the already blush-inducing scene. They kissed from the edge of the spring to its center and then to the shore. Just as Yang Chenyue felt herself nearing breathlessness, Su Ri finally released her, chuckling softly. "Chenyue, can't you even remember to breathe?" Yang Chenyue gasped for fresh air, unable to respond. "Is it nice to touch?" Su Ri let out a muffled sound. Realizing Chenyue was quite bold, daring to pinch him. Su Ri's voice trailed off. Completely rendered speechless, when did his fish tail transform into legs? Moreover, the bath towel around his waist had mysteriously vanished. "Chenyue, please, it hurts," Su Ri pleaded, employing all his charm. "No, I'm not of the age to bond yet." Yang Chenyue stammered, a hint of fear in her voice. Though on Earth one could engage at 20, this was her first time, and she felt apprehensive. "I understand. I want to force you. Just a little bit of indulgence." "Please," Su Ri implored, nearly begging. Yang Chenyue intended to refuse, but upon seeing the bloodshot eyes and throbbing veins of restraint on Su Ri's face, she found herself unable to say no. "But I want tea," she murmured softly, Su Ri's ears. Those words sounded like heavenly music. "Tea is all right. I will." A crab scuttled by. Su Ri closed his eyes, savoring the pleasurable moments. After a long while, Yang Chenyue had melted into a puddle of exhaustion within Su Ri's embrace. "Are there other methods?" "Yes, what methods? You should have mentioned it earlier. Then you wouldn't have to suffer so much." Su Ri chuckled, realizing that he wasn't suffering at all. Looking at the person in his arms, he sighed, deciding to let her off the hook today. Once they became bonded, he would definitely make up for it. "Be good. Grant me a little of your pheromones. One to you?" Su Ri said as he leaned in to kiss the nape of Yang Chenyue's neck. It seemed that Chenyue had not attended a professional course, as her control over her pheromones was evidently lacking. However, this meager offering was still far from sufficient for him. The little bunny said, The necklace can only be removed when bonded, that I know, and I wouldn't dare ask you to remove it now. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Just give me a bit through the necklace. Seeing Yang Chenyue still hesitating, Su Ri, nearly in tears, implored, Chenyue, I beg you, just a tiny bit. I am in such discomfort. Tears cascaded down his face, transforming into glistening pearls. But at that moment, no one had the time to attend to the pearls. Observing his pitiful state made Yang Chenyue's heart soften. She slowly began to release a generous amount of pheromones. A crab scuttled by. Su Ri, slightly regaining his composure, noticed Yang Chenyue's actions and gently pulled her back into his embrace. Chenyue, you must be responsible for me. What a statement. It sounded as if she were the one behaving like a rogue. No, wait, a rogue woman. Sensing Su Ri's hands becoming restless once more, Yang Chenyue hastily extricated herself from his grasp. You should rest well. I have to review my lessons. She swiftly climbed ashore and dashed towards her room. Without looking back, Su Ri watched the bathrobe drifting in the water, pondering how hastily Chenyue had left. Thankfully, there was an automatic temperature control system, so she shouldn't catch a chill. Taking a deep breath of the pheromone-laden air, he found even his spiritual sea was no longer in pain. Picking up Yang Chenyue's bathrobe, he resigned himself to taking a cold shower. Consuming the broth only intensified his craving for meat. He had inquired about Chenyue's birthday earlier, learning it was in June. Thus, to be precise, she still had a year and a half before reaching the bonding age. He could endure. Yang Chenyue returned to her room, sitting before the vanity and gazing at her flushed face. Su Ri must have cast a spell on her. How could she possibly have acted that way? She raised her hand to touch her face, trying to cool down, but suddenly recalled something. She promptly got up to wash her hands, only to catch sight of her own reflection in the mirror. Where was her bathrobe? If not for her fear of embarrassment, she would be completely bare beneath the robe. Several vivid red marks appeared prominently on her collarbone, as if declaring ownership. The wet clothing felt uncomfortable, and she resolved to settle the score later. Hastily, Yang Chenyue retrieved a nightgown from the wardrobe and rushed into the washroom for yet another shower. Meanwhile, Su Ri had finally extinguished the fire of his desires and was slowly making his way to Yang Chenyue's room, only to find a rabbit robot quietly standing in the corner. Was this robot usually quite active? Had Chenyue reset it? Not paying much attention to the robot's changes, Su Ri knocked on Yang Chenyue's door. Chenyue, I'm here to keep you company. Yang Chenyue, with a flushed face, opened the door and was met with the sight of her companion fully dressed, concealing even the traces she had left behind. Su Ri felt a twinge of disappointment. What are you accompanying me for? Yang Chenyue blocked the entrance, denying Su Ri any chance to enter, that if he stepped inside, she knew her chances of a good night's sleep would vanish. Just moments ago, they had shared an intimate moment, and she desired to rest in Chenyue's room tonight. Don't take advantage of me. I was merely enchanted by you. I am honored to possess a face that captivates you. Were it anyone else, Yang Chenyue would have scolded them for their vanity. But gazing at Su Ri's strikingly handsome visage, she conceded that she had indeed been mesmerized. You should return to rest. I must sleep as well. Good night. Good night. That Su Ri swiftly placed a kiss on Yang Chenyue's forehead before making his way back to his own room. His visit hadn't been to accompany Chenyue in slumber. He was merely there to ascertain whether she was upset over their earlier encounter. Now, it seemed that Chenyue was not angry with him and had even turned shy, shortening his pursuit of her affection by a notch. Chapter 68. Farewell. Due to their late-night antics, Yang Chenyue was utterly exhausted and slept until the afternoon of the following day. In that time, she only recalled Su Ri coming to feed her a nutritional supplement while she was in a hazy state. And Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci had yet to return. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she gradually emerged from her dreamlike state and returned to reality. Upon sensing her awakening, her light brain automatically deactivated the Do Not Disturb mode, and a message from Professor Xingyu prominently appeared on the screen. She was startled, realizing that the last day of the weekend had slipped away unnoticed, and she had spent most of it in slumber. How could I have slept this long? Yang Chenyue muttered to herself, feeling a pang of regret. She had planned to visit various attractions on Dongzhong Star today. The content of Professor Xingyu's message caught her attention. Zhao Ci. Due to special circumstances, our class schedule for next week has been adjusted. Starting tomorrow, you will be studying pheromone induction with His Highness. Yang Chenyue's brow furrowed slightly. She felt both anticipation and reluctance towards the pheromone induction class. A conflicting sentiment, indeed, that on one hand, she looked forward to mastering control over her pheromones to prevent unintentional signals that could be misconstrued by males as flirtation. She also wished to learn about the warning functions previously employed by the Empress using pheromones. On the other hand, she worried that mastering the skill might lead to her being assigned to calm unruly beastmen using pheromones. Although she didn't mind the lack of physical contact, her three guardians would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy. What on earth had transpired? Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci had not returned all night, and now even Professor Chenyue's course had been modified that it seemed she would need to be on high alert tomorrow. Yang Chenyue thought. She understood the significance and difficulty of this course, especially since the professor was the only top-tier female instructor, and she anticipated learning a wealth of knowledge related to females under her guidance. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Chenyue, are you awake? Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci have returned. I'm awake." Yang Chenyue hurriedly got out of bed and flung the door open. Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci were back. Suri observed her bare feet and frowned disapprovingly. Lifting her up, "The floor is cold. You need to wear shoes." Yang Chenyue awkwardly shrank her feet back. After all, this was a temperature-controlled room. "And it wasn't cold at all. That I'm fine. Please tell me how Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci are doing." Suri set her down on the vanity stool, gently smoothing her tousled hair while he combed it, saying, "They assembled the troops this morning and have already headed to the front lines." "What? So soon? They didn't even say goodbye." Yang Chenyue lifted her light brain, finding it empty of messages since arriving in the beast realm. She had spent nearly all her time with Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci, and their sudden departure left her feeling hollow. "This is military confidential. They are soldiers and must obey orders that I will stay with you." Yang Chenyue grasped Suri's hand, concern etched on her face. Would they be in danger? Suri reassuringly patted her hand. "Don't worry. This time, the Emperor Qi Xiao is leading them, in his youth. He was the first warrior of Bai Xuan Star, and after becoming the Empress's partner, he ascended to S rank. Though he may have neglected training in recent years, his rank remains, with him in command. There will be no issues." Wow, I thought Dong Zhong Star only had Marshal Ling Tian as the sole S-rank male. Yang Chenyue mused, realizing she had only ever heard of Ling Tian and was hearing Qi Zhao's name for the first time. Every star system must have at least 3 S-rank males. Otherwise, how could they establish themselves? Suri patted her head that if there were only one, the Dark Knight organization alone could conquer the star system. "That's true. Would you mind revealing which other S-rank males are there on Dong Zhong Star?" Yang Chenyue looked at Suri with eager anticipation, having great admiration for such powerful beings. There's also the former marshal, who is the beast partner of the head of the Female Protection Center, Jin Xian as Suri spoke. He adorned Yang Chenyue's ears with a pair of pearl earrings. Of course, there are all the unpaired A-rank males. Those who partner with top-tier females have a slight chance of ascending to S-rank. Yang Chenyue nodded, glancing at her reflection in the mirror. Feeling an odd familiarity with the pearl earrings, suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind of Suri pleading with her in tears the previous night. It seemed they were indeed his tears. Noticing Yang Chenyue's hand touch the earrings, Suri leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Did you figure it out? The question you asked upon our first meeting. This is the answer." Yang Chenyue's face flushed crimson. She had been genuinely ignorant when she posed that question, and she was astounded that Suri had remembered. All right, I need to wash up and change. You should go outside now." She urged him out as she caught a glimpse of his playful grin in the mirror. After she finished her grooming and descended the stairs, Suri had already prepared dinner, without the mechanical voice of the rabbit robot. Yang Chenyue felt a bit out of sorts. "Suri, did you make this meal? Where's the little rabbit?" she inquired curiously. "There in the corner. It helped me finish cooking and is now resting. Did you reset it?" Suri also found it curious. Ordinarily, the rabbit robot would have hurried ahead to set the table. "No, I haven't touched it." "Could it be a module upgrade?" Yang Chenyue asked. "Impossible. Without your command, it wouldn't update itself for no reason." Suri pondered for a moment, then said, "Tomorrow, I will take it to a professional robotics research facility for examination. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Yang Chenyue felt it was somewhat of an overreaction. However, Suri thought otherwise. He had suddenly considered a certain possibility, and his expression turned serious. He needed to investigate this robot thoroughly to determine if it had been compromised by a skilled intruder. Hence the prolonged period of unawareness. I see you prefer it in its previous state. I must ensure it undergoes a thorough check to see if it can be restored. Anything concerning you is never too much to be concerned about. Suri refrained from disclosing his suspicions to Chenyue, wanting to avoid alarming her. As he spoke, he served her the dishes. You haven't eaten all day. I only managed to feed you a bit of nutritional supplement earlier. And you're so light. You need to replenish your strength. Did you cook this? It tastes a bit different, Yang Chenyue remarked after taking a bite of a crispy yet tender fried meat patty. Your discerning palate is remarkable. You've caught me. This meat patty was sent over by Li Yin's family next door. What? Li Yin came by. What about Ruolan? Why didn't you wake me? Yang Chenyue felt a pang of regret. Had she known Ruolan was visiting, she would have forced herself to meet her, no matter how tired she was. Don't worry. It was just Li Yin who came. Ruolan is still at home. However, this meat patty was personally made by Ruolan. Suri was equally astonished, realizing that under Chenyue's influence, Ruolan had indeed made significant progress. Ruolan actually cooked? That's wonderful. I must visit her more often. Perhaps this way, she might accompany me to the mall on weekends. Yang Chenyue resolved that she could no longer afford to visit once a week. She needed to go more frequently, as shopping with males and females felt entirely different. Seeing Yang Chenyue so determined, Suri smiled indulgently. After dinner, Yang Chenyue eagerly brought along the treats Suri had made as she headed to Ruolan's house. Sure enough, Ruolan seemed to be in much better spirits and could now articulate complete sentences smoothly. Yang Chenyue shared her experiences from the previous night, excluding the more inappropriate details. Yet Ruolan's knowing expressions made Yang Chenyue's cheeks flush. Under Yang Chenyue's infectious enthusiasm, Ruolan opened up about many things between her and Li Yin, even touching on the painful memories from her time at the Bureau of Lost Beasts. The two conversed like best friends, discussing intimate matters until the late hours of the night. Suri returned Yang Chenyue to the villa and quietly retreated to his room. Yang Chenyue was somewhat perplexed and decided to return to her room. As she entered, before she could turn on the light, she sensed a figure swiftly approaching, and in the next moment, she found herself pressed against the door by a sudden force. Her breath hitched, and she felt the warmth and familiar scent on her lips, realizing that the person was Bai Xuan. The initial panic quickly transformed into a sense of reassurance upon confirming his identity. Yang Chenyue relinquished her struggle and closed her eyes. A river crab scuttled by. Time seemed to freeze in that moment until Bai Xuan gradually released her and took a gentle step back. The room remained dim, yet Yang Chenyue could feel his gaze intently fixed upon her. Then she heard the soft click of a switch, and the lights illuminated the room, casting a gentle glow upon them. Complex emotions flickered in Bai Xuan's eyes as he took a deep breath, seemingly searching for the right words. Finally, he spoke, his voice laced with a slight rasp. You, Suri should have informed you. I'm going to battle. Yang Chenyue replied softly. This war feels peculiar. I do not know when I will return, he continued, pausing as if suppressing inner turmoil. I do not even know if I will come back. Yang Chenyue's heart sank sharply. She had heard Suri say earlier that it was merely a trivial matter. Indeed, if it were a minor issue, how could the Emperor himself lead the charge? I have already traveled halfway, but the thought of possibly never seeing you again rends my heart. I have violated military protocol to sneak back and bid you farewell. Yang Chenyue looked up at Bai Xuan, her eyes brimming with reluctance and concern. Yet, she understood that the responsibilities and missions he bore were not something she could, nor should, impede. You must be careful. Yang Chenyue's voice trembled slightly, but she endeavored to sound strong. I will wait for your return, no matter how long it takes. Her words were filled with determination. Despite the uncertainty and fear swirling within her, a flicker of tenderness crossed Bai Xuan's gaze as he gently clasped Yang Chenyue's hand, kissing her and enveloping her in a tight embrace, savoring the moment of tranquility. After a while, Bai Xuan released Yang Chenyue, saying, While I wish to remain like this with you, time is not on our side. He glanced out the window, noting that Zhao Ci had also arrived. Yang Chenyue followed Bai Xuan's gaze and indeed spotted a small black cat crouching by the window. Does that mean Zhao Ci witnessed the intimate moment I just shared with Bai Xuan? Zhao Ci leaped into the room, transforming into a human as Bai Xuan turned to him, softly instructing, "Hurry up. I will wait for you outside." With that, he transformed into a silver wolf and leapt out the window. Without waiting for Yang Chenyue to speak, Zhao Ci stepped forward and wrapped her in his embrace. "You heir, allow me to indulge a little," he declared, lifting her and placing her onto the bed. A river crab scuttled by. Although he and Bai Xuan had already inferred from the lingering scent on Yang Chenyue that something may have transpired between them the previous night, the stark evidence before him stirred jealousy within him. Zhao Ci, as if punishing her, pressed his lips against Yang Chenyue's, causing her to wince in pain. Just as she contemplated resisting, the thought of their impending departure and the uncertainty of their next meeting quelled her struggles, allowing him to ravage her as he pleased. After a considerable time, a knock sounded at the window. "Zhao Ci, it's time to go," Bai Xuan's voice drifted in from outside, followed by his entrance into the room. Yang Chenyue gasped and dove under the covers. Mortified by the situation, Bai Xuan, unfazed, approached the bedside and planted a kiss on her flushed cheek. "You, please grow up quickly. A year and a half will pass swiftly. You heir, while we are away, remember to take care of yourself. Should anything arise, let Su Ri handle it. The battlefield may have signal interference, and our communication devices may not function properly. Rest assured, you may go with peace of mind." "I will manage well at home," Yang Chenyue replied, grasping a cat plushie from her pillow and holding up a wolf-tooth bracelet. "Look, they will keep me company." With that, they shared a solemn kiss on her forehead before leaping out the window. Yang Chenyue hurriedly climbed up to the window, gazing outside, as the recent events felt dreamlike. There was no trace of them left on the second floor. Su Ri watched the departing figures, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. When he had returned with Chenyue earlier, he had already sensed their presence, which was why he chose to retreat into his room. If he couldn't see them, perhaps his heart wouldn't ache as much. Chapter 69. Induction. Early the next morning, Yang Chenyue gazed at her slightly swollen lips in the mirror, on the verge of tears, knowing she had to attend school today. Helplessly, she finished her breakfast and boarded the flying vehicle to school. Evidently, Su Ri noticed the change in her lips and inwardly cursed the two who had stolen away with her the previous night. Yet he couldn't help but kiss her again. Are they still at it? One or two of them bullying her daily. She retaliated, biting back until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth before releasing her grip. Su Ri touched his bitten lip, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Yang Chenyue. "Oh no, it seems I've shot myself in the foot. Not only did I fail to punish him, but this feels more like a reward." Yang Chenyue feigned anger, turning her face away, but Su Ri found her adorable expression even more delightful. The earlier irritation he felt due to Bai Xuan and Zhao Ci's antics dissipated entirely. Yang Chenyue shot a glare at the grinning Su Ri, her puffy cheeks adding to her charm. Su Ri felt warmth flooding to a particular area of his body as he pulled her into his embrace. "Chenyue, how can you be so undeniably cute?" making it impossible to resist. Feeling his body's reaction, Yang Chenyue's face flushed crimson. "Pervert. Have you not felt it before?" Su Ri teased with a wicked grin. Yang Chenyue's cheeks burned fiercely as she quickly extricated herself from his embrace. "We're at school now. I need to attend class." With that, she dashed out without a backward glance, thinking how terrifying a half-lewd man could be. Su Ri watched her retreating figure, resignedly making his way to the restroom, realizing he had ignited a fire only to extinguish it himself. Following the guidance of her light brain, Yang Chenyue arrived at a secluded corner of the academy, where an elegantly designed building stood in serene repose. Its exterior featured a streamlined design, the silver metallic shell reflecting a gentle glow in the sunlight, resembling a masterpiece where futuristic technology harmoniously coexists with nature. Surrounding the house were various exotic plants, swaying gracefully in the meticulously crafted interplay of light and shadow, infusing this technologically advanced structure with a touch of life and gentleness. The door of the building slid open silently as Yang Chenyue stepped inside, where the decor was simple yet elegant. Smart display screens adorned the walls, quietly showcasing the Academy's latest updates and artistic works without disturbing anyone. The faint scent of flowers lingered in the air, effortlessly relaxing one's spirits, as if one had entered a tranquil paradise. The center of the house was a semicircular meeting area, where the Grand Duchess sat at the head of the table, her figure appearing particularly graceful under the soft lighting. Despite the passage of time leaving its mark on her face, her eyes retained their brilliance, and her demeanor remained dignified. She wore a deep blue gown, intricately embroidered with silver patterns at the hem, complementing the technological backdrop behind her. Every movement she made exuded a calm and collected grace, her timeless elegance captivating all who beheld her. Yang Chenyue approached respectfully, greeting the Grand Duchess. She nodded slightly, her voice warm and resonant, seemingly capable of transcending the barriers of time and space to reach the heart. "Ah, it is the 7th princess who has arrived. I have been awaiting you." Yang Chenyue discreetly glanced at the time, realizing she had arrived half an hour early, not late, but still hastily apologized. "I apologize, Grand Duchess, for keeping you waiting." The Grand Duchess waved her hand dismissively. "You arrived early. There's no need for apologies, 7th princess. You are indeed more courteous than other females. You flatter me, Grand Duchess. My name is Yang Chenyue. You may call me Xiaoyang." The Grand Duchess smiled. "Xiaoyang, come sit with me. It has been a while since a female has conversed with me. If you don't mind, I would love to chat about everyday matters alongside your studies." Yang Chenyue walked over and took a seat beside the Grand Duchess. "Very well. Pheromone induction and control are not difficult. We should have ample time. The question is, will your partners allow it?" The Grand Duchess glanced meaningfully at Yang Chenyue's lips and the pearl earrings dangling from her ears. "How embarrassing." Yang Chenyue forced a smile. "They are merely guardians, though." It seems there is more than one. Are they all prospective partners?" The Grand Duchess looked at her with a curious expression. Wait. What happened to the stern and benevolent professor from earlier? Why has she suddenly turned into a gossip? It felt strange to discuss such matters with an elder she had just met. Noticing Yang Chenyue's contemplative expression, the Grand Duchess understood. They must be treating you well. No wonder you're still reminiscing. No, I was just pondering the questions. I certainly was not reminiscing. Otherwise, just look at our Xingyu. The fox has even better skills in serving. Why is Xingyu being mentioned again? He is my teacher. What is wrong with that? I must tell you, a couple of days ago, I developed a fondness for a young cub from our fox clan. Regardless of hierarchy or age, he should refer to me as grandmother. Yet I took him in without hesitation. Ahem. Yang Chenyue was taken aback by her own saliva. Could she truly hear this? Oh dear, my dear nephew is quite remarkable in every regard. Except for his lack of passion. I see potential in you. Perhaps you could stir that boy's heart. The esteemed prince eagerly took Yang Chenyue's hand. Your esteemed nephew is none other than Xingyu. I'm closely related to his mother, as we are sisters. Regrettably, my ambitions do not lie in business. I chose to retreat into the academy, leaving my sister to manage the household alone. Ahem. Yang Chenyue was once again astonished. Professor Xingyu is indeed indifferent to romance. How could she possibly know this? I must tell you, Xingyu is one of the few A-grade males in the galaxy who is remarkably close to achieving S-grade status. Moreover, and most importantly, our Fox clan is affluent. His bank card password is... As the clock struck 8:30, the prince seemed intent on continuing his discourse. Yang Chenyue hastily interrupted. Your Highness, dare I say, I cannot afford to hear any more. Your Highness, maintaining an air of mystery is paramount. It's best to let me imagine Professor Xingyu's financial standing. Very well. Once you are together, let him transfer it to you himself. But if the professor is indifferent, how could he possibly be with her? Sensing Yang Chenyue's confusion, the prince refrained from explaining that in truth, she had come to teach the course on pheromone induction for females specifically for Xingyu. She knew how precious her sister's son was, yet despite teaching females, he remained emotionally detached, a cause for concern indeed. Now, let us commence the lesson. The prince led Yang Chenyue into a specially designed room and closed the door. To prevent unnecessary complications, especially since the release of pheromones by females, particularly those of the top tier, could attract other males, the room was surrounded by pheromone-blocking agents. Yang Chenyue nodded in agreement. It was indeed wise to do so, lest she attract numerous beastmen as she had when calming Zhao Ci aboard the starship. Now, please remove your female protection necklace voluntarily. Yang Chenyue complied without hesitation. Now, exert your utmost effort to release your pheromones. Imagine that your partner stands before you, concentrating the pheromones into one focal point. With the prince's step-by-step guidance, Yang Chenyue felt her ability to control pheromone strengthening. Just as the morning's lesson concluded, she hurriedly inquired, "Your Highness, do you intend to dine at the cafeteria? The cafeteria's food is quite dreadful. Naturally, I have my beast husband to prepare meals. Stay with me. Xiao Yang, consider it companionship. Otherwise, I dine alone every day, and it can be rather lonely." Faced with the prince's warm invitation, Yang Chenyue found it hard to refuse and thus remained. After they had eaten their fill, they reclined on the lounge chairs, indulging in a soothing massage service. In the afternoon, the prince imparted some commonly used knowledge to her. As the appointed time arrived, Suri came to fetch her home promptly. Days passed in this tranquil manner for a week, during which Yang Chenyue had fully mastered the control of her pheromones. In the next cycle, new courses would be arranged for her. Chapter 70, The Cloaking Mecha. Today marked the final day of the pheromone induction course, and the prince had prepared a test for her. She was to blindfold herself and release various types of pheromones towards beasts located 5 meters behind an iron fence, where an intelligent system would compute values and evaluate her performance. Alas, who would have thought that even in the beast realm, one could not escape examinations and grades? Yang Chenyue complied, donning specially designed glasses with the assistance of a robot, completely unaware of the figure slowly approaching beyond the fence. "All right, Xiao Yang, you may begin," the prince's voice echoed from the opposite side. Oddly enough, Yang Chenyue felt as though the prince was quite distant. She paid no mind and commenced the pheromone testing as instructed. When she finally tested the pheromones that attracted males, she suddenly heard uncontrollable gasps from the other side. Could it be Professor Xingyu? Was it truly him? Yang Chenyue hesitated, pondering the improbability, for the prince had just mentioned that beasts were on the other side, even though she felt it unreasonable to release pheromones towards them. At that moment, hearing her name uttered by Yang Chenyue, Xingyu could no longer contain himself. He broke free from the prince's grasp and fled in disarray. Yang Chenyue, hearing the commotion, anxiously asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" "I am fine, merely stumbled a bit. The test has concluded. Allow the robot to assist you," the prince replied, casting a knowing smile in the direction of Xingyu's retreat. Everything she had done over the years had been for the Fox clan. Xingyu was her sister's most cherished son and the most likely candidate among their generation to break through to Escalade. However, since his coming of age, despite numerous encounters with females, he seemed apathetic, much to the family's distress, though they endeavored to conceal it. Thus, after each pheromone induction lesson, she arranged such tests. She had the females blindfolded to prevent them from discovering that the figure beyond the fence was not a beast, but Xingyu himself. Finally, a female capable of igniting Xingyu's desires had appeared. She must share this good news with the clan. They would surely forgive her for having taken another young fox cub, perhaps even bestowing several more upon her. Yang Chenyue removed the glasses, revealing the prince's radiant smile beyond the fence. Had her performance truly been commendable? So much so that even the teacher smiled. That seemed improbable. Her smile did not appear to be genuine. Yang Chenyue approached, eager for feedback. "Your Highness, how did I perform? Are there areas I should improve upon?" The prince beamed. "Xiao Yang, your performance was exceptional, the finest among all the females I have guided. Indeed, the best, if one disregarded the numerical values. The mere fact that she could provoke a reaction from her nephew made her the best. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness, but what are the beasts beyond the fence? Are you unharmed?" Yang Chenyue inquired, perplexed, for she distinctly heard Professor Xingyu's voice moments ago. The prince's mind raced as she sought a plausible explanation. She quickly relayed, "The moment your test concluded. Xingyu had already dealt with them. I merely came to see your results and accidentally stumbled. So, Professor Xingyu had indeed been present. Was he unharmed?" Yang Chenyue expressed her concern. "He is unharmed. Rather, it is a joyous matter," the prince replied, her face beaming as she walked around the fence to join Yang Chenyue. "Just now, I believe I heard a muffled groan from him that he wasn't injured by the beasts." "Was he?" Yang Chenyue asked, utterly bewildered by this joyous occasion. The prince was at a loss for words. Evidently, Yang Chenyue had not discerned the nature of that sound. And no wonder. through their interactions over the past few days. She discovered that Xiao Yang had yet to form a bond with any male Dai in that light. It seemed more palatable. Just as she intended to embellish the scene, where Chenyue lost control due to her pheromones. Chenyue entered and interrupted them. "Aunt, Zhao Ci, have you completed your test?" Hearing his voice, both turned to see him striding in, exuding an aura of coldness. He understood his aunt's temperament and feared that if he arrived too late, she might utter something irrevocable. "Chenyue, you're back. Xiao Yang and I were just discussing you. Your timing is impeccable. You two converse while I attend to other matters," the prince said with a mischievous smile as she departed. "What did my aunt say to you?" Chenyue queried, feeling somewhat anxious and uncertain of how to broach the topic. The prince mentioned nothing specific. She merely stated that you had dealt with the beasts. Yang Chenyue replied, puzzled by his sudden tension. "That's a relief." Chenyue sighed, then proceeded to express what he had planned to say. "I came today to deliver your cloaking mecha. Coincidentally, while you were testing, I assisted in removing the beasts." "Cloaking mecha?" Yang Chenyue exclaimed with anticipation. She had learned about it when Mei Air and the others spoke of it, and now she was finally to possess one of her own. Noticing her excitement, Chenyue promptly retrieved the meticulously crafted cloaking mecha for her. He instructed a robot outside to bring in the mecha's packaging, then carefully extracted it, placing it before Yang Chenyue. The mecha's design was sleek and elegant, showcasing a shimmering silver-gray metallic luster, with a surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting everything around it. The joints of the mecha were adorned with translucent green gemstones, emitting a faint glow, as if they were the very source of the mecha's life. Uniquely, the head of the mecha featured a transparent protective shield instead of a traditional visor, allowing a clear view of its internal mechanisms. Upon seeing this cloaking mecha, Yang Chenyue's eyes sparkled with delight. She excitedly circled the mecha several times, carefully observing every detail. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the mecha's exterior, feeling the cold hard metal. Her heart brimming with joy and curiosity, a radiant smile lit up Yang Chenyue's face, as though she had received a precious gift. She exclaimed to Chenyue, "Wow, this is incredible, Professor. I will cherish it dearly." Seeing her enthusiasm, Chenyue couldn't help but smile. "I am glad you like it." His efforts in designing and supervising its creation were not in vain. "Would you like to test its cloaking function?" Chenyue inquired. "Oh, wonderful." Yang Chenyue is extremely excited. With that, she grasped Yang Chenyue's hand and pressed it against the green gem on the left joint of the mech. As the information was entered, the mech flowed like liquid, gradually permeating along Yang Chenyue's hand, seamlessly adhering to her skin. "How extraordinary!" Yang Chenyue exclaimed. "What material is this, that it can flow and shape itself at will, and weighs almost nothing, as soft and smooth as silk?" Observing Yang Chenyue's astonishment, Chenyue felt a pang of sympathy. Had Little Seven never experienced this before? What had her guardian been doing all this time? Had they not equipped Little Seven? A strong impulse surged within him, a desire to take Little Seven under his wing. Only he could attend to her every need with meticulous care. Professor Chenyue!" Yang Chenyue called out, having asked him several questions without receiving a response. Noticing the professor's suddenly clenched fists, she raised her voice. Little Seven, what did you just say?" Chenyue's mind instantly relaxed. He had been lost in thought. After all, she was a student, the future matriarch of the rising sun. Had he not resolved to keep his affections deeply hidden? "I was asking the professor how to make invisible. Right now, this layer of silver metal enveloping her looks quite peculiar, even though it feels weightless. Just gently touch the green gem on your left hand," Chenyue instructed. Yang Chenyue followed his guidance, and indeed, the mech became entirely transparent, as if it did not exist at all. "If you wish to remove it while you sleep, just press and hold the joint on your left hand." Upon hearing this, Yang Chenyue raised her left hand, rolled up her sleeve, and found a green gem at her elbow joint, resembling an exquisite button. "How marvelous!" She marveled again, her curiosity compelling her to ask Chenyue, "Professor, what material is this high-tech mech made of? Are you interested? It's called fluid, a substance we discovered from extraterrestrials. Currently, no other star systems have identified this material. It appears to be unique to them." "Extraterrestrials?" This was the second time Yang Chenyue had heard of them. In this interstellar era, could there truly be aliens? Extraterrestrials do not refer to the beastmen beyond Dong's Hongsing, but to non-beastmen from outside the four major star systems. As Xingyu spoke, he projected their information from his holographic computer before Yang Chenyue. She gazed at the peculiar beings, piecing together an understanding with the accompanying text. Their overall shape resembled some of Earth's gigantic insects, like beetles or locusts, yet possessed unique characteristics. Their bodies were streamlined, covered in a layer of silver material that appeared metallic, yet was not ordinary metal. This substance exhibited remarkable fluidity and plasticity, akin to liquid metal that on the surface of their bodies. This silver material continuously flowed and transformed, creating intricate patterns and textures, as if performing a mystical ritual or conveying some form of information. Their heads were relatively small, but they sported enormous compound eyes that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Each compound eye consisted of countless tiny hexagons, each functioning as an individual lens capable of capturing varying wavelengths of light and intricate details. This ocular structure endowed them with extraordinary visual acuity, enabling them to swiftly identify targets and evade danger in complex environments. Numerous tentacles extended from beneath their heads, robust and agile, similarly enveloped in the silver flowing substance. The tentacles varied in length and number. Some were shorter, primarily for grasping and manipulating objects, while others were exceedingly long, extending far afield for exploration and perception. The tips of the tentacles bore small suckers or hooks, allowing them to adhere firmly to various surfaces, facilitating effortless climbing and movement. Beneath their bodies were several pairs of sturdy legs, each leg comprised of multiple joints, with the silver material at the joints able to stretch and rotate freely, granting them remarkable agility and flexibility. These legs not only supported their massive forms, but also enabled rapid running and jumping across diverse terrains. Subsequently, Yang Chenyue watched a video of the extraterrestrial beings. Despite their large size, their movements were exceptionally light and graceful as they moved. The silver material on their bodies undulated in harmony with their motions, resembling a flowing silver cloak, imparting a dreamlike quality. So, the fluid is essentially the skin of these beings? Yang Chenyue mused, shuddering at the thought of such repulsive creatures' skin pressed against her. We once held that belief as well, but through our numerous encounters with the extraterrestrials and studies of their corpses, we discovered that this is their battle armor, and it is exclusive to their commanders, Xingyu replied, projecting several more scenes. Indeed, as he had stated, only a scant few extraterrestrials were silver, while the majority appeared black. Does that imply that this material is exceedingly rare, even among them? Yang Chenyue queried. Xingyu nodded. Indeed, and our research into the elemental composition and molecular structure of the fluid has proven it impossible to synthesize. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Chenyue. Such a precious material must be exorbitantly priced. Please provide me with an account. I shall endeavor to repay you. Xingyu appeared momentarily stunned. In the beast era, it was customary for females to accept gifts from males. Why would she need to repay him? You need not repay me. It is my voluntary gift to you, he hastily clarified. For him, matters that could be resolved with money were trivial. Yang Chenyue seemed to realize this and amended her statement. Professor, I understand you do not lack for money, but I genuinely wish to express my gratitude. Alternatively, you may propose a request, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Then be my matriarch. Xingyu longed to utter, yet he restrained himself to know. It was impossible between them.